I'm Song-Sure, which woke up to chaos. My body felt heavy, my mind groggy as I opened my eyes to the sight of a massive glacé enclosure filled with smoke and flames. Inside, people were pounding desperately on the glacé, their faces twisted in terror and agony. The fire reflected in their eyes, burning brighter than the flames themselves. I froze, horrified, as I realized they were trapped and no one outside was helping them. I couldn't understand where I was. The last thing I remembered was training with my coach, trying to dodge a kick. Then everything went black, and now I was here. Was this another world? The thought sent chills down my spine. I barely had time to process this when something cold pressed against my head. A gun. Escapees will be shot on the spot, a voice barked behind me. I quickly stood still, heart racing. Around me, there were so many others, young and scared, all wearing the same rough, white clothes. I glanced at my chest and saw a red number. 2. What did it mean? I was terrified but forced myself to focus. The glacé enclosure nearby was filled with smoke, and the people inside had gone silent. The loudspeakers crackled. 7 stimulation experiment failed. No abilities awakened. Abilities? My mind spun. People in this world could awaken powers? And they were willing to sacrifice others to do it? Before I could digest this, the voice ordered the next group, the 8th group, into the glacé chamber. Relief and panic surged through me as I realized I wasn't part of this group. Was I safe for now? Or was something worse waiting for me? Then came the real blow. First stimulation experiment for contract and berserker types. Prepare Group 1. That was me. A soldier shoved me forward with his gun, and I joined a line of people walking toward a large glacé dome. Inside, a giant beast prowled. The first group had already gone in, and the creature wasted no time, tearing them apart. Blood splattered against the glacé, and I felt sick. The entire group was slaughtered. No one survived. Second group, get ready, the loudspeaker announced. My legs felt like lead as I was pushed forward. The creature inside licked its claws, waiting. A boy beside me whispered, "Let's work together. If we kill it, we might survive." I didn't know what to believe anymore. Could we really defeat something like that? As we stepped inside, I picked up a knife from the ground left behind by someone from the first group. Its cold metal gave me a sliver of courage, but my heart pounded as I stared at the beast. It watched us, unbothered by the bullets that had failed to harm it earlier. The boy beside me looked determined. "I think you can awaken," he said, his eyes shining with hope. I wanted to believe him, but as I gripped the knife tighter and stared at the massive creature, I couldn't help but feel the weight of reality pressing down. This wasn't a fight for survival, it was a fight against fate. When I woke up, I was thrown into a nightmare. This wasn't a place for easy survival. I quickly realized we were all here for one reason: to awaken powers. The experiments weren't just brutal, they were deadly. Only those with a certain split value were brought here, teenagers who had a slim chance of awakening but hadn't done so yet. But from what I'd seen, even those odds were close to none. We were nothing but tools to them, pawns in a game to create superhumans. The few who awakened were rare, like the girl who could fly. Most of us? We were just bodies to fuel the beast and their experiments. My thoughts scattered when the massive creature in the glacé enclosure started moving. Its predatory eyes locked onto us, and my instinct screamed, "Run!" I yelled, diving out of the way as it lunged at the group. Its sheer size made it impossible to avoid completely. Blood splattered, the smell of death filled the air, and screams were cut short. The boy who wanted to team up with me stayed close, and we ran together, dodging the beast's attacks. Each move took everything I had. The ground was slick with blood, and exhaustion clawed at me. I couldn't keep this up. But the moment I hesitated, I felt it. The boy grabbed me, pushing me toward the creature. Time slowed. Anger boiled in my veins, hotter than fear. I wasn't going to let him get away with this. My knife found its mark, stabbing into the beast's soft inner mouth, giving me just enough momentum to roll out of its range. When I stood, the boy was frozen, terrified. I didn't wait. My foot met his chest, and his weak protests were cut off as I sent him flying toward the creature's waiting jaws. In this place, mercy didn't exist. If I wanted to survive, I had to rely on myself. I never thought of myself as lucky. Honestly, I didn't believe I'd awaken, no matter what the experiments promised. But as I stood there, gripping my knife and watching the boy I'd barely survived with awaken instead, I felt a strange mix of disbelief and resignation. He was half devoured, only his legs visible outside the beast's mouth, yet he glowed faintly with golden light. The beast stopped, its furious eyes clearing, and then, unbelievably, it spat him out. The announcement echoed over the speakers. Contract type ability awakened, a level. The boy lay on the ground, bleeding and broken, but smiling through the pain. His legs were twisted unnaturally, and blood pooled beneath him as soldiers carried him away on a stretcher. Before leaving, he glanced at me with a crooked smile and muttered, "Hope you're just as lucky next time."
Lucky?
I wasn't so sure. I hadn't awakened, but I hadn't died either. That left me stuck, destined to face the experiments again. The beast, now free of his influence, thrashed inside the enclosure. Its eyes flickered with anger and regained their feral sharpness. I backed away instinctively, knowing it wouldn't stay docile for long. Just as I braced for the third group to enter the glacé dome, a voice announced from behind me, "A researcher wants to see you." I didn't have time to question why. The moment the door opened, I bolted, barely escaping as the beast slammed against the closing glacé door. Its roars shook the facility, drawing stares from other test subjects who quickly looked away, their relief palpable. They weren't the ones heading into that nightmare next. 2 more people awakened from the next group before entering, but I didn't pay attention. I followed the armed guard into an elevator, leaving the chaos behind. In the reflective surface of the elevator, I caught a glimpse of myself dirty, disheveled, and drenched in sweat and blood. This body was skinny, pale, and malnourished, so unlike the one I knew. Was this really me in this world? The elevator stopped, and I was led down a cold, metallic hallway lined with doors. At the end stood a woman with pink hair, wearing sunglasses and chewing on a lollipop. Her gaze was hostile, her posture tense, and she didn't bother hiding her disdain. Whoever wanted to meet me, it wasn't her. As I approached, she attacked without warning. I dodged her strikes, narrowly avoiding serious harm, but it was clear she was far more skilled and stronger than I was. Desperation drove me to snatch a gun from the guard and aim it at her. But even as I pointed the weapon, she didn't flinch. Before I could figure out why she wasn't afraid, a voice called out from the room. "Stop, Arjo." The pink-haired woman immediately stood down, her demeanor shifting from predatory to obedient. A figure emerged, a tall person in a black shirt, radiating calm authority. "Miss Song," they said with a polite smile, "can we talk?" Their tone was soft, but the meaning wasn't lost on me. This wasn't a request, it was an offer I couldn't refuse. I was invited to join their organization, the Hunter Group. They seemed impressed by my survival in the experiments, though I doubted my own worth. Still, what choice did I have? Returning to the experiments meant certain death. I agreed, holding on to the business card they gave me as if it were a lifeline. "You can report to any branch office," they said smoothly. The pink-haired woman opened the door with a kick, clearly annoyed, but I didn't care. I left without looking back. For now, I'd escaped the beast and the experiments. But I knew this wasn't over. My survival had bought me time, but it had also plunged me into something far bigger than I understood. I handed the gun back to the guard waiting outside. He looked relieved, clutching it tightly but still followed protocol, pressing it against my back as we walked to the elevator. I glanced at him in the reflection, asking, "So, I can leave now?" He nodded but hesitated when I asked about clean clothes. Awakened ones go straight to the hospital where they're given new clothes. Those who don't awaken. He trailed off. The implication was clear: those who don't awaken don't survive. I sighed. Apparently, I'd be going home in these filthy, blood-stained clothes. But at least he assured me I'd be taken back. When I asked how he knew my address, he showed me a message on his device. It seemed the person in charge, Chin Yi, had it all arranged. The ride down the mountain was uneventful, but I couldn't help noticing the convoy of vehicles heading toward the facility: jeeps, trucks, all loaded with who knows what. Through the window's reflection, I stared at my face. Dirty, disheveled, and tired, but my mind was elsewhere. Earlier, during my fight with the pink-haired woman, something strange had happened. A system message had appeared in my head. Unlocked pain tolerance value. 1% unlocked counter pain value. 1% want to survive in this world? As part of the exchange for your arrival, you are granted a chance to awaken. Use it wisely. I had a chance to awaken. The thought was almost too good to believe. I masked my reaction, pretending calm as the jeep entered a bustling city after clearing a checkpoint. The towering skyscrapers, floating vehicles, and flashing advertisements stunned me. This world was overwhelming and claustrophobic in its chaotic beauty. The guard dropped me off at a shabby old building, confirming, "This is the address, Unit 703. I nodded, stepped out, and stared at the crumbling structure. If this was my home, it wasn't much. But I didn't care. I'd lived rough before. I could do it again. As I approached the building, a girl in a green dress called out, "Songshur?" She was beautiful and familiar, though I didn't know her. She acted like she knew me, asking if I'd awakened. I brushed her off, saying I was tired, and she led me upstairs, chattering about dinner and family. When I finally stepped into the apartment, I felt the tension immediately. The family of 3 inside was cheerful, but their warmth wasn't directed at me. The man, my supposed father, asked if I was hurt and offered to wash my clothes. The woman, my supposed mother, coldly dismissed the idea, saying they should be thrown away. I agreed, not wanting to linger on the awkwardness. After changing and cleaning up in my small, surprisingly private room, I explored the space. A photo on the desk caught my attention. It was a family picture. The 3 of them stood close together, while I was off to the side, almost like an outsider. I pushed the thought aside and grabbed a book titled Human Differentiation Guide. Flipping through it, I learned more about this world's abilities. People with a split value over 25% had the potential to awaken, gaining powers categorized into types like Berserker. Berserkers had enhanced strength, rapid healing, and unparalleled combat abilities. But they also had uncontrollable aggression. The descriptions matched what I'd been called a high-probability candidate for Berserker abilities. Yet, despite the experiments, I hadn't awakened. Now, the system's mention of pain tolerance and counter-pain made me wonder if my powers were tied to endurance and survival. Could I endure enough pain to finally awaken? I clenched my fists. Whatever it took, I'd find a way. If this world wanted to swallow me whole, I'd make sure I bit back. After reading for a while, I was interrupted by a knock at the door. It was my half-sister, Lu Qiqi, reminding me to eat. Her perfect smile didn't fool me, but I followed her out to the dining table, where I quietly observed the family dynamic. This wasn't my family, not really. Lu Qiqi and I shared a mother, but her father, seated across from me, wasn't mine. Judging by how her mother treated me, I doubted my biological father was worth remembering. I ate in silence, focusing on my soup, while the others exchanged awkward glances. Qiqi brought up the lack of my awakening record in the system, but I dismissed it. I didn't awaken, I said simply, inventing a reason about being sent home because the researchers deemed me hopeless. The room grew tense. My mother finally broke the silence, telling me to move out since I was no longer a candidate for awakening. Apparently, the neighbors didn't want a potentially violent person like me around. Violent? Just because I carried the Berserker gene, they'd already labeled me dangerous. Her words didn't sting. I'd expected something like this. I calmly asked for money to cover rent and expenses. She quickly transferred the funds, eager to sever ties. It was a small amount, enough for 3 months. Once I turned 18, I'd be on my own, with no obligation to this family and no support from them. After agreeing to their terms, I returned to my room. Leaning against the door, I pressed a hand to my chest. My heartbeat was steady, calm. I didn't feel sad or angry, just relieved. Leaving this unwelcoming house was a chance to start fresh. I explored the items in my room, finding a school uniform that revealed I was still in high school. Great on top of everything else, I had school to deal with. I called a teacher, asking for leave, and received a curt approval. After packing a few belongings into a suitcase, I returned to my desk to finish reading the Human Differentiation Guide. The more I learned about the different abilities, the clearer my path became. From the guide, I pieced together details about my supposed mother and stepfather. My mother had been a healer, a rare type of ability user essential in battles against beasts. However, her mental power had been damaged, rendering her nearly powerless. As for Lu Qiqi's father, his ability likely fell under the peacock category, a mutation that enhanced physical beauty rather than offering practical skills. By the time I finished my research, it was past midnight. I stretched, climbed into bed, and closed my eyes. Tomorrow, I'd leave this house, face the world, and figure out how to survive. If this world wanted to push me down, I'd find a way to stand taller. The next day, before leaving with her suitcase, Songshur searched for a suitable monthly rental on the housing platform in her wristband. First, the rent had to be affordable. She only had a little over 30,000 federal coins, so saving was essential. Second, the place needed to be as close as possible to Rinchi High School, where she studied. After entering her requirements, many listings appeared on the page. Songshur's eyes immediately caught the bold red text showing the monthly rent for each listing: 20,009 federal coins, 19,999 federal coins, 30,000 federal coins. Songshur. She finally understood how little her mother's 30,000 actually amounted to. She added another filter: monthly rent less than or equal to 10,000 federal coins. This time, only 4 listings remained. Songshur decided to visit each one in turn. Dragging her suitcase, she opened the door to leave. The living room was empty, and she glanced at the 2 tightly closed bedroom doors. She had woken up early and hadn't heard anyone leave. Those people were still in their rooms. They didn't want to see her. Songshur didn't care. She picked up her suitcase and left. Descending 7 floors without breaking a sweat, she ran into a middle-aged woman returning with soy milk and fried dough sticks. The woman's eyes scanned her up and down, finally resting on her rolling suitcase, and then she rolled her eyes subtly before brushing past Songshur to enter the building. Songshur chose to ignore her, pulling her suitcase as she walked out of the residential complex. She encountered quite a few people along the way, all of whom gave her sidelong glances, especially when they saw her suitcase, and smiled in satisfaction. Even Songshur hadn't realized her departure would have such an impact on the neighborhood. She quickened her pace. The first rental she chose was only 2 kilometers from her current location. Songshur decided to walk there. Wanting to build her physical strength, she lifted her suitcase off the ground and moved quickly toward her destination. 15 minutes later, she stood at the door of the apartment with the landlord. The place was 25 square meters. Each area was small but well-equipped, ready for a media move-in. It was 4 kilometers in a straight line from her school, with a monthly rent of only 8,999 federal coins. This was the largest and best option among the 4 listings she had pre-selected. If it matched the description, she wouldn't need to waste time visiting the other 3. "Want to rent, little girl?" The landlord, a middle-aged man with a greasy face, leaned lazily against the doorframe, cleaning his nails and whistling suggestively. Songshur made up her mind. Yes. Okay, the man tapped a few times on his wristband, and a scanning beam projected from a small circular hole. Place your light brain here. So, that thing was called a light brain. Songshur complied. The man's light brain emitted a ding to indicate the scan was complete. As he stared at the screen, his face turned red, not from heat or shyness, but from the red glow of the screen. You. His voice suddenly rose, repeatedly glancing between Songshur and the screen. You're actually. Songshur stood quietly behind her suitcase, holding the handle, blinking in confusion. I'm not renting this place anymore. The man abruptly dropped his wrist and slammed the door shut. Why? Songshur couldn't remain calm. The man replied impatiently, "Someone just offered 3 times your price for this place. Highest bidder wins. Please leave. I reserved this place first." Song sure couldn't help but argue. In her previous life, she had rented apartments before, but she had never encountered such an unreliable landlord. "No such rules here." The landlord waved her off dismissively. "There are plenty of rentals nearby. Go find another one." Gritting her teeth, Song sure could only drag her suitcase to the next location. However, the same thing happened again. After scanning her light brain, the landlord claimed the water supply system was malfunctioning, making the apartment temporarily unavailable for rent, and told her to look elsewhere. Song sure began to suspect the real reason. Her body carried berserker genes. The residents of her previous neighborhood couldn't tolerate her, and apparently, others were the same. She had thought moving elsewhere and keeping a low profile would ensure no one knew about her high probability of berserker differentiation. But now, with one scan of her light brain, all her differentiation information was exposed. Excuses like someone offering triple the price or a malfunctioning water system were just pretexts from the landlords. Understanding this, Song sure went to the third rental. The process was the same. This apartment had a monthly rent of 7,600 federal coins, was only 15 square meters, and located on a basement level with no windows. It had no living room, just a narrow bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. After expressing her intent to rent, the landlord unsurprisingly asked to scan her light brain. Song sure didn't move. "I'll transfer half the rent at the start of each month, and the other half mid-month." No contract. The landlord glanced at her. People who didn't sign contracts usually had something shady going on. "That's fine, but the price." 9,000 a month, Song sure offered. 10,000.
Deal.
Song sure had left a margin of 1,000 for negotiation. The landlord's curly hair wobbled with laughter. Clearly satisfied with the price, she opened her light brain.
"I'll scan you."
Seeing Song sure's wary expression, the landlord explained, "Not for the contract, just for payment." Only then did Song sure extend her hand. She thought everything was settled.
"But
I'm not renting this place anymore. I have something to do."
bye."
The landlord turned her plump body to leave for the stairs. Song sure, unable to bear it anymore, grabbed her arm and yanked her back.
"Why?"
"I can offer more money." As soon as Song sure's hand touched her arm, the landlord's body shuddered violently and the fat on her face jiggled. Even Song sure was startled by her reaction and quickly let go. The woman collapsed weakly at the stairwell. "What are you doing?" "I have surveillance here," the landlord stammered. Song sure glanced in the direction she pointed, withdrawing her hand that was about to help her up.
"Calm down."
"I just want to know the reasons," Song sure said. Without a contract, how could the landlord know her differentiation information? Seeing Song sure back off, the woman seemed to regain some composure and shakily switched her light brain to public mode. Song sure first saw a pending payment page, then noticed her avatar followed by parentheses. High-risk individual. Song high-risk individual sure. What was wrong with this world? Was there no human rights anymore? At this rate, even peaceful people would be forced into dangerous paths. While Song sure lowered her head in frustration, the landlord got up and tried to flee again. Song sure called after her, "I'll leave immediately. Don't run." If she tripped, she might blame it on Song sure. Dragging her enormous suitcase along the roadside, Song sure felt an overwhelming sense of homelessness. She truly had nowhere to go. In this bustling world, the rejection of her genes was omnipresent. There was only one apartment left to check. Clinging to a shred of hope, Song sure headed to the bus stop. The final apartment was more than 10 kilometers away. Walking there would waste too much time. After about 5 minutes, a bus slowly pulled into the station. Anxiety crept up her heart. What if she wasn't even allowed to ride the bus? Face scan successful. The mechanical female voice from the scanner rang out, and no one stopped her from boarding. Song sure exhaled in relief. She found a seat toward the back, leaned her suitcase against her feet, and turned to watch the scenery outside, gradually retreating in the distance. Parallel to the bus's direction, a hovering electric train flashed by. Above, an airship unfurled a massive advertisement banner that read, "Tomorrow University welcomes you." Songshur paused, then searched for Tomorrow University online. The official website prominently displayed, "Tomorrow University welcomes 11th District Ability users to report." Reading the details below, Songshur learned that Tomorrow University was the only ability user school in the 11th District. Across the Federation, there were 11 human bases, each with at least one ability user university. The 11th human base ranked near the bottom among all the Federation's bases, with relatively few ability users. A single Tomorrow University sufficed, unlike the larger bases, like the first or second, which had over 10 ability user universities each. Currently a senior in high school, Songshur knew that if she awakened an ability, she could attend Tomorrow University. Otherwise, she'd have to settle for an ordinary university, of which there were plenty in the 11th district. Lost in thought, Songshur was startled by a sudden bang of gunfire inside the bus. The driver hit the brakes abruptly, sending Songshur tumbling forward. Her suitcase rolled along with her. Gripping the back of the seat in front of her, Songshur reached out with her other hand to grab her suitcase. "Nobody move." A scruffy man with a gun swept his gaze across the passengers, finally stopping at Songshur's hand on her suitcase. Songshur used her foot to block the back wheel of her suitcase, then raised her hands above her shoulders in surrender. Satisfied, the man pointed the gun at the driver. "Don't stop. Head to the west side of the city. If the city security team catches up, you'll die with me." The driver trembled as he restarted the bus, speeding off like an arrow. At the bus stop, the would-be passengers were left stunned, watching the bus vanish. Bewildered, they quickly called the city security team. "Hecko, city security? I think someone just hijacked a bus again." On board, the man brandished his gun, robbing each passenger one by one. No one dared resist, perhaps they were too accustomed to such incidents. It wasn't worth risking their lives over money. When it was Songshur's turn, she reluctantly pressed her light brain against his. Payment successful. 34,030. Songshur was heartbroken. Not a single cent was spared. That was her living expense for 3 months. "A fellow kindred," the man murmured, pausing as he stared at her. "Songshur?" Realizing something, Songshur looked up. This guy's differentiation was berserker type. Her payment page would have shown her as a high-risk individual. From her research, the only high-risk individuals in the Federation were berserker differentiators. But that wasn't the main issue now. What did he mean by calling her a kindred? And why say it out loud? As a berserker differentiator himself, he was dragging her down with him. Unsurprisingly, the other passengers had already cast strange looks her way, clearly associating her with the hijacker. The man patted her shoulder and grinned. "What are you sitting for? Work with me." 50-50 split. Songshur's lips twitched. She stood up and reluctantly said, "Fine." The man gave a satisfied, maniacal smile as he continued toward the last row. Songshur turned, gripping the back of her seat, pretending to chat. "Are you even an adult?" The man, covered in a messy beard, his face mostly obscured by long, unkempt hair, looked filthy. It was hard to guess his age. "No, I'm only 17. "Oh, same age as me. So, I guess you haven't awakened an ability yet?" Still basking in his financial success and thrilled to have an accomplice, the man absent-mindedly replied, "Of course not." Blue veins bulged on Songshur's hand as she gripped the seat back. She leapt up, knees bent, and kicked him square in the shoulder, holding the gun. The gun flew to the floor as the man stumbled backward, hitting the rear of the bus. He grabbed the nearby seats to steady himself. "Driver, stop the bus. Everyone get off quickly," Songshur shouted, grabbing the gun. The driver reacted swiftly, slamming the brakes and opening both doors. Passengers rushed to escape even before the bus came to a complete stop. Songshur stumbled from the momentum but steadied herself using the handrails. The man stood up, fury in his shadowed eyes. He pulled a knife from his pocket. Songshur knew hijackers rarely relied on just one weapon. Although unfamiliar with guns, she raised the weapon and pointed it at his head. "Don't move." The man laughed. "That gun only had one bullet, and I already fired it. You're holding an empty gun."
Prépare-toi dit.
He lunged at her with the knife, completely unafraid of the gun. Songshur pulled the trigger repeatedly, but no bullets came out, confirming his claim. As the knife neared, Songshur kicked her suitcase toward him, using the moment to retreat. Caught off guard, he stumbled, falling onto the suitcase with his hands braced against the ground. It was the perfect opportunity to strike. As Songshur turned to flee, she noticed the knife he held was now positioned against himself. Her instincts kicked in. She reversed course, grabbed his hand, and drove the blade deeper.
Ah!
The man screamed in agony, clutching his bleeding eye socket. Songshur didn't wait to watch. She rushed to retrieve her suitcase, but hesitated when she'd have to cross him to get it. Let the city security team handle it, she thought. Die with me. The man shrieked, holding something resembling a grenade. Songshur. She dashed out the bus door, abandoning her suitcase, sprinting as far as possible.
Boom!
A fiery blast surged behind her, the heat wave throwing her into the air before slamming her back down. When Songshur opened her eyes again, she was lying in a hospital bed. Cold liquid from N4 slowly flowed into the back of her hand, and several people in striped hospital gowns and white coats moved around her bed, their voices a noisy jumble that drilled into her ears. She felt like a giant container, forced to absorb all the surrounding clamor. The persistent pain in her back stimulated her nerves, her head throbbed as if inflated, and nausea churned stronger by the second. Clutching her mouth with her free hand, she dry heaved repeatedly. Tears welled up from the physical strain and slid down her cheeks. Songshur quietly covered her face with her sleeve. Name: Songshur. Age: 17. Student at Rinchi High School. High probability berserker differentiator. Participated in a differentiation stimulation experiment 1 day ago, but failed to awaken. Today, she was on bus 912 at Qingjiao Station when she encountered Lin, who, a fellow high-probability differentiator aboard the same bus. Songshur lowered her arm and looked toward the source of the voice. 2 security officers in black uniforms stood there. A male officer was reading aloud from a green light screen in front of him, while a female officer stood diagonally beside him. Catching sight of their badge numbers, Songshur struggled to speak. Yes. Her throat was sore, and her voice came out hoarse and dry. The female officer walked to the table, filled a cup with warm water, inserted a straw, and handed it to Songshur. Grateful, Songshur glanced at her, sipped a few mouthfuls, and eased the pain in her throat. Why did you suddenly take action? The records show you haven't awakened, the male officer asked, eyes scanning the data on a screen, his tone seemingly casual. Songshur, wary of being implicated as Lin, whose accomplice, chose her words carefully. The bus was full of ordinary people. I was afraid they'd get hurt, so I thought I should subdue the hijacker to let them escape. Her weak tone and sickly demeanor made her words sound noble and selfless, painting her as a good citizen willing to sacrifice herself for others. The female officer glanced at her while putting the cup down. According to the bus surveillance, Lin, whose gun only had 1 bullet. His original intent was robbery, not mutual destruction. Your actions provoked him, leading to the bus explosion. The blast even damaged nearby vehicles, causing property losses worth millions. Songshur listened quietly, her expression unchanged. This was my first time in such a situation. Next time, I'll act like the other passengers and wait for your rescue. The male officer, seemingly unaffected by her subtle sarcasm, recorded her statement on the light screen expressionlessly. Once he finished, he closed his device, looked down at Songshur, and said, "Your performance during the bus hijacking incident was commendable. Following protocol, we'll apply for a reward on your behalf. Get some rest. Considering the severity of your injuries, we've requested treatment from a D-rank healer for you." A reward? That caught Songshur off guard. "Thank you," she said, managing a slight smile. The male officer didn't say more and left briskly, still working on his light brain as he walked out. The female officer, a step behind him, was about to follow when Song-Shur called out, "Officer, wait." The male officer had already exited the ward and didn't hear her, but the female officer paused, turned to look at Song-Shur and walked back. "What is it?" "My money, ah." Song-Shur attempted to raise her wrist with the light brain but accidentally strained her back, causing a sharp intake of breath. Understanding her meaning, the female officer shook her head regretfully. "We couldn't recover it. All the money transferred to his account went straight to the black market in the western suburbs. That area. You know how it is." Song-Shur barely registered anything beyond couldn't recover it. Those words echoed in her mind over and over. Her money, her 3 months of living expenses. The throbbing in her head intensified. "Are you okay, Song-Shur?" "Doctor. Doctor." She felt someone shaking her arm and heard voices calling out to her, but the words were unclear. Half opening her eyes, she saw blurry lights and shadows. Someone gripped her hand. It was a warm hand, almost magical, sending warmth through her veins to her injured back. The numb pain in her wound turned into a distinct ache, seeping out from every pore before being gently drawn away. It felt wonderful. The furrow in Song-Shur's brow gradually smoothed out. She didn't know how long it lasted, but when the pain in her back disappeared entirely, replaced by a tingling sensation, Song-Shur drifted into a peaceful sleep. When she woke up, she felt light and refreshed, her mind clear. She finally noticed the lines of text in her mind. Suffering value progress. 6% resistance value progress. 4% Song-Shur suddenly felt a headache coming on. After sustaining such serious injuries, her suffering value had only increased by 5%. She had indirectly killed someone, yet her resistance value had only gone up by 3%. To reach 100% for both, she couldn't imagine how many lives she'd have to risk. Taking a deep breath, Song-Shur quickly calmed herself. She had to keep looking forward. In just 2 days in this world, she had already faced life-threatening dangers 3 times, each close to killing her. Strength was everything here. No matter how hard it was, she had to complete her progress. The system had given her this fragile body a chance to awaken, and she couldn't let it slip away. Raising her wrist slightly, she noticed that the needle from her fore had been removed, leaving no trace of its insertion. Even moving her arm didn't tug at her back wound. Propping herself up, she realized her back no longer hurt at all. She patted her shoulder and flexed her joints, recalling the events before she fell asleep. Someone had held her hand, and then she had fallen into a deep, comfortable sleep. Could that person have been the healer? Healing type ability users. According to the Human Differentiation Guide, C and D rank healers, due to their limited range for purifying beast black energy, were unsuitable for combat and often became full-time medical staff in the rear. Healing awakeners were highly valued in hospitals, capable of accelerating recovery by hundreds or thousands of times. If not for the intervention of the 2 officers, Song-Shur would never have been able to request a healer. She would have been bedridden for months. And then there'd be the issue of hospital fees. At that thought, Song-Shur quickly called out to a nurse pacing by with a tray of medicine. "Have my hospital bills been paid?" The nurse nodded. "Yes, they've been covered," she said, giving Song-Shur a once-over. "If you're recovered, you can be discharged." Song-Shur glanced at the time displayed on the digital clock hanging on the wall, 11:06 p.m. It was so late that she had no place to stay even if she left. "Does the bed fee not cover tonight?"
No, it doesn't.
"Since you had a healer, you were supposed to leave right after treatment, but you fell asleep, and we didn't wake you," the nurse explained patiently. "If you want to stay overnight, you'll need to pay the bed fee." Song-Shur looked away from her account balance displayed on the light brain.
Pay?
Her account was cleaner than her face. Then, something she had forgotten struck her. "Did I have any luggage when I came in?"
No, it was just you.
"The clothes you were wearing were torn during surgery, so we disposed of them." Song-Shur tried to maintain a smile, but couldn't. "Where's your family?" "From the start of the surgery until now, no one has shown up. Although your external injuries are healed, it's best to rest at home for a few days." Not everyone can withstand a healer's restorative energy. You need observation time at home. The nurse seemed to want to say more but was urgently called away by the head nurse. Songshur sat alone on the edge of the bed. Her family had long severed ties with her. The hospital seemed incredibly busy. Through the half-open door, she saw nurses and doctors constantly rushing down the hall, occasionally catching glimpses of uniformed guards. She looked down at her striped hospital gown, then moved to the doorway and peeked out. Nurses were bustling about, and some patients in hospital gowns, unable to sleep, were wandering the corridor. Songshur slipped out of the room, blending in with the strolling patients, and headed toward the elevator. The elevator had just arrived on her floor when she stepped in. Inside, 2 doctors were pushing a hospital bed. The stark white sheets were stained with large patches of blood. As Songshur entered, the pungent smell of blood hit her immediately. She instinctively held her breath, pressing herself into a corner, and after selecting a floor, her gaze was involuntarily drawn to the person on the bed. She gasped. The person's facial features were indistinguishable, as if melted by extreme heat or scraped repeatedly with sharp nails. The skin on their face was entirely gone, with blood oozing from capillaries under the exposed tissue. Songshur quickly averted her gaze, unable to look anymore. The 2 doctors seemed too preoccupied to notice her. Their light brains beeped continuously, and they fielded video calls one after another. The operating room isn't ready yet? What's taking so long? The patient's already here. Send more people to the rooftop. For the helicopters, there are 5 incoming. How many times has this happened? You still haven't learned? Prepare the debridement tools for dealing with a dire wolf beast. What are you even studying for? Hired a bunch of useless people. You'll cause fatalities sooner or later. Songshur shrank further into the corner, trying to make herself invisible. The elevator stopped at the ground floor. Songshur darted out as the doors opened, leaving the elevator to descend further. She blended into the crowd exiting the lobby, stepping onto the open ground outside, where the deafening sound of rescue helicopters overhead filled the air. The wind stirred up by the rotor blades whipped her loose hospital gown around her. This midnight wasn't peaceful for many. Songshur walked into an alley, occasionally checking her account balance. Each time she opened it, she hoped the reward for her heroic act had been credited. But each time, she was disappointed. The glaring zero in her account balance stung her eyes. And as if on cue, her stomach grumbled softly. Her faint sound was soon drowned out by a thunderous growl from the other end of the alley, loud enough to shake the ground. A chill surged from her feet, climbing up her legs and spreading to every inch of her body. The sound reminded her of the dire wolf beast she had seen caged in the experimental base's glacé chamber yesterday. The faint scent of blood lingered in the air. The gruesome sight of the patients on hospital beds flashed through her mind, and she wondered if the beast the doctors mentioned had escaped capture. Songshur turned to flee, but froze mid-step. She heard voices approaching, growing louder, a group of people chatting and walking, their footsteps chaotic. Glancing around, she realized she was standing in the shadow beneath a street lamp, with a pile of clutter in front of her, hiding her from the beast. She immediately pressed herself deeper into the shadows. The voices grew closer, and she could now hear their conversation clearly. What if we run into the dire wolf beast? Let's wait until they capture it before we go out. What are you afraid of? The inner city already sent awakeners. I heard it's the Wu and Lu family duo from Base 1. No matter how strong the beast is, Lu Xing won't let it get away. Why did they come to our base? Doesn't Base 1 always look down on Base 11? How would I know? I don't live in the inner city. Hey, did you see the announcement on the Wild Hunt Group website? They're offering a 10,000 federal coin reward for locating the beast. Only 10,000? That's stingy. Who'd risk their life for such a small amount? In her corner, Songshur quietly took out her light brain, quickly registered an account on the Wild Hunt website, and sent the beast's location. User: Lulu de Song Dire Wolf Beast spotted. Location attached. She had barely sent the message when the group arrived under the street lamp. Darkness enveloped both sides of the alley. Songshur hid on one side, while the dire wolf beast lurked in the other. Looks like someone found the beast's location and posted it. Where's the location? Someone asked curiously.
Let me check. Huh.
The coordinates match our location. Song Shi, who had been quietly retreating to slip away unnoticed.
Run.
Someone yelled. A deafening roar echoed through the alley. Even without turning around, Song Shi could imagine the scene. Amid the screams, Song Shi bolted at full speed. The wind howled in her ears as the distant cries faded. Her bangs flew back, her heartbeat quickened, and her body grew hotter as her speed increased. Despite leaving only after images, the ground beneath her trembled. The dire wolf beast was catching up. 2 legs could never outrun 4. She skidded to a stop and darted into a narrower alley, her speed so intense that sparks flew from her shoe soles. The beast overshot by several meters due to its momentum before turning back to resume its pursuit. The gap she had opened quickly disappeared. Song Shi weaved left and right through the alleys, staying close to the location she had sent. The dire wolf beast relentlessly pursued her, the gap between them shrinking constantly, yet always widened by her sudden sharp turns. Frustrated by such a slippery prey, the dire wolf beast grew increasingly agitated, its roars echoing endlessly. Song Shi could even feel the hot gusts of its breath on her back. Her nerves were tightly strung as she tracked its distance through the vibrations of the ground, relying on sharp turns at crucial moments. But stamina had its limits. Exhaustion crept in, her strength waning, and sweat poured down her forehead, sliding from the bridge of her nose and pooling before dripping to the ground. The moment the drop hit the ground clang. The clash of a blade against tough hide echoed sharply, stabbing into her eardrums. Song Shi instinctively covered her ears and ducked against the wall. Roar the dire wolf beast's agonized howl reverberated through the area, triggering motion sensor lights on nearby buildings and illuminating the scene like daylight. Turning her head toward the beast, Song Shi saw a pair of combat boots planted firmly on the ground, standing between her and the dire wolf beast. The person wielded a wide sword, its blade appearing entirely black at first glance, but on closer inspection, streaked with shimmering rainbow hues. The beast's forelimb had been slashed, exposing a patch of bare, gray-black flesh, from which thick black liquid oozed, dripping down its leg and pooling on the ground. It was clearly wary of the awakener before it. After its initial pained howl, it hesitated, retreating cautiously. Each step back emboldened it to take another. Even though the awakener blocked most of its face, Song Shi could see the fear in its movements. Gone was the ferocious arrogance it displayed while chasing her. This made Song Shi curious about the newcomer's identity. Earlier, those strangers had mentioned 2 awakeners from Base 1's Wu and Lu families being dispatched, one of them named Lu Xing. If this person was Lu Xing, where was the Wu family companion? From her current angle, there was no sign of another person. The dire wolf beast retreated several steps, opening a 10-meter gap before abruptly darting in another direction. Song Shi's eyes narrowed. Its movements weren't that of an escape, but a calculated pounce toward prey. Courting death. The once calm awakener exploded in rage, leaping forward with astonishing speed in pursuit. His speed was beyond comprehension, so fast he was invisible was no exaggeration but a fact. Song Shi instinctively sought the beast, but her view was partially obstructed by a wall. She edged forward for a better look. The beast and the awakener charged toward a dim street lamp. Beneath its faint glow knelt a young woman, one knee on the ground, her pale right hand splayed against the earth. Her slightly curled long hair draped casually over her shoulders, a few strands framing her face. From her palm radiated soft white light, expanding outward in a 30-meter diameter, fading at the edges. A healer. Song Shi immediately recognized her. High-level healers could purify the black energy emitted by beasts, which was a form of mental attack. The higher their level, the broader their range of purification. While ordinary humans were immune to these mental attacks, awakeners were highly susceptible, making healers essential allies in battles against beasts. The dire wolf beast, cunning as ever, sensed its limitations against the sword-wielding awakener and instead targeted the healer. With a streamlined body, it lunged into the light's center. The woman lifted her head slightly, her dark eyes reflecting the beast's advancing figure. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. She remained composed, holding her semi-crouched position. The beast opened its maw, bearing hooked fangs aimed at her head. But it didn't succeed. The male awakener reappeared in front of her with inhuman speed, gripping his sword with both hands and raising it to his shoulder. With a bullet-like charge, he clashed head-on with the beast. The dire wolf beast dug its hind legs into the ground, claws sinking deeply to slow its momentum. It was too late. The awakener leaped, driving his blade into the beast's snout, slicing through to its lower jaw with ease. Songshur, who had witnessed how bullets failed to get into similar beasts in the experimental base, was astonished. This beast was even larger, yet the awakener's sword pierced through effortlessly. Powerful, fast, responsive, agile, every trait matched the descriptions of berserker awakeners in the Human Differentiation Guide. Moreover, berserkers were known for their bloodlust, violence, and volatility. The beast bowed its head under the weight of the sword, unable to cry out, emitting only faint whimpers. Its forelimbs collapsed while its hind legs scratched the ground in vain attempts to dislodge the sword. Despite the immense size difference, the awakener stood firm, his legs rooted like mountains. No matter how the beast struggled, it couldn't move him. Instead, the beast's thrashing only worsened its injuries. Blood gushed from its wound, first in streams, then spurting out in jets. The healer, still crouched behind, had her pristine white clothing splattered with blood. The awakener's demeanor shifted visibly. What might have been a punitive attack now turned into relentless, murderous intent. He twisted the sword's hilt, then yanked it out, spraying blood in an arc that darkened the street lamp's dim light. The beast collapsed to its knees but tried to flee. The awakener vaulted onto its back, forcing it to the ground again. The healer's calm voice called out, "Lu Xing." The awakener froze mid-stab, his bloodlust dissipating as clarity returned to his eyes. Songshur observed everything, recalling the guide statement, "Berserker awakeners are closest to beasts in differentiation. Low-level berserkers may lack morals, while high-level ones lose their sanity, often succumbing to a killing frenzy. Though dangerous, their overwhelming strength made them indispensable, leading to the creation of guardians healers or contract awakeners who kept berserkers in check." The beast lay lifeless. Lu Xing dismounted, his gaze landing on Songshur's hiding spot. Realizing she was exposed, she stepped out awkwardly. Lu Xing spared her a glance before returning to his sword. The healer approached Songshur, removing her jacket. "Wear this," she said, handing it over. Songshur hesitated, then noticed her hospital gown's torn hem. "Thank you." As she reached for the jacket, Lu Xing appeared silently, glaring at the garment before meeting her eyes. His blood-stained sword hung ominously by his side. The implication was clear. "Wear it and you'll regret it." Songshur. The healer stepped forward, grabbing Lu Xing's wrist to lead him away. "Don't mind him. You can wear it, I have extras in my car." As they left, Songshur overheard their conversation. "She's a berserker. She doesn't need your care." "Berserkers are still human," the healer countered. "Whatever. The jacket's dirty anyway, just toss it." With her patience evidently exhausted, the healer changed the subject. Songshur shrugged, donned the jacket, and opened her light brain to check the Wild Hunt Group's response. "We have dispatched a team. Once verified, 10,000 federal coins will be transferred to your account." Satisfied, she glanced once more at the beast's corpse before leaving. At 1:30 a.m., Songshur stopped in front of a small motel with its sign still lit. Through the transparent door curtain, she saw a burly man behind the counter, hunched over and fiddling with a small lucky cat figurine. The rhythmic clicking sound of his actions filled the quiet space. Startled by the sudden loud clatter of the curtain, the man straightened his back, his expression turning fierce. He scanned Songshur from head to toe, and upon noticing her hospital gown, his thick, joined eyebrows furrowed deeply. At this hour, A teenage girl in a hospital gown usually spelled trouble. Staying the night? His voice was as rough as his appearance, like a dull knife scraping against stone. Yes, Song sure adjusted her clothes just one night. Scan your light brain. He extended his own. Song sure didn't move. I'll pay you tomorrow. The man retracted his light brain. No credit here. If you can't pay, get out. Song sure remained unfazed. My family will come tomorrow and pay you triple. The man glanced at the light brain on her wrist. If your family can pay, call them now and have them transfer the money. He had clearly seen through her ploy. Song sure. She paused and raised her light brain. I'll definitely pay tomorrow. The Wild Hunt, she stopped mid-sentence. She had intended to explain that the Wild Hunt group would transfer her 10,000 federal coins once they confirmed the dire wolf beast's location. But before she could finish, the man pulled out a gun, pointing it straight at her head. Song sure. Lowering her hand quietly, she turned and left the motel. The owner craned his neck to ensure she was gone before tucking the gun back under the counter, like a prized possession. Song sure wandered aimlessly through the streets. The colorful neon signs on both sides glimmered brightly. Several other motels were open, but every single one refused her when they heard she couldn't pay until tomorrow. After trying 7 motels in vain, she abandoned the idea of finding lodging for the night. She decided to find a place to sit out the night and try again after the money came in tomorrow. Pacing a closed cafe, she noticed a carpet laid outside the door. Picking a corner, she sat down and curled up to keep warm. For the nth time, she checked her account balance, but still, no money had been transferred. With no desire to sleep, she opened the Wild Hunt Group's official site and checked the comments under her post. There was still no confirmation of success from the group. Exiting the comments section, she browsed the site to learn more about the organization. The Wild Hunt Group operated in all 11 human bases, one of the few corporations to extend its reach to every base. Its work mirrored its name, hunting. They managed beasts that escaped into human bases, captured wild beasts outside the bases, and sold them to wealthy buyers. The rich lived in the inner cities of each base, centers with sturdier walls and stronger guards, 100 times safer than the outer cities. Scientists who needed beasts for research also lived there, relying on the Wild Hunt Group for specimens. Beyond that, Wild Hunt employees assisted government departments in capturing fugitives, earning bonuses in return. In short, the group had deep ties with the government, acting as a bridge between the inner and outer cities. Song sure scrolled further to a section highlighting recent tasks and their outstanding completers, a sort of honor roll. She remembered the business card Chini had given her, likely reduced to ash along with her suitcase in the explosion. Still, she had taken a photo of the card while packing. Before she could open her photo album, a voice interrupted. Hey, little girl, all alone? Song sure froze mid-scroll. She had anticipated trouble while wandering the streets in this chaotic world, which was why she had tried to find a motel. But she hadn't expected it to come so quickly. Closing her light brain, she turned toward the voice. 4 young thugs, dressed in street punk fashion, stood across the road, whistling at her. A tram paced between them, momentarily preventing them from approaching. Song sure stood, glanced around, and bolted back in the direction she came from. The thugs, once the tram paced, found her gone. She ran that way. After her. Even at this late hour, the streets were lively. Though not as crowded as daytime, there were still groups out enjoying themselves. Seeing the chase, some passers-by paused, curious to watch the commotion. A few even tried to grab her as she paced. With a grim expression, Song sure used her momentum to seize one man's arm, bending low to throw him over her shoulder. The man, unprepared, slammed into the ground with a thud. Before leaving, she stomped on his head for good measure and sprinted away. The thugs, undeterred, somehow found 2 motorcycles and closed the gap rapidly. Song sure, running and searching for an escape, came to a halt in front of the first motel she had tried. Looking back, the motorcycles had stopped, and the riders dismounted eagerly. Time to gamble. The owner here had a gun, maybe it would scare them off. Song sure slipped inside, pulling aside the curtain. The owner, dozing off, startled awake and instinctively reached under the counter for his gun. Upon recognizing Song Sure, his hand froze. You again? I already said. The curtain swished open again as the four thugs entered. Ignoring the owner, they reached for Song Sure. She shrugged them off, grabbing the edge of the counter and locking eyes with the owner. The burly man, unable to meet her burning gaze, averted his eyes. Encouraged by his lack of intervention, the thugs grew bolder. Two grabbed her arms, trying to drag her away. Disappointment flickered in Song Shure's eyes but vanished the moment they touched her. Breaking free, she seized the lucky cat figurine from the counter, ready to smash it into the nearest thug's head. Put down my lucky cat, the owner yelled, his voice rising in panic. And you lot, get out. Don't disturb my business. Finally pulling out his gun, he pointed it at the thug leader's head. Being threatened by a gun wielded by a burly man twice their size, the thugs were visibly intimidated. The leader raised his arms and pointed at the shopkeeper, clearing his throat to feign composure. Why you? Don't meddle in other people's business. Get out. The man's roar was thunderous, accompanied by a threatening tilt of the gun. The thug leader reflexively crouched down, clutching his head in fear. The other three henchmen, embarrassed by their boss's cowardice, quickly helped him up. After throwing out a feeble threat, they fled in disarray. Now only Song Sure remained. She carefully placed the lucky cat back in its original spot, adjusting it to the exact position it had been. The shopkeeper, still visibly annoyed, checked the figurine for any damage, then stashed the gun back under the counter. He looked at Song Sure. Leave your light brain here, as collateral. When you pay me, I'll give it back. Song Sure was momentarily stunned. This meant he was allowing her to stay for the night. Thank you, she said sincerely, taking off her light brain and handing it over with both hands. The man pocketed the device and tossed a room key onto the counter. Song Sure picked up the key and noted the room number before heading upstairs to find it. The motel was modest, borderline shabby. The wooden stairs creaked with every step and were narrow, only allowing one person to pace at a time. Her room was on the third floor, near the end of the hall. Swiping the key card, she entered the room and was pleasantly surprised by its spaciousness. Closing the door behind her, she glanced at the digital clock on the wall. It was already 3 a.m. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Song Sure let her mind wander. The events of the past 2 days flashed through her mind, more eventful than the sum of her 20 years in her previous life. At least she now had a basic understanding of this world. Once her rewards for bravery and reporting the dire wolf beast were processed, her life would stabilize. Her next priority was to increase her resistance value and suffering value. Once maxed out, she could awaken her ability and apply to an ability user university. For that, she thought of the Wild Hunt group. She had to join them. Qin Yi's recommendation aside, the group's operations perfectly aligned with her goal of accumulating experience points. If she performed well, she could even earn money for her living expenses. Having mapped out her plan for the year, Song Sure felt a wave of drowsiness and decided to take a shower first. The doorbell rang. Pausing, she walked to the door, her guard up, and peeked through the peephole. It was the shopkeeper holding a bag. Opening the door, Song Sure looked up at the man towering over her. He handed her the bag in a gruff voice. These are my daughter's clothes. Borrow them for a couple of days. Song Sure accepted it. Thank you. I'll return them tomorrow. Without saying much, the man turned and descended the creaky wooden stairs. Despite the sound, Song Sure hadn't heard him earlier, indicating decent soundproofing. Sitting on the bed, she emptied the bag. Inside were a pair of faded denim overalls and a simple but soft shirt, embroidered with playful little flowers on the chest. Neatly folding the clothes, she carried them into the bathroom. After a quick shower, she put them on, locked the door, and headed downstairs. It was 4 a.m. The shopkeeper was still at the counter, dozing with his head propped on his hand. The lucky cat figurine swayed back and forth. Hearing footsteps on the stairs, he stirred and turned. Seeing Song-Shi, he asked, "Why are you down again?" Song-Shi dragged a chair over to the counter. "I need to check my light brain. I think my money might have come through." Surprised, the man fished out her light brain, commenting, "You're pretty reliable, but it's late. You sure can cause a fuss for a little girl." Taking the device, Song-Shi smiled faintly and said nothing. Sitting down, she opened her light brain and found 2 messages. After 4 hours, the Wild Hunt Group had finally verified her report. The official account had messaged her, asking for her payment details. She quickly sent her account number, and within 3 minutes, 10,000 federal coins were deposited into her account. The sight of her balance turning from 0 to 10,000 brought a surge of relief and excitement. "Got your money?" The shopkeeper, noticing her expression, eagerly opened his light brain. "That's 500 for the night. I'll scan you." Calmly extending her light brain, Song-Shi suddenly pointed toward the door, feigning alarm and covering her mouth. "I think those thugs are back."
Ding.
Payment successful. The sound of the transfer confirmed her payment, but the man had no time to check. He whipped out his gun and aimed at the door. The street outside was eerily silent. Through the scratched, transparent curtain, not a single shadow moved. "It seems I was mistaken," Song-Shi apologized. The man's face darkened, but seeing her in his daughter's clothes, he sighed and let it go, thinking she was just scared. "I heard the notification," he said tiredly, putting the gun away. "The money's paid. Go back and rest." "I was wondering, do you rent rooms by the month?" Song-Shi asked. The man looked at her quizzically. "You want to rent? Where's your family? Did your parents kick you out, or did the orphanage? It's illegal for the Federation to abandon minors. Should I report this?" As he rambled, he seemed to believe more and more that she was a poor, unwanted girl. His enthusiasm grew, and he almost picked up the phone to call the authorities. Song-Shi quickly calmed him down. "No, they gave me money for rent and living expenses. I just want to adapt on my own." Though puzzled by her reasoning, the man eventually nodded. 500 a night, 900 a day. A month would be 27,000, but since you're renting long-term, I'll make it 20,000. Even prepared, Song-Shi was shocked by the number. After some negotiation, she proposed, "How about I pay 7,000 at the start of the month, 7,000 in the middle, and 6,000 at the end?" After considering, the man agreed. 7,000 now, Song-Shi said. "Let's exchange contact information for convenience." The man let her scan his light brain, accepting her friend request with a slight tremor in his finger. He silently sent her his name. Wang Ding. Song-Shi. With the transfer complete, her balance now stood at a measly 2,500. At the Federation's cost of living, Song-Shi couldn't help but worry about food. "You're not going to sleep? It's almost 5. Don't you have school?" Wang Ding glanced at his light brain. "It's not even a weekend." Song-Shi. She wanted to, but her uniform was gone. "I need to buy a new uniform," she muttered, worried it wouldn't leave her enough for meals. "Which school?" "Renshi High." "What a coincidence. My daughter goes there too," Wang Ding exclaimed. "She has an extra uniform. I'll have her lend it to you." Genuinely touched, Song-Shi thanked him. At 7, Wang Ding woke his daughter, Tang Yu, and handed Song-Shi a uniform. After changing and tidying her appearance, Song-Shi followed Tang Yu to the bus stop. Sitting on the bus, Song-Shi noticed Tang Yu deliberately kept her distance, avoiding eye contact. Song-Shi sat across the aisle, keeping her thoughts to herself. The bus started slowly. Next stop, Shinan Station. Passengers getting off, please get ready. The car was completely stable. Song-Shi leaned on the handrail to keep his balance and lowered his head to flip through his laptop. After chatting with Wang Ding for a long time this morning, she realized that she had a basic understanding of the various supernatural powers in this world, but in other aspects, she was almost an idiot. She didn't know anything about this world's development history, the origin of the exotic beasts, its politics, economy, technological level, social system. She still has a lot to catch up on. Song-Shi found the relevant website, carefully browsed the contents, and memorized them in his mind. "We've arrived at Shinan Station." A mechanical electronic voice came from the loudspeaker. The bus braked and Song Shi leaned forward due to inertia. She took a step forward in time to steady her body. She never looked up and continued to absorb the contents of the light brain.
Boom.
Suddenly, there was a heavy blow. Song Shi felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, and his forehead was hit by the corner of the backrest of the front chair by the huge impact force. Just at this moment, the driver started the bus, and Song Shi's body retreated repeatedly. A hand appeared, grabbed her hair, and dragged her to the ground. Most people in the carriage were attracted by the noise, and when they saw Song Shi lying on the ground, they began to whisper to each other. Song Shi supported himself on the ground and stood up, ignoring the gazes. He held on to the back of the seat to steady himself, then turned around to look for the culprit. A group of students boarded the train at Shinnon Station. She was wearing the uniform of Rinchi Middle School and was about her age. One of the male high school students, with his school uniform open and one hand in his pocket and the other elbow resting on his younger brother's shoulder, was looking at her with a smug look on his face and a provocative look in his eyes. Song Shi locked his eyes on him. Around his neck hung a thick silver necklace, and next to it was his name tag, Jin Xianhui, Class 3, 2, Rinchi Middle School. You have the nerve to come back to class without awakening successfully? He patted the chest of the younger brother beside him, staring at Song Shi, but he was talking to his younger brother. You just transferred here. Let me introduce you to her. She is a famous violent high-probability differentiation user in our school. There was sarcasm in his tone. When Luo Su heard the 3 words violent system, he felt unwell, shivered, and subconsciously took a step back. This is a reflex acquired by the humans of this world. Even if they have never seen a high-probability violent differentiation person in reality. However, reports of explosions, robberies, serial murders, terrorist attacks, etc. caused by high-probability awakeners of the violent type are flooding all major media platforms every day, occasionally occupying the headlines of hot searches, and even often happening around them. They have been shrouded in the shadow of the violent system. No one knows whether the high-probability berserker standing in front of them will suddenly attack and kill people. So when suddenly faced with a violent high-probability differentiator, and just now they relied on their numbers to punch him and pull his hair, Luo Su's fear was unmatched. He had already imagined himself and the other people on the bus being blown to pieces, and his parents collecting his bodies. He heard that a bus nearby was blown up by a high-probability berserker yesterday. Fortunately, a high school student bravely rescued everyone on the bus. He said at the time that the group of people were very lucky, but he didn't expect that it would be his turn so soon. Someone come and save him. His legs are so weak that he wants to kneel down. Jin Xianhui's elbow had been resting on his shoulder. He was the first to feel his trembling. He grabbed his collar and pulled him back to where he was. He slapped him loudly on the back of his neck and cursed, "Idiot, I'm here. What are you afraid of?" He looked at Song Shi again and hooked his index finger. "Trash can, didn't you see that you scared my brother to death? Come over here and apologize to him."
No.
Luo Su waved his hands hurriedly, trying to break free from Jin Xianhui and retreat, but was stopped firmly by the other party's strong arms. He was caught in a dilemma, his face turned pale, and he didn't dare to look into Song Shi's eyes. Seeing that Song Shi didn't move, Jin Xianhui looked her up and down. "Your superpowers haven't awakened successfully, and you can't even understand what people say? Also, where's breakfast? Didn't I tell you to prepare our breakfast every day? Trashcan?" Song Shi repeated these 3 words between his teeth and laughed out of anger. Until now, there's still something she doesn't understand. The original body was bullied. Her classmates also gave her an extremely insulting nickname. "What are you laughing at? The cancer of the Federation." Song Shi's sarcastic smile stung Jin Xianhui's eyes. With so many people on the bus, he felt that his authority was challenged. He pushed Luo Su away and slapped Song Shi in the face. Judging from the proficiency of his movements, Song Shi couldn't imagine how many times his original body had been beaten before. She had been alert to Jin Xianhui's movements, and when she saw him strike out, she immediately took a step back. Jin Xianhui's palm missed the target and drew an arc in the air, bringing up a strong wind that blew up Song Shi's hair hanging by her ear. "You still dare to hide?" After missing the target, Jin Xianhui's face immediately turned red, his eyes were bloodshot, and he used his other hand to grab her collar. Song Shi dodged sideways, and Jin Xianhui didn't have time to retract his hand, so his arm paced in front of her. Song Shi raised her foot and kicked him in the arm. Jin Xianhui screamed in pain and quickly pulled his hand back. Song Shi grabbed the hanging ring of the bus, leaped into the air, and kicked him hard in the center of the chest. Jin Xianhui's muscular body flew backwards. In desperation, he grabbed one of his younger brothers with each hand, but it still couldn't offset the force of his flying. The three men fell on their backs at the same time. The bus was rocked back and forth twice by the impact before it stabilized. Song Shi landed steadily, still holding the ring with one hand, looking down at them from above. A line of subtitles flashed through my mind. Anti-abuse progress. +1%. Song Shi's eyes became darker. The sudden change caught the people watching in the car off guard. Most of the people on the bus are students from Rinchi Middle School who are rushing to their early classes. There are only a handful of people with a high probability of differentiation into the violent type in Rinchi Middle School. For various reasons, the students studying in Rinchi Middle School are extremely concerned about these people with a high probability of differentiation into the violent type. And people like Song Shi, who have violent genes but are bullied all the time, are well known to everyone. They originally wanted to make fun of Song Shi. Unexpectedly, what I saw was this scene. Jin Xianhui had already climbed up from the ground, covering his chest with one hand and the other hand being supported by Luo Su. The voices of people whispering around him were like a sharp knife of words, cutting his self-esteem. His anger increased exponentially, and he angrily pushed away Luo Su, who was supporting him, clenched his fist with his hand covering his chest, and hit Song Shi in the face. He had not received any systematic fighting training and simply rushed forward in anger, swinging his fists without any plan. Compared to him, Song Shi was not much better. She had only learned some simple self-defense skills in her previous life. With these skills, she would only be beaten when facing an opponent with a little combat experience. But what makes her superior to Jin Xianhui is the gifted body of her original body. Her original body is a high-probability differentiation of the violent type. Even if she is not awakened, the violent gene in her body is real. Her physical fitness is naturally stronger than others. Whether it's speed, strength, reaction, or even the ability to recover after injury. That's why she was able to hold on to the end in the face of the strange beasts in the glacé cover of the experimental base, and she was able to survive the deadly attacks of Qinyi's subordinates, and she was even able to hold off the pursuit of the Earth Wolf beast until the awakened person arrived. Song Shi bent his arm to block, and Jin Xianhui's punch, which was originally packed with power, instantly lost 60% to 70% of its force. Jin Xianhui's reaction speed was not as fast as hers, and his body was still rushing forward. At this moment, the driver stopped the car and accelerated his speed. Luo Su exclaimed and wanted to catch him, but his hand caught nothing. Song Shi dodged to the side with his back pressed against the seat. The student sitting on this chair quickly huddled himself into a ball and squeezed into the corner. Due to inertia, Jin Xianhui's body was almost out of control. Even if he wanted to stop, he couldn't do it. He could only watch Song Shi hide from the side. The moment Jin Xianhui paced by, Song Shi stretched out his foot, and Jin Xianhui, who was unable to stop the car, was tripped face down. Facing the bus floor getting closer and closer, his eyes widened subconsciously, and he used his hands to support the ground to offset the impact. But he did not get bruised and battered as he expected. Instead, a feeling of suffocation surrounded his neck, as if the god of death had grabbed his neck and lifted him up, trying to cut off his trachea. Accompanied by the sounds of people gasping all around, Jin Xianhui vaguely saw the expressions of fear on the faces of several people who had just got on the bus. "Your necklace is quite sturdy," a cold voice sounded from behind. Jin Xianhui broke out in a cold sweat. His necklace was grabbed by Song Shi. Under the domineering force, his head was forced back and he knelt on the ground and dragged backwards. He raised his hands to pull at the necklace around his throat, giving him a chance to catch his breath. Just as he was about to move back further, a heavy object hit his back, pushing him forward. The force of the necklace pulling backwards and the force of his back pushing forward balanced each other, depriving him of his last chance to catch his breath. The tension in his neck increased exponentially. Every iron ring of the chain dug into the flesh of his neck, trying to crush the bones inside into powder. His face quickly turned red, then turned purple, like a ripe eggplant, and the blue veins on his forehead twitched again and again. "You still want me to bring you breakfast?" Song Shi held the necklace with one hand, put one foot on his back, bent down slightly, and leaned his head behind his head. "I haven't even had breakfast yet, and you still brought it to you." As she spoke, she tightened her grip a little more. Jin Xianhui was in great pain, with the shadow of death looming over him. He wanted to call for help, but no sound came out. The people who had just got on the bus were frightened by the scene and stood there like a fool, with no intention of helping him at all. No one can help him, he thought desperately, and the scene in front of him gradually became blurred. Driver. And the driver. He perked up and looked at the driver in the driver's seat, but the driver seemed not to notice the movement behind him. He closed the door as usual, started the bus, and drove to the next stop. Many images flashed through his mind. He had made a lot of noise when bullying others on this bus before, and he had threatened the driver not to meddle in other people's business. He didn't expect that one day his status with those people would be reversed, and he would become the weak one who needed to ask the driver for help. His consciousness gradually faded, and the intensity of his struggle gradually weakened. His two younger brothers stood behind him trembling, wanting to step forward to stop it several times, but were afraid of being treated the same way by the crazy Song Shi. They looked at each other and finally decided to call the police. Anti-abuse progress. +4% just as they raised their laptops to make a call. Song Shi quickly loosened his necklace and took a few steps back. Luo Su quickly put down his laptop and carefully moved past Song Shi and approached Jin Xianhui. After Jin Xianhui lost Song Shi's grip, he fell on his back and landed at Song Shi's feet. He covered his neck and coughed violently, his body hunched over like a shrimp. Song Shi lowered her eyes and looked down at him. She just wanted to teach him a lesson and had no intention of killing him. She controlled the duration, strangling his neck for no more than a minute, and the time it took to completely suffocate him was only 20 seconds. Sure enough, Jin Xianhui lay on the ground and coughed for half a minute. Then he recovered. Luo Su went forward to support his arm, but was pushed to the ground. Jin Xianhui cursed, "Get lost," and stood up on his own with trembling arms. The anger he showed towards Luo Su was mostly directed at Song Shi, but he now knew that he was no match for Song Shi and did not dare to provoke her again. He could only vent his anger on Luo Su. The first thing he did when he stood up was to kick Luo Su, then he took off the necklace from his neck and threw it heavily to the ground. The bus was extremely quiet from the beginning except for the sound of the car moving, which made the sound of the necklace hitting the floor particularly loud. Some timid students in the carriage hugged their school bags even tighter to reduce their presence. Now, Song Shi was standing alone in the middle of the bus. The front of the bus was crowded with a group of students who had just got on, and the back of the bus was relatively empty. Jin Xianhui was standing between Song Shi and the group of students, very close to Song Shi. He tried his best to suppress the anger in his eyes, and clenched his hands at his sides into fists. He lowered his head, not looking at Song Shi, keeping a fist's distance from her. He silently squeezed through the gap beside her, went around to the spacious back, away from Song Shi. Luo Su quickly got up from the ground, carefully walked through the gap between Song Shi and the seat on the right, and stood beside Jin Xianhui. He quickly glanced at Jin Xianhui's face and didn't dare to speak anymore. The bus continued to move forward, and as usual, a few students would get on at every stop. The originally empty bus was gradually filled with people. The students who came later were still chatting and joking with each other before getting on the bus, but as soon as they stepped on the bus, they felt the frozen atmosphere in the car. They looked at each other and unconsciously slowed down their pace. Every time on the way to school, there was so much noise that even the roof of the bus had to be lifted up. But today, why was everyone just keeping their heads down and not saying a word? The strange silence caused them to carefully shut their mouths, looking around in confusion to observe the situation. The last stop is Renshi Middle School. We have arrived at Renshi Middle School station. Passengers getting off the train, please take your belongings with you. They didn't see anything wrong until the bus stopped. Songshur. A loud shout came from the crowded crowd at the back door, and everyone in the carriage turned their heads in that direction. Songshur also looked from afar, and through the gap in the crowd, he saw Jin Xianhui about to jump out of the car door. Jin Xianhui rubbed his neck with his hand and waited for her to look over. Meeting Songshur's eyes, he said fiercely with a ferocious look, "Just wait." After saying this, he jumped out of the car and walked towards the school gate, with his two younger brothers following behind him. After Jin Xianhui left, the people on the bus naturally looked at the threatened protagonist, Songshur. Some people knew the whole story and were full of sympathy for Songshur. They believed that Jin Xianhui must have gone to ask for help. Although Jin Xianhui was a gangster, he was not very famous in Renshi Middle School. The boss he followed was the one that everyone in Renshi Middle School avoided. The other people in the car didn't see anything and were all confused. Jin Xianhui and the others know each other, and Songshur also knows each other. Jin Xianhui always fights when he says he will, especially when facing Songshur. Why would he just say harsh words and then slip away? Something is wrong. They must have missed something. Because they had arrived at the terminal, the front and rear doors of the bus opened at the same time, and the students rushed out all at once, faster than usual. Their burning gossip spirits made them eager to find a place where Songshur was not there to find out what had happened. Songshur was in the middle of the bus and was the last one to get off. She walked towards the back door and noticed that Tangyu was still sitting in her original seat, holding her school bag without moving. She had already guessed the reason why Tangyu distanced himself from her. The original body was too weak and became the target of bullying by others. In this situation, anyone who got close to the original body would probably be implicated. Tangyu made a wise decision. Most of the people in the car had left. Songshur stopped at the back door and said, "Lend me a hair tie." Tangyu paused, then lowered her head following Songshur's gaze. She had a spare hairband on her wrist, so she reached out to take it off, stood up, and walked towards Songshur. Without saying a word, he handed the hairband to Songshur. At the same time, she stuffed the breakfast that Wangding prepared for her, an unopened box of milk, into Songshur's hand. Then he paced by Songshur with an expressionless face. Songshur looked down at the box of milk and remembered what she said when she pulled the necklace and held Jin Xianhui's neck. She said she didn't have breakfast either. Tangyu heard it. She is so much like her father. Tangyu had already entered the school gate, and Songshur also quickly got off the bus, inserted the straw into the milk, and drank it all in a few gulps. After being hungry for more than a day, my stomach finally felt full. After throwing the milk carton into the trash can at the school gate, Songshur took out a rubber band and tied her hair into a low ponytail while walking towards the campus. The scalp that was pulled by Jin Xianhui still hurt a little. Songshur rubbed it, then folded the ponytail back and rolled it up casually. There will definitely be another fierce battle today, and she can't let her hair affect her performance. I wasted a lot of time walking up the stairs to find senior grade 3-2 class. When I was standing at the classroom door, the bell in the corridor rang. The classroom door was closed, and there was a small window above it. Songshur looked inside from outside and saw that there was no teacher on the podium. The students in the first 2 rows were sitting in their seats, seemingly reading attentively, but in fact their eyes were constantly glancing outside. Songshur saw everything, pursed his lips, slowly curled his 5 fingers into a fist, raised his leg, and kicked the door. The moment the door clanged open, the people who were pretending to read looked up one after another, and the figures that had been hiding behind the door also jumped out. He was a boy who was much more muscular than Jin Xianhui. His muscles bulged out, making his thin shirt and school uniform bulge out. He had a blonde crew cut and rushed towards him from behind the door, waving his fists. He originally wanted to greet Songshur with his fists and embarrass her in front of so many people in the class. But he didn't expect that Songshur didn't even enter the door, and his punch was too early and hit the air. On the other hand, Song-Shi was standing one step away from the door, looking at him with a smile. Surprise flashed across his face, followed by anger at being teased. With his cheeks bulging from biting, he grabbed the door handle and slammed the door back against the wall, both to vent his anger and to make some noise to show off his strength. The metal door handle collided with the wall with a loud clang sound. The decibel level was far louder than the school bell. Students from other classes who were about to be late for class and were running wildly in the corridor couldn't help but look back. When they saw Song-Shi standing at the classroom door, they looked at each other with understanding, retracted their gazes, and walked towards their own class. The class bell has rung. The corridor returned to silence. The blond man with a crew cut snorted coldly, stared at Song-Shi and twisted his neck a few times, and the sound of crackling of joints moving could be heard. Song-Shi had been watching his movements closely. The moment he threw a punch, she simulated the trajectory of the fist in her mind, took a step sideways, and her fist brushed past her neck. The blond man with a crew cut had not yet retracted his left fist, but had already thrown out his right fist. Song-Shi leaned back to avoid it and barely managed to dodge it. The man with the crew cut is obviously professionally trained, and his movements are quick, accurate, and ruthless. Song-Shi was extremely alert and responded cautiously. Song-Shi dodged both attacks from the man with the crew cut and swept away with his leg. The muscle outline of the leg wearing school uniform trousers was vaguely visible, and the blow swept over at an extremely fast speed. Song-Shi was unable to dodge and had to bend his knees to receive it. Masochism value progress. +1%. Song-Shi was thrown directly against the door frame. Her back collided with the protruding beam of the door frame, and she heard a crisp sound from her spine. My knees were so numb that I almost lost all feeling. The man with the crew cut was also affected by Song-Shi's counterattack, and his hanging legs were shaking slightly. But his muscles were not trained in vain. He immediately recovered and raised his leg again, kicking towards Song-Shi's waist. Song-Shi leaned against the door and stared at him, without moving. The man with the blonde crew cut thought Song-Shi was scared silly. A hint of excitement appeared on his face. He immediately exerted more strength with his legs, intending to knock Song-Shi down with one shot. However, just when he was about to succeed, Song-Shi dodged and disappeared into the door frame. The man with the crew cut's pupils suddenly shrank. His leg attack was too powerful and he had no time to retract it. Crack. The crisp sound was so clear that even Song-Shi, who had already hidden in the classroom, couldn't help but frown when he heard it. Aha! A pig slaughtering scream came from behind. The man with the crew cut hugged his legs, sweating profusely in pain. Anti-abuse progress. +2%. Song-Shi didn't look at him, but glanced towards the back of the classroom. Jin Xianhui was standing in the second-to-last row, with his head lowered and his eyes submissive, looking very respectful. A boy was sitting on the chair next to him, with his arms folded across his chest, leaning back in his chair, looking at her. Their eyes met, and the boy raised his right hand with the laptop on it and pointed his slender fingers at her. Then, 5 people stood up from the back row of the class, 3 men and 2 women. Song-Shi took a step back with his right foot and placed it on the steps of the podium. She tilted her head slightly and glanced at the empty podium. The class had already started, but the teacher did not appear. Is it a coincidence? Or is it that the other party has been able to influence the teacher not to come to class? The 5 people walked out of their seats and gradually surrounded the podium. Some of them flexed their wrists, while others took a book from the desk of a student in the front row and rolled it into a stick. The students whose books were taken away were like puppets and dared not say a word. One could even say that the students in the entire classroom were like puppets, indifferent to what was about to happen. They were as calm as if they were about to watch a movie they had seen countless times. The most excited person was Jin Xianhui. He was stroking his neck with his hand and looking at Song-Shi being surrounded, with the excitement in his eyes uncontrollably. Song-Shi took another step back and stood on the podium. With a wide view, she noticed a head on the glacé window on the side of the classroom near the corridor. It was a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and wearing black framed glacés. When he saw her looking at him, he disappeared. Judging from the height of the glacé window, Song-Shi estimated that the other party must be in an awkward half-squatting position at this moment. At this point, Song-Shi couldn't think of anyone other than the teacher who appeared outside the classroom as the middle-aged man. She lowered her eyes and completely gave up the idea of asking the teacher for help. With no way out, Song-Shi looked straight at the people who had surrounded him. The first one to attack was the girl holding a rolled-up book as a weapon. The book, which was as thick as a stick, came towards Song-Shi's head. Song-Shi subconsciously dodged to the side and reached out to grab the book from her hand. As soon as he held her wrist, he heard the sound of wind. In the closed classroom and corridor, there was no reason for the wind. Where did it come from? She immediately turned her head to the right to avoid it. A fist with a sharp sound of wind paced by her ear, and the dull pain of the outer ear was transmitted to her brain. Before Song-Shi could wipe the sweat off his face, he was hit hard on the shoulder with a bang. Song-Shi staggered forward a step, and the man on his left raised his fist again. Song-Shi gritted his teeth and endured the pain in his back. He ignored the incoming fist and focused on grabbing the weapon. He crossed his hands and exerted force at the same time, twisting the wrist of the girl he had previously held like twisting a twist. With a crisp crack, the girl's face showed pain, and the book in her hand fell. Song-Shi bent down and took it quickly. Without wasting any time, he blocked to the left. The violent punch hit the book hard, tearing the cover. Song-Shi didn't bother to read the book and threw it backwards as a weapon. The man who was making a surprise attack from behind was caught off guard and hit in the face by the fan. Song-Shi used such great force that his upper body tilted and hit his companion's head next to him. Song-Shi immediately gathered his strength again, grasped the end of the book with both hands, and hit them on the head again.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Amid the continuous noises, Song-Shi, with the mentality of hurting 800 enemies and 1,000 of his own, waved his only weapon like a madman, hitting whoever he came into contact with. The book, which originally had only its cover torn, began to tear faster and faster. The white papers flew all over the sky with each impact and landed all over the podium. Even so, she couldn't stop the fist from coming through the gap. Her back is her worst hit area. No matter how fast her reaction is, she cannot guarantee that she can block every punch. Punch after punch, each one hitting the flesh. Song-Shi felt like his bones were about to fall apart, and the taste of blood in his throat became stronger. She swallowed and suppressed the unpleasant taste. After all, the book couldn't last long. It was tattered like a white flower blooming in Song-Shi's hand, and it had almost no damaging power. Song-Shi randomly aimed at someone and smashed it in his face. The man quickly crossed his hands in front of his face to block the attack from the book, but this also blocked his vision. Song-Shi leaped towards him and knocked him off the podium. Under the huge impact, the boy screamed and struggled to sit up. Song-Shi's elbow was tightly clamped on his neck and pressed his head back. Song-Shi changed his previous strategy and faced 5 people at once. The damage was evenly distributed among each of them and would hardly affect their actions. Then she targeted one person. Song-Shi clenched his right fist and punched him in the face. The blood in her body was boiling. The man under her fist had no power to resist, and his nose was bleeding. He used one hand to break his neck, and the other hand to cover his face in panic and embarrassment, shouting, "Come and save me." The other students in the class were completely stunned when they saw this. They couldn't imagine that the girl in front of them who was fighting like a madman was Song-Shi. Song-Shi, who used to be so timid that she didn't fight back or say anything back. Isn't she awakened? Why is she even crazier than those who have properly awakened the violent type? And why is she so desperate? The other 4 had already surrounded their companion when he was knocked down. They reached out to pull Song-Shi's clothes, trying to pull her down. But Song-Shi held on tightly to his companion's neck and refused to let go. No matter how hard they pulled, they could not rescue his companion, but would make his companion more painful. The boy lying on the ground had already started rolling his eyes. His hands that were trying to block Song-Shi's fist no longer had the strength left. He just lay on the ground, allowing Song-Shur to hit him in the face. His face soon became unrecognizable as a human, with several large bumps on his forehead. Song-Shur's fist was also bloody, and it was unclear whether it was his blood or his own. The four people couldn't lift Song-Shur's body up no matter what, so they started to attack Song-Shur's back. Masochism value progress. +1 masochism value progress. +1. Subtitles kept appearing in her mind, but Song-Shur ignored them. Blood splattered everywhere and landed on her face and the front of her white shirt. Her back was also stained with blood from the beating. The people who kept kicking and hitting her gradually stopped and looked at the scene in horror. Song-Shur was enveloped in the smell of blood. Her eyes were red, and the pain in her back stimulated her nerves. She had no other consciousness, but only one thought. She would not let go of those who had bullied her original body. The person lying on the ground had fainted and was motionless. Song-Shur stopped and hesitantly turned the other person's face straight. Seeing the purple but tightly closed eyes, her clenched fists loosened little by little. She released the arm that was strangling his breathing, stood up, and turned to look at the remaining four people. Blood splashed into her right eye and mixed with it as she blinked. The moment she looked over, it was as if she was being stared at by a demon. The girl whose arm she had twisted earlier subconsciously took a step back. The remaining three people were barely able to remain calm. They hesitantly looked towards the back of the class and asked the boy sitting next to Jin Xianhui for his opinion. Song-Shur also turned her head and looked in their direction, but the person she was looking at was Jin Xianhui. When Jin Xianhui met Song-Shur's gaze, a chill rose from the soles of his feet, and he felt a little breathless. He took a step back and moved closer to the boy next to him, as if Song-Shur would be unable to do anything to her, but the chill as if being stared at by a poisonous snake could not be dissipated at all. Song-Shur took a step forward and rushed towards him. Seeing that the situation was not right, Jin Xianhui was about to dodge, but Song-Shur grabbed a pile of books on a girl's desk and threw it at him. As soon as Jin Xianhui slowed down, Song-Shur flew over and knocked him to the ground. Jin Xianhui was terrified. He thought of the fate of the last person who was suppressed and beaten by Song-Shur. He hugged his head with both hands and cried for help. "Brother Wei, save me. Sisterly, save me.
Teacher Chun. Teacher Chun. Come and save me."
Song-Shur forcefully pried one of his hands open, revealing half of his face, and smashed it down mercilessly.
"Ah!
Brother!"
Teacher Chun. Teacher!
Jin Xianhui's screams became louder and louder. Song-Shur. A loud shout came from the door, and Song-Shur felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. Isn't that the voice of Teacher Chun whom she had called to ask for leave before? When Jin Xianhui heard this voice, it was like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. "Teacher Chun. Save me. Save me. Song-Shur is crazy. She is crazy. Song-Shur, let him go." Teacher Chun had already walked into the classroom, stood on the podium, slammed the book on the podium, and shouted loudly. Song-Shur impatiently threw a last punch before he restrained his violent aura and raised his head. The middle-aged teacher on the podium raised his black-framed glosses that had slipped down. Song-Shur let go of Jin. His eyes behind his glosses suddenly widened, and he took a step forward with his leather-shod feet, raising his arms as if to stop something. Song-Shur had just regained consciousness, and his reaction speed dropped sharply. Looking at this scene, he wondered dully what was wrong with the teacher.
Bang!
The back of her head felt a sharp pain, her vision suddenly went dark, and her body fell forward uncontrollably, landing on the floor right next to Jin Xianhui.
"Ah!"
Song-Shur heard screams coming from all around him, mixed with Jin Xianhui's shouts. Teacher Chun ran down from the podium, shouting, "Class monitor, take her to the infirmary.
Quick!"
She felt something hot flowing out of her, flowing onto her face, with a very foul smell of blood. She heard the scrape of a metal chair against the ground. Two people each held up one of her arms, and she was helped up. She had no strength in her feet and was dragged forward. Her consciousness became increasingly blurred. She struggled not to fall asleep and turned back with difficulty. The boy who had been sitting on the chair and was regarded as a savior by Jin Xianhui stood up at some point and smiled at her with a grin on his lips. Looking down, he was holding a chair in his right hand. There was a lot of blood on a sharp corner of the chair back. Staring at the dark red and sticky blood, Song Shi lost consciousness. The news that 4 people were carried out of the grade 3-2 class during a morning class spread like wildfire around the school. Although the students of Class 2 were discussing this matter everywhere on the campus forum of Rinchi Middle School, people kept asking the students of Class 3-2 whether it was true. They remained silent on the matter, but Class 1 and Class 3 were separated from Class 2 by a wall, and the noise was so loud that they heard it clearly. They were the most active in the forum. The group of superpowers were also talking about this matter. Tang Yu's desk mate Yang Jinjin is a natural Bagua saint body and awakened superbrain system. The direction of differentiation is also strengthening, and the awakened superbrain system strengthens the brain. High-level superbrain awakeners can connect their brains to the information world and can intercept, browse, and analyze invisible signals traveling through the human world at will without the aid of external devices. But Yang Jinjin is a D-level person. She cannot do these advanced things. She is just more sensitive to information than others. She is good at collecting gossip information and organizing the items and judging which one is true and which one is false based on the logical relationship. 1 against 7 is definitely true. She put one foot on the stool, and a circle of classmates who were listening to the gossip surrounded her and looked up at her. The guy in the last row at the back door of Class 3 left the door a crack when he was in class. He said the fight started when the bell rang and lasted for a full 20 minutes. It was not until the class teacher of Class 2 came out to stop it that it stopped. Yang Jinjin was talking with great excitement and vividness, as if she was there at the time. During these 20 minutes, there was a lot of noise, almost enough to lift the roof off the house, but somehow, their class teacher never showed up. Then guess what happened? Do you know Jin Xianhui from Class 2? She looked around expectantly, and everyone was in a daze. Yang Jinjin said with a TSK. That guy who doesn't wear his school uniform properly, wears a big silver chain around his neck, and walks around our floor every day. Oh, I remember now. A chubby boy raised his hand. I accidentally bumped into him while walking before, and he wanted to hit me. Luckily, I'm a wind element and can run fast. When he saw that I had superpowers, he left. It was him. Yang Jinjin clapped his hands. He was beaten and kept shouting for help, so their class teacher showed up. I think their class teacher did it on purpose. A girl with glosses and a gentle appearance lowered her voice. Wei Yu from their class. His father is the deputy captain of our District 11 Outer City security team. Such a big commotion today must have been instigated by Wei Yu, so their class teacher didn't dare to show up. Yang Jinjin gave her a thumbs up. The squad leader is the one who guessed that this was instigated by Wei Yu. Jin Xianhui is his younger brother, and he is venting his anger for his younger brother. And then, Tang Yu, who had been sleeping on the table, raised her head. What was the result? Yang Jinjin rarely saw Tang Yu actively asking about these gossips, so he pinched her chubby cheeks, patted the dirty stool, sat back in his seat, and continued to talk more excitedly. As soon as their classmate walked in, he yelled at the violent girl to stop. I guess the girl stopped in the end, but here comes the point. Yang Jinjin paused, glanced around, lowered his head stealthily, and hooked his finger to signal everyone to come over. Tang Yu leaned her head over and formed a smaller circle with the others. Then Yang Jinjin said, Wei Yu was sneaking up on me. He took advantage of me not paying attention and hit me on the back of the head with a chair. Hiss! There was a sudden gasp from the people in the circle. Tang Yu also subconsciously touched his head. It would have been fine if she hadn't touched it, but once she touched it she remembered that Song Shi had borrowed a hairband from her. Her hands froze. Perhaps Song Shi was planning to confront those people head-on at that time. Don't go out and tell anyone. This is what I overheard from the girls in Class 2 in the toilet cubicle. Yang Jinjin raised her index finger and pressed it to her lips. The fat boy wondered. Class 2 is on the 3rd floor, and we're on the 5th floor. How come the girls from their class come to our 5th floor to use the toilet? Yang Jinjin glared at him speechlessly. Can I go down to the third floor? Little fatty, the god of gossip is really dedicated to his job. Yang Jinjin accepted the title with relief and continued to narrate in the tone of a storyteller. You don't know. The scene was so tragic at that time. The guy from the third shift who was eavesdropping was sitting in the back row. To go to the infirmary, he had to pace through the back door of the third shift. He saw through the crack in the door that the third shift carried out 4 people at once. She stretched out her fingers, made the number 4, and waved it in front of everyone. The girl from the violence department was the first one to be carried out. She was being held by the monitor and vice monitor of her class. She seemed to be unconscious, with her legs dragging on the ground. Her entire school uniform was red, and the ground was covered in blood. As she spoke, she shuddered. As expected, her description elicited another wave of gasps. Will she die? Asked the little fat man worriedly. Yang Jinjin shook his head regretfully. I don't know about that either. The infirmary hasn't revealed any information yet. Where are the other 3? Someone asked. Yang Jinjin said, one of them is lame, one was beaten beyond recognition, and is also unconscious, and the other one is the one with the big silver chain. He was covered in the blood of the violent girl. It is said that he fainted from fear. TSK, such an arrogant person was actually fainted from fear. Oh, by the way, I have photos of the scene. Do you want to see them?
Yes,
They said almost in unison. Gossip was the only fun in their boring student life. While Yang Jinjin opened the computer to look for photos, she gave a warning. Be prepared. It's extremely bloody. She emphasized the last 4 words. Who hasn't seen a bloody photo? I've seen pictures of animals being dissected. Here, this one. Yang Jinjin removed the privacy function on the computer and released the photo for everyone to see. It was a photo of an uncleaned corridor with a very long trail of blood and overlapping messy footprints extending to the stairs. The person sitting in front of Yang Jinjin showed a disappointed look. That's it? I thought it was a picture of the classroom. Yang Jinjin bumped him across the table and said, That's easy for you to say. With Wei Yuyu and the head teacher here, how could the classroom photos be leaked? I and others even asked for them. The little fat boy propped up his chin like a melancholy mushroom. 1 against 7. That's amazing. He was very envious. If I encounter such a thing, I can only run away. The female monitor with glosses ignored him and pondered for a moment. Why did she suddenly change her personality? Wasn't she awakened? Yang Jinjin didn't understand this either. Although a high-probability berserker differentiated driven by violent factors should be so arrogant and violent, it has been 2 years, and she has always been timid. Now her personality has suddenly changed to what a berserker should be, which is a bit strange. Is it impossible for me to resist after being bullied? Tang Yu pouted and said, Besides, even if I'm not a violent person, I'm just an ordinary person. If I've been oppressed for a long time, I have the right to resist. Yang Jinjin bit her nails, her brows furrowed unconsciously. That being said, I always feel like something is not right. What was wrong? She couldn't tell. The female monitor with glosses looked at Yang Jinjin and patiently encouraged her. Think about it carefully. The super brain system is good at grasping details. The things you think are wrong are the details you missed. The people around nodded in agreement. Being stared at by so many people and thinking about the details, Yang Jinjin gnawed her fingers even harder. She mobilized all her brain cells to think, and suddenly, she had an idea. Is she no longer the original Songshur? Everyone waited for her answer with sparkling eyes. Class is about to start, let's go back. The group of people scattered like birds and beasts. Yang Jinjin raised his hand to keep them, but found that he seemed unable to explain this absurd idea and sat back in a depressed mood. How could she think like this? She didn't know that as she continued to unravel all the details related to Songshur, the neurons in a certain area of her brain established a very weak connection with the virtual information of this world. She briefly saw Songshur's search history. Is there a parallel world? The most suspicious time traveler in the history of the Federation? The most powerful scientist in the Federation? Why is the technology in the Federation so poor? How many districts are there in the Federation? what are alien beasts, how to pay for the bus. After this information is captured, each neuron summarizes it and finally outputs a conclusion. Songshur does not belong to the Federation. Unfortunately, Yang Jingjin was only a D-level Superbrain Awakener and did not realize that his ability had just played a role no less than a level and thought he was just overthinking. She lowered her brows listlessly, feeling a little dizzy. The bell rang for class. Tang Yu took out her book and turned to what she had learned in the previous class. She saw her desk mate still sleeping on the table. Tang Yu was surprised. This class was taught by the head teacher and she didn't dare to sleep, but Yang Jingjin dared to sleep. Before the head teacher looked over, she nudged her with her elbow. Yang Jingjin shook his head but didn't wake up. Tang Yu frowned and pushed with greater force, but Yang Jingjin still did not respond. Tang Yu sensed something was wrong and shook her arm while whispering, Jingjin? Jingjin, Jingjin? The class has started. Tang Yu, what are you doing? The head teacher was an elderly, skinny man. His majestic voice came from the podium, accompanied by a book that was thrown down. Tang Yu subconsciously reached out to intercept the book, but she couldn't control her emotions, and a fire burst out from her palm. The book that the head teacher used to give lectures was immediately burned into black ash and flew onto the head of a student at the front desk. Students in the front row. The head teacher angrily strode down from the podium and rushed to Tang Yu, ready to explode in anger. Tang Yu stood up and shouted, Teacher Jingjin fainted. Head teacher. The infirmary is particularly busy today. First, 4 students from the ordinary class who were half dead from a fight were sent in, and then a comatose student from the Superbrain department was sent in. The medical staff are extremely busy. Tang Yu and the old teacher carried Yang Jingjin over and sent him to the examination room specially prepared for awakened people. The two sat side by side on chairs in the waiting room outside waiting for the results. Tang Yu pinched her fingers, Teacher, I didn't mean to burn your book. I couldn't control myself. The old man glanced at her and said, I have plenty of books, so I don't need that one. But you should also pay attention to controlling your emotions. You seem to be a well-behaved child. How can you get so angry when you get excited? Tang Yu lowered her head and said sincerely, I will pay attention. The old man turned his face away and said nothing more. The door of treatment room number 3 opened. Tang Yu and the old man looked over together. A middle-aged Mediterranean man, sweating profusely, walked out, supporting a student with a yellow crew cut who was leaning on a cane. Thanks to the gossip Saint Yang Jingjin, Tang Yu knew the head teachers of all the classes in the school and knew a lot of their embarrassing stories, so she recognized this as the head teacher of Senior 3-2 class at a glance. Chun Lishu also saw them, or to be more precise, saw the old man. He was stunned at first, then smiled awkwardly, helped the student out of the waiting room, and handed him over to the student's parents who were waiting outside. The parents outside the door were cursing, and the sound, neither loud nor soft, could be heard in the waiting room. More than 10 minutes later, Chun Lishu returned. He took out the handkerchief from his chest and wiped the sweat off his head. He hesitated and moved to the old man. He forced a smile and asked, Why are you here, Director Yen? The old man is Yen Qianlin, the director of the Supernatural Department of Rinshi Middle School. The student fainted after overusing her supernatural powers. Send her here to check for other physical conditions. Hearing this, Tang Yu tilted his head to look at the head teacher and suddenly realized that the head teacher had taught so many classes with special abilities and had some experience. But how could Jingjin overuse her supernatural power? Dean Yan's students are all extraordinary. Chun Lishu praised subconsciously. Not as good as the students in your class. Chun Lishu was sweating even more. What happened in his class today must have been known to all the teachers in the school. He has a lot of pain in his heart, but he can't express it. Wei Yuyu is an expensive and hot potato. He was an ordinary person with no special powers and no background. He dared not offend the giant Buddha, no matter what. He could only hold it in his hands, causing layer of blisters on his body. Originally thought that this year was the last year, and as long as Songshur could hold on and he turned a blind eye, everything would be smooth sailing. Unexpectedly, something unexpected happened on Songshur's side. He laughed dryly twice, unable to speak, and found a seat in a corner and sat down. Yang Jinjin's head teacher is here. The door of the examination room opened, and the doctor came out to call people. Old man Yan slowly stood up on his knees and went to the doctor's office. Tang Yu naturally followed him. She has overused her powers and consumed too much mental energy. She has temporarily entered a dormant state. Don't worry, she will be fine after a good night's sleep. Also, tell her parents to eat more brain-boosting foods in the next few days. It would be best if she also drinks a few doses of mental energy recovery medicine. She has signs of breaking through to D level. Tang Yu was secretly relieved to hear that Yang Jingjin was fine, and then when she heard that she might have a breakthrough, she was the first to be happy for her. Old man Yan had been through a lot, so he remained calm and just nodded. Then I'll temporarily place her here. Ask her to contact me when she wakes up. Okay. The doctor entered Old Man Yan's instructions into the optical computer reminder system, said goodbye, put on a mask, and hurried to the next treatment room. Go back to class. Old Man Yan glanced at Tang Yu and walked briskly towards the classroom. Before leaving, Tang Yu quickly glanced at the screen on the doctor's desk and found Song Shi's name on the ward schedule. After Song Shi opened his eyes, he had only one thought. She took a deep breath, suppressed the urge, and reached out to touch the wound on the back of her head. Recalling the scene before she fainted, she bled a lot, and the wound must have been very deep. But at this time, she didn't feel the gauze to bandage the wound, and she couldn't even find the wound. She pressed her fingers on various places on the back of her head and felt no pain. She lifted the quilt and lifted up the hospital gown underneath. She remembered that a rib on her lower right side had been kicked. She could feel the broken bone through a layer of flesh. But at this moment, there was not even a bruise there, and it didn't hurt when I pressed my fingers on it. The healer treated her. Song Shi sat up and pulled open the back of his collar to look at the wound on his back. No, it was as smooth as if the fight this morning was just a dream. Slowly lowering his hands, Song Shi's thoughts emptied for a brief moment. The subtitles in my mind also appeared. Anti-abuse progress, 20% masochism value progress, 15% the growth in progress was beyond Song Shi's expectations. When a bus exploded before and one person died, her progress increase was not that obvious. Could it be that indirect damage doesn't count? Song Shi looked down at his right hand. She could still recall the feeling of her hands being splashed with the muddy substance that flowed out from her exploding eyeballs, which was as hot as boiling water and so sticky that she couldn't get rid of it. The direct damage that time was just to pop the opponent's eyeball. So the growth rate is pitifully slow. After figuring this out, Song Shi withdrew his thoughts. Glancing at the digital clock on the bedside table, it was now 14:34. Get out of bed and put on your shoes. Song Shi walked out and ran into Tang Yu, who was coming in carrying a big bag. Tang Yu was obviously stunned for a moment. Then he raised the bag in his hand stupidly. My dad asked me to bring it to you. Song Shi looked through the bag, and it seemed to be filled with food. There was a familiar package inside, which looked like the milk that Tang Yu handed her this morning. Her stomach growled twice. She really needed to replenish her energy. Thank you very much. Song Shi took it from her, returned to his bed, put the bag back on the bedside table, took out the contents, and started eating. She ate very quickly, as if she was busy with something urgent. Tang Yu stood for a moment and left in silence. The school bell rang outside the window, and Song Shi stuffed his food into his mouth faster. After eating until she was 70% full and packing the remaining food, Song Shi jumped out of bed, grabbed the door handle, and prepared to open the door. The mirror on the back of the door reflected her current appearance. Her hair, which was tied up in the morning, had come loose. Her originally smooth hair was now messy, with dried and hardened blood clots stuck to it. Song Shi pulled it casually and pulled off a piece of dried blood with a few hairs still remaining on it. Song Shi rubbed the painful roots of his hair, threw it into the trash can, glanced around the room, and finally landed it in the laundry basket in the corner. The school uniform she had been wearing was piled inside. Song Shi walked over and picked and chose. The clothes were too dirty to wear, but fortunately, they were not damaged. She pulled out the bottom tie, tied her hair up, and tied it tightly, with a casual knot. After doing all this, she opened the door. Unexpectedly, Tang Yu did not leave, but stood with legs bent against the wall to the right of the door. When she heard the door open, she immediately turned her head, and the figure in the hospital gown was reflected in her clear big eyes. Wei Yuyu's father, Wei Hong, is the deputy captain of the District 11 Urban Security Team. Tang Yu said quickly. Song Shi's movement to close the door paused. She did not expect Tang Yu could guess what she was going to do. She quickly returned to normal and closed the door gently. You should go to class. After saying that, he walked away. Tang Yu bit her lower lip and finally took a step sideways to block her way. Although it's a good thing to have the courage to resist, I'm just a bystander and have no right to criticize you, but I still want to say that you shouldn't be so open and above board. Wei Hong is extremely powerful in the outer city. If he causes trouble for you, you and your parents will have trouble in District 11. Song Shi half closed his eyes, as if in deep thought. Tang Yu just showed hope in her eyes, but she heard Song Shi say, "Can he kill people at will?" Tang Yu shook his head. Federal laws are still in place, and he is not capable of killing people at will. Song Shi raised his eyebrows. Then what am I afraid of? What about your parents? Tang Yu bit her tongue as soon as she said these words. She suddenly realized that during the 2 years when Song Shi was bullied, her parents had never appeared. Song Shi? The sudden intrusion interrupted their conversation. The two of them looked towards the source of the sound at the same time and saw a Mediterranean man walking towards them, sweating profusely. Song Shi glanced out the window, and the scorching sun was blinding his eyes. Chun Lishu stood in front of the two men, his cheeks flushed, greasy sweat sliding down his nose, and his glosses falling down. He adjusted them. It's really you. I thought I was seeing things. Hecko, Teacher Chun. Song Shi lowered his head slightly. I didn't expect you to wake up so soon. How are you feeling? Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm fine. That's good. Chun Lishu let out a long sigh, finally feeling in the mood to wipe the sweat off his forehead. It's worth it that I hired a healer specifically for you. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Song Shi was very polite. It was so polite that Chun Lishu felt a chill down his spine. Even before, Song Shi had never treated him so politely. Now she couldn't bear it anymore and completely exploded, and it turned out like this. It's okay, it's okay. He tremblingly put the handkerchief back into his clothes. He changed the subject and happened to see Tang Yu. This person looks familiar. You came here with Director Yen this morning. You are from the supernatural class, right? Why are you still here? Didn't the student in your class go home? Tang Yu was about to speak, but Song Shi got there first and said calmly, I hired her to bring me food. I was a little hungry when I woke up. Chun Lishu nodded without questioning. We already have this kind of business on campus. It's quite convenient, and it's good to earn some pocket money. But you're in your 3rd year of high school now, Teacher Chen. Song Shi saw that he was looking for a topic and interrupted him. Have you contacted my parents about today's matter? The smile on Chun Lishu's face froze for a moment. Then he put it back and straightened his expression. I've contacted you. Then why didn't I see them? Song Shi asked knowingly. Chun Lishu glanced at Song Shi's face cautiously. Your mother said that you don't need to contact her as long as you are still alive. Song Shi had known this would happen. She asked this question not for herself, but to make Tang Yu understand. Her parents weren't worth her worrying about, not worth her patience on their behalf. She glanced sideways and saw, sure enough, Tang Yu was twisting her fingers, looking a little annoyed. I see. Song Shi turned around and said, Teacher Chen, I need to go back to class. Do you want to go with me? Go back. Chun Lishu was visibly panicked. What are you going back for? You just recovered from your injury. You still need to rest well. I'll ask for leave for you. You don't have to go back to class. Go home and rest for 2 days. I'll take some books back to read. I'm in my 3rd year of high school now, and I'm afraid it will affect my studies. Song Shi smiled. Chun Lishu looked at Song Shi's face and was stunned. It was so strange. She was obviously smiling, but he just felt something sinister was going on. Before he could speak, Song Shi had already walked around him and went out. Chun Li-shu hurriedly chased after him. Then the teacher will go with you to get it. Thank you, but don't you have classes today? I was a bit busy today, so I asked another teacher to take over 2 classes for me. Tang Yu looked at their backs, then looked at the closed ward, lowered her head and thought for a moment, and finally went in to pack the clothes in the dirty laundry basket and took them away along with the food on the table. I entered the teaching building and walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor. It was still class time, and the classroom doors were closed. Occasionally, the sound of the teacher's lecture could be heard, but it was not loud, like a whisper. Chun Li-shu followed Song Shi 1 step away, walked through the corridor, and finally stopped in the middle classroom on the 3rd floor. The class sign of Senior 3, 2, stood horizontally on the eaves of the door. Song Shi stood below it, looking through the glacé window on the door. On the podium, a tall male teacher was lecturing passionately. A miniature 4-dimensional monster was projected on the desk. Song Shi hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at Chun Li-shu and said, "I'll go in after class? It would be bad to disturb other people's lectures." Chun Li-shu's eyes turned around behind his glacés and said, "Go in now. There are too many students joining in the fun after class. Too many people, too many mouths. It's hard to control what happened." Song Shi probably guessed his intention, but did not point it out. "Then please wait a moment." After saying that, he raised his hand to knock on the door. Chun Li-shu always had a bad feeling, especially when he saw Song Shi's fingers about to touch the door. He gritted his teeth, made a final struggle, and stopped Song Shi's arm. "How about I get it for you? What book do you want?" Song Shi's fingers stopped knocking on the door in midair. She could feel Chun Li-shu's nervousness. After a moment of silence, she turned around and said, "I forgot to ask you, what punishment will Wei Yu receive for his behavior this morning?" Chun Li-shu's body froze, and he subconsciously touched the few remaining hairs on his temples. He spoke in a weak voice, "Well, he has already written a self-criticism." Song Shi pulled the corners of his lips, dispelling the last bit of kindness in his heart. "You won't be able to find what I want for a while." Avoiding Chun Li-shu's hand, Song Shi knocked on the door with his knuckles without hesitation. There are 2 crisp dong-dong sounds. The teacher's lecture was interrupted. He looked at the front door unhappily, walked down from the podium and opened the door. Song Shi, wearing a hospital gown, appeared in front of the whole class. "Something?" the teacher asked with a frown. Song Shi walked straight in and ignored his questions. The male teacher said tisk unhappily. Chun Li-shu explained awkwardly in the back, "Haha, Teacher Yu, I'm sorry to bother you in class. It's nothing. She just came back to get some books and will be leaving soon. After Song Shi came in, he swept his eyes around the entire class and inevitably met Wei Yu's eyes. He seemed to have just been sleeping. There was a red mark on one side of his face, and his hair was messy. The moment she looked over, he raised his at her view and grinned at her in a vicious and arrogant manner. Song Shi only paused for a second before looking away, as if avoiding his gaze, admitting defeat in a sense, or as if he didn't take his provocation seriously. There were many people in the class who were watching the fun, their eyes flickering between the 2 of them, and they were more inclined to the former. Although Song Shi resisted, she could not compare with Wei Yu, who had been arrogant for many years and had a strong background. The gap between them was too big. Instead of a head-on confrontation, it was better to give in and admit defeat early, which would make life easier in the future. While they were still imagining Song Shi's increasingly precarious study life in the future, Song Shi was already looking for his original body seat. There are only 5 empty seats in the class now. Excluding the seats of the 4 people who were seriously injured after being beaten by her this morning, the remaining 1 must be hers. At the end by the window, closest to the trash can, the 3-character nickname came to my mind again. Song Shi closed her eyes, opened them again, and walked towards her seat firmly. After Chun Li-shu finished explaining to the teacher, his eyes kept following Song Shi, paying attention to her movements, fearing that she would do something weird again. Seeing Song Shi walking towards his seat, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't relax completely because he saw that Song sure didn't go to find the textbook from the bookcase, but directly picked up the chair from her seat and pulled it all the way to the back door. The chair legs dragged on the ground, making a sharp and piercing squeak. Everyone in the class couldn't help but look back, wondering what the purpose of Song Shi's action was. Wei Yu did not look back. He leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, put one hand naturally on his knee, and the other hand on the table, playing with a pen. He looked at the virtual monster on the podium in front of him and seemed not curious about what was happening behind him. It should be said that he did not take any of Song Shi's actions seriously. He was sure that Song Shi did not have the courage to go against him again. Chun Lishu, who was standing at the door, looked at the direction of Song Shi's movement, then looked at Wei Yu, who was sitting in the second-to-last row in the middle column and had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Thinking of something, his eyes widened involuntarily. Seeing Song Shi dragging the chair and turning the corner, his heart skipped a beat, his mouth opened wide, and he quickly stepped forward with his right leg, trying to stop it all. It's too late.
Bang!
Anti-abuse progress. Plus 2% silent subtitles emerged in Song Shi's mind. The back of the chair hit Wei Yu's back, knocking him to the ground with the chair.
Ah!
Song Shi. Stop. The class suddenly became a mess. Chun Lishu's mind was broken, and his internal organs were boiling with blood, especially when he saw Wei Yu fall to the ground and spit out blood. His running legs instantly went limp, and he almost crawled over to try to stop him. Screams, the sound of Chun Lishu and the male teacher shouting Song Shi's name, Wei Yu's angry roar, all mixed together. Fortunately, Chun Lishu closed the door before running away, so the noise was controlled within a classroom and was not heard by people from other classes. Song Shi looked coldly at Wei Yu, who was struggling to get up from the ground. He grabbed the back of the chair with both hands and raised it above his head. While Wei Yu was still lying on the ground, he used all his strength to hit him on the back again. Anti-abuse progress. Plus 2% Wei Yu groaned and collapsed to the ground with his limbs weak. Song Shi was like an emotionless machine. After retracting his hand, he lifted the chair again. As it fell, Chun Lishu rushed over, hugged the chair with both hands, and put all his strength on it. Calm down. Let's talk it over nicely. Let's not be impulsive. Chun Lishu was about to cry. Song Shi pursed her lips, frowned, and pulled it out of his hand, but didn't pull it out.
For you.
Song Shi snorted coldly and simply threw the chair to Chun Lishu. Chun Lishu thought he would have to pull harder and harder, so he used all his strength. Song Shi suddenly let go of his hand, and he sat back on the ground a little dazed. Song Shi kicked away the table that Wei Yu was blocking her way. The table was overturned in the aisle, and the books were scattered all over the floor. The people around quickly retreated away from the battlefield and huddled together. Only the three younger brothers who had followed Wei Yu and were not seriously injured in the morning ran over and pulled Song Shi. Song Shi picked up a pile of books on the table behind Wei Yu and threw them at them. The books flew all over the place, and they dodged subconsciously. Song Shi took advantage of their dodging time to pounce on Wei Yu, grabbed his hair, and forced him to raise his face. Wei Yu was still conscious, but some bone in his back was broken, and he couldn't stand up straight. The movement of Song Shi pulling his hair at this moment pulled the wound on his back. He gasped in pain and bit his cheeks tightly to restrain himself from crying out in front of Song Shi. He tilted his head slightly and stared at Song Shi with poisonous eyes.
Good job.
Song Shi, don't even think about staying in District 11 anymore. And your parents don't even think about. Song Shi grabbed his hair and slammed his head to the ground. Anti-abuse progress. Plus 1% when he was pulled up again. Wei Yu was already bleeding from his nose and couldn't speak. Wei Yu's followers were so frightened by this scene that they surrounded Song Shi and tried to pull him back. Song Shi pushed them away and turned Wei Yu's face away forcefully. Without your father, you are nothing. Wei Yu's fists made a crackling sound as he lay on the ground. He glared at Song Shi fiercely and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. If you dare touch me again. No one had ever treated him like this in his entire life.
Songshur, to satisfy you.
Songshur lifted his head up without hesitation and pressed it to the ground.
Boom.
The sound of the head hitting the floor was heavy.
Song.
Sure. Wei Yuyu was so angry that his whole body was shaking and his voice was hoarse. I won't let you go. I don't need you to let me go. Songshur lifted his head and looked directly into his eyes without fear. Kill me if you have the guts. Oh, by the way, if you don't have that ability, you still have to ask your dad to do it. Wei Yuyu clenched his teeth, his eyes were red, and the blood from his nose had flowed down his face, looking very miserable. At this moment, he exchanged positions with Songshur this morning. After the male teacher helped Chen Lishu up, he quickly ran up to grab Songshur's arm, pried her fingers apart, and made her let go of Wei Yuyu's hair. He was very strong, and Songshur subconsciously didn't want to attack him, so he could only let go of his hand reluctantly. The three little followers who were watching her closely from behind took advantage of the situation and dragged her back. Songshur was dragged to her feet, watching the distance between her and Wei Yuyu gradually widen. She bent her elbow and hit the boy who was holding her right hand in the face. Immediately a scream was heard, and the boy squatted down holding his face. The remaining two people couldn't stop Songshur at all. Songshur dragged them forward, took a big step forward, and kicked Wei Yuyu on the thigh. Hit me with that chair again. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. This captive actually launched a sneak attack. Not satisfied with the first kick, he kicked again. Get your father here too. Get both of you on the chairs, and I'll see if you can smash me to death. The classroom was in chaos, and the students squatting in the corner were trembling as they watched the scene in front of them. Songshur was like a madman, kicking Wei Yuyu repeatedly. Her hospital gown was torn into a mess, her hair that was temporarily tied up with a tie was loose, and she exuded a ruthlessness from head to toe, as if she was risking her life, and so many people couldn't control her. A fool who can only call dad. An incompetent second-generation rich man. Songshur was being pulled further and further away. In her final blow, she kicked forward with the determination to break Wei Yuyu's leg. She raised her heel and kicked hard. Anti-abuse progress. 10% Chen Lishu suddenly rushed in between Songshur and Wei Yuyu, blocking the thundering blow with his body. His face instantly turned red like a cherry. He clamped his legs together, clenched his fists, and blocked the lower abdomen. Songshur froze. The male teacher who was protecting Wei Yuyu was dumbfounded and subconsciously brought his legs together while half-squatting. All the boys in the class silently changed their sitting positions, crossing their legs and pressing them close together. The scream was extremely contagious, and the originally noisy class became completely quiet at this moment. The bell for the end of Get Out of Class rang at this exact moment, clear, melodious, and long. When the last syllable of the bell rang, Songshur's expression became complicated, and he broke the silence. Teacher, why don't you go to the infirmary? Chen Lishu was sweating profusely, and he remained in the same position without daring to move. He gritted his teeth and managed to utter a relatively complete sentence. Send Wei Yuyu to the infirmary. The three people who were still holding Songshur hostage reacted and quickly let go of Songshur's arms and went to support Wei Yuyu, who was lying on the ground and almost unconscious. They supported him on the back of a tall and strong boy, carried him on his back, pushed open the classroom door, and walked towards the infirmary. The male teacher also stood up from the ground, carefully supported Chen Lishu's arm, and said in a very sympathetic tone, I'll take you to the infirmary. Chen Lishu gasped in pain, nodded, and slowly moved outside. Only Songshur was left there. She looked around and saw tables, chairs, and books scattered all over the floor. It was a tragic scene. The students who were watching huddled together and stared at her motionlessly. It was clearly the end of Get Out of Class time, but all kinds of noisy sounds could be heard from outside the corridor, while the classroom was so quiet that even breathing could be heard. It was two extremes. Songshur felt that he needed to check on Chen Lishu's condition. He tied his hair that was scattered on his shoulders with his tie again, straightened his hospital gown that had become wrinkled from being pulled, and walked towards the back door. A group of students gathered at the back door to watch the fun. They had just finished class and came out to get some fresh air and relax when they saw a student from class 2 running out of the classroom carrying an unconscious person, with a man and a woman on each side protecting him. The three of them were running hurriedly towards the corridor entrance. The face of the man on his back was buried in their grave, so they couldn't see clearly, but when they looked carefully, they realized that the three people running wildly in the corridor were the three younger brothers who always followed Wei Yu around and showed off their power. Since they are protecting him like this, it is very likely that the unconscious person is Wei Yu. Why did Wei Yu fall into a coma for no reason? They all looked at each other in sync and gathered around the half-open front door of Class 2. I could vaguely see that everyone in Class 2 was crowded in a corner, leaving a large empty area in the middle. What happened inside was blocked by the door frame because of the angle, so they couldn't see it. When they were debating whether or not to pretend to accidentally push the door open a little more, they saw the head teacher of Class 2 walking out with a pale face. It cannot be described as walking, but rather moving. He took small steps without moving his thighs but moving his calves, and moved forward little by little. There was a teacher supporting him, but even so, he seemed to be enduring great pain, and his facial features were distorted. The class is about to start. Aren't you going back to class to prepare for the next lesson? The man who was supporting Chen Lishu shouted to drive away the group of students who were watching the fun. But it had no effect. Except for their own class teacher, no one was afraid, and they still gathered at the door, looking them up and down. This inquiring look was extremely impolite. The male teacher immediately became angry, raised his eyebrows, and was about to scold. Ignore them. Chen Lishu stopped him, but it was obvious that this sentence took a lot of effort for him, and many fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead again. The male teacher could only swallow his anger, help him squeeze through the crowd, and walk towards the stairs. But there were so many people that I didn't know where the students on other floors heard the news, but they all squeezed over to watch the fun. They were blocked and could hardly move. When Songshur pushed the door open, he saw this crowded scene. She was stunned. This scene reminded her of her previous life, when she went to the cafeteria to grab food during her high school years. Songshur was wearing a hospital gown, and the blood splattered on the cuffs. The bright color was obviously freshly applied. The completely open door behind her and the mess on the floor were enough to explain what had happened. The people closest to Songshur couldn't help but take a step back. Following their gaze, Songshur looked back at the classroom, took a step back and slammed the door shut, blocking their view from continuing to explore. Then he walked towards the direction where Chen Lishu was. As soon as she came over, the crowd dispersed a lot. The originally crowded and difficult to move forward now opened up a path more than 1 meter wide. The male teacher noticed something and looked back at Songshur. He did not give her a good look because of her behavior. He snorted coldly, turned his head, and helped Chen Lishu leave quickly. Songshur followed them about 2 meters behind and went down to the first floor. The school bell rang from the loudspeaker, and the huge crowd of people who had come to watch the fun dispersed and went back to their classes. Songshur followed them into the school clinic building without saying a word, watched Chen Lishu enter the treatment room, and found a chair outside to sit down. You are in big trouble. The male teacher was sitting on the lounge chair opposite her. After saying this with a cold face, he lowered his head to operate on the computer screen. Songshur didn't care. He closed his eyes and rested. 2 short lines of subtitles appeared in his mind. Masochism value progress. 16% anti-abuse progress. 15% because she hurt the innocent Chen Lishu. She had 10% of her anti-abuse progress deducted. It would be a lie to say that she didn't feel any pain. With her current tactic of hurting the enemy 800 times and herself 1,000 times, she didn't know how many beatings she would have to endure to earn back this 10% progress. She was 1 step slower in awakening. Songshur sighed regretfully and opened her eyes. What she saw was the teacher opposite her with his arms folded across his chest, staring at her with a stern look. Songshur was not in a very good mood at the moment, but he did not escape and just stared back at him blankly. The other party thought she was in big trouble, but she didn't think so. If it were in her previous life, faced with this situation, she would probably not be able to eat or sleep and would be worried about her future. But for her now, Having come to this dangerous and strange world, free from all worries and having escaped death several times, she has become indifferent to everything. As long as she cannot be killed, it is not a big deal. What really affects her emotions is whether she can awaken smoothly and how she can become stronger.
It doesn't have to be like now.
She was just fighting back, but because she was not strong enough, the ending was very different. Wei Yu could solve the problem by writing a letter of self-review, but she could only passively accept other people's arrangements for her fate. Song Shi did not realize that his emotions were being revealed wildly. His eyes, which had originally been clear and calm, were now filled with hostility. That ruthlessness was exactly the same as the expression he had when he hit Wei Yu with a chair. The man staring at her suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, a chill rising from the soles of his feet. He quickly retracted his gaze, stood up pretending to be busy, and wandered around the door of treatment room number 6 where Qin Lishu was. Song Shi still sat there, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly to ease his inner restlessness. Half an hour later, the door of treatment room number 6 opened from the inside. Qin Lishu opened the door himself and stood aside. The healer came out rubbing his temple with a tired look on his face. There is a reason why healers are hired with high salaries and are fiercely fought over by ordinary hospitals. Qin Lishu's injury might not be healed in 10 days or half a month in an ordinary hospital, but under the hands of a healer, even if it is only a C-level or D-level healer, his injured part can heal 1,000 times faster in just half an hour. After sending the healer away with many thanks, Qin Lishu breathed a sigh of relief, but the next thing he had to deal with gave him even more of a headache. In the short half hour that he was recovering, Wei Yu's mother had received 34 call requests. Qin Lishu dialed the number with trembling hands and saw the young and bright beautiful woman with an angry look on her face. The background behind her was the school teaching building. "Teacher Qin, I'm going to your office soon. I hope you can handle today's matter properly." After saying that, he hung up the phone without mercy. The figure on the screen disappeared instantly. The words that Qin Lishu was about to explain were stuck in his throat, and he didn't have time to say them. Qin Lishu wiped her face, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying, and looked at Song Shi, who was already walking towards her. "Contact your mother to come over." Song Shi was helpless. "You also contacted her this morning. She will only come when you want to collect my body." The male teacher at the side couldn't stand it anymore and scolded, "Song Shi, it's already this time. I hope you can take it seriously." Song Shi wanted to say that she was very serious now, but when she met the male teacher's angry eyes, she finally decided to prove it with practical actions. In front of him, Song Shi found the phone number marked Mother in the computer address book and dialed it. Almost the moment the call was connected, it was hung up. There were 2 vibrating beep sounds, and the teacher hung up. The male teacher looked at Song with a strange look in his eyes. What kind of family situation could create such a tense mother-daughter relationship? Song Shi was amazed at the speed of the call from the other end. Even if it was a scam call, it would not be hung up so quickly. Her blood-related mother avoided her like the plague. Shrugging his shoulders, Song Shi raised his head and said helplessly, "I told you, she will only come to collect my body. Maybe she won't even come to collect my body, and will just let the school dispose of her body at will." Although they had only eaten 1 meal at the dining table, Song Shi was inexplicably so sure. Qin Lishu finally had to contact them in person. Song Shi quietly glanced at Qin Lishu's computer screen. She wanted to see what her mother's name was, but unfortunately the computer had privacy settings and she could not see anything. But Qin Lishu called personally and the call was connected. It should be said that Qin Lishu is always nice to everyone. Song Shi is still a minor. She violated school regulations by fighting with her classmates. You need to come to the school in person to negotiate with the other party's parents to resolve the matter. If you are unwilling to come, I can only report the matter to the Minor Rights Protection Center in accordance with federal law. You are her legal guardian, and the trouble you will face at that time will be even greater than it is now. I hope you will consider it carefully." After saying so much and laying out the consequences clearly, the person on the other side of the computer finally agreed. Qin Lishu turned off the computer and walked towards the office in the teaching building. Song Shi hesitated for a moment, then followed him to the office. When the male teacher saw that Chen Lishu had recovered and was fine, he left. After all, he was just a teacher and had no right to meet parents. Before leaving, he patted Chen Lishu's shoulder sympathetically and expressed his blessing. Song Shi was stopped outside Chen Lishu's office. 2 bodyguards in black suits stood on the left and right of the office door and let Chen Lishu in. Song Shi found a place not too far from the office door and stood against the wall. If you look closely, you will find that there is a small window with a crack right above her head. She heard all the conversations in the office. The beginning was almost entirely filled with women's accusations, with Chen Lishu's tiny, weak voice mixed in, making him seem weak, pitiful, and helpless. Gradually, the woman seemed to be tired of scolding, and her voice was not as passionate and excited as at the beginning. The slight crisp sound of porcelain cups colliding and the sound of water pouring into the cups could be heard. Chen Lishu poured tea for the other party, and then he was able to get a word in. If she were an ordinary person, it would be fine to fire her, but she has a high probability of differentiation into a violent type, and you know how much we value the violent type in District 11. Rinchi Middle School is a key high school, but the number of students who have awakened the berserk type and those who have not awakened is less than 10 fingers. This situation is already at the bottom of all the key high schools in District 11. If there is one less, the school will lose face, right? He spoke sincerely, but the other party didn't buy it. I sent someone to the Superpower Administration to check. She participated in the stimulation experiment, but did not awaken. It is impossible for her to awaken. You will lose a place for the Berserker department sooner or later. It is better to expel her, and I will help you find other people with potential. The conditions offered by the other party are actually very tempting. The stimulation experiment is not the only criterion for determining whether a person can awaken. She still has 3 months to go before the deadline for awakening. Judging from her high differentiation value of 49% when she enrolled, the probability of awakening in these 3 months is not 0.
So,
even if I agree to fire her. Chen Lishu paused for a moment, then suddenly lowered his voice. He probably spoke close to the other person's ear. Song Shi had to put his ear almost against the wall to hear clearly. The senior members of the Supernatural Division will not agree to this either. A branch of superpowers? I first heard of this thing during the Song Dynasty, but I can guess about 70% of it from the name. This school has a class for people with special abilities, and there is a corresponding leadership team to manage the class. Judging from their conversation, the top leaders of the ability branch, even the deputy captain of the city security team, cannot be offended. Otherwise, Chen Lishu would not have mentioned them specifically in this situation. She was also curious about who the top executives of the Superpowers Division were. There was no woman's voice coming from inside for a short while. Chen Lishu continued slowly. You probably heard about what happened this morning. After all, it was you who first got together with a group of people to take action. If this matter really gets out of hand, the senior management will try to keep things even, and it will be difficult to end it.
Bang!
The sound of a porcelain cup breaking when it was smashed to the ground suddenly rang out. Song Shi, whose ear was pressed against the wall, immediately moved a step away and rubbed his aching ear. The woman could no longer bear it and said in a sharp voice, "She hurt my son, and I can't heal her?" Chen Lishu quickly made amends. Wei Yu wrote a self-criticism this morning. Song Shi should punish her a little more severely. Let her read the self-criticism in front of the whole school.
How about that?
Read a self-criticism? The woman thought she had misheard. Chen Lishu, you must have forgotten who Wei Yu's father is. He only needs to write a self-criticism because of his status. The arrogant person who dared to hit my son is just a citizen of the lowest class. Reading a self-criticism in front of the whole school? Are you deliberately trying to protect her? Even though Song Shi couldn't see Chen Lishu, he could imagine that he was probably wiping the sweat from his head with a handkerchief at this time. Song Shi was already very surprised that Chen Lishu could speak up to this extent on her behalf, especially since she had accidentally hurt him and he did not take the opportunity to add insult to injury. Then what do you think? What should we do? Chen Lishu's attitude became humble. The woman snorted coldly. Since you are reluctant to expel her, then how about this? Send her to a controlled school for 3 months. During these 3 months, she will still be considered a student of your Rinshi Middle School. After 3 months, she will be an adult. If she still hasn't awakened, expel her. Songshur silently opened the light computer, searched for regulated schools, and browsed quickly. In summary, it is a closed-door school established at various bases with federal funding to provide for minors who have no parents and no conditions for education. Federal law strictly requires that minors must receive education, and their educational experience will be recorded in their personal files. For those who avoid studying, they will be treated the same as those with a high probability of violent differentiation. That is, whenever someone scans their brains, there will be a bracket after their names. Songshur looked at the 3 words low-energy person repeatedly to make sure he was not mistaken. She wanted to laugh, for some reason. With this comparison, her status as a high-risk person didn't seem so hard to accept. No one wants to be labeled as throughout his life. So, in today's Federation, whether it is the developed first base or the resource-scarce 11th base, studying is the top priority. But there are many orphans in the Federation. Nowadays, strange beasts are rampant, and human bases are often attacked by strange beasts. The public security in the outer city is not good, and the annual accidental death rate in the Federation remains high. In order to ensure that these children who lost their parents had access to education, controlled schools were established. The Ministry of Finance allocates funds, and the base is fully managed by the urban security team in the district. Teachers from other schools in each base are drawn to take turns to teach in the base. It is completely closed and includes food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The prison-like system management has attracted the attention of ordinary schools. They are worried about how to deal with students who make mistakes. If they expel them directly, the school has a target for expelling students every year. Expelling too many students will affect enrollment. If he is not expelled, the school atmosphere will only get worse. Controlling schools is a good choice. It does not amount to expulsion, but can send those troublemakers in the school for education. It can also punish those students in the school who are ready to cause trouble, thus killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This form of punishment is not uncommon in today's Federation. Songshur flipped his hand down from the light curtain and placed the words "the city security team in the area is under full management" in the center. She lowered her hands and stared at the line of words. This must be the woman's real purpose. The school is under the control of the city security team. Wei Yu's father is the deputy captain of the city security team. If she goes in, she will be at the mercy of others. Chun Lishu also knew this very well and immediately said, "I'm afraid we need to discuss this with Songshur's guardian. She is already on her way." As soon as he finished speaking, Songshur saw a figure coming up the corridor. She turned her head and saw the original body's mother in a black work suit with a gloomy face, walking towards them quickly in the empty corridor. Behind her, Lu Qiqi, dressed in a green gauze skirt, was walking with relatively brisk steps. They walked towards her one after another. Her mother never even gave her a glance. The bodyguard pushed open the office door, and she walked straight in. Lu Qiqi kept his eyes on her. He stopped 2 steps away from her, looked her up and down, and laughed with his hands covering his mouth. "It's only been 2 days since we last met. How come you've become like this?" Songshur was too lazy to pay attention to her. His attention was focused on the office. Chun Lishu was explaining the whole story to his original mother. Lu Qiqi was ignored by her and felt a little embarrassed. She said intentionally or unintentionally, "You are really like your father." Songshur finally raised his eyes. "What?" Lu Qiqi snorted softly. "They can only bring trouble to my mother. They are all disaster stars." Songshur, please elaborate. Lu Qiqi. She was surprised by Songshur's calm tone. He clenched his fists. "Do you need me to tell you? Don't you know what your father did?" Songshur. She really didn't know. Lu Qiqi pursed her lips, turned her head, took a few steps back, leaned on the railing on the other side of the aisle, casually put her arm on it, and went to enjoy the scenery. Songshur was speechless for a rare moment. This man really spoiled her mood. She was ready to listen to a story. Out of sight, out of mind. Song Shi leaned against the wall with his arms folded across his chest and his back to her. Inside, Wei Yuyu's mother was screaming accusations, while the mother in this body remained silent. The reason why Wei Yuyu's mother was so emotionally unstable was because she knew that the decision was not in her hands. With her special identity as a violent and high-probability differentiation user, and the fact that her son Wei Yuyu was in the wrong first, as long as the other party was a little tougher and refused her proposal, I agree. The indifferent voice vibrated through the cold wall and reached Song Shi's eardrums. All the calculations in her mind were shattered at this moment, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. Lu Qiqi was standing far away and did not hear the conversation inside. She spoke to herself. I have awakened, healing type, B level. Now our family of 3 are all awakened, and we can move to the inner city. We have already set a date, and we will leave the outer city in 3 days. Don't blame your mother for these messes in your school anymore. Lu Qiqi's voice overlapped with a sound inside the wall. You can do whatever you want with him. I have no objection. Also, Teacher Chun, I'm moving to the inner city soon. If Song Shi has any problems in the school, I hope you can solve them for me, just like you did in the past 2 years. On the signature page of the consent form for transfer to a controlled school, when Song Shi was holding the pen to sign his name, he saw the name of the blood-related mother of this body in the family signature column, Zhao Jing. The marks of the characters are so heavy that they almost seem to press through the paper, and there is a hint of trembling at the end of the strokes. After the other party signed his name neatly, he paced by her in the air, grabbed the hand of Lu Qiqi, who was standing at the door of the office in a daze, and left quickly. It was as if he was afraid that something unexpected would happen in the next second, and he would not be able to get rid of this burden. Song Shi withdrew his gaze, bent down, picked up the pen used by the other party, and wrote his name stroke by stroke behind his signature. She took 2 imperceptible deep breaths, adjusted her mood, and swept away the previous depression of being abandoned from the bottom of her heart. After all, she was not her biological mother, so why should she feel bad? As for being sent to a controlled school, what if the school was controlled by the city security team? If she died in the school within these 3 months, Wei Yuyu and his family would not be able to explain to the school. Wei Yuyu's mother personally proposed that if she had not awakened after 3 months, she would be expelled from school. This means that her life will not be threatened at least in these 3 months. 3 months is enough time for her to awaken successfully. As for the fact that they tried every possible means to get her into a reformatory school, they must have been prepared to make her suffer a lot in there. But dangers and opportunities often coexist. If she stayed outside, the progress bar would grow very slowly. If she changed to another place, perhaps her awakening progress bar would advance by leaps and bounds. Your name is Song Shi, right? Wei Yuyu's mother suddenly spoke while sitting on the sofa in front of the coffee table. Song Shi gathered his thoughts, ignored her, and wrote the last stroke of his name. The other person sat on the sofa with his legs crossed naturally, looking down as he fiddled with his fingers painted with bright red nail polish. Low-class citizens like you who live in the slums should know that you shouldn't have such a strong temper. Song Shi paused in putting the pen cap on and raised his head. The woman blew lightly on her nails, gathered her white fur cape around her shoulders, and raised her eyelids. Especially when facing someone who is not of the same class, it is best to put away the fangs in your mouth and the sharp claws in your hands, and be a meek and obedient punching bag. It is good for others and for yourself. Song Shi rubbed his ears. So, what this woman meant was that she, a slum dweller, should just sit there and let her son bully her? She should not fight back or talk back. Song Shi had never heard such a disgusting sermon in his life. Your son has a move that I really like. The other party did not follow Song Shi's train of thought and stared at her with a frown in confusion. Chun Lishu also looked over warily. In fact, he was still a little wary of Song Shi. He was worried that she would suddenly go crazy like she did in class before and hit Wei Yuyu's mother with a chair again. He glanced vaguely at the 2 bodyguards guarding outside the door. Song Shi should have seen the 2 bodyguards when she came in. She should not be so crazy as to take action under the supervision of the 2 bodyguards. Chun Lishu was still a little worried, so he pretended to take the contract on the table and casually walked to the side of Songshi. This way, even if Songshi suddenly went crazy, he would be able to stop him in time. Under Chen Lishu's vigilant gaze and the beautiful woman's puzzled eyes, Songshi raised his view and gestured to the beautiful woman twice. Beautiful woman. She widened her eyes, and the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes were flattened. When Chen Lishu saw Songshi doing this, he first breathed a sigh of relief, but then he broke into a sweat. Now her life is in someone else's hands, and she actually dares to provoke him so blatantly. The beautiful woman was so angry that she became speechless. Her fingers were tightly digging into the leather sofa. Her lips moved for a long time, but she couldn't utter a word. Perhaps no one had ever treated her so rudely before, which led to her having no coping strategies in this regard. I learned this from your son. I'm giving it back to you. Consider it a gift from your son to you. Songshi said with a smile. The beautiful woman was so angry that the world was spinning in front of her eyes. Chen Lishu was so anxious that he stamped his feet and nudged Songshi's arm with his elbow at an angle that the beautiful woman couldn't see. Songshi raised her eyes and glanced at him. Receiving Chen Lishu's warning look, she shrugged and put her hands behind her back as if nothing had happened. Chen Lishu quickly bent down and walked forward to say something nice, then took out a new cup from the shelf and poured her a cup of tea. There was nothing for Songshi to do any longer here, so he turned around and wanted to leave. Where are you going? When the woman saw Songshi's gradually leaving back, she suddenly became agitated and waved away the teacup in front of her. The teacup that Chen Lishu had just taken out shattered. The woman could no longer maintain her elegance as a noble lady and screamed at Songshi, "You have to go today." Songshi didn't even turn her head. She had eyes and saw the date written on the contract. Going to the controlled school would start from today. I'll go back and pack my things. Although she had nothing to pack, her suitcases were destroyed in the explosion, and her only remaining property was the computer on her wrist. She still had to buy something.
No.
The woman was probably afraid that she would take this opportunity to run away. You too. Catch her. Songshi, who had just walked to the door, was grabbed by the arms and carried back by two people. Chen Lishu reluctantly turned his eyes away from the broken teacups and nervously eased the tense atmosphere. Xiaosong, there are all kinds of things in there. You don't have to go home to clean them up. I'll drive you there now. After talking to Songshi, he bent down respectfully to ask the beautiful woman for her opinion. Transferring to the control school requires me to go with you to handle some procedures.
I will send her over now.
Madam, do you have any other instructions? The beautiful woman's face had not yet calmed down from being angry at Songshi. She glared at Chen Lishu and warned him, if you dare to play any tricks, don't even think about teaching at Renshi Middle School in the future. Don't forget who helped you get to this position. Obviously, she had seen that Chen Lishu was willing to help Songshi. The sweat on Chen Lishu's head had already flowed down to the back of his neck, but he didn't dare to wipe it off. At this moment, he lowered his head even more and said timidly, "That's natural. That's natural." The beautiful woman glanced at him sideways, stood up slowly, gathered her shawl around her, walked around the sofa, and snorted coldly as she paced by Songshi. Perhaps she was in a good mood because she thought that Songshi was about to fall into her hands. Songshi stared at the broken porcelain pieces on the ground with half of his eyes turned away, without reacting, as if he hadn't heard anything. "Let's go see my son." She left with two bodyguards. Only then did Chen Lishu dare to take out his wrinkled handkerchief and wipe the sticky sweat off his face. "Let's go." He smiled bitterly. "Leave the office building, go to the garage, and pace teaching building no. 1. All classes in the third year of high school are included. It's still class time, and there's not much else downstairs except for the class having physical education class." As she was about to enter the garage door, Songshi saw a figure running towards her from afar. She was wearing a school uniform, with a few strands of hair falling down as she ran. "It's Tang Yu." Songshi stopped immediately. Chen Lishu was still walking forward. When he heard no footsteps behind him, he immediately turned around to look. Then he saw the girl who had worked part-time in the morning running towards him with a backpack on her back and a small black suitcase in her hands. She finally stopped 3 steps in front of Songshur. "These are some things I packed temporarily. They may be useful to you if you take them with you." She ran so fast that her voice was a little breathless and her cheeks were flushed. Not to mention Shu. Even Songshur himself was dumbfounded. "Where did you get the news? No. It has been less than half an hour since she signed the consent form. Even if she pasted the message to Tang Yu at that time, it would not be enough to prepare these things in such a short time. Unless..." Yes." Tang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Songshur closed her mouth instantly. From the very beginning, she was going to settle the score with Wei Yu. Tang Yu guessed the ending and went back to prepare these things in advance. "This is what my father asked me to prepare for you. He said that you paid for 10 days' room and only stayed for 1 day, so the money for the remaining 9 days can be exchanged into these things for you to use inside," Tang Yu explained. Songshur took the suitcase handle from her, feeling mixed emotions. "Your father knows that I am a violent person? He'll know when you add him as a friend." Tang Yu lowered her head to operate the computer. "I don't have your computer contact information yet. I'll add you." Songshur held out her light brain and let her scan it. She recalled the details of the scene when she added Wei Hong as a friend. Was she exposed at that time? She didn't find anything wrong at all. After the scan was completed, Tang Yu seemed to understand what Songshur was thinking and showed her the friend adding page. Songshur looked down and saw 5 big red bold words, "High Danger Person," almost popping out of the page. Songshur. This tip is really pervasive. Afraid that others may not see it, Tang Yu took back the laptop and said crisply, "I have good news for you." "What?" Songshur raised his eyes to look at her. Her eyes curved into crescents, and she held the straps of her backpack with both hands, looking particularly well-behaved. "When I went to the office to ask for leave to go home, my homeroom teacher, who is also the director of the superpower department, asked me about your situation. He thought you might be about to awaken, so he asked me to pay more attention to you." As she spoke, she raised her eyebrows slightly, her eyes intentionally swept over Shu, and finally returned to Songshur's face, shaking the light brain on her wrist. "So, remember to contact me every week so that I can explain your situation to my class teacher." Her voice was neither loud nor soft, and Shu, who was standing in the shadow of the garage door, could just hear it. He wiped his sweat. It was obvious that these words were meant for him. He thought to himself, why are kids nowadays so cunning? He couldn't stay any longer, so he glanced at the time on the computer, waved at Songshur, and urged him, "Xiao Song, hurry up, we have to arrive before 6 o'clock." Hearing this, Songshur opened the sleeves of her hospital gown, revealing the laptop on her wrist. It was now 5:10. She raised her head, looked at Tang Yu, and promised, "I will." After saying that, he dragged his suitcase towards the garage. Shu drove Songshur away from Rinchi Middle School, and 40 minutes later, they arrived at a district adjacent to Rinchi Middle School, Shinha District. The words Control School 11-6 branch were written in golden letters on the gate. After registering at the gate, Shu drove Songshur into the parking area. After parking the car, a middle-aged man in a gray suit came and was responsible for meeting them, taking them through the admission procedures, and introducing the school to Songshur. There is not much difference between it and ordinary schools. The only difference is that the management here is stricter. You can only go out once a month, and for no more than half a day. The computer is confiscated during normal weeks, and you can only use it for 1 hour on weekend afternoons. According to the assessment system, if you make 5 mistakes and accumulate 5 points, you'll be punished by being locked in a small dark room. It's like prison mode, Songshur thought to himself. The man in the gray suit introduced himself. "Li Bin-gwen. I work in the admissions office." He spoke eloquently about the school's management system and proudly introduced the school's contribution to District 11. Although our 11-6 branch has not produced any outstanding talents, the crime rate in District 11 has plummeted in recent years, which is closely related to the 11-6 branch. This is especially true for Shinha District, which used to top the list of crime rates in District 11, but now ranks last. Songshur never imagined that one day, a school would talk about its achievements and say that it had reduced the crime rate in the area. Other places are so inferior. Song Shi muttered softly. Li Bingwen did not hear Song Shi's complaints and continue his long speech with ups and downs in his voice. The character problem is the biggest problem. If a person has a problem with his character, no matter how outstanding his ability is, what's the use? It's still a threat to District 11 and the Federation. Chen Lishu, who always agreed with others, just smiled awkwardly at this time, not knowing what to say in response. So Xiao Song. Li Bingwen turned his head and suddenly brought the topic to Song Shi. Come here, reform yourself, and start a new life after you get out. Song Shi followed the two and looked at the surrounding buildings. Why does this sound so strange? Staring at the unresponsive Song Shi, Chen Lishu grabbed her arm and pulled her in front of Li Bingwen, saying with a smile, "Then Director Li, please take care of her for me. If she has any questions, please contact me directly. I'll be there whenever you call. It's rare to see a class teacher like you nowadays." Li Bingwen looked at Chen Lishu with appreciation, turned back and continued walking forward. The smile on Chen Lishu's face suddenly became a little forced, especially when he met Song Shi's eyes. He turned his head away in panic, not daring to look at her, and caught up with Li Bingwen. Song Shi looked at his back and narrowed his eyes. Just now, what flashed across Chen Lishu's eyes was guilt. Guilt that he, as the class teacher, had turned a blind eye to the bullying of his original self over the past 2 years. The two had already walked far away. Song Shi shook his head and quickened his pace to catch up with them. The class she is about to transfer into is still Senior 3, too. Chen Lishu followed her to complete all the admission procedures and left. Song Shi took the dormitory room card from Li Bingwen, took off the light computer and handed it to him, and instead got a mechanical watch to tell time. He walked towards the dormitory building alone, dragging his suitcase. Song Shi glanced at the location on the room card. Room 496, Building A, Grade 3. Song Shi went up according to the location. The second room at the end of the 4th floor. Song Shi swiped the card, and the door creaked and opened tremblingly. It was still class time, and there was no one in the dormitory building, so the sound was extremely loud. Song Shi hurriedly raised his hand to hold it, and the sound stopped. Song Shi sighed. This door is too broken. She squeezed in through the open gap, carrying her suitcase, and closed the door gently. The dormitory is a single room. It was about 10 square meters, with a wooden single bed, a set of worn-out tables and chairs, and a small bathroom. Song Shi pushed open the bathroom door and saw a shower head inside. Turn on the tap and test the water temperature. It's cold water. Song Shi shook off the water droplets on his hands and looked at the things on the bed. The luggage and daily necessities issued by the school were all piled on the bed, including 2 sets of school uniforms, 2 sets of daily suits, and even uniform shoes. It's just like Chen Lishu said, everything is prepared here. Song Shi took off his watch and placed it on the table, then rolled up his sleeves and started to tidy up. An hour later, she slumped in the paint-chipped chair, tilted her head back, and let out a long sigh. I finally finished packing up the things assigned by the school. She was so sleepy that her upper eyelids were pressed against her lower eyelids. She hasn't slept a wink since yesterday morning. She hasn't opened the suitcase Tang Yu prepared yet, but she plans to pack it tomorrow. I took some clean clothes and went to take a shower. After a refreshing cold shower, Song Shi came out wrapped in coldness and sat on the chair, looking up at the ceiling and blinking. Her sleepiness disappeared completely. Resigned to his fate, he dragged the black suitcase out from under the bed and unzipped it. What you see is a whole wall of milk. They are all the brand that Tang Yu drinks. After a moment of stunned silence, Song Shi shook his head helplessly and smiled, then took out all the milk and placed it on the table. Tang Yu probably feared that she would be hungry, so she gave her 30 cartons of milk. After taking out the milk, the things buried underneath were also revealed. It was a large bag of medicine, which almost took up half of the suitcase. There were medicines with various therapeutic effects. Song Shi casually flipped through it a few times and found that most of them were painkillers, hemostatics, and gauze. Song Shi stared at the pile of medicine and wiped his face. So, Tang Yu had already expected that she would suffer a lot coming here? After collecting the medicines by category, Songshur looked at the few remaining items in the suitcase. These are some more detailed items that the school has not prepared. He took out a bundle of hair ties and placed them on the table. Then Songshur zipped it up and stuffed it back under the bed. There were voices and footsteps outside. Songshur picked up the watch on the table and put it on his wrist. He glanced at the time. It was 9 o'clock. She remembered that Lee Bin-gwen had also given her a schedule, so she stuffed it into the drawer. Songshur took it out and unfolded it, studying the time schedule on it. I get up at 7 in the morning and go back to the dormitory at 9 in the evening. There is an hour lunch break in the middle, and the remaining time is 2/3 for study and 1/3 for eating and group entertainment. The noise grew louder, and someone exclaimed, a new person? Bedroom 496. Songshur had only heard this conversation for 2 minutes and was about to go to bed and fall asleep when the dormitory door, which seemed like it could collapse at any time, was kicked from outside with a loud bang. Songshur locked the door before coming in, so they didn't kick it open. New here. Open the door. Songshur didn't want to open the door. If the other party was knocking on the door politely, she might open the door to communicate with him, but the other party's posture showed that he was not friendly. She didn't want to cause trouble right away, so she raised her hand and pressed the switch on the side of the table. The lights went out, and the whole room fell into darkness. It became quiet outside the door. Songshur sat motionless on the chair, staring at the door. There was a small window on the door. For privacy, she had pasted the piece of paper with the deduction points given to her by Lee Bin-gwen on it when she was packing her things. The view outside was blocked. At this time, the room was pitch black. There was light in the corridor outside, and the shadow of the person outside was projected on the paper. The shadow gradually shrank, and the person who kicked her door walked away. But the next second, the black shadow expanded rapidly, and her door was kicked hard again. The vibration sound spread throughout the building, and the voices in other places stopped quietly. Songshur originally thought that turning off the lights would show that she didn't want to see the guest, but she didn't expect that the other party would not give up until he saw her. She pushed the chair away and stood up, pulling out a hair tie from a bundle on the table and tying up the still wet ends of her hair. Flip the light switch on the wall and hold it close to the door handle. You're new here, do you know the rules? It's your first day, and you're already sleeping without even saying hecko to our eldest sister? The shouting and the sound of kicking the door covered up the footsteps of Songshur approaching. Songshur turned the door lock and opened it. He was caught off guard. The girl who kicked the door did not retract her foot. Instead, she looked terrified, screamed, and rushed towards Songshur. Songshur dodged sideways and watched coldly as the girl fell to the ground. The room was small and crowded, and the chair was right at the entrance. The girl pushed it forward in a hurry, and it rubbed against the floor, making a sound of teeth rubbing. The girl cried out ouch, got up from the ground, rubbed her knees and elbows, and limped back to her big sister. The so-called big sister was standing in front of the door. Songshur looked up and saw that he was wearing the blue and white school uniform issued by the school. He had ear-length light brown curly hair that was somewhat faded, with new black hair growing at the roots. He had a burning cigarette between the of his right hand. She walked in leisurely, ignoring Songshur, and looked around the newly cleaned room, her eyes stopping on a pile of red cartons of milk on the table. The girl who fell earlier also saw it. She didn't care about the pain in her legs and squeezed in again. She picked up a box and looked around. This milk is very expensive. It's the brand from the Eternal Life Group that's specially made for awakeners. It seems to improve mental strength. Ordinary people can drink this to strengthen their bodies. I have never drunk it before. As she said this, she opened a straw and put it in her mouth without asking Songshur whether he agreed with her to drink it. Songshur's eyes flashed with impatience. He took a step forward, snatched the straw from her mouth, pulled out the straw that was almost touching her mouth, threw it on the ground, and stepped on it. The follower was about to suck with the straw, but her hand came up empty. She was startled and looked down. Her hands were empty, and the milk was being put back in its place by Songshur. She felt insulted, her eyes widened, and she pointed at Songshur's arm, shaking you. What are you so arrogant about? What's wrong with having a drink? This is our territory. The walls of this dormitory building were not soundproof. Her voice was as loud as thunder and quickly spread throughout the building. The onlookers crowded the entire door. The big sister standing in front of her raised her fingers that had turned yellow from smoke at the right time. When the little follower saw this, he immediately shut his mouth and raised his chin towards Song-Shi in a pretentious manner. Just wait and see how my elder sister will deal with you. Your name is Song-Shi? Song-Shi raised his eyes. The other party knew her name. Were they sent by Wei Yu's mother? After the girl said the word Song Dynasty, there was a rustling sound of people whispering outside the door. Offend. City security team. Reward. Photo. Song-Shi could vaguely make out a few words. She tightened her grip on the door handle. She wondered how many people had Wei Yu's mother told about this matter, and why did all of them seem to know about it? She looked alert and her body tensed. The curly-haired girl looked at her, chuckled, and large clouds of white smoke came out of her nostrils. Have a good sleep tonight. After saying that, he walked away. The little follower was as surprised as Song-Shi. He quickly squeezed through the crowd and chased after him. He had just uttered the 3 words why. When he was glared at by the other party, he closed his mouth, shrank like a quail, and followed the other party away. The room was filled with the lingering smell of smoke. All the people who had been watching outside went back to their dormitories. Song-Shi locked the door and sat on a chair for a while. They are here to be sure. Confirm whether this newcomer is Song-Shi. They are the pioneers, followed by a large group of people. Have a good sleep tonight. Song-Shi recalled this sentence in his mind, turned off the lights, and went to bed. 7 o'clock in the morning. A whistle sounded downstairs, breaking through the thick morning fog and reaching the ears of the sleeping people. The sharp sound caused many people to curse. Song-Shi pushed open the door and walked out of the bathroom, with water droplets still on her face. She took down the uniform that she had arranged last night from the hanger and put it on. Her hair was tied into a ponytail behind her head. Breakfast is distributed uniformly, including 2 eggs and a box of milk. After breakfast, it's time for moral education class. Song-Shi sat in his seat, looking at a moral education book on the table that was as thick as 2 bricks stacked together. I suddenly thought of how damaging it would be to hit someone on the head with this book. She had been in a fugue state all morning. She just found out too. Moral education is a standard course in all regulated schools. Because this free school is a multifunctional mixed place that accommodates orphans, allows people from the society to collect qualifications, punishes troublemakers in various schools, and detains juvenile offenders. There was a message inscribed on a red banner with white letters on the classroom wall. Even if you are a social outcast, don't let this school become a prison that traps you. Since it is a slogan, it means that it is different from reality. Song-Shi only took a glance and summed it up in one sentence: a prison full of social outcasts. When faced with these people, the Federation does not pray that they can learn any useful knowledge to contribute to the development of the Federation. It only hopes to restrain their morals so that they will not harm society after they go out. It is no wonder that when Li Bingwen introduced the achievements of this school, he said that this school reduced the crime rate in the area. Song-Shi admitted that he had wronged him. The controller spoke for the entire morning. Halfway through, he got tired and someone else took over. The controller is the master of this school. There are no teachers in the control school, only controllers. 12 o'clock, get out of class ends on time. Everyone lined up in an orderly manner to enter the cafeteria under the supervision of the controller. The cafeteria has a huge capacity, and it seems that it is enough for thousands of people to dine at the same time. When there are too many people, conflicts are likely to occur. There was a controller holding equipment standing at regular intervals along the walls. There are also controllers patrolling between the neatly arranged dining tables. Song-Shi queued up to get his meal and looked for a seat. More than half of the seats in the cafeteria were already occupied, and there were almost no completely empty tables, so she found a nearby table with 2 empty seats and put down her tray. She was about to sit down when the other 6 people at the table for 8 hurriedly stood up with their half-eaten meals and spread out to sit at other tables with empty seats, away from Song-Shi. Song Shi was not surprised. He sat down as usual and ate the food on the plate. The dish didn't look very good at all. Various unknown vegetables were mixed together in a grayish-white color that was unappetizing. Song Shi picked up the spoon and dipped a little bit. The taste was exactly the same as its appearance, even better than that. Song Shi resisted the urge to spit it out, closed his eyes, and forced himself to ignore the taste and swallow it. This is the only way she can maintain her strength now. She ate this dish every day for the next few months. Hey, are you new here? It's normal that you can't eat this kind of food. A tray was placed across the table. Song Shi looked up and saw a boy about her age sitting down. At the same time, the originally empty 8-person dining table was filled with people, leaving only the table next to her empty. Song Shi became alert instantly. Call me Brother Tong. We will meet often in the future. The boy introduced enthusiastically. Song Shi did not relax at all and quickened his eating pace. You seem to like this kind of food. The boy opposite pretended to be surprised and said, Then you can have mine too. As he said this, he poured all the food on his plate into Song Shi's plate. The plate was thrown in as well. Oops, sorry my hands are shaking. He winked at his men, who reached in and fished it out. The subordinate was completely unaware of his fingers' direct contact with the food. When the plate was taken out, the rice and vegetables were all mixed together. It was not appetizing to begin with, and now it looked even less like something that could be eaten by humans. Because of the other party's rough actions, a lot of food splashed onto the table outside the plate, and some even splashed on Song Shi's arm. It was summer now, and Song Shi was wearing short sleeves. She quickly retracted her arm and wiped off the soup on it. Eat quickly, this is Brother Tong's gift. The man who took the plate pushed Song Shi's shoulder to urge him and wiped all the soup on his hands. Song Shi frowned in disgust, but the boy didn't notice and reached out his hand to push him away. Song Shi raised his eyes and clenched the spoon in his hand.
Hey!
Xiaogung, stop touching me. Brother Tong on the opposite side stretched out his hand to stop him, and then looked at Song Shi. Xiao Song. Eat quickly. Song Shi sat still, looking for the controllers who were assigned to maintain order in the cafeteria. The few controllers who were originally patrolling their area now all mixed into other areas, avoiding patrolling this area, and even avoiding looking over here. Song Shi had an idea in mind. The man who called himself Brother Tong spoke up again. Xiao Song, can you eat it? I'll call someone like you to show you how to do it. The same kind? Song Shi frowned. A thin boy was brought over by the arm and sat down in the empty seat next to her. Song Shi turned his head to look and was stunned by his appearance. A peacock with a high probability of differentiation, he is the same type as Xiao Song. He stretched out his hand and pushed the plate in front of Song Shi to the boy next to him, put away the hypocritical smile on his face, and gave an order directly. Chen Suqin, eat it. Under his gaze, the boy picked up the spoon on the table tremblingly, and without any thought of resistance, he scooped a spoonful of food and fed it into his mouth. In this inappropriate scene, Song Shi's mind quickly flashed through the personality introduction of the peacock family in the guide. Weak, meek, timid. Eat your sister. Song Shi raised his hand and slapped away the spoon that was about to reach his mouth. All the food in the spoon splashed out, and some of it even fell on the hair of Brother Tong opposite, forming a sticky ball. The smile he tried so hard to put on faltered, and he raised his hand to touch his hair, which was covered with a sticky substance. With disgust, he smeared it on the clothes of his younger brother beside him, his face gloomy and twisted. Catch her! The boy who had been standing behind Song Shi, ready to strike, immediately wrapped his elbow around Song Shi's neck and pulled him back with force as soon as he received the order. Song Shi's breath was choked, and his upper body was forced to lean back. She raised her hand to pry the other person's arm apart, but the hardened and swollen muscles were like giant arms of steel and could not be moved at all. The steel spoon that she had been holding in her right hand came into play at this time. She slid her fingers down to grasp the head of the spoon and stabbed his arm hard with the relatively sharp handle of the steel spoon. The handle of the spoon was polished into a round shape and only got in taut about 1 centimeter before being blocked by the muscles and unable to go any deeper. The boy above his head screamed, but did not let go. Songshur pulled out the steel spoon and stabbed at him again. But his hand was grabbed. The fingers were pried open bit by bit, and the steel spoon was forcefully taken away. The other people sitting around the table had gathered around in such a short time. Two of them grabbed Songshur's arms, one on the left and one on the right, and lifted her up forcefully. The boy who had clamped Songshur's neck finally loosened his arm. There was a bloody hole on his arm and blood was flowing along the tendons and veins. He grimaced in pain and hurriedly tore off his clothes to bandage it. Songshur was half dragged and half pulled in front of Tonga. She struggled violently, and the two men seemed to be trying to break free from her. Brother Tong gave a wink, and two more people came over and grabbed Songshur's arms. It took the four strong boys to barely hold Songshur in place. The people eating at the surrounding tables were startled and scattered. And the controllers never looked this way from beginning to end. Is the camera on? Brother Tong stood up, moved his wrists a few times, turned his head, and asked a younger brother behind him. It's open. The younger brother actually had a light computer on his wrist. He raised it up and pointed it at Songshur. Optical computers are prohibited items here. The other party must have obtained the tacit approval of the controller for being able to take out an optical computer. Okay, then remember to take a clear picture. I'm still waiting to exchange it for money. As Brother Tong spoke, he clenched his right fist, exhaled, and punched Songshur in the abdomen. Songshur groaned, and the blood color on his face faded instantly. The pain spread from his abdomen to his internal organs. His internal organs were violently squeezed, and his mind was cleared of thoughts in an instant. She lowered her head and clenched her teeth to hold back from screaming. Veins on her forehead were throbbing, and the blood vessels on her neck were prominent. Aren't you a tyrant? Her hair was grabbed, and the man surnamed Tong lifted her face and pointed it towards the camera. Come on, face the camera and say, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I won't do it again, and I will let you go. Songshur's eyes slowly focused, and she opened her mouth slightly. The smell of blood surged up, but she ignored it and looked at the camera, revealing one side of her white teeth. Brother Tong's face darkened, and he punched Songshur in the face. Don't be ungrateful. Songshur's face tilted weakly. Her chin was pinched again, forcing her to look up to face the camera. Songshur raised her eyelids and looked at Brother Tong, who was completely defenseless against her. Haven't you ever heard of hitting someone without hitting him in the face? A hoarse voice fell to the ground, and Songshur used all his strength to slam his head forward. There was a crisp bang sound. It was the sound of a broken nose. Brother Tong was caught off guard by this blow, and he covered his nose with his hands as tears streamed down his face. The four people who were dragging Songshur's arms immediately panicked. Two of them went to help Brother Tong, and the other two pulled Songshur back. Songshur raised his leg before them and kicked Brother Tong's weak spot. She didn't move her legs for such a long time, just waiting for this perfect opportunity. The distance and angle are just right. Brother Tong, who was only busy covering his nose, had no idea that real danger was about to come. The screams echoed throughout the cafeteria. The cafeteria was large, and the echoes were continuous. The remaining two people who were restraining Songshur's arms panicked. They were already barely able to trap Songshur, and now Songshur seized the opportunity, instantly broke free from her weakest right hand, grabbed the plate on the table, and smashed it at the person who was still twisting her left arm. When the man saw the plate coming at him, he subconsciously let go. Songshur threw the plate away to attract his attention, and he turned around and pounced on Brother Tong. Brother Tong was being carefully supported by his men. No one expected Songshur to squeeze in from the middle like a vicious dog. Brother Tong was knocked to the ground and fell backwards. The pain in his lower body made him afraid to struggle too much. He shouted and asked his men to pull Songshur away. Before his men reacted to pull Songshur back, Songshur's fists had already rained down on them. Each time he hit her, he used all his strength to hit her in the face. Don't hit people in the face. Don't hit people in the face. Don't hit people in the face. After 3 consecutive punches, the man under his command was beaten black and blue. His face was swollen beyond recognition. The person recording the video also urgently put down his laptop to stop them. More than a dozen hands forcibly pulled Songshur down and threw him to the ground. His abdomen suffered secondary injuries in this collision. Songshur's body twitched, and he climbed up with difficulty. Those people had surrounded her, stepped on her back with one foot, pressed her back to the ground, twisted her arms behind her back, and controlled her legs. Brother Tong was helped up. His eyes were so swollen that he could hardly see the scene in front of him, but he knew he had just been beaten. He could vaguely see Songshur being pinned to the ground. The pain in his lower body was nothing compared to the burning anger. He staggered, holding onto the arm of one of his men, walked to Songshur, who was lying on the ground, and kicked him in the waist and back several times. "I'll let you go crazy. I'll let you go crazy. You dare to resist. I'll let you know who's the boss here." Blood flowed out from Songshur's tightly pursed lips. Her hands, twisted behind her back, were clenched into fists, her knuckles turning white. She struggled as hard as she could, the strap even digging into her flesh, but it was of no avail. Under the suppression of so many people, her strength was too weak. After kicking her 7 or 8 times, Brother Tong finally let go of his anger. The pain in his lower body could not be relieved. He wiped the sweat from his head and instructed the others, "Go on, leave her with a breath, and send the video to me after you finish shooting it."
Yes.
2 younger brothers helped him away, and the remaining younger brothers released their hold on Songshur. Songshur had no place to put her hands, so she used her elbows to support herself on the ground and tried to sit up. Just when she was 5 centimeters off the ground, she was punched and kicked. Songshur's body was bent like a shrimp, with his hands on his head. No one knew how long the beating lasted until Songshur's eyes went dark and her mind gradually became a blur. The sounds of beating and scolding faded away. Her chin was twisted and a camera with a flashing green light was pointed at her for 2 or 3 seconds. It was finally quiet around. Songshur raised his wrist weakly, took out the watch that was deeply embedded in his flesh, held it in his hand, and lay on his back on the floor of the cafeteria, losing consciousness. Songshur was awakened by the pain. Every bone in her body hurt, especially the right side of her waist. Every time she breathed, it would affect that area. Soon a layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. She could only try to breathe lightly and move her body little by little. She was still lying on the cold floor of the cafeteria, and no one cared whether she lived or died. Songshur supported herself on the ground with her arms, slowly sat up, and held onto the cafeteria chair near her to support herself to stand up. This series of actions had made her sweat profusely due to the pain, and she leaned on the table to catch her breath. The cafeteria was empty. All the food on the table had been cleared away, and the sky outside the window was still bright. Songshur lowered his head to look at his watch and saw the time. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She slept for more than 2 hours. A light screen popped up in my mind. Masochism value progress. 26% anti-abuse progress. 21% this system is physically abusive, but not mentally abusive. I hope you will persevere to the end. The rewards will be far greater than you can imagine. Songshur looked at the last line of words, raised his head, and forced back the sour feeling in his eyes. Putting the watch into her trouser pocket, she walked towards the dormitory building with heavy steps. When she entered the dormitory door, someone dressed as an auntie from the duty room called her. "What do you do?" Songshur turned around and said, "I need to go back to the dormitory." As soon as she spoke, she realized that her voice was incredibly hoarse. "It's class time now. No one is allowed to go back to the dormitory." The afro-haired attendant ran out of the duty room, holding a half-meter-long steel ruler in his hand, and blocked Songshur's way. Songshur lowered his eyes to look at the steel ruler, and through the reflection on it, he saw large bloodstains on his cheeks and under his nose, which even spread to the roots of his hair on the left side of his temple. He didn't know when the nosebleed started, but it had now dried up. The corners of his mouth were swollen and purple, and there was blood as well, which was left by a punch to the abdomen. Seeing her in this state, and still not letting her go back to the dormitory to rest, Songshur probably had an idea in his mind. Holding his waist and moving slowly, Songshur walked out of the dormitory building and headed towards the teaching building. It was class time, and there was no one in the corridor. Songshur paced by the bathroom, turned into the sink, turned on the faucet, and washed the blood off his face. The water stung the corners of his mouth, and although Songshur tried his best to endure it, he still hummed. She slapped the edge of the pool with her palm, her chest heaving violently. The pain in her waist slowly stimulated her nerves, and her tyrannical aura of wanting to destroy everything reached its peak at this moment. Songshur raised his eyes and saw the person in the mirror had bloodshot eyes, which were scary red. I don't know if it was because I was blinded by anger or because I was numb from the pain, but the pain in my body gradually began to fade away. Streams of warm current pumped out from the chest cavity, along the blood vessels, slowly flowing into the limbs and bones, nourishing the injured flesh and blood, and soothing the violent emotions. Doubt flashed in the eyes of the person in the mirror. He touched his heart with his hand, which had just been withdrawn from the water, and felt the unknown breath, trying to determine whether it was an illusion. Before she could figure out whether it was true or false, a feeling of drowsiness came over her and engulfed her. Songshur's eyelids closed in an instant, and her body took a step back. The feeling of weightlessness caused by falling woke her up. She quickly held onto the sink with both hands to support herself from falling. She felt sleepy again, so she shook her head and scooped up a handful of cold water from the spout and poured it on her face. The cool touch gave her some relief, and she stumbled toward the classroom. Songshur fell asleep several times along the way. Every time this happened, she would punch her injured waist. The dull pain stimulated her nerves, making her wake up for a moment and rush forward immediately. Finally reaching the back door of the classroom, Songshur's eyelids felt heavier than 1,000 gold coins. He kicked the door open, struggled to pry his eyelids open a crack, glanced at his seat, and ran towards it. As soon as his butt touched the chair, Songshur fell asleep. She blocked out the instructor's angry scolding and the whispers around her. Her body was rapidly repairing itself, radiating heat from the inside out, her wet hair quickly drying up, her cheeks showing an abnormal blush, burning like she had a fever. Songshur slept on the table for the entire afternoon until it got dark. The bell rang for the end of get out of class, and the noisy sound of chairs moving around her made her wake up slowly and open her eyes. More than half of the class had already left, and the remaining people were sorting their things in 2s and 3s, and a few were cleaning. Songshur subconsciously looked at her wrist, but there was no watch on either arm. She paused for a moment, her memory returning, and she remembered that the watch was in her trouser pocket. She was about to take her watch out of her trouser pocket when her pupils trembled and she stared at her right wrist. She remembered that there was a deep scar there before she went to bed, which was caused by the watch strap. Now, there is only a shallow red mark on the wrist in front of me, like new pink flesh growing out after the wound scabs and blood scabs fall off. Thinking of something, Songshur immediately touched the wound on his waist. It doesn't hurt if you touch it lightly, but if you press it a little harder, you can feel the slow pain coming from inside. This little pain made Songshur feel calm. At least it means that everything in her memory was not a dream, but happened in reality. But why did she recover so quickly? Songshur thought of the soothing warmth that appeared in his heart when he was in the bathroom, and the accompanying tide of sleepiness. Could it be that she is going to awaken the healing ability? We're going to lock the door. An impatient male voice interrupted her. Songshur looked up and saw that the cleaners had already put away the cleaning tools and were walking out. The boy standing outside the door was holding the door handle and urging them. Songshur stood up and left his seat. She had just taken a step when she felt a pain in her waist, her legs went weak, and she almost fell. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and held the table in time. The injury on her waist was so severe that she might have recovered 70% to 80% after a good night's sleep. Songshur's expression remained calm. He took his hands off the table, slowed down, and walked towards the door. As soon as she left, the sound of a door closing was heard from behind. The men chased after her and paced by her. Songshur's eyes moved slowly towards the dormitory building. After getting used to the pain, she walked back to the dormitory quite easily. Locking the door, She took off her blood-stained clothes and walked to the bathroom with a change of clothes. Song-sure looked at his body carefully. All the external injuries had healed. The wound on his mouth and the bruises on his body were no longer there. There is still pain when pressing on the waist and chest, and these two places are the ones that were severely beaten. Such a fast recovery speed was a pleasant surprise for Song-sure. After washing the blood-stained clothes and hanging them up, Song-sure pushed open the bathroom door. She had been sleeping during dinner and had not eaten anything. Although she did not feel hungry, she still decided to eat something. Things like what happened today would not happen only once. Judging from the limited words she heard, she could exchange the video of her being beaten for money from Wei Yu's mother. I don't know how much the money was, but if there is a first person who is driven by this money, there will be a second one. Song-sure picked up the milk on the table that had been poked open by the little follower yesterday, tore a small hole in it, tilted his head back and poured it into his mouthful by mouthful. Her abdomen felt a little bloated, so she washed up and lay down on the bed. Even if you have slept for a whole afternoon, you will fall asleep immediately as your head touches the pillow. Early the next morning, Song-sure was awakened by a whistle. Before she opened her eyes, her fingers touched her waist and pressed it. The pain is much less than yesterday. She sat up, changed into the clean clothes that were placed beside the bed last night, and went into the bathroom to wash up. Staring at myself in the mirror, the corners of my mouth were smooth, and the redness, swelling, and bruises caused by the punch yesterday were gone. Song-sure touched it with his fingertips, thinking about something. Her recovery speed was too fast. Although the high probability differentiation of the violent system was stronger than ordinary people in terms of recovery ability, it was not to the point where they could recover 80% to 90% in one night. She needed to cover up, and Song-sure remembered that there was a small bag of cosmetics prepared by Tang Yu in the suitcase. She pushed open the bathroom door, squatted beside the bed, pulled out the suitcase, opened it, and found the bag of cosmetics under a large bag of medicine. Song-sure returned to the bathroom and picked and chose among the cosmetics. He found a suitable purple-blue color, dipped his fingers in it, and applied it on the corners of his mouth. He took a step back and looked at it from a distance. He felt it was not realistic enough, so he applied another layer of red. It still looks a little bit off. Song-sure simply squeezed out the liquid foundation, patted it gently, and covered the corners of her mouth with a thin layer, not completely covering the bruises, creating an effect that she was deliberately hiding the wound. Standing in front of the mirror and looking around, Song-sure was very satisfied with the effect. She put away her makeup, tied her hair up, and pushed the door open. Life in a controlled school is no different from day to day. Entered the cafeteria, got a plate, and went to get breakfast. Today's breakfast is a palm-sized piece of bread and a stew. Song-sure carried the plate with these things on it and looked for a seat. She arrived a little late again today. Every table for 8 was occupied by some people, so she simply walked straight to the nearest table and sat down. Anyway, these people will take the initiative to avoid her. Sure enough, when she walked towards this direction, all the people who were eating facing her quietly raised their eyes and observed her until she put down her plates. Only those who were not sitting at the same table with her lowered their eyes and continued eating, while those who had the misfortune of sitting with her said bad luck and took their plates to other places. Song-sure turned a deaf ear to the insult, lowered his head, and ate quickly. At the same time, she remained highly focused and kept an eye on the people pacing by. The situation where I was clamped by the neck and put in a passive position at the beginning of yesterday cannot happen again. Someone was approaching, and behind him was a group of younger brothers following him. Song-sure's eating movements remained unchanged, but if you looked closely, you could notice that the knuckles of her right hand holding the steel spoon were turning white, and her eating speed was slowing down, as if she was ready to rebel at any time. The man stretched out his hand and moved towards her shoulder. Song-sure's shoulders were tense. He held the steel spoon against the plate. His hand slid down, holding the middle of the spoon handle, and quickly turned it over with the tip facing down. The warm fingers touched her shoulder, and Song-sure moved his wrist, and was about to stab her. "Hecko, little sister." The other person patted her shoulder, and then took his hand away. Song sure didn't loosen her hand on the steel spoon. She turned her head and saw the boy sitting down next to her with one hand in his pocket. He sat sideways, with one leg casually placed on the horizontal bar between two stools, his elbow resting on the table, his head resting on his fist, and he tilted his head to look at me. Very familiar. I heard that you sent Tong Jun to the hospital yesterday. I didn't expect you to be so capable. After confirming that the other party had no intention of taking action, Song Sure lowered his head and continued eating. Not getting a reply from Song Sure, the other party frowned, feeling offended, but he quickly restrained himself and continued to smile. Let me introduce myself first. I am Dai Ming, who is 1 year younger than you. Miss, you can come to me if you have any problems in the future. I am the most loyal to my friends. When someone they met for the first time kept calling him friend and righteous, it would be a miracle if Song Sure believed him. She had finished her stew and was feeding the remaining half of her bread. The bread was very dry, and even though Song Sure ate slowly, he still felt a little choked. Dai Ming hooked his finger at his subordinate and handed him a bottle of water. He considerately unscrewed the bottle cap and placed it in front of Song Sure. Song Sure took a look and didn't touch it. Sister, do you know why Tong Jun came to see you? Dai Ming asked, supporting his head. Song Sure asked directly, how much money did Wei Yu's mother give you?
Well,
not much. Just 100,000. Whoever sends her the video first every day will get a 100,000 yuan reward. Song Sure captured a piece of information. The first one, every day. This was the reason why the man in front of her hurriedly came to find her during breakfast. He was worried that someone else would get there first and shoot a video and claim the 100,000 yuan prize. Only one group of people came to her yesterday, and it was for this reason. The prize money had already been taken away by the man named Tong. No matter how eager other people were to get the 100,000 prize money, there was no point in coming to her again. So, from now on, only one group of people will come to her every day, and because of the fierce competition, the time of arrival will be earlier and earlier. Like today, she was visited just after she got up and came to the cafeteria. Miss, I don't want to hurt you. The other party sighed with pretended pity, looked at the corner of Song Sure's mouth, and stretched out his hand to touch it. Tong Jun doesn't know how to be gentle with women. Look how ruthless he is. Teske, this won't go away for 5 or 6 days. Song Sure turned his face away to avoid his fingers and threw the little bread left in his hand onto the plate. Just tell me what you want to do. Dai Ming retracted his hand, placed it on the knee of the leg that was stepping on the railing, and said affectionately, Actually, I also want to help you. Instead of being beaten up by different people every day and suffering, it is better to establish a long-term cooperation with me. We will perform a play every day and give it to Wang Danyu. I will take the money, and you will suffer less. Song Sure endured it. What kind of play? It's simple. Dai Ming put down his legs and pointed at the laptop on the wrist of one of his subordinates, and introduced enthusiastically, kneel down and beg for mercy in front of the camera. It's best to cry hard and be humble. Then kowtow a few times, so that Wang Danyu will believe you, and the money will come naturally. Song Sure lowered his eyes and looked at the reflection of the steel dinner plate.
What if I don't want to?
Dai Ming rubbed his neck, and his men behind him immediately became restless. Then I can only refer to Tong Jun's method yesterday. After all, I have to get the money. Song Sure was silent for a moment. Okay. Dai Ming's eyes lit up. Do you agree to cooperate? He quickly turned back and asked his men to turn on the camera of the computer. Song Sure clenched the dinner plate with both hands, stood up suddenly, and smashed it on the back of the head of the person who was facing away from him. Shoot your mom. Shoot your mom. Shoot your mom. Anti-abuse progress. Plus 1% anti-abuse progress. Plus 1% anti-abuse progress. Plus 1%. The steel plate was severely deformed after 3 consecutive shots, and a big dent was left in it. Dai Ming was caught off guard and was knocked unconscious, falling headfirst to the ground. Fortunately, his men supported him in time, thus avoiding close contact with the ground. The number of men that Tong Jun brought yesterday was far greater than the number that surrounded Song Sure. Song Sure jumped onto the dining table, waving the plate and blowing away anyone who approached. The dinner plates hit the arms and the head, and the loud and strong crackling sound made the people eating around them feel sick. The controller still wasn't attracted by the commotion here and allowed them to fight. Songshur swung the dinner plate so hard that it made a rustling sound. Her speed was so fast that the people who were surrounding the table and trying to grab her could only see the afterimages left by the dinner plate. Before they could react, their arms went numb and they were hit. Roars of pain rang out one after another. For a while, no one could get close to Songshur. Dai Ming, who was helped to the side to rest, finally calmed down. He rubbed the back of his head and looked at Songshur, who was jumping up and down on the dining table. He was so angry that he grabbed the plates left by people who had fled the table and didn't have time to clean up the plates, and threw them at Songshur. Songshur noticed from the corner of her eye that a silver object was flying towards her head. She held the end of the plate with both hands, slapped the object back like playing badminton, and then focused her attention back on what was in front of her. The plate returned at high speed along the same route. Dai Ming's pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly dodged to the side. The plate brushed past his nose and hit the dining table vertically. The huge impact force caused the bottom part of the plate to flip over, leaving an obvious scratch on the table. Dai Ming was feeling relieved, but at the same time, he was so angry that his face turned blue. He stood up, grabbed the collar of a younger brother at the periphery, and took him to another table next to the one occupied by Songshur. "Go up. Knock her down," Dai Ming ordered. Songshur was standing on top, and no one could get close to her. They could only pounce on her and find the right opportunity. The younger brother looked up at Songshur, who was full of fighting power and was afraid to go up. Dai Ming grabbed his collar and pushed him forward a few inches, forcing him to look into his eyes, and said word by word, "If you don't do as I say, you'll be next." The younger brother shuddered and nodded hurriedly. I'll go. Dai Ming loosened his collar, and the younger brother climbed onto the table on a stool, stood up and faced Songshur. He closed his eyes, gave himself courage, and the next moment, he crossed the gap between the two tables and pounced on Songshur. How could Songshur not notice such a huge person suddenly pressing down on him? She also knew that the other party's purpose was to drag her down. She was extremely alert and hit the other person hard on the head the moment he pounced on her. The man was unable to dodge and was hit head-on. He felt dizzy and his nose was bleeding. However, he still remembered the mission that Dai Ming had given him. He opened his arms to hug Songshur. Songshur gathered his strength, raised his leg, and kicked him in the chest. Songshur was very strong, especially now that he was in the explosive period. He was even more powerful. With just one kick, he kicked him down. The man hugged nothing with his arms and felt weightless. He didn't care about Songshur at all. He subconsciously protected his head and fell to the ground. After resolving this crisis, Songshur didn't have time to be happy before his other ankle, which was resting on the dining table, was covered with something warm. Songshur secretly thought that something was not good, and he quickly lowered his center of gravity and swung his hand that was grabbing the steel plate towards his back. But it was too late. A hand grabbed her ankle and pulled her backwards. Songshur slid off the dining table. Another hand appeared and tried to grab the plate from her hand. Songshur held on to the plate tightly, fell off the table, and knelt on one knee on the ground. The people who had been waiting for a long time rushed over to him. Songshur ignored the pain in his kneecap that seemed to be shattered, and struggled to use the sharp edge of the torn plate to scratch the faces and bodies of the people around him. It was unknown whose blood splattered on Songshur's face and hair, and it was also unknown who pulled her hairband, causing her hair to fall apart and be grabbed by a handful. Songshur's body was forced to fall backward to the ground. At the last moment, she threw the dinner plate out and hit someone's head. A big hole immediately appeared on his forehead, and he covered his head and retreated. For Songshur at this time, the less one can be, the better. Songshur was eventually overwhelmed by the punches and kicks. She protected her neck and curled up to minimize the damage. Because of her previous indiscriminate harm, everyone had bruises and scratches on their bodies to varying degrees, so naturally their hatred for her was deeper. The fight lasted for a long time until Songshur's breath became weak and they dispersed. He still pinched her face, took a picture of her miserable condition, and then they supported each other and evacuated. Song sure did not faint this time. It took her a long time to get used to the pain in her body. She got up from the ground and looked at the bloodstains all over the ground. It was shocking. Some of it was hers, but more of it was those people's. She made money today. Song sure laughed softly. That laughter, coupled with her bloodied face and disheveled hair, was like a wounded wolf that had been torn into pieces by a pack of hyenas 100 times, but still survived. It was heroic, cruel, yet terrifying. The staff cleaning the cafeteria took a step back at her appearance and didn't dare to approach with their tools in hand. Song sure wiped the hot liquid flowing from her nose and the bright red blood on the back of her hand. She took out the tissue she had prepared this morning from her pocket, rolled it into a ball, and blocked her nostrils with it, then dragged her right leg and walked towards the teaching building. Her knee must have been injured when she fell from the table. She couldn't exert much strength, and it hurt every time she took a step. Song sure walked into the bathroom and threw the toilet paper that was stuffed in his nostrils and was completely soaked with blood into the trash can. He bent over the water outlet and poured more than 10 handfuls of water on his face. The clean water, mixed with the blood, flowed away. When he raised his head again, the nosebleed had stopped and the blood on his face had been almost washed away. In the mirror, she saw new wounds at the corners of her mouth, which did not need any makeup to cover. They were bruised and purple, and soon after she rinsed them, blood oozed out again. Her right eye was swollen, and her cheeks were covered with abrasions. One of the guys took advantage of the chaos and kicked her in the face. Song sure vaguely saw the man's appearance, and now he recalled it and put him on the list of people who would be found and settled sooner or later. His hair was a mess, and Song sure was too lazy to comb it as he walked towards the classroom. She had to prepare in advance. It was around this time yesterday that her body started to heat up, and she couldn't help but fall asleep. Song sure pushed open the back door and saw the controller talking about the thick code of morality. When the controller saw Song suddenly barging in, his brows raised, and he threw the book on the table. "You're late again. It's you every day." The students in the classroom turned their heads to look at the back door. When their eyes fell on Song sure, who had disheveled hair and a bruised face, a scene suddenly emerged in their minds of her standing on the dining table in the cafeteria, waving a dinner plate and cutting open other people's stomachs. They both knew each other, and 2 words popped up in their minds. Crazy. Crazy. Song raised her eyelids and looked at the controller. Even though one of her eyes was swollen to a slit, it did not prevent the other eye from emitting a chill. "Don't you know why I'm late?" The controller was speechless for a moment. Song sure closed the door with his backhand and limped towards his seat. Her seat was at the end of the middle row, a temporary space, with no classmates sitting on either side. She sat down slowly, took out the moral education book from the drawer, opened a page at random, and lowered her head. Her bangs covered her eyes, and it was impossible to see what she was doing. The instructor slapped the book twice, and the pawpaw sound called everyone else's attention back. He cleared his throat, ignored Song sure, and continued his boring brainwashing. Song sure's right hand under the table was loosely clasped around her knee, trembling slightly. The movement of sitting down just now had pulled her knee bones, and she wanted to scream out in pain, but she could only bite her lower lip tightly and lower her head to hide the forbearing expression on her face. He clenched his left hand into a fist and propped himself on the table to prevent himself from falling. She waited for the warm feeling in her heart to appear, but time passed by little. The textbooks were turned page by page. The bell rang again and again, but the power that she longed for to soothe everything never appeared. Song sure was sweating profusely. He bit the tip of his tongue to keep himself awake. He carefully compared the scenes today and yesterday, thinking about where the power that came and went without a trace yesterday came from, what caused it to appear, and why there was no trace of it in the same scene today. The light screen flashed in my mind. Anti-abuse progress. 32% masochism value progress. 38% the progress was even greater than yesterday. If the emergence of that restorative power was related to the progress, then there was no reason why she hadn't felt it until now. What could it be? Song Shi felt inexplicably irritated, scratched his hair, and felt a wet liquid on his hand. He put his hand down and saw that it was blood that had not been cleaned up and was hidden deep in the roots of his hair. Staring at the glaring red on her fingers, the fishy smell rushed into her nose, and Song Shi felt inexplicably manic in her heart. She wanted to get rid of the blood. Every cell in her body was resisting the fishy smell. She smeared the blood on the pages of the open book and wiped it clean with her fingers one by one. The open book was torn to pieces by her, but staring at the large area of bright red, she was eager to see more red. A bloodthirsty, murderous intent surged up. The boy sitting at the table in front of Song Shi was holding up his head, feeling drowsy and about to fall asleep, when he suddenly shuddered and his scalp exploded. He sat up straight, touched the back of his neck where the hair stood on end, and looked back hesitantly. What caught my eye were Song Shi's bloodshot eyes and large patches of blood on the table.
Ah!
He screamed and fell off the chair. His legs were so weak that he couldn't stand up. He moved backwards awkwardly on his legs and looked at Song Shi in horror. His movement interrupted the controller's lecture and also cleared up Song Shi's chaotic thoughts. She quickly regained her consciousness and turned the pages of the textbook. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Yelling during class. "Don't you want to miss your lesson?" The instructor pointed at the boy and cursed at him at the podium. The students in the class also looked at him in confusion. The boy pointed at Song Shi, his teeth chattering. She wants to kill me. She wants to kill me." Everyone's eyes instantly turned to Song Shi, and the controller strode down from the podium and asked Song Shi, "What did you do?" Song Shi raised his eyelids, and there was only deep fatigue in his eyes. He spread out his palms and said, "I didn't do anything. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance." The controller obviously didn't believe her. He glanced at her desk and found nothing except a textbook that was not turned to the correct page. He half knelt down to check Song Shi's desk box and found only a few brand new, unopened books. He frowned and stood up, looking at the boy who was still sitting on the ground and trembling. "Tell me clearly, what can she use to kill you?" The boy recalled the scene he had seen when he turned his head just now. The aura of death that went straight to his soul made him unable to calm down now. Eyes. "Controller. Get out of here. Stand in the corner. You're disrupting the class order, and you'll be deducted 1 point." The boy, who was originally in a state of dismay, suddenly came to his senses when he heard that he would be deducted points. He grabbed the controller's hand and said, "Don't deduct points from me. I've already been deducted 4 points. If you deduct 1 more point, I'll go to the small black room." The people around him looked at him with sympathy. The small dark room was the nightmare of all of them. The controller shook his hand off. "If you make a mistake, you have to accept the punishment. If pleading is effective, we won't be opening the 11-6 branch." But I didn't lie. It was really her. It was really her. He pointed at Song Shi with one finger, looked into Song Shi's eyes, the front finger curled up, and his voice gradually lost its confidence. In the end, he was taken away on the spot by 2 other controllers who rushed over, and the class continued as usual. Song Shi lowered her eyes, recalling the scene where she almost lost control. She was originally an emotionally stable person. Since coming to this world and experiencing all these messed up things, she could clearly feel that her emotions were becoming increasingly difficult to control. She often fell into irritability, and whenever that happened, she would want to destroy all the people and objects in front of her. Song Shi seriously suspected that she had been affected by the violent factors in the genes of this body. At the moment when her violent emotions were at their highest, she keenly felt a warm current in her heart, but she was distracted by the screams of the boy at the table in front of her, and that power dissipated without a trace. Song Shi couldn't help but touch her chest where her heart was, and recalled yesterday carefully. When the power that soothed everything surged from her chest, it was when she was staring at the mirror and almost lost control. Song Shi pondered for a moment, and his eyebrows twitched. There are 2 forces in her body that check and balance each other. The violent aura comes from the genes in her body. She has a high probability of becoming a violent type. One of the characteristics of the violent system is bloodthirstiness and killing, and difficulty in controlling one's own power. Just like when she encountered the Earth Wolf beast in the alley, she was rescued by two awakened ones who arrived in time. One of the awakened ones was Lu Xing, a powerful, violent person. Even though the Earth Wolf beast was dead, he could not control his murderous intent and stabbed the long-dead body of the Earth Wolf beast again and again. It was not until his guardian Wu Zhilu called his name that he woke up. And the elusive soothing power in his body made Song Shi inevitably think of the healing power of a healer. Zhao Jing is an awakened person with a healing ability. The healing gene is extremely easy to inherit. Lu Qiqi inherited Zhao Jing's gene and awakened the healing ability. What about her? She is also Zhao Jing's blood-related daughter, so it seems reasonable for her to have this power in her body. Whenever her violent genes awaken, the healing, soothing, and gentle power emerges to calm her mania. But why does she have healing abilities? Recalling what she had eavesdropped on outside the office, Chen Lishu said that in her genetic test before entering high school, the differentiation value for the violent system reached 49%. She was not sure whether the results of the long-standing genetic testing method in the Federation proved that only the violent differentiation value in her body was as high as 49%, or whether other differentiation values also existed, but the violent differentiation value was the highest. If it is the second type, there will be more or less healing awakener genes in her body, so she has the possibility of awakening the healing system. But why are these two directions of awakening manifested in her body at the same time now? Song Shi's eyes were vague as he carefully recalled all the contents in the Guide to Human Differentiation and frowned. This situation was not recorded there. Song Shi could only put aside the issue of tracing the root cause for the time being. The first priority was to use these abilities to heal the wounds on her body. Perhaps it was because she was in the differentiation stage. The awakening results of the violent and healing systems could not be stably manifested in her body and could only appear and disappear suddenly. They need stimulation. Song Shi opened the page of the book that she had smeared with blood. Due to the passage of time, the blood had turned from bright red to dark red. She stared at the blood, trying to mobilize the violent emotions in her body, but she never stimulated her healing ability. Without success. At this moment, she was in an exceptionally stable mood, and even after knowing her own specialness, she felt an indescribable joy. Song Shi suddenly wanted to slap himself. She had no other choice but to sit in her seat and endure the pain in her body, waiting for the berserk system to recover. Her own recovery ability seemed to be quite strong. She could still feel the pain in her waist when she walked before going to bed last night. After getting up this morning, her walking was not affected at all. She only felt a slight discomfort when she kicked the person who rushed over from the opposite table in the cafeteria. Sitting there quietly, coupled with the instructor's lecture voice that was as flat as chanting a mantra, Song Shi became drowsy and finally fell on the table. This caused her to miss lunch. There is no lunch break in controlled schools. After eating, come back and continue the class. The afternoon classes are no longer moral education, but the same courses as those in ordinary schools. Song Shi was awakened by the sound of his stomach growling. She raised her head and found that her left hand, which had been pressed under her head as a pillow, was numb. She lowered her hand and carefully moved her wrist, while her eyes fell on the podium where a female controller was giving a lecture. Song Shi casually glanced at the content projected on the podium and found it somewhat familiar. She squinted her eyes and looked carefully. It was extremely similar to the mathematics knowledge she learned in high school in her previous life. Even the examples the teacher gave were pretty much the same. For a moment, Song Shi had the illusion of being back in high school if he ignored the throbbing pain in his face, back, and knees. Song Shi remembered the class schedule. There was only moral education class in the morning, and other classes would be offered in the afternoon. She lowered her head to look at her watch, and sure enough, the clock was pointing at 4. After rubbing his stomach, the numbness in his left hand was relieved. Song Shi took out a pile of textbooks from the table and unwrapped the brand new film. There are 4 books in total. I flipped through each one quickly. The contents of 3 books overlap with those of the previous life, and only 1 book was not in the previous life. History of Crisis. From the time the first alien beast appeared in the human world, humans and alien beasts fought for territory, to now when humans have independently evolved superpowers, fought for a place among the alien beasts, and survived. The final few chapters also look forward to the future. Song-Shur quickly browsed through the entire book, and the bell rang. Hurry, hurry, it's time for some exercise. I'm going to get Moldy staying in the classroom. Let's change our team today. We must defeat Xiao Hua and the others. I'll go grab the ball first, you hurry up. The controller stood on the podium and watched the students leave in a swarm. Then he looked away and looked at Song-Shur, who was in the last row. Her voice was gentle. You've been sleeping in my class the whole time, including yesterday. Don't you like it?
Sorry.
Song-Shur was very polite. The controller chuckled. They all said you were born with a violent temper. You were arrogant and didn't know how to respect your teachers. I didn't expect you to say something like sorry. If it were someone else, Song-Shur would have thought that the officer was being sarcastic and would have retorted immediately, but the controller in front of her had no malice on his face, and his tone sounded like a joke between friends, so she didn't say anything. Sleep can indeed help the brain ignore some of the pain. The controller gathered the scattered books on the desk and put them into his bag. Suddenly he paused and said, as if hinting at something, "It is also the time when people are most likely to relax their vigilance." Song-Shur suddenly raised his eyes and looked at her cautiously. The controller put the last book into the canvas bag and then placed the canvas bag flat on the desk, propped his hands on the desk, and looked into Song-Shur's eyes. Yesterday afternoon when you were sleeping, I came down and walked around, and I felt a strong healing aura surrounding you. I remember that you have a high talent for violent differentiation, don't you? Song-Shur clenched his hand around his injured knee under the table and slowly clenched it into a fist. You. Don't be nervous, the controller smiled reassuringly. I am only discussing this issue with you from the perspective of a mentor. You must be confused about your situation right now. Perhaps I can give you some inspiration. Song-Shur looked at her for a moment, as if to confirm whether she was reliable. Finally, he let down his guard a little in her sincere gaze. Are there many people who have 2 departments? A lot, she said. Nowadays, there are many 3rd, 4th, and 5th department in the Federation. Song-Shur's shoulders relaxed a little.
But
the controller raised his voice in an extremely contagious tone, and Song-Shur was inexplicably excited. It's just that their genes can analyze so many lines, and in the end, only the one with the highest differentiation value can be brought into play.
Then
Your situation is not complicated. The controller lowered her head and turned on the light computer, which showed a picture. She removed the privacy function and projected it in the air so that Song-Shur, who was sitting in the back row, could also see it. It is a simple column chart. Here, look at your genetic test results from that year. The Berserk system is the highest, 49%, and the healing system is not low either, 38%. You have some of the other systems, but they haven't reached the minimum differentiation value, so we won't talk about them. Song-Shur wondered why she had her own genetic test report and was about to ask when he was interrupted by the other party's machine gun, like speaking speed. These are all random combinations of genes. There is nothing to say. There are many such gene combinations in the Federation. The key point is that people with multiple gene lines will not have a very high level after awakening due to the competition between genes and the suppression of the weak by the strong. And your original Berserk differentiation value was as high as 49%, and you had a chance to awaken to a Berserk level A or above, but you showed no signs of awakening. During this period, the healing gene took the upper hand and even showed signs of awakening in your body. She finished 2 paragraphs in one breath. It seems that your violent nature is also showing signs of awakening now. Song-Shur nodded. This should be attributed to the system that claims to be torturous to the body but not the mind. The controller put away the photo projected in the air, raised his eyes and stared at Song-Shur, and said earnestly, a person's body cannot bear the huge energy of 2 superpowers at the same time. Even if you have signs of awakening both superpowers at the beginning, when you are over 18 years old, the final awakening deadline, these 2 superpowers will disappear without a trace at the same time. The controller's eyes flashed with regret. This is not a unique case in the Federation. There are many people who thought they were about to become unique dual-system geniuses, but in the end they got nothing, wasted their talents, and became just like everyone else. The controller's tone became serious, like a parent who doesn't want his child to waste his talent and go astray. So I hope you can make a decision as soon as possible, abandon one, and suppress its appearance before you become an adult, so that the other one will have a chance to awaken. How to suppress it? Songshur asked. Not only were her two superpowers elusive, they also often went together. Avoid opportunities where they appear. Think carefully about under what circumstances they will appear. The controller guided. Songshur recalled what happened in the past 2 days. Whenever she fights, she becomes emotionally unstable, and when she becomes emotionally unstable, she goes berserk, and when she goes berserk, the healing power appears. So, she can fight, but she must avoid showing unstable emotions. Have you thought of it? The controller rested his chin on the desk with his fingertips, judging from Songshur's expression. Songshur nodded. The controller straightened up immediately. Then may I have the honor of knowing your final choice?
Berserk system.
Songshur had almost no hesitation. The controller shook her head with some regret. As a healer, I'm sorry that you can't join us, but... She looked around the classroom and finally stopped at Songshur's face, which was beaten terribly. In this situation, the violent system is the best choice for you. When Songshur heard her say that she was a healer, he was stunned for a moment. Healer? Why are you here? The controller sighed loudly. You were so busy sleeping yesterday that you didn't even hear my self-introduction. Songshur touched the end of his hair and avoided his gaze. I'm Zhou Tan, a teacher of the healing department at the supernatural branch of Rinchi Middle School. Yesterday and today, it was my turn to give lectures at this school. Songshur remembered that she had searched on the optical computer before and found that most of the teaching staff of the regulated school were transferred from other schools. Zhou Tan counted on his fingers. It seems that your class teacher will be here in a few days. I wonder who will come. Songshur didn't care about this. No one could help her. Zhou Tan looked at the silent Songshur, sighed, and walked down from the podium. Why don't you go out and have some fresh air with them? Is your leg injured? Let me take a look. Songshur was a little confused by the sudden concern, until Zhou Tan half knelt in front of her. She came to her senses. Zhou Tan pushed away the trembling hand that was resting on the injured knee. She gently rolled up the loose trouser legs of her uniform, revealing large bruises and broken bone spurs protruding from the flesh. Zhou Tan's hand holding his trouser leg trembled, and he looked at Songshur in disbelief.
You.
She lowered her head quickly. With your endurance, it would be a shame if you didn't choose the berserk system. After saying that, her hand slowly covered the wound, and a warm glow spread out. The moment her fingers touched it, Songshur rolled her eyes in pain, as if an invisible hand reached into her knees and bent her bones back into place. She turned her head away, not daring to look. The veins on her neck bulged, but gradually, the wound began to heat up and the pain faded away. At the same time, Songshur felt that the wound on his back was also getting hot. 10 minutes later, Zhou Tan withdrew his hand and stood up. Songshur looked down and saw that his knee had recovered. Almost done. Zhou Tan raised the back of his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. His eyes fell on Songshur's face. I'll leave the scar on your face for you. Songshur touched his swollen eyes with his fingers and nodded. These injuries were not serious. The important thing was that he had to show them to some people. Zhou Tan had returned to the podium, picked up a simple canvas bag, waved to Songshur, and smiled brightly. See you in the supernatural division. The movement resumed, and Songshur walked towards the open-air activity venue with a bruised face. It's very lively. She found a few steps and sat down, squinting her eyes lazily, feeling the beauty of the sunshine for the first time in a long time. My stomach growled twice at inopportune times. Unfortunately, there is still some time before dinner. Songshur raised his head and imagined himself as a plant that can photosynthesize. Her mind was wandering, but she could accurately feel that someone was approaching her. The person was too furtive for her to ignore. The man was thin, wearing the most common loose-fitting uniform here. Against the light, his handsome face was vaguely visible. He looked around and slowly sat down on a step below Songshur. He stretched out his arm, put the thing he had been holding in his hand into Songshur's arms, then quickly retracted his hand, looked up and down, pretending nothing had happened. During the Song dynasty, people originally supported themselves with their hands on the previous step, spread their legs, and placed themselves on the stairs in a human shape to allow the maximum area to be exposed to the sun. Now Chen Suqin put two things on her belly. She didn't make any big movements. She just loosened her right hand that was supporting the ground, picked up the two things and looked at them in front of her eyes. The words nutrition bar were printed on the crumpled tin wrapper.
Thank you.
Songshur stopped lying on his stomach, sat up straight, opened a piece, and started eating. Yesterday, thank you. Songshur was eating with gusto. Hearing this, he glanced at his back. He was very thin, with hunched shoulders. The shape of his shoulder blades could be seen through the thin uniform. Songshur turned his eyes away. The Peacock series is the icing on the cake for the rich people in the inner city, but it is a disaster for ordinary people. Not to mention those who were sent to reformatory schools, they were not even ordinary people. She has beauty, but no ability to protect herself. Songshur secretly sighed that this situation was really tragic. Next, unwrap the second nutrition bar. You have to be careful of Tong Jun, Dai Ming, and others. Chen Suqin said the names of these two people with great difficulty. When he got no response, he turned his head and saw Songshur chewing with one cheek puffed out. Her eyelids were so swollen that they covered more than half of her eyes. From his angle, he could only see a narrow slit. The other eye was half open, looking unfocused ahead. At first glance, it seemed that she was daydreaming, but a closer look revealed alertness and indifference in her eyes. She didn't look at him, but he made sure she was listening and looked away. They often contact those forces in the black market in the western suburbs. Western suburbs? Songshur's ears moved. The more than 30,000 yuan living expenses that Zhao Jing gave her eventually ended up in the western suburbs and disappeared without a trace. Even the city security team couldn't track him down. In school, they are cautious and dare not kill anyone, but when the holidays come and everyone leaves school, they will collude with some vicious people in the western suburbs and kill those who have offended them. Sometimes, even if they have not offended them, as long as they are targeted by them, they will tie the person up and take him to the western suburbs to torture him. Songshur paused in chewing, glanced at Chen Suqin's back, his voice trembling violently. The city security team is just going to leave it alone? Chen Suqin shook his head slowly. Even the bright sunshine could not dispel the gloom that covered him. They dare not go into the western suburbs. All cases will be forced to stop once they are traced to the western suburbs. During the Song dynasty, the western suburbs were a truly lawless place. So you have to be careful. If you anger them, they can do anything. Songshur chuckled. She was afraid that she had already angered those people. Wang Danyu had no intention of killing her in the past 3 months, but this gave rise to the desire to kill her by others. Perhaps this was Wang Danyu's real intention in sending her to the controlled school. It seems like a compromise, but in fact Wang Danyu knows her temper best. If she puts her in a place full of ruthless people, she will not have to worry about her survival. I heard. You will only stay here for 3 months. Chen Suqin asked softly, turning his head, only to meet Songshur's half-closed eyes. She seemed to be planning something, with cruelty in her eyes. Chen Suqin subconsciously shrank back and avoided Songshur's eyes in panic. Even though Songshur wasn't really looking at him, Songshur didn't notice it. He just said him lightly, and went on thinking about other things. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of 2 figures walking out from the bustling crowd on the playground. It was her first night at the school, and the 2 people came to her dormitory to confirm whether she was Songshur.
Stay away from me.
Songshur said briefly, returned to his original position, and picked up the nutrition bar he had not finished eating. Chen Suqin had wanted to escape a long time ago, but when he heard Songshur's call to drive him away, he was stunned for a moment. He looked in the direction Songshur was looking but didn't see anything. His sensitivity is far different from that of Songshur. He withdrew his gaze, stood up, and left. Songshur stuffed the last bite of the nutrition bar into her mouth, and the two men walked up to her, followed by a pungent smell of tobacco. The curly-haired girl's little follower looked her up and down and sighed regretfully. Songshur naturally knew what she regretted. The 100,000 federal coins were indeed very attractive. If it were her, she would not be able to resist it. Remember to come early tomorrow. Songshur said nonchalantly, the 100,000 today belongs to someone else. The curly-haired girl flicked the ash off her cigarette and said, you're quite open-minded. You're blocking my sunlight. Songshur raised his hand and fanned towards the side, signaling her to move aside. The little follower got anxious and pointed at her nose and cursed, hey, you're about to die, and you still dare to be so arrogant. The curly-haired girl gave her a warning look, and she barely refrained from cursing. But the curly-haired girl still didn't give up her seat. Without the sun, Songshur retracted his legs and stood up on the steps. It's boring. You guys can do whatever you want. Songshur took 2 steps and turned back. Oh, by the way, remember to consider the consequences before you take action. She's going to fight back. She was not sure she could survive the joint attack of the group in the western suburbs, so she could only wake up as soon as possible before the holiday this month. She will no longer passively take the beating. Unfortunately, the two men did not understand what she meant, or they did not take her seriously at all. When he returned to the dormitory at night, Songshur applied medicine to the wound on his face, drank a box of milk, and fell asleep on the bed. The next day, when the whistle sounded, Songshur got up, washed, and looked at herself in the mirror. The wounds on her face had recovered by 70% to 80%. The redness and swelling of her eyes had completely disappeared, and only a few red marks could be vaguely seen. The wound at the corner of her mouth was still a little purple, but not very obvious. She used cosmetics to aggravate the wound and pushed the door open.
Bang!
The iron rod, as thick as an arm that had been waiting outside the door for a long time, hit Songshur's head. Before Songshur lost consciousness, he did not look at the murderer, but called up the light screen in his mind. Masochism value progress. Plus 3%, only 3%. She fell down unwillingly. When she woke up again, she was still in the same position as when she fainted, with her upper body leaning against the door frame and her lower body twisted and lying in the corridor. My head hurts. Songshur slowly stood up with the support of his arms, entered the room and locked the door, took the wound bandage medicine that was on the table and had not been taken back yesterday, and walked into the bathroom with difficulty. After just a few steps, she was already out of breath. She held onto the sink. Her legs were so weak that she couldn't move, and she felt dizzy. Songshur was still worrying about whether it was some kind of sequelae when he saw himself in the mirror. It was as if it had been fished out of blood. A large amount of blood flowed out of the hair and spread across the entire face. The white short-sleeved uniform was almost completely soaked, changing from white and blue to red and purple. If she doesn't feel dizzy, who will? With such a huge amount of bleeding, Songshur couldn't imagine that the progress was only increased by 3%. When I think of the progress, a light screen automatically pops up in my mind. Anti-abuse progress. 32% masochism value progress. 43%. Songshur looked at the progress of the masochism value of 43% and felt something was wrong. She remembered the changes of every value very clearly. Yesterday, the masochism value remained at 38%. If it only increased by 3%, the masochism value should be 41%. Now there is 2% more progress. Songshur stared at his red-stained uniform in the mirror. Is the 2% increase due to the secondary damage caused by the fact that no one treated her and she was left bleeding profusely? Her idea could not be verified. The crude system had no readback function, so she had no way of knowing when the 2% appeared. Songshur sat back at the table and drank 2 boxes of milk to replenish her energy. When her dizziness and weak legs eased a little, she went into the bathroom again, took off her shirt, avoiding the wound, and washed the blood off her face and body. Looking at the ocean of blood on the ground flowing into the sewer, Songshur became more and more certain of his guess. After washing away most of the blood, Song-Shur came out, carefully pulled aside the hair in front of the mirror to reveal the wound, sprinkled medicine on it, and wrapped it with gauze. After practicing applying medicine on her face yesterday, her technique has become much more proficient. After bandaging the wound, Song-Shur sat back in his chair and drank 2 boxes of milk before he felt like he was alive again. She also had the extra energy to think about who had done that to her. At that time, she only saw a flash of white light, and then her eyes went dark. Then her consciousness disappeared, and she did not see the culprit. But this is a girls' dormitory, and based on the implicit meaning of the 2 people who blocked her from sunbathing yesterday, Song-Shur didn't have to think too much to decide on the candidate. She tilted her head to look at the sky outside again. It was bright, and her watch showed it was 1:30. At 1:30 in the afternoon, everyone else was in class. Song-Shur stood up, lay down on the bed, and covered himself with a quilt. There are not many opportunities to faint in the dormitory. After observing for a few days, I found that her recovery ability when sleeping is several times that when she is awake. So, she decided to recover her strength first. It will be launched tonight. I hope you will support it. Sparse footsteps were heard in the corridor. Gradually, the footsteps became more frequent and louder, accompanied by voices coming from far away. Get out of class is over. Song-Shur opened his eyes. She went into the bathroom to check the injury and saw a small stain of blood on the white bandage. She untied the bandage and found that the wound had scabbed over after a night. She changed the dressing and put on the bandage. In the mirror, her complexion had improved, her lips were rosy, and the wounds on her face from yesterday had completely disappeared. In order not to arouse suspicion, Song-Shur added some new wounds on his face in front of the mirror. Nowadays, her makeup skills have improved by leaps and bounds, and the wound is particularly realistic. Song-Shur looked at his bruised and swollen self in the mirror with satisfaction. The sounds of laughter and playfulness outside the door were clearly audible. Song-Shur pushed open the bathroom door, took a few steps, and then opened the door of the room, leaving it wide open so that people outside could have a clear view of the room. She hooked the chair with her toes, pulled it over, and sat down against the door. Her room was the second room at the end of the apartment on this floor. The first room at the end of the apartment was unoccupied, so normally no one would pace by her room. Except the culprit. She didn't go to class today, and they were probably worried that she would be hit to death by the stick. I always come back to see how she is doing. She didn't know their names or their dormitory numbers, and it would be a waste of time to search each room one by one. So just sit here and wait. As Song-Shur expected, she didn't have to wait too long. About 5 minutes. The little follower popped his head out from behind the door frame stealthily. When she saw Song-Shur guarding the door, her pupils shrank and she ran away. Song-Shur was quick-eyed and quick-footed. With a stretch of his long legs, the little follower fell face down. She tried to get up in a hurry, but Song-Shur stepped on her back and pushed her back down. She struggled a few times, but the foot on her back weighed more than 1,000 gold coins, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get it free. Song-Shur, let me go. My boss will come later and make you pay for it. Song-Shur was unmoved and bent down slightly. You were the ones who did it today, right? So what? The little follower blushed, her chest pressed tightly against the ground, and she couldn't breathe. Adding to the whispers of the people around her, she said ruthlessly, I only regret that I didn't hit you twice more this morning. As she said this, she regretted it more and more. Suddenly, she heard the harsh friction sound of a stick pacing across the ground. She was in close contact with the ground and was extremely sensitive to its vibrations. The sound came from behind her. She turned around in horror. Then she saw Song-Shur holding up a chair that was essential in every dormitory, pointing one leg of the chair at her and quickly smashing it down. She screamed halfway, her eyes rolled up, and she fainted. Song-Shur put down the chair, raised the back of his hand to wipe the blood splashed on his chin, took his legs off the back of the unconscious little follower, raised his eyes and looked at the crowd densely packed in the corridor. It was the turn of the crowd watching to start screaming. They watched helplessly as the little follower was beaten by Songshur and blood splattered all over the spot. Those standing in the front row even had their blood fly onto them. They immediately wanted to squeeze to the back, but unfortunately there were too many people blocking the way at the back, and the people at the back didn't see clearly what was happening in the front, and were still trying to join in the fun and push forward. This caused the girls in front who had seen everything to cry in despair. Especially now that Songshur looked over. He even dragged the back of his chair and slowly moved towards them. The chair leg had just hit someone and was still covered in sticky blood. After being dragged like that, a line of blood was left on the ground. Their piercing voices rose higher and higher, and the whole apartment was shaking. The vibration made Songshur's eardrums hurt. She raised her hand and rubbed her ear. These people should be thankful that the system didn't allow her to harm innocent people, otherwise, she would have knocked them out one by one to make them quiet down. Songshur scanned the crowd one by one and accurately located the face of the curly-haired girl. She hid in the crowd, with her eyes lowered, watching everything. Songshur dragged the chair and walked towards her. The crowd was so frightened that they tried their best to squeeze to the sides, fearing that Songshur would go crazy and hit them too. A narrow path was thus vacated. The curly-haired girl stood in the center and did not move from beginning to end. She was waiting for Songshur to come, until everyone between them dodged and the two of them faced each other. Songshur raised the corner of her eye. She thought the other party would also call a group of followers, just like the previous 2 days. Now it seems that the other party wants to fight her one-on-one. Songshur didn't waste any time. He dragged the chair towards her. The moment he got close to her, he raised the chair and swept it across her waist. Songshur thought she would hide and had already thought about his next move, but he didn't expect her to stand there motionless. Songshur frowned. He didn't dodge. It either meant he was slow to react or he was confident in himself and had other countermeasures. Songshur vaguely felt that it was the latter. Sure enough, at the moment when the chair was about to hit her, she suddenly raised her forearm, quickly changed the angle, and cleverly resolved the attack of the chair. At the same time, she grabbed the 2 legs of the chair with both hands and pulled hard. Although Songshur was shocked by her skills, he was not intimidated by her. He did not loosen his grip on the chair at all and quickly made another move, pressing his body down and performing a sweeping kick. The other party's reaction was no less severe. He immediately pressed a chair to the ground, with the legs of the chair hitting the ground with a loud bang, and used the force of the chair to block her legs. Songshur quickly stopped his sweeping move on the floor, pulled his leg upward, and kicked towards the opponent's chin. Songshur's series of moves was extremely fast, forcing the opponent to let go of the chair and lean back. Songshur pushed his foot on the chair again, and using the momentum of the chair, he jumped up, bent his right leg, and pushed his knee towards her neck. "You have good abilities." The curly-haired girl's admiring voice reached Songshur's ears from the gap. "It's a pity that you met me." She held Songshur's legs precisely with both hands, using the same technique she had used to neutralize the previous attack from the chair to completely remove the force from Songshur's legs. Songshur secretly thought that this was not good and tried to retract his legs immediately. However, her legs were tightly controlled by the other party, who dragged her around in the air and suddenly let go. Songshur flew into the crowd like a kite with a broken string. She was not hurt from the fall, but the 2 girls who she used as a cushion fainted immediately. Innocent people are harmed. Anti-abuse progress. 10%. Songshur felt distressed. The situation did not allow her to be distracted any longer. The curly-haired girl came over again, raised her leg high, and hit her with her heel. Songshur rolled on the ground to avoid the attack, but the opponent didn't wait for her to get up and chased her again, raising his leg and sweeping towards her temple. Songshur's body leaned back with her back almost flat on the ground. However, she never expected that the other party had already anticipated her countermeasure, and when he approached her, he suddenly pressed his leg down and stepped heavily on her chest. A crack sound was heard, as if a rib was broken. Songshur groaned, gritted his teeth, hugged her legs with both hands, preventing her from retracting them, and pulled her to the side with force, and threw her to the ground. The 2 men then started wrestling on the ground. Song-Shi turned over and straddled her, punching her in the face. Song-Shi believed that she was quite fast and stronger than ordinary people. Plus, she had the experience of being beaten up by a group of people in the past 2 days. At this moment, she clearly had the upper hand, so there should be no reversal. However, she still underestimated the other party's ability. The opponent was unlike anyone she had met before. Facing her punches, he could only panic and cover his face to reduce the damage. Instead, he could dodge by turning his face to the side, or even accurately grab her arm to neutralize her attack and wait for the right moment to counterattack. A hand knife chopped Song-Shi's neck. Song-Shi felt as if his trachea was about to break, accompanied by a strong feeling of suffocation, and fell backwards. Alarm bells go off in your brain. The wind suddenly blew in front of me. Song-Shi subconsciously raised his hands to cover his face. She barely blocked the first punch, which hit her palm. But then the second punch hit the corner of her mouth with lightning speed. Song-Shi was knocked to the ground in an instant. My neck felt extremely uncomfortable, and I noticed out of the corner of my eye that the other person had stood up. She was once again at a disadvantage. Song-Shi didn't want to give up. She protected her neck with one hand and grabbed the chair in front of her with the other hand and threw it behind her. The opponent did not expect Song-Shi to resist, so he bent his knees and took the move. The chair fell apart. The assembled wood was scattered all over the floor. The curly-haired girl was a little irritated by Song-Shi. She hooked her toes on a piece of wood on the ground and flew towards Song-Shi. Song-Shi had nowhere to hide and could only raise his arms to block. But at this moment, the other party took 2 steps forward and kicked her arm. Click. Song-Shi's arm made a teeth-grinding sound. Her body trembled, and she half knelt on the ground, sweat pouring down her face. The curly-haired girl raised her foot again, ready to kick down. What are you doing? What are you doing? You all want to lose points, right? The dormitory manager squeezed into the crowd and stood between Song-Shi and the curly-haired girl. She was followed by 2 male controllers. Who made the first move? Hearing this, Song-Shi just wanted to laugh. She had been in 3 fights in the 3 days since she came here, and today was the first time a controller showed up to find out who started it first. I'm asking you guys, who started it first? The curly-haired girl pursed her lips and said nothing. Song-Shi stood up with the support of her good hand and looked at the building manager who had been staring at her from beginning to end. Fighting, vandalism, 5 points deducted, and locked up in a small dark room. The building manager waved to the back, and the 2 male controllers immediately came to escort Song-Shi. Song-Shi avoided their hands and said, I can walk by myself. Before going down the stairs, Song-Shi turned back to look at the curly-haired girl and said, See you the day after tomorrow. The small dark room punishment could be the highest punishment in this controlled school, and Song-Shi had no doubt about its power. It was a narrow room. She stood in the middle and could not walk 3 steps in any direction without hitting the wall. There was no bed, no table, not even any light. Song-Shi tried to open his eyes wide and held the watch up to his eyes, but he couldn't see where the pointer was pointing. The internal gears turned and made a click, click, click sound that echoed throughout the room. Song-Shi felt that he was at the bottom of a well more than 10 meters deep. She looked up and saw nothing. She reached out her hand to touch, but couldn't feel the roof. She jumped up and touched again, but still couldn't touch the roof. Instead, the sound of her toes hitting the ground echoed above her head. In order to verify more accurately, Song-Shi approached one wall and knocked twice with his fingers. A dull dong-dong sound was heard at the joints. Then, there were endless echoes above his head, beside his ears, and even under his feet, as if countless people were knocking on the wall at the same time from all directions. Song-Shi lowered her eyes. She was certain that she was in a deep well, which was probably more than 10 meters high. She touched the goosebumps on her arms, found a corner, and sat down cross-legged. She will stay in this place for 36 hours. Generally speaking, making a mistake will result in the deduction of 5 credits and spending 24 hours in a small dark room. But those people in the academic punishment department finally caught her taking the initiative to attack, and they couldn't wait to give her multiple excuses, such as repeated violations of discipline, refusing to change after repeated warnings, disrupting order, wasting food, etc. It was extended for 12 hours. Before she was pushed into the door, she learned that during the 36 hours, water would only be delivered once, no meals would be delivered, and she would only have one chance to apply to go to the bathroom. Anyway, the purpose is to torture her to death. Song-Sher leaned against the cold wall and lowered his head to check his wounds. She couldn't see anything. She could only touch. My chest, ribs, and right arm were all seriously injured, and it hurts when I touch them. The injury on the neck was the most serious. I didn't even need to touch it. Just swallowing saliva felt like swallowing a razor blade. It hurt so much that I could hardly swallow it. But people cannot stop saliva secretion, especially when this thought comes to mind. The throat will spasm and reflexively want to swallow. Song-Sher couldn't bear the pain, so he simply closed his eyes and forced himself to sleep. She didn't know how long she slept. When she opened her eyes again, she could still hear the thump, thump, thump sound in her ears. The sound was clearer than before, and mixed with the boom, boom, boom sound of her heart. Song-Sher tried to swallow his saliva, but the pain did not subside. She closed her eyes again and went to sleep. This happened 7 or 8 times before Song-Sher was once again awakened by the sound of the clock. She opened her eyes in despair and swallowed for the 8th time. The sharp, unrelieved pain made her collapse. She sat on the ground with her legs spread out. The watch was still ticking. She finally understood why she was searched before entering the small dark room. Everything except clothes would be taken away, and only this mechanical watch would be left. This was simply torture for the punished person who entered the dark house. Song-Sher was now completely confused about the passage of time. She didn't know how much time had passed. She simply didn't sleep. She kept her eyes open and studied the light screen in her head to distract herself. Anti-abuse progress. 30% masochism value progress. 52% Song-Sher thought about the 10% anti-abuse progress that was deducted from him. He rubbed his temple irritably.
Why?
She was just a tool thrown out. The one who actually had the motive to hurt innocent people was the curly-haired girl. She just passively fell on them. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor. It was not easy for her to achieve this 10% progress. She was beaten up time and time again, and each time she was almost killed. Why did they deduct it so casually?
Why?
Song-Sher lost control of his emotions and punched the ground. The pain in the outer joints of her hands stimulated her confused brain, and she woke up instantly. She was controlled by her violent emotions again. Song-Sher took a deep breath and silently told herself not to be irritable or lose control, otherwise she would have to awaken the healing element. After repeating this several times, the anger in my heart finally subsided. Song-Sher began to recall the battle in the dormitory building. There is no doubt that the girl is far stronger than her. Every move she made reminded Song-Sher of his coach from his previous life. He is steady and solid, never panicking no matter what the situation, and his whole body exudes the calmness of someone who has received orthodox training. It's not something that her level of learning can achieve by relying on being beaten up bit by bit. Song-Sher was eager to fight her next time. She had a feeling she could learn a lot from her. Song-Sher then practiced the moves used by the opponent in his mind and broke them down one by one, thinking about what she should have done at that time to take on that move, looking for the optimal solution. After an unknown amount of time brainstorming, Song-Sher fell asleep unknowingly. Waking up again, she continued to ponder. In the end, there was nothing left to recall, so she stood up and began to gesture in the air with her left hand, changing her steps to replay the previous scene. The space was too small for her to move freely, and she was often so engrossed in her work that she forgot to calculate the distance and bumped into the wall. After bumping into each other several times, Song-Sher was tired and lay down in the corner to continue sleeping. Over and over again. Her spirit was breaking down. I couldn't fall asleep even with my eyes closed. The sound of the watch gears turning occupied her entire hearing. She even felt that her brain was vibrating at the same frequency, and the whole world was vibrating. Songshur opened his dry eyes, took off his watch, and threw it on the ground. It wasn't broken. The sound of the pointer moving did not stop and did not become lower after being thrown out. Songshur crawled over, groped for the watch strap in the dark, grasped it in his hand, and smashed it hard to the ground.
Boom, boom, boom.
Again and again. Her arms were numb, her finger joints seemed to be rubbed raw, and a faint smell of blood lingered at her nose. Songshur paused for a moment until the banging sound echoing in the wall disappeared, and she put her watch to her ear to listen. The sound was still there. Songshur threw it against the opposite wall. He returned to the corner, crossed his legs, and rested his forehead on his knees. She never fell asleep. Time paced and hunger set in. Waves of pain tormented her stomach and intestines. Songshur's patience was running out little by little, and a violent aura was looming on his body. By the time he discovered it, his heart was already feeling slightly hot. Songshur was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly tried to suppress it. But she couldn't suppress it for a moment, as the aura became stronger than before and almost devoured her sanity. She could only focus again and take deep breaths to stay relaxed. Songshur threw herself into this over and over again. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead little by little and finally gathered into strands, soaking her trousers at the knees. This also made her ignore the sound of the clock. Suddenly, there was a bang sound from the lower right corner of the door. Songshur's body, which was buried in his knees, trembled. He looked up and saw a small window only as big as a human head open from the outside. A beam of light leaked in, and an iron bowl was handed in.
Drink now.
The people outside kicked the iron gate twice to urge them in. The roaring sound caused 1,000 times more damage to Songshur's eardrums in the narrow space. She covered her ears in pain. After a minute of adjusting, she stood up, picked up the watch from the corner, and then went to get some water. With the light from the small window, she saw the time on the dial. It was 10 o'clock. She was locked up at 10 o'clock last night. She couldn't tell whether it was 10 a.m. or 10 p.m., and she didn't know whether she had been in this place for 12 hours or 24 hours. She hoped it was the latter. Songshur picked up the bowl and drank the water in small sips, trying to swallow as little as possible. It took her a long time to finish drinking and put the bowl back to its original place. The person waiting outside had already lost his patience. He cursed, "Stop waiting," took the bowl away, and quickly closed the small window. Then came the sound of the lock being locked. The world of Song Dynasty returned to darkness again. She sat there for a while, then returned to the corner where she had sat before. The watch was still in her hand, and the crisp sound of the second hand was not as unbearable as before. Songshur put it back on his wrist and consciously released the suppressed mental power. The violent atmosphere instantly filled the entire room. She had a string in her mind, always alert to the possibility that this mental power might get out of control. It's like sitting on the shore fishing but not letting the fish take the bait. The moment the fish is about to bite the hook, she will immediately lift the fishing rod and pull the bait out of the fish's mouth. That fish is the healing power of recovery. Songshur played like this, from being tense at the beginning to being leisurely and casual later. She seemed to have left the small dark room and was now by the river, leaning on a lounge chair, wearing a sun hat, teasing the fish in the river. She controlled her emotions very well. If there was another awakened berserk-type person present at this moment, and he felt such a strong and domineering aura unique to the berserk type in the air, and the person who exuded this aura did not lose control and even hummed a song leisurely, he would definitely be very shocked. Time flies by when you compete with yourself. The door lock was turned, and the heavy iron door was pulled open stiffly and slowly. Bright light shone in and splashed on Songshur, who was sitting in the corner. Her eyes had been in darkness for a long time, and when they suddenly met the light, she quickly closed her eyes and buried her head in her arms. 36 hours are up.
You can leave now.
Songshur stood up by holding onto the wall, covered his eyes with his uninjured left hand, leaving a tiny gap, and slowly walked towards the open door. Her eyes slowly adjusted to the light until they could be fully opened. Looking at the world in front of her, she actually felt a sense of strangeness. "Obey school rules and regulations when you go out, and don't come back," said the controller as he locked the door. Song-Shur snorted coldly, without looking back at him, and walked towards the teaching building. She was starving, but it was already 10 o'clock in the morning, and the cafeteria was closed. She couldn't go back to the dormitory, so she had to go to the classroom first. Climbing up to the floor where the classroom was located, Song-Shur pushed the door open and walked in. On the podium, Chen Lishu, who was lecturing facing the blackboard, heard the noise and turned to look towards the back door. He was still saying moral quality is the foundation of our federation. The moment Song-Shur's figure appeared in his field of vision, he stopped talking. However, after not seeing each other for 3 or 4 days, Song-Shur had lost a lot of weight, with bruises on the corners of his mouth and purple eyes that could not be erased. There was a line of blood splattered on the collar of his uniform, especially on his neck. When she raised her head, the dark purple color left by being pinched was shocking. Song-Shur kept his eyes down as he walked to his seat, pulled out a chair, and sat back. She was very sleepy. She couldn't fall asleep in the small dark room. When she returned to the classroom, she bit her eyelids together and just wanted to sleep. But the gaze from the podium was too strong to ignore, and it had been following her since she entered the door. When Song-Shur looked up, he saw Chen Lishu standing at the podium in a daze, holding a book. His glasses almost slid to the tip of his nose, but he didn't even lift them up. Song-Shur had no expression on his face. He took out the textbook from the table and slammed it heavily on the table. In the quiet little room, her voice was really loud. The students who were sleeping on the table and didn't notice her return were awakened by her and looked at her with dissatisfaction. But when he saw it was Song-Shur, he quickly retracted his gaze. Chen Lishu was alerted by this voice and quickly raised his glasses, cleared his throat, and continued what he was saying. But if you look closely, you can see that his hands are shaking as he turns the pages. The class returned to normal and Song-Shur lay on the table and fell into a deep sleep. In her sleep, she heard someone calling her name. "Song-Shur? Song-Shur." Song-Shur woke up and looked towards the source of the sound. At the edge of the podium, Chen Lishu held the moral education book in his arms and looked at her with a stern face. "Come to my office." After saying that, he walked down from the podium, pushed the door, and left. "Class is over?" Song-Shur rubbed his eyes. Others were already packing up and leaving. Song-Shur looked down at the time. It was 12 o'clock. Lunchtime. Song-Shur was so hungry that she felt unconscious. She needed to eat, but Chen Lishu asked her to go to his office, probably because of something. She stood up and went out the back door. Chen Lishu was already waiting at the back door. He glanced at her and walked forward first. There was a constant stream of people eating, and Song-Shur didn't ask in a hurry. He just followed him slowly, one step behind him. She lowered her eyes and wondered why Chen Lishu asked her to go to the office, and estimated whether it would delay her meal. "Song-Shur." Someone called her name from behind. Song-Shur stopped and looked back. It was a boy she didn't know, short and fat. Chen Lishu also heard the voice and turned around to look. Then he saw a boy as fat as a ball walking up to Song-Shur 2 or 3 steps away with his chest puffed out. He was not as tall as Song-Shur, so he stretched his neck to make himself look level with Song-Shur and pointed at Song-Shur's nose. Zhang Biao. I want to challenge you." Chen Lishu became anxious. This ball obviously saw that Song-Shur had just come out of the small dark room and was weak, so it took the opportunity to cause trouble. He stepped forward and stood between Song-Shur and Zhang Biao and shouted, "How can you fight and make trouble? Where did you come from, controller? You have no business interfering with our business. Get out of here." Zhang Biao pushed him away. The fat man's strength should not be underestimated. Chen Lishu took 2 steps back before he could barely steady himself. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He ran back to his original position to block him. "If you do this again, I will report your controller. You can sue me if you want. Let's see if they will do anything." Zhang Biao waved his fist with full of energy. It was obvious that the controller was from another school and could not see the situation clearly. The controller of our school had already assumed that beating Song Shi would not be considered a fight, and no points would be deducted. Chun Lishu was so angry that he stamped his feet and lowered his head to look for Li Bingwen's contact information on the computer. His right arm, which had been holding the book, suddenly felt light. The heavy moral education book was taken away. When he looked up, the book had already hit Zhang Biao in the face. The dull sound frightened Chun Lishu, and he shrank his neck. Zhang Biao was also beaten dizzy. Li Bingwen's avatar has popped up on the computer. He can be contacted by just clicking on it, but seeing the current situation, Chun Lishu silently put down the computer. Song Shi held the book, which was as thick as her wrist, in one hand, her lips tightly pursed, staring at the boy who was retreating while covering his bleeding nose, considering whether she needed to hit him again. Chun Lishu saw her intention, carefully took the book from her hand, and held it tightly in his arms. "Go to my office." Song Shi gave up the idea and followed him away. On the way, Song Shi called up the subtitles in his mind. The previous attack increased the anti-abuse value by 2%. Song Shi was in a good mood. The office that Chun Lishu mentioned was one of the 10 offices prepared by the school for the teachers of Rinchi Middle School to come here to teach. As soon as Song Shi entered the door, he smelled the aroma of meat in the air. It tasted very light, but for Song Shi, who had been hungry for almost 2 days, it tasted just like a chicken leg placed in front of her. "You sit on the sofa first." After Chun Lishu greeted Song Shi, he quickly walked to the desk, threw the book down, bent down, and took out a lunch bag from the cabinet under the desk. He carried the lunch bag to the coffee table in the living room, unzipped it, and took out 2 lunch boxes and a thermos cup of soup in front of Song Shi. The suppressed fragrance instantly emerged. Song Shi's stomach growled twice. Chun Lishu heard it, smiled, placed the pink lunchbox in front of Song Shi, and handed him chopsticks. "I came to class yesterday, and heard that you were put in solitary confinement. I asked Li Bingwen, and he said you were put in solitary confinement for 36 hours, and you will be released this morning." Song Shi listened to his words, and opened the lunchbox lid with his left hand. "He said that he would not be given any food during confinement, so I asked your teacher, the teacher's wife, to prepare these foods this morning." In the lunchbox, chicken legs, vegetables, and rice are neatly arranged. Chun Lishu took out another bowl, unscrewed the thermal cover, and the smell of chicken soup hit him. He took a spoon to scoop the soup. "Thanks." The second word could not be pronounced no matter what during the Song dynasty. Chun Lishu froze in his action of serving the soup. He slowly turned his head and looked at Song Shi, his gaze moving from her face to her neck. "Your voice." Song Shi pursed her lips and smiled helplessly. She had hardly slept in the past 36 hours, and her wounds had not healed yet. Every vibration of her vocal cords was torture for her. She had already anticipated how painful it would be to eat. Chun Lishu pretended to be calm and turned his face away, pouring half of the chicken soup from the spoon into the bowl, then drink more soup. He filled the bowl and placed it in front of Song Shi. Song Shi nodded, then pointed at Chun Lishu's meal, indicating that he should eat too. "I'll eat right away," Chun Lishu said, sitting down with his head down, picking up the food from the lunchbox and stuffing it into his mouth in big mouthfuls. Only then did Song Shi pick up the spoon and drink the soup bit by bit. It really hurt, especially the first sip. My throat, which hadn't had water for a long time, felt so dry that it seemed to be splitting. The second bite was much better. Song Shi drank it in small sips. Gradually getting used to the pain, I opened the disposable chopsticks and picked up the rice from the lunchbox. Chun Lishu was also eating and would look up at Song Shi from time to time. When he saw her clumsily picking up rice with her left hand, he even forgot to swallow the rice in his mouth. He remembered that Song Shi used his left hand to hit people, opened the lunchbox with his left hand, and even used his left hand to open the chopsticks just now. He couldn't hold it in any longer. His regret and self-blame reached a peak at this moment. The teacher shouldn't have sent you in at that time. Song Shi swallowed a small mouthful of rice with difficulty. He covered his eyes, the lower half of his face flushed. "I should have tried harder at the time and not invited your parents over." You wouldn't have been sent here and suffered like this. Song Shi put down her chopsticks. She knew that Chen Lishu had tried his best. He has a family and cannot offend a powerful person like Wang Danyu. He also tried his best to fight for her, but her mother did not appreciate his kindness and pushed her into the abyss again. Under the circumstances at that time, regulating the school was the best option. If Wang Danyu was expelled as she initially requested, other schools would certainly not accept her. She is not even 18 years old, and the label of retard will accompany her for the rest of her life. She has already been labeled a high-risk person, which makes her unpopular to begin with, and coupled with the label, she will probably have to spend the rest of her life in the gutter. Therefore, Song Shi felt that Chen Lishu's confession was unnecessary. But she couldn't speak and couldn't comfort him. She waved her hands desperately, but Chen Lishu covered his eyes and couldn't see her movements. Song Shi was speechless. She simply picked up the chopsticks and continued to eat the food in her lunchbox. When he gets tired of crying, he will stop naturally. Chen Lishu talked about the time when his original self was in the first year of high school all the way to the third year of high school, emphasizing that he could have prevented some things from happening, but due to the tyranny and the desire to keep the peace, he pretended not to see them, resulting in the current consequences. It took so long that Song Shi used chopsticks to tear the chicken leg into strips and ate it all bit by bit before he finished speaking. Song Shi's throat was so sore that he could no longer bear it, so he put down his chopsticks and drank the chicken soup instead. After drinking 2 bowls of chicken soup, Chen Lishu finally stopped, apologized to her solemnly, and asked her if she wanted to drop out of school. Of course Song Shi would not back down. She didn't want to be a rat in the gutter in her next life. Although it is difficult here, the efficiency is really high. Now her abuse value progress bar has exceeded half, and success is just around the corner. She shook her head. Chen Lishu understood what she meant and had to give up. The class bell rang. Song Shi stood up and pointed to the office door, indicating that she had to go back to class. Go ahead, this class isn't mine, I'll go next time. Today is Sunday. 4:30 p.m., this time was previously the time for going out for fresh air. Today is different. Everyone can get their own light computer and have 1 hour to communicate with the outside world. This class was taught by Chen Lishu. After class, Song Shi followed him back to the office. Her optical computer had been sent to her by Li Bingwen. Li Bingwen and Chen Lishu were chatting on the side, while Song Shi sat on the sofa in the reception room, pointed the light computer camera at himself, took a photo, and sent it to Tang Yu. And sent a message saying have a good week. After doing all this, she exited the chat box and went to look at the unread messages that had accumulated over the past few days. There is a deposit reminder. Clicking on it, there is a notification of 100,000 federal coins being deposited into the account. It should be the reward for her bravery that the 2 police officers from the city's security team promised to give her. 100,000 federal coins is not a small sum for Song Shi now. Although she can't use it in the restricted school, she still has to rent a house after she gets out. These 100,000 federal coins were enough for her to survive for 3 months when she had no source of income. Song Shi exited and looked at another unread message. It was a message sent at 11 o'clock last night from an unfamiliar number. Ms. Song, you should be honest. How can you fail to fulfill your promise to others? Song Shi almost immediately thought of Qin Yi, who had rescued her in the experimental base. At the beginning, she promised Qin Yi that she would join his company, the hunting group, after leaving the experimental base. But so much time has passed, and because of various things, she has never settled down and has not gone through the procedures to start work. To be more sure, she clicked on the other person's profile picture, found the contact information below, and compared it with the contact information on the business card she had taken a photo of before. The number was the same, so it was undoubtedly Qin Yi. I'm in a controlled school and can't leave for the time being. After thinking for a while, Song Shi added, I will start work within a month. She promised others what she had done, but didn't do it. It was her problem, and she should at least give the other party an accurate answer. As soon as I clicked send, a video call came in. The avatar that popped up was Tang Yu. Song Shi pulled up his collar and answered the call. Tang Yu on the opposite side was wearing a light pink doll collar home dress, with a whole girlish pink bedroom as the background. Today is Sunday, and regular schools are closed. You are hurt. Tangyu stared at her. Songshur felt a little guilty when she stared at him, so he raised his fingertips and touched the corner of his mouth. The photo she posted was not deliberately retouched, and the injury at the corner of her mouth did not seem very serious. What happened to your right hand? Songshur's finger that was touching the corner of his mouth twitched. How did Tangyu know that? The entire video only shows her upper body, with her right forearm not exposed at all. It was when she was eating that Chun-Li Shu realized that her right arm could not move. Tangyu on the other side suddenly leaned closer to the screen and asked, "What's wrong with your throat?" Songshur? She was sure that the collar of her clothes covered the wound completely, and it was not visible from the camera's angle. Even if Tangyu discovered that there was something wrong with her throat, it should have been when she was unable to speak, instead of revealing her condition in 3 consecutive sentences after only 16 seconds of the video. Even though Songshur knew that Tangyu was meticulous and perceptive, he was still shocked at this moment. She even suspected that Chun-Li Shu had told Tangyu about her. Thinking of this, Songshur turned his head to look at Chun-Li Shu at the desk. He and Li Bingwen were in the middle of a business conversation. It shouldn't be him. He and Tangyu are not that familiar. Songshur typed something in the dialogue box and sent it to Tangyu. It's an injury from the fight. It will heal in 2 days. Besides, there's smoke coming out of your head. In the picture, Tangyu's hair was draped on both sides of her shoulders, with a few strands of fine hair sticking up on the top of her head. At this moment, those strands of hair were shrinking rapidly, and a faint smoke could be seen coming out upon closer inspection. Tangyu immediately raised her hand to take a picture. The picture shook twice. She put her hand down again and saw that the hairs were half a length shorter than before and were crooked at the ends. Tangyu looked at the camera seriously, as if nothing had happened just now. Teacher Zhou Tan said that you are about to awaken. Songshur tried hard to suppress the corners of his mouth and nodded. Tangyu seemed not to notice and continued, "You are a berserker with a high probability of differentiation. The school will take it very seriously. I will talk to the class teacher and ask him to pick you up early. I think he will agree." Songshur hurriedly typed the 3 words not needed with his left hand and sent it over. Tangyu saw it and frowned slightly, obviously not understanding what Songshur was thinking. Fighting can stimulate my potential. I fight every day here and make progress every day. If I go back, I may not be able to awaken. Songshur typed. She omitted the role of the system and explained it to Tangyu in a few words. The theory she was talking about was a kind of awakening thought that was once popular in the Federation. If you want to awaken quickly, you need to do more things that are in line with the attributes of your awakening talent. The violent type will fight more, the fire type will get angry more, the healing type will get hurt more. It was a few decades before humans evolved superpowers. It was the first time that humans came into contact with this kind of strange power that could not be explained by natural science. According to their inherent thinking, they came to such a conclusion without data support. Later, the awakening of human superpowers gradually became stable. After a large amount of statistics and analysis on the opportunities for awakening, humans abandoned this theory and adopted the crisis theory. That is, when human life is seriously threatened, their potential will be infinitely mobilized, and the possibility of awakening superpowers will be greatly increased. Therefore, those who are about to reach adulthood and have not yet awakened with a high probability will be taken to the experimental base for stimulation experiments. Even though Tangyu did not agree with the reasons given by Songshur, she knew that since Songshur wanted to stay there, he must have a purpose, which might not be convenient to say. "Then be careful," she said. Songshur nodded seriously. "Is there anything else you need? Your homeroom teacher, Mr. Chen, will be in class next Friday. I can prepare it and have him bring it to you." Songshur shook her head. The things in the suitcase under her bed in the dormitory were enough for her to use for the whole month.
See you next week.
Tangyu's voice was sweet. "See you next week," Songshur typed. After hanging up the video, more than half of the 1-hour use of the optical computer had passed. Songshur had no one to contact, so he continued to search for knowledge about this world on the internet and make up for it. In the first class, after the laptops were taken away, everyone was listless and had no desire to listen to the lecture. Some were sleeping or lying down, and some were whispering to each other. Chun Li-shu was not affected at all. After completing his teaching task, he said goodbye to Song-shi in the corridor, said he would come again next Friday, and asked Song-shi if he needed anything. Song-shi shook his head to indicate no and watched him leave. Song-shi slept in during the whole night of classes. When the bell rang at 9 o'clock, the wound at the corner of her mouth had become lighter, and her throat no longer hurt like a knife when she swallowed. After returning to the dormitory and washing up quickly, Song-shi lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, Song-shi woke up naturally. She tried to swallow, and the pain in her throat was greatly relieved, almost as bad as the pain in her throat in the middle stage of a cold. She moved her right arm, which had been kicked, and there was a clear sound of bone cracking in the forearm, but now she no longer felt any pain. In order to make sure that it would not affect his movements, Song-shi got up and used his right hand to fold the quilt into neat blocks. He did not feel anything strange about this series of actions. The injury to the arm has been confirmed to have fully recovered. Song-shi's mentality was a little subtle. He went into the bathroom and looked in the mirror. The injuries on his face had healed, and the bruises on his neck and Adam's apple had also disappeared. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her recovery speed seemed to exceed the normal speed of berserk-type self-healing. According to her limited knowledge, this speed can only be achieved by the healing, wood, and some niche types. Song-shi couldn't explain what was going on in the current situation. A burst of cheerful singing came from the loudspeaker outside the door, which meant that the dormitory building was about to be cleared. Song-shi bent down and scooped up a handful of cold water and poured it on his face. He quickly washed himself, opened the bathroom door, took a box of milk from the table, left the dormitory, and locked the door. When he walked into the cafeteria, Song-shi had already finished his milk. He threw it into the trash can, lined up at the food window, and took 2 eggs. There was stew for breakfast today, but Song-shi didn't order it. She didn't take the plate or look for a seat, but went straight to the trash can. On the way, she quickly peeled 2 eggs and put them in her mouth. When she reached the trash can, she threw the egg shecks in. Song-shi patted the crumbs off his palm and turned around. Tong-jun and his 5 younger brothers were gathering around a window to get their meals. They cut in line, and there was a long line behind them of people holding trays ready to get their meals, but no one dared to complain. Song-shi walked towards the window, took off the rubber band that had been pinned on his wrist, and quickly tied up his hair. Song-shi came over in a rush and with a strong aura. Many people noticed her, including the 2 younger brothers behind Tong-jun. They hurriedly patted Tong-jun on the shoulder to remind him. Song-shi had already rushed over, grabbed a plate from the road, and threw it at Tong-jun like a dart. Tong-jun, who had just turned his head, bumped into him head-on and backed away, covering his head. He stood in the first row, with a glacé window behind him and no way to retreat. Song-shi had already rushed in front of him. With a tiptoe lift, the plate that had fallen to the ground bounced up. Song-shi grabbed it and smashed it on Tong-jun's head. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The sound of Tong-jun holding his head and screaming woke up his stunned brothers. They swarmed over and pounced on Song-shi. Song-shi was not polite at all. The dinner plate was her weapon. She grabbed Tong-jun's hair with her left hand and dragged him out, away from the window, while waving the dinner plate with her other hand.
Bang! Bang!
Crackle. It's like the sound of firecrackers during the New Year. The cafeteria was large and extremely empty, which made the noise even louder. Even in the most corner, you can hear it clearly. Where did the fight start again? The man sitting in the corner looked around. There were a lot of people blocking the way ahead, and they couldn't see. For them, this sound is not unfamiliar in the cafeteria. In the past, when small gangs fought each other, they would often choose spacious and crowded places like the cafeteria. Firstly, it was convenient to fight without being restricted, and secondly, if they won, more people could see them, and it felt like showing off. His companion put down his chopsticks, listened for a while, and concluded, "There are quite a few people." You ask? There must be more than a dozen people making all this noise. Their third companion just came back from getting food at this time. He put down his plate and sat in his seat with a strange look on his face. He neither ate nor spoke. "Why do you look like that?" The person across the table was curious. "What did you see? Which two groups are fighting again?" He only said 2 words, "Songshur." The other 2 people looked at each other and gave a thumbs up at the same time. Then the 3 of them lowered their heads to eat and didn't talk about it anymore. On the other side of the cafeteria, a fight was going on fiercely. It was Songshur who was fighting unilaterally. These 6 people are no match for her now. After being hit a few times by her at the very beginning, Tong Jun completely lost his fighting ability. He was dragged by her with one hand like a dying wild dog, and she would take it out from time to block her attacks. When he was not attacking, he became Songshur's punching bag. 2 of the other 5 brothers have fallen. The remaining 3 people also had bruised faces and noses. They were timid in front of Song. They looked at each other and winked at each other, but no one dared to rush forward. It's a stalemate, but the winner has been decided. Seeing this, the controller who was in charge of maintaining order in the cafeteria came over here. Songshur released his hand that was holding Tong Jun's hair. Tong Jun lost his support and collapsed to the ground powerlessly. His face and head were covered in blood. He was the one hit by Songshur with plates the most times, and one of his arms was broken by Songshur. Seeing Songshur let go of their boss, the remaining 3 people immediately approached cautiously and tried to help their boss away. But before they could get closer, a scene that stunned them occurred. Songshur walked to the waist of their boss and kicked him. Even though Tong Jun was almost in a coma, this kick made him sober up a lot, and his tragic screams echoed throughout the cafeteria. Just hearing the sound, even without seeing the picture, countless people gasped. "This is returned to you." Songshur looked down at Tong Jun, who was lying on the ground curled up like a shrimp, and said coldly, "This guy kicked her in the waist many times back then. The controller has stepped up the pace." Songshur looked around the cafeteria, searching for a figure. Found it. With a flash of excitement in her eyes, she ran towards the easternmost part of the cafeteria. When the controllers saw her running away, they immediately went to stop her. Songshur ran around among the rows of tables, causing a commotion. This was a waste of time. More and more controllers surrounded him. Finally, Songshur jumped directly onto the dining table, straddled it, dodged left and right, and escaped from their blockade. Finally, he knelt on one knee on the curly-haired girl's dining table. As soon as the little follower saw Songshur, he screamed, hugged his head, and shrank into the corner, not daring to move. The curly-haired girl slowly put down her chopsticks, raised her head and looked at Songshur in front of her, with gloomy eyes. Songshur ignored him and grinned. "I missed my appointment yesterday. I'll make it up today." After saying that, he clenched his fist and punched her in the face. The curly-haired girl had a soft upper body and she pushed back, dodging it easily. Songshur jumped off the dining table, using his knees as leverage to face her head. The curly-haired girl rolled on the ground, stood up 2 meters away from the dining table, and pushed the hair that was blocking her eyes back. "Oh my god! Yang Miao is so awesome!" a girl in the crowd exclaimed. After she finished shouting, she realized that no one around her was talking, so she quickly covered her mouth with her hands. The controllers who had already gathered around saw that Songshur was fighting with others again. They looked at each other and finally decided to stand on the periphery and observe the situation. Songshur rushed forward again. "So your name is Yang Miao." Yang Miao dodged her attack by turning his head sideways and started to fight back. In response to Songshur's question, she pursed her lips and said nothing. The last time he was beaten to a pulp by Yang Miao, Songshur replayed the scene in his mind countless times in the small dark room and thought of various countermeasures. When facing Yang Miao again this time, Songshur was extremely careful and put into practice all the moves he had in his mind one by one. "You've made rapid progress." Yang Miao finally said the first sentence, but there was no praise in his tone. "Do you think you can defeat me just by breaking a few of my moves?" She increased the speed of her attacks and entangled Songshur with her upper body. Songshur was stretched to the limit, so she suddenly kicked out, and hit Song Shi's knee. It looked like just a soft kick, but the pain and numbness quickly spread to Song Shi's entire leg. Song Shi knelt down on one knee, cold sweat breaking out on his head. I tried several times to stand up by supporting myself with my hands, but failed each time. Yang Miao did not press on with the victory, but bent down in front of Song Shi, grabbed her chin, and forced her to raise her head. "Next time, don't come and die." Song Shi pulled the corner of his mouth, but did not agree. Instead, he asked, "Do you want to take a photo?"
Yang Miao frowned.
"Consider it my tuition." In the end, Yang Miao took a photo and Song Shi was taken away by the controller. Masochism value progress: 55%, anti-abuse progress: 41%. Violently assaulting classmates, damage to restaurant items, disrupting dining order, disobedient, and he refuses to change despite repeated admonitions, locked in a small dark room for 40 hours. This time when he entered the small dark room, Song Shi had much more experience than the last time. In order to cope with the situation of not having enough food for the next few meals, she ate 2 eggs in the morning and drank a box of milk. That milk is meant for the awakened ones to drink. It has much higher nutritional value than ordinary milk and is very filling. As soon as she came in, she sat in the corner where she had sat last time. Without wasting any energy, she closed her eyes and began to recall the fight just now, breaking it down one by one and practicing the countermeasures in her mind. After doing this twice, she stood up and started to demonstrate. Her leg was not broken and she had no external injuries. Yang Miao did not kill her. He must have just pressed a certain acupoint on her, which caused short-term numbness and soreness. After such a long time, she has recovered as before. In the narrow and dark space, Song Shi continued to practice until the temperature in the small dark room, which was always cool and humid, continued to rise along with her body temperature. Song Shi raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead before stopping. "I feel hungry." Song Shi curled up in the corner and closed his eyes. When I woke up, the temperature in the small dark room had dropped back to normal. The small window for delivering water was open from the outside, and a bowl of water was handed in. Song Shi walked over and finished the drink in a few sips, glancing at the time. 8:30. She was locked up at 9 in the morning. Almost 12 hours had passed, or was it 24 hours? Song Shi wasn't sure, but one thing was certain: time was pacing faster than she thought. The light in the small dark room was once again deprived, and Song Shi's eyes were filled with darkness again. She stretched her body and continued her single-player simulated battle. "Lie down and rest when you are tired." During this time, Song Shi asked to go to the bathroom. The clock on the watch shows 12 o'clock. Through a window in the bathroom, sunlight from outside shines in. Song Shi had an idea of the remaining time. Back in the small dark room, she sat in the corner, her body desperately craving for food and her stomach growling. She stopped the simulation training. She didn't have any extra energy to expend. She closed her eyes and began to control her emotions, practicing her control over her violent aura. Until I fell asleep. When I woke up again, I heard the sound of a metal door opening. 40 hours have passed, you can leave now. Song Shi covered his eyes and stood up, accurately found the location of the door, walked out, and stood at the door to adapt to the feeling of the light. The controller who opened the door for her was the same one from last time. He gave Song Shi, who was standing facing the light, a complicated look and shook his head silently. The light in the corridor was exceptionally bright, but outside the punishment room, it was pitch dark. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. There was no one else except the controller on duty. Song Shi walked towards the apartment. The room where the apartment controller was located was pitch black. She stepped over the fence leading in and out of the dormitory and walked towards the stairs. After returning to the dormitory, Song Shi washed off the sticky sweat, washed all the piled-up dirty clothes and hung them up, then lay down on the bed and fell asleep. There was a long whistle in the early morning, and Song Shi opened his eyes. The light of excitement could not be suppressed. After packing up, I pushed the door open and walked out. On the way downstairs, I met Yang Miao and her little follower. Song Shi waved at her politely. He ignored her, brushed past her shoulder, and walked down the stairs. Songshur shrugged, didn't care, and walked down the stairs a few steps behind her. After entering the cafeteria, Songshur looked around and did not see Dai Ming and his gang. She queued up to get her meal and sat closest to the door. While eating, she looked up to see if Dai Ming and others were among the people coming in. From the moment she sat there, everyone who entered the cafeteria would feel an inexplicable chill on the back of their neck, and their hair would stand on end. They looked around and saw Songshur sitting at the dining table near the door eating. Thinking back to the time when Songshur came to the restaurant had to carry several people out, and they all quickened their pace and moved away from Songshur's field of vision. Songshur ate till the end, and Dai Ming and his group did not show up. No one else bothered her. Songshur had no choice but to go back to the classroom for class. More than half of the day passed in an eerie peace, and during the afternoon exercise time, Songshur found Yang Miao. She is determined not to waste a single day. Yang Miao was walking around the playground with her little follower. Songshur suddenly appeared in front of them. The little follower took a step back and hid timidly behind Yang Miao. The chair that Songshur had smashed on her head before had left a huge shadow in her heart. "Let's fight again." After Songshur said these words, he stared at Yang Miao with burning eyes. Yang Miao extinguished the cigarette on his fingertips and stuffed the remaining half back into the pocket of his little follower's clothes. Then he looked up at Songshur and exhaled a puff of white smoke. "I want to take pictures afterwards." Songshur raised an eyebrow. "Of course. Isn't this equivalent to Wang Danyu paying for her tuition?" Yang Miao glanced around and saw that there were an outrageous number of people on the playground at this moment. "Let's change place." She left a message and walked in one direction first. The little follower glanced at Songshur, who was standing there, and explained for Yang Miao, "Big sister doesn't want you to be caught in the small dark room again." After saying that, he followed closely in Yang Miao's footsteps. Yang Miao's behavior was somewhat unexpected to Songshur, but on second thought, she would be locked in the small dark room for at least 24 hours. Now, she is a walking ATM, able to randomly withdraw 100,000 federal coins every day. Locking her up in a small dark room is really a waste of her value. Following Yang Miao to an empty corner of the teaching building with no one or surveillance cameras, Yang Miao stopped and turned around. "Do you want to learn my fighting moves?" Songshur thought for a moment and said, "Not entirely. I still want to be beaten." "Yang Miao?" The look in her eyes when she looked at Songshur suddenly became strange. Songshur didn't care. He clenched his fists and placed them in front of his chest, ready to attack. "So hit me as hard as you can. The harder you hit, the better. The photos you take will also be credible." Although he didn't understand Songshur's habit, Yang Miao expressed his respect and winked at the little follower, who quickly retreated to a safe distance and watched the fight between the two. Songshur took the lead in attacking. Yang Miao listened to Songshur's advice very seriously. After blocking Songshur's first move, he began a crushing, all-encompassing attack. His moves were ruthless and merciless. Songshur had a very hard time dealing with it. Even though she had the bonus of a violent physique and her strength, reaction, and agility were several times better than those of ordinary people, when facing Yang Miao, she was no different from a 3-year-old child who had no ability to fight back. Especially as the moves increased in number, Songshur's heart gradually became filled with anxiety. In the last 2 duels, Yang Miao has been hiding his strength.
Bang!
Yang Miao raised his leg and kicked Songshur in the chest. Songshur flew 7 or 8 meters and fell heavily to the ground. She supported herself on her elbows and struggled to sit up. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood came out of her throat. Songshur thought something was wrong, and sure enough, she spat out a large pool of blood. Then came the heart-wrenching cough. Yang Miao walked towards her and stretched out his hand. Songshur took a look and waved his hand. After his cough eased, he said, "Take the photo first." Yang Miao withdrew his hand and looked at the little follower. The little follower immediately trotted up, took out a laptop from his pocket, pointed it at Songshur, and took a picture of Songshur with a bruised face and nose, holding his chest and spitting blood. Almost immediately after the photo was taken, Song Shi heard the sound of gold coins shaking, followed by a mechanical female voice reminding him of the deposit. 100,000 federal coins have been successfully deposited into your account. Please check it. Song Shi suddenly thought of the fact that he had lost half his life for a heroic act and was only rewarded with 100,000 federal coins. Her heart sank and she coughed even more violently, spurting out a large pool of blood, staining her clothes on her chest red. Are you okay? Yang Miao half squatted down. It was you who told me to be as cruel as possible. You did the right thing. Song Shi quickly affirmed, fearing that Yang Miao would not dare to kill him tomorrow. In today's battle, the progress of the abuse value increased by 13%, and the progress of the anti-abuse value increased by 2%. It has far exceeded her expectations. Song Shi stood up with the help of the ground, wiped the blood off his chin, and said that he was fine. We'll continue tomorrow. Yang Miao looked at her with a little suspicion, said nothing, and left with his little follower. Song Shi waited there for a while, then walked towards his place at a different time from Yang Miao. She pushed the door open covered in blood. The people in the class glanced back and then turned away indifferently. In the past, I would whisper about it with the people around me, but now no one is surprised. On the contrary, they would be surprised if Song Shi didn't cause trouble every day. Song Shi fell asleep on the table, and the injuries on his body were quickly repaired. Masochism value progress, 68%, anti-abuse progress, 43%. The next day, Song Shi was revived with full health and still looked for Yang Miao during the exercise time. After some high-intensity instructions, he was beaten again to the point of vomiting blood, and one of his arms was broken. But when I saw the light screen in my mind, masochism value progress, 82%, anti-abuse progress, 47%. Song Shi laughed out loud. Yang Miao looked at Song Shi, who was lying on his back on the ground, spitting blood and grinning for no apparent reason, and let out a hiss. And you beat her up? The little follower was also scared when he saw this scene. He walked up to Yang Miao, leaned close to her ear, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "She's a little perverted. How about we stay away from her?" Yang Miao took out a cigarette from his little follower's trouser pocket, lit it, took a puff, and considered whether to do so. Song Shi had already climbed up from the ground, leaned against the wall to relax for a while, and then stood up. The photos have been taken. You can go first. The two seemed to have been waiting for her to say this. As soon as she finished speaking, they left quickly side by side. Song Shi wiped the blood from her nose and smeared it on her face, then looked at their backs as they left. She always felt that there was something strange in the way they looked at her before they left. But I can't put it into words. Forget it, as long as I'm willing to practice with her. The rest is none of her business. Lying in bed at night, Song Shi called up the light screen in his mind. The gap between the progress of the abuse value and the progress of the anti-abuse value is a bit big. One is 82% and the other is 47%. Inconsistent progress may affect her normal awakening. Song Shi decided to cause some trouble for others tomorrow. She remembered that she seemed to have seen Dai Ming's younger brother in the cafeteria during dinner today. He was the one who kicked her hard in the face. At that time, she was only focused on eating and ignored him. You can go look for it tomorrow. She needs to catch up with the progress of anti-abuse value. After arranging everything, Song Shi fell into a deep sleep. The next day, breakfast time. Song Shi stepped into the cafeteria and accurately located the boy among the many students. There were 8 people sitting at his table, and Song Shi had some impression of each of them. When she stood on the table and waved the broken plate, these people had been cut by her to varying degrees. Now that they were all gathered together, Song Shi did not find Dai Ming. Dai Ming seemed to have disappeared for a long time. Although the person Song Shi wanted to beat the most was Dai Ming, the 8 people in front of him could also be used for training. After all, she couldn't hit innocent people. Song Shi did not go directly to them. After all, Wang Danyu took special care of her. If she took the initiative to do something, she would definitely be locked up in a small dark room. Now she cherishes every day and stays in the small dark room for at least 24 hours. In order to make the most of every day, Song Shi decided to take a passive approach. She thought of an idea and looked elsewhere, and finally saw Yang Miao at a row of dining tables against the wall. She took the tray, received her meal, and walked towards the seat. Finally, he chose to sit at a table next to Yang Miao's. As soon as she sat down, everyone else at the table left with their plates. Because of her behavior in recent days, her reputation had become increasingly worse, so people at the two tables in front and behind her also left in advance to avoid risks. Only Yang Miao and her little follower were left around. Song Shi calmly took out an egg, cracked it, rolled it twice on the dining table, and peeled off the skin bit by bit. He said softly, "I want to beat up a few people, but I don't want to be locked up in a small dark room." The little follower looked at her in confusion. Why did she tell her elder sister? Did she want her elder sister to help her? Yang Miao understood Song Shi's meaning almost immediately, and without putting down her chopsticks, she said, "Let's eat first." The two of them simultaneously quickened their eating speed. After finishing the last bite of the dish, the moment Song Shi put down the plate, Yang Miao suddenly jumped up and rushed towards her. Those who left early saw this scene and secretly rejoiced that they had foresight. Song Shi raised the dinner plate to block it. There was a loud bang and a fist mark appeared in the center of the plate. The fist mark made people around tremble with fear. Is this the effect that a normal human fist can achieve? Yang Miao seemed to feel no pain. He pulled back his fist expressionlessly and smashed it again at the plate that Song Shi was blocking in front of his face. The aluminum dinner plate certainly couldn't withstand a second blow. Everyone silently worried for Song Shi. How did she offend Yang Miao again? What a bad luck. This punch might have made the bridge of his nose cave in. The controllers who were responsible for maintaining order in the cafeteria gathered in groups of 3 or 4, chatting and talking, not paying any attention to the battle situation. First of all, Yang Miao was the first to take action, and secondly, Yang Miao was clearly in the upper hand. Song Shi dropped the plate and ran for his life. Yang Miao pushed the plate away and chased after her. The two started a pursuit. Song Shi ran very fast, and in the blink of an eye he crossed from the southeast corner of the cafeteria to the northwest corner. Yang Miao never caught up. Song Shi suddenly jumped onto a dining table full of people. After seeing the people dining at this table, everyone mourned for Song Shi even more. Her luck was really bad. How did she end up from one wolf's den into another? Can't you see we are eating? Get out. You don't want to live anymore, right? Brothers, teach her a lesson. Success aroused the anger of this group of people. Yang Miao stopped at the periphery and did not go forward to catch Song Shi. He lit a cigarette and watched the fun. The little follower who came slowly looked at the leisurely elder sister, then looked at Song Shi who was standing in the middle of the dining table, and suddenly understood the meaning of Song Shi's words. If she took the initiative to fight, she would definitely be taken to a small dark room, so she asked her elder sister to force her. She was forced to resist, forced to beat up a group of people, and finally forced to be beaten up by her elder sister. She not only dealt with the people she wanted to deal with, but also competed with her eldest sister. Most importantly, she didn't have to be locked up in a small dark room. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. So insidious. The little follower's fear of Song Shi deepened. The food was in full swing at the dining table. The same thing happened a week ago. At that time, Song Shi was caught off guard by the siege of so many people. He was caught off guard and was knocked down. But now, she was quite at ease. She took a plate in her left hand and right hand respectively and beat those people, without any chance of fighting back. In the end, the 8 men didn't even dare to come forward, so Song Shi jumped down from the dining table and fought with them at close range, still beating them to the ground. Big sister teaches really well. The little follower leaned close to Yang Miao's ear and whispered. Yang Miao raised the corners of his lips slightly, but said nothing. Anti-abuse progress. Plus 1% anti-abuse progress. Plus 1%. The reminder subtitles never stopped in Song Shi's mind. Today's anti-abuse progress has reached the daily limit. There is an upper limit to the unexpected progress growth during the Song dynasty, but when I looked at the progress bar, it increased by 20%. It's worth it to get a 20% increase from these 8 people. Song Shi bent his knee and kicked the last person standing in the abdomen, knocking him down, looking down at him. Where's Dai Ming? The other person held his stomach, clenched his teeth, and said nothing. Song Shi sneered, half squatted down and pinched his face, picked up a sharp piece of plate fragment from the ground, and gestured at his carotid artery twice, the sharp edge of which cut the epidermis. Tell me or not. The boy felt the chill on his neck, and dared not move. Then he saw the madness in Song Shi's eyes and became completely scared. I don't know either. The city security team called him away. The city security team? Wang Danyu? The controllers saw that the situation did not meet their expectations and surrounded them. At this time, Yang Miao, who had been watching the fun on the side, moved. Song Shi heard the faint sound of wind and the sound of Yang Miao's footsteps, which he did not try to hide. She immediately rolled over on the ground, and Yang Miao fell to the ground on one knee, where she had left. The broken pieces of the dinner plate on the ground were instantly crushed into a thin piece. You hid fast enough. Yang Miao snorted coldly and grabbed her with his claws. Now is the daily sparring time for Yang Miao and Song Shi. The two were fast enough and their attacks were ruthless enough, and they tried to kill each other, so much so that they confused the controllers who surrounded them. They planned to wait and see who wins and who loses in the end. If Song Shi wins, he will definitely be locked up in a small dark room. Yang Miao won. So, what if he won? It's very unfair, but it wasn't their decision. They were just following orders. In the center of everyone's attention, after Song Shi once again narrowly avoided Yang Miao's attack, Yang Miao's eyes showed amazement. Song Shi's daily progress is almost exponential, and she has a hunch that Song Shi has entered the threshold of explosive growth. It won't be long before Song Shi can reach her level. Is this the gift of a violent high-probability differentiation person? Yang Miao was rarely envious of someone. You're distracted. When Song Shi punched out and Yang Miao crossed his arms to block, the distance between them shortened, and Song Shi whispered a reminder. Yang Miao woke up, pushed Song Shi away, concentrated his attention, and exerted 100% of his strength to deal with Song Shi. There is no doubt that Yang Miao is very strong, especially when she mobilizes her whole body's strength. The muscles in her arms swell, her aura rises, and there is a strong sense of oppression. The onlookers were also inexplicably infected, as if they were on a battlefield, as if they were Song Shi, wrapped in layer by layer of Yang Miao's aura, unable to breathe, and unable to think of resisting at all. Song Shi barely blocked 100 moves before he began to show signs of decline. He was thrown to the ground and tried several times to get up but failed. Song Shi lost, and the controllers dispersed contentedly, maintaining order in the cafeteria and dispersing all the other onlookers. Yang Miao took a photo and left with his little follower. Only Song Shi was left lying in the distance for nearly half an hour. Although my body is in pain, my heart is happy. Current progress. Masochism value progress. 93% anti-abuse progress. 67%, she is finally getting her reward after all the suffering. Song Shi walked back to the classroom tremblingly. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Chen Lishu sitting on the podium. Song Shi thought about it and realized that today was Friday, which was indeed the day when Chen Lishu came to supervise the school classes. She closed the door quietly and walked towards her seat. She noticed that there was an extra set of table and chairs next to her seat. Maybe some new students are transferring here. Song Shi walked to his desk, pulled out his chair, and sat down. When Chen Lishu heard the noise from the back door, he looked up and was stunned when he saw Song Shi's appearance. It was really horrible. His face was covered with nosebleeds, his chin was bruised, and his forehead was also scratched, but fortunately there was no bleeding. He held his waist while walking and moved slowly, probably because his waist was injured. Of course, Song Shi felt Chen Lishu's direct gaze. He covered his forehead and lowered his head, not looking at him. If I had known this, I would have gone to the bathroom to wash my face. Song Shi felt extremely regretful. She was too lazy to walk a few more steps to the bathroom because her waist was hurting. And her attitude now is that no matter what she looks like, it is others who are disgusted and she herself cannot see it. She forgot that this class was taught by Chen Lishu. Song Shi simply lay on the table and pretended to be dead. After a while, the voice of Chen Lishu's lecture could be heard slowly. It was also accompanied by the gossiping voices of people at the table in front and next to me. I heard that the new transfer student is from Yenming Middle School. Yenming? Oh my god, isn't that the top-ranked high school in the outer city of District 11? What did he do wrong to be sent here? Generally, those who transfer to controlled schools midway are those who are not wanted by other schools. That's why he asked. He got into a gang fight and left someone disabled. The school insisted on expelling him. His parents went to the school to make trouble twice and finally managed to avoid expulsion, but they also didn't allow him to stay in Yenming. He had to stay in our school for the remaining 6 months of his senior year. Then his situation is quite similar to Song Shi, who lost his name, said. The person in front of her lowered his voice. They will only stay for 3 months. The person sitting in front of her desk said, What sin did our class commit? One student left and another one came. Song Shi wanted to say that she was leaving soon, but she was so sleepy that she couldn't even lift her eyelids, so she simply didn't argue. In the dream, her waist felt warm, as if someone was massaging her. Song Shi felt so comfortable that she didn't want to wake up, until a quarrel disturbed her sweet dream. The source of the sound was right next to her. There was clearly no one next to her. Song Shi was half asleep and half awake, and he slowly remembered that it seemed like a new person had transferred in. Your lecture is terrible. You are reading exactly as the book says. Are you a reading machine? The voice sounded like a boy. Are all the teachers at Renshi Middle School so bad at teaching? No wonder your school ranks behind ours. He is still an impolite and self-righteous boy. Song Shi opened his eyes. The first thing I saw was a young man with half-tied hair and a wolf tail. He had a row of holes in his ears and 7 or 8 silver and black earrings. Chen Lishu explained in a good-tempered manner. The book on moral education was compiled by countless outstanding scholars, and the examples are all the latest. I don't have anything to expand on. Even if you replace it with a teacher from Yenming Middle School, you can only read aloud from the book. In addition, Chen Lishu pushed up his glosses and placed the book on the table. The focus of this course is not to teach you knowledge. In fact, you all know exactly what is in it. The other students in this class who had listened to the moral education class for 2 years nodded in agreement. The content of this book is just that, and there is nothing much to say about it. They really didn't understand why this new transfer student was so angry. Whether you can do it or not is the most important thing. The control school has set up this course so that different teachers can remind you to be a law-abiding federal citizen. So, classmate, if you don't want to listen, you can lie down and sleep like other students. Chen Lishu was very polite. Unfortunately, the other party was not convinced and swept the books on the table to the ground with his arms. Do I need you to remind me of morality? As luck would have it, the book he dropped hit Song Shi's feet. Song Shi. The person at the table in front of me, who just happened to see this scene. His eyes widened instantly. He took a breath and moved his chair to distance himself from Song Shi. Song Shi raised his foot and kicked the book back. She didn't use much force. The book just hit the other person's table leg and stopped. She considers herself a generous person and will not get angry because of the other party's unintentional behavior. But the other party doesn't think so. You disgusting, ugly captive. Who gave you permission to kick my book? Song Shi, who was about to lie down and take a nap, said. This time, the other students in the class also looked strange. Chen Lishu on the podium also opened his mouth several times, but because the boy never stopped talking, he had no chance to interrupt him. It's so disgusting. Didn't you wash your head in the past few days? I give up. It's already annoying to come to a school like this, and now I have to sit in the same row with someone like you. The boy kicked the book that Song Shi kicked back away in disgust. Song Shi, who had just washed his hair this morning, raised his head, took off the spare rubber band on his wrist, and tied up his hair that was messy because of the fight. The person at the front table caught a glimpse of Song Shi's movements and moved forward again, stretching one leg outside the table, ready to escape at any time. Song Shi did not take action directly. She still remembered the system's reminder that she should not harm innocent people. She wasn't sure if the person who had verbally humiliated her was innocent. I asked the system directly, but it didn't respond. Songshur decided to try it out himself and pave the way for the future. The system has always been in her mind, restricting her actions. According to its rules, innocent people cannot be harmed. But who are innocent? People who have never done anything bad? Or people who have never hurt her? What is the scope of harm? Swearing at her or punching her is both harmful to her, but is it the same for the system? Are the injuries defined by the system divided into intentional injuries and unintentional injuries? Let's take this opportunity today to clarify it together. Taking off the watch from his wrist, Songshur threw it at his head. This watch is extremely sturdy and Songshur is not afraid of it breaking even if it falls. The boy didn't expect Songshur to start fighting as soon as he said so he tried to avoid it, but unfortunately he failed to dodge and was hit on the forehead. A small bump quickly appeared on his head. He covered his forehead, stared at Songshur in disbelief, and yelled, "Are you sick?" Songshur was paying attention to the system's reminders. Innocent harm, anti-abuse progress. 1% Songshur breathed a sigh of relief. Verbal insults don't actually count as harm, and she can't fight back. He wanted to take action but couldn't. Looking at the boy again, Songshur was just annoyed. She also hoped that the boy would get so angry that he would attack her, so that her counterattack would not be considered harming an innocent person. However, she did not expect that the other party would only keep cursing and had no intention of attacking her. Hiss. Didn't he say he was in jail for breaking someone's bones in a gang fight? How could he be so patient? Seeing that Songshur didn't follow up after the initial attack, Chenlishu felt relieved and pleased. She finally learned to control her temper. "Please take a seat, student. We will continue the class." "I won't." The boy covered his forehead with one hand and stretched his neck to question Chenlishu. "Why didn't you do anything about it? Didn't you see her hitting me? Aren't you the controller? Why didn't you deduct her points? Why didn't you lock her up in the small dark room?" The classmates in the class almost couldn't hold back their laughter. He probably didn't know that he had been to the gates of heck. "What are you laughing at? You are protecting each other. I will sue my mom, and I want Yanming back." As he spoke, 2 tears actually squeezed out of his eyes. Songshur. He actually felt wronged? Songshur reached out and pushed the boy at the table in front of him on the back. The person sitting at the table in front of her startled when she touched him, then quickly turned his head with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Songshur. She tried to keep a straight face. "Is there any Yanming controller teaching here today?" Yes, class 666. "Are you rapping?"
What?
It seems that there is no such thing in this world.
Fine.
Songshur knew where class 6 was, opposite the bathroom. She stood up and grabbed the arm of the boy next to her. "What are you doing? Take your dirty hands off me." Songshur also grabbed his other hand and twisted it behind his back, preventing him from struggling. Pushing him out of the classroom, he walked towards the class opposite the bathroom. "What are you doing? Let go." "Where are you taking me?" Having reached the front door of class 6, Songshur looked inside through the window and saw a female controller giving a lecture. Songshur leaned close to the struggling boy's ear and said, "The controller of your Yanming is in there. If you have any troubles, tell her and she will take care of it for you. Oh, by the way, you can also ask her to deduct points from me and put me in a small dark room." Before Songshur finished speaking, the other party shouted at the top of his voice, Teacher Sue. I'm being bullied. Apparently this guy knows the teacher inside." Songshur quickly let go of the other person's hand and hid behind the wall. The other party pushed the door open and started crying to the teacher inside, and the teacher was forced to stop teaching. "Someone is bullying me. Teacher Sue, please let me go back and call my mom. I don't want to study anymore." Songshur listened to a few words and left rubbing his ears. Songshur did not take this little episode to heart. During the afternoon exercise time, she went to the playground to find Yang Miao, as usual. But I didn't see her. Only her little follower was sitting alone in the corner of the playground, looking around. Songshur walked over, and the little follower's eyes lit up when she saw her. But then she realized that she was the only one facing Songshur, so she retracted her neck. "Where is Yang Miao?" Songshur asked. "The school leaders called her away." The little follower said timidly. "When did it happen?" I finished fighting with you this morning. Song Shi frowned. You haven't come back yet? The little follower shook his head, also a little worried. Song Shi inexplicably thought of Dai Ming, who had disappeared for a long time. Has she ever been called away for such a long time before? The little follower thought for a moment and said no. In the past, her elder sister was always with her, but now that her elder sister is not around, she doesn't dare to wander around. She had offended many people before. Seeing Song Shi turning around and walking away, she immediately stood up and chased after him. Where are you going?
Take me with you.
Song Shi is also very powerful. Although not as good as her elder sister, no one in this school dares to mess with her. Song Shi turned around and said, You'd better not follow me now. The little follower paused. Why? Song Shi looked embarrassed. This little follower didn't have enough intelligence. How could she explain it to her? Perhaps right now, somewhere she couldn't see, there were eyes staring at them. Those eyes belonged to people bribed by Wang Danyu. They observed her every day, looking for people who had a grudge against her and were quite powerful themselves, or even had connections with Shi Jiao, like Dai Ming, who disappeared before, and Yang Miao, who is called away now. Does Yang Miao have any connection with the western suburbs black market? Song Shi asked. The little follower didn't know why she suddenly asked this, and raised his chin proudly. Of course, my eldest sister is. She suddenly fell silent, for she remembered that her elder sister had said that one should not reveal all of one's secrets when away from home. Song Shi was not interested in what she said next. Knowing that Yang Miao was related to the western suburbs black market had already confirmed her guess. Wang Danyu was ready to kill her. Organize those people who have connections with Shi Jiao to take action. Even if the teachers of the superpower branch investigate, Wang Danyu can say that it is a vendetta and her hands will not be dirty. Even the top leaders of the superpower branch can't do anything to Shi Jiao. But the holiday was still 2 weeks later, so Wang Danyu wouldn't call them away so early. Wang Danyu wants to advance her vacation time? Now we just need to verify this. If the holiday time was advanced, Wang Danyu's intention could be basically confirmed. Then, at that time, Song Shi looked at the brainless little follower in front of him. Yang Miao was nice to this little follower, and it seemed to have some special meaning. If Wang Danyu gave enough benefits, Yang Miao would probably stand on Wang Danyu's side to deal with her. She is not a match for Yang Miao now, and with Dai Ming and even more people around, she is completely a fish on the chopping board. So this little follower is her means of threatening Yang Miao. Of course, she also needs to verify whether the relationship between this little follower and Yang Miao is strong enough to that extent. Now is not the time to verify. There might be eyes staring at her nearby, and if she showed friendliness towards this little follower, Wang Danyu might give up Yang Miao and switch to someone else. Although Yang Miao is strong, he has weaknesses, and she is quite familiar with Yang Miao's moves. If anyone else were to replace her, they would not be as good as Yang Miao. After sorting out everything, Song Shi looked at the little follower in front of him. Your elder sister is in danger. There are people watching her. Which dormitory is yours? I'll go and explain it to you in detail tonight. The little follower's face changed. He was really frightened by Song Shi. For 82, it's easy to arouse suspicion if I stay with you, so I'm leaving first. Song Shi lowered his voice. Song Shi turned around and walked towards the teaching building. Everything she had just imagined was a final struggle when the situation was irreversible. The risk is too great. She decided to take the safest option first. The next class is taught by Chun Lishu. He should still be in the office. Song Shi quickly ran to Chun Lishu's office and knocked on the door, but no one answered. She pushed the door hard, but it was locked. Song Shi went to other offices prepared for the teachers of Rinshi Middle School. As long as you are a teacher at Rinshi Middle School, it will be fine. She knocked on every door, but no one was there. A controller paced by, and Song Shi stopped him to ask, and the answer he got was, all the teachers of Rinshi Middle School were called back for a meeting. Can I use your light computer? I have something urgent to do. The controller shook his head and refused sternly. No, this is against school rules. Student, you should go back to class. Song Shi stared at the light computer on his wrist. If it wasn't for the fact that the light computer had permissions and would automatically lock itself if operated by someone other than the owner, she would definitely snatch it away. When Song-Shi returned to the classroom, he received a piece of news. We have a holiday tomorrow, and we still have 2 days off. Everyone else in the class was cheering and discussing with each other where to go and what to buy after they got out. Only Song-Shi sat in his seat motionless. Why is it released so early? Song-Shi asked. The substitute teacher was from another school, and Song-Shi couldn't recognize him. This is a notice from the school leaders. Considering everyone's heavy study pressure, the leaders specially gave everyone 2 days off to relax. Too much pressure? Song-Shi didn't believe it. Every day in class, there are no more than 5 people in the whole class who listen carefully. How could there be any pressure to study? Song-Shi tightly grasped the corner of the desk. Wang Dan-yu, I won't die this time, but you will definitely not have an easy life. Long evening study time. The controller sat on the podium, looking down at his laptop, while the trainees below were either lying down and sleeping or sitting together and talking in low voices. Song-Shi held his forehead with one hand and scribbled on the paper. The back door was pushed open with a creaky sound. The idle students looked back and saw the transfer student who had been missing for a day since being taken out by Song-Shi in the morning slowly walking in. He didn't look at them and just sat back in his own seat. Song-Shi was fully focused on what to do tomorrow. Suddenly, someone beside her called her in a low voice. Sister Song? Song-Shi ignored him, tore the paper with the words written on it into pieces, and put them into his uniform trouser pocket. The other party raised his voice a little more. Sister Song? Song-Shi turned her head impatiently and looked at the wolf-tailed man sitting opposite her. What are you doing? After getting Song-Shi's response, the boy immediately dragged his stool and moved to Song-Shi's desk, sitting with his arms crossed like an elementary school student. Sister Song, I call you sister, so you have to protect me from now on. The conversation between the two troublemakers in the class attracted a lot of people's attention, especially the transfer student, whose voice was not lowered deliberately, so everyone could hear it. The table in front of me turned around and lowered his voice to Song-Shi's table in front of me. He must have heard about his deeds, and he knew that he had hit a snag, so he was anxious to curry favor with someone. The person sitting in front of Song-Shi didn't dare to talk about Song-Shi, especially since he was so close to Song-Shi. He felt that Song-Shi could hear it. He just nodded slightly, hastily expressing his attitude. Why are you still so afraid of her? I think she is a principled person. If others don't mess with her, she won't mess with others. She is much better than those hooligans of Tongjun. The person sitting at the front desk pursed his lips and didn't dare to speak. Get lost. Song-Shi was annoyed that he was recognized as his elder brother. If you don't leave, I will beat you into a mess. The person at the table in front of him pursed his lips. I told you, look, how ducking fierce. The wolf-tail man was not defeated by Song-Shi. I asked about what happened to Sister Song after she came here. I admire her very much and want to be friends with her. Song-Shi's fist on his thigh gradually clenched. My name is Lu Shuilin. You can just call me Xiao Lu. My father is the special assistant of the captain of the city security team, a super brain awakener, and I am also a super brain high probability differentiation. I heard that Sister Song is a violent high probability differentiation. It is really fate that we can meet here. When Song-Shi heard his father's position, his fists unclenched. He raised his head as if nothing had happened and said in a gentle tone, Didn't you come in here with broken bones? You're so powerful. Do you still need me to protect you? Lu Shuilin suddenly became excited, spitting all over the place. I was cheated. It was my mortal enemy who broke that man's bones. I was just passing by, and he blamed me for that man's crime. There was no surveillance on that section of the road, and all the witnesses were his people. No one believed anything I said. The person at the table in front of me suddenly said, Your father is the captain's special assistant, and no one believes what you say? He asked what Song-Shi wanted to ask. Song-Shi leaned back in his chair, looking at Lu Shuilin, waiting for his answer. Lu Shuilin shrugged his shoulders and sighed. It's all because my father is upright and honest. He never uses his position to seek personal gain. Even at Yenming Middle School, I am treated the same as ordinary students. He spoke sincerely, and the people eavesdropping around him silently put themselves into his identity. In this era, where power is more important than anything else, it is really terrible to have a father like this. After Lu Shuilin finished speaking, he wiped away his tears. The person sitting in front of the table in front of me said, if Song Shi had met Lu Shuilin's family, the one who would have gone to the restricted school would probably have been the eldest son of the Wei family. The person sitting at the table in front of him covered his ears, not daring to listen to what he said. Song Shi, Lu Shuilin, and the eldest young master of the Wei family, which one can be talked about casually. What's more, it happened in front of the real owner. Song Shi heard it, but didn't say anything. Lu Shuilin said, Sister Song, I've heard about this. The Wei family is relying on their power to bully others. I can't stand people like this. Lu Shuilin grabbed Song Shi's hand on the table, patted it, and said solemnly and sincerely, Sister Song, I'm here to vent your anger. My father has a say in front of the captain of the city security team. Wei Yu's father is just a deputy captain. How dare they be so arrogant? I will make them pay the price. Song Shi pulled his hand out without leaving a trace. Is your father really the special assistant to the captain of the city security team? Of course. Lu Shuilin held up 3 fingers and said sincerely, I swear to God. I played with Wei Yu a few times when I was a kid. He looked like a decent person, but I didn't expect him to be such a scumbag. Also, why should I be locked up here for 6 months while he doesn't have to? I have to drag him in to experience the same thing as me for a few months. It turned out that it was because of an unbalanced mentality. The people around laughed. Song Shi also curled his lips and smiled, okay, but how exactly are you going to help me? Tomorrow is a holiday. My mom will drive over to pick me up and we'll go directly to my dad's office, tell him about the situation, and then let my dad tell the captain. Wouldn't that solve the problem easily? He clapped his hands excitedly, as if he was really thinking about Song Shi. Song Shi lowered his eyes, as if talking to himself. You are so useful. Then will we not be able to see Song Shi next week? The person at the table in front of me asked again. Lu Shuilin snapped his fingers. Of course, Sister Song shouldn't have come here in the first place. She was just wrongly accused. I'm here to rescue Sister Song. Then will we be able to meet the eldest son of the Wei family next week? Lu Shuilin glanced at Song Shi and said, Of course. The person sitting at the front desk, sandwiched between the two of them, tried to minimize his presence, burying his head in the books that were standing up. The bell rang for the evening study session, and everyone packed up and left. Song Shi had nothing to pack, so he just left. Lu Shuilin immediately chased after her and kept saying in her ear, Let's leave together tomorrow morning. My mother's car is waiting for us at the school gate. You can leave here soon, etc. Song Shi looked at the dozen or so stairs in front of him and glanced at the boy next to him who was still chattering. The two of them walked down the first step, the second step. Song Shi stretched out his legs quickly. Lu Shuilin was so engrossed in his speech that he didn't pay attention to his feet and tripped. He rolled twice on the stairs and stopped on the second-floor platform. He cursed, rubbed his head, and got up. Song Shi was still standing on the third step of the stairs, staring at the void in front of him. The system has no reminder. She deliberately tripped Lu Shuilin, causing him to fall down the stairs, but the system did not display a reminder to deduct progress. In the morning, Lu Shuilin insulted her, so she hit him on the head and deducted 1% of her progress. Now it's not deducted. During this period, Lu Shuilin did things that the system determined to be harmful to her. During the break, more and more people came downstairs. Song Shi felt his shoulder bumped, and then something cold was stuffed into his hand. They're outside the school gate. Don't leave tomorrow. Song Shichao looked at the crowd and saw a thin figure blending in with the crowd and walking towards the next floor. Song Shi stuffed the things in his hand into his trouser pocket, walked down the stairs towards Lu Shuilin, held his arm, and helped him up. Why did you fall? Lu Shuilin was still rubbing the back of his head, frowning and saying painfully, I don't know either. Song Shi stretched his foot very quickly at that time, just when he was talking excitedly. Maybe he missed a step. Song Shi made up a story.
It should be.
Lu Shuilin accepted this idea, licked his dry lower lip, and asked, Sister Song, will you go with me tomorrow? Of course. I'm still waiting for you to save me from the dire situation. Song Shi's smile did not reach his eyes. After sending Lu Shuilin to the men's dormitory, Song Shi walked towards the women's dormitory. After entering the room and locking the door, Song Shi took out something from his pocket. It is a small knife, very light, with a blade only as long as an adult's index finger, and the handle is just enough for one person to hold, with no extra space. Weapons are prohibited items here, including knives. During weekly dormitory inspections, every nook and cranny will be searched with detectors, and it is almost impossible for these prohibited items to escape the search. Song Shi stuffed it under the bed and went into the bathroom to take a shower. With the cold water pouring over his head, Song Shi's thoughts gradually became clear. She changed her clothes and came out, dragged out the suitcase from under the bed, took out all the bandages inside, and piled them on the table. Then, while there were few people around, he walked towards the dormitory of Yang Miaoxiao's follower. The door was not locked. She pushed it open and walked in, and saw the little follower sitting blankly on the chair. You're here? Seeing her, the little follower immediately stood up. What happened to Big Sister? Why did you say Big Sister was in danger? Song Shi first locked the door with his backhand, and then said, Calm down first, sit on the chair, and listen to me. The little follower was a little overwhelmed, tugging at Song Shi's clothes. I can't calm down. I have lived with my eldest sister since I was a child. Without my eldest sister's care, I can't survive. What should I do if something happens to my eldest sister? Song Shi. She hasn't even asked yet, and he told it? Sister, what happened? Why is someone staring at us? Tell me. The little follower was very excited. Song Shi had already thought of the reason. During one night of self-study, the city security team is going to clear out all the students on campus who have connections with Shijiao. What? The little follower let go of Song Shi's clothes, took 2 steps back in disbelief, and leaned his back against the edge of the table. We didn't hear any wind? All of this is done in secret. In the past week, haven't you noticed that a lot of students related to Shijiao have disappeared? Song Shi asked. The little follower blinked and suddenly realized Lin Wanbao, Shang Wei, Wang Guozheng, and Dai Ming are all gone. During the Song dynasty, we only know that Dai Ming disappeared, and no one has heard of the remaining 3. Wang Danyu called away so many people, which was far beyond her expectations. The little follower now completely trusts Song Shi. Then what should I do? What should I do, elder sister? She circled the room and finally stopped in front of Song Shi. Eldest sister has taught you for so long. Can you give me some advice? Song Shi pretended to be embarrassed. I can only try my best, but you have to cooperate with me. I will. Just ask. What kind of person is Yang Miao? The question was obviously unrelated to the main business, but the little follower was eager to save people, so he answered without thinking, She is a good person, and I am a burden to her. She didn't need to come here to get a degree. She came to accompany me because I was always bullied here. Later, because the Longshan club run by my eldest sister was really short of money and was about to collapse, she came to bother you for the 100,000 federal coins. But you also learned a lot from my eldest sister. Song Shi nodded casually. The little follower continued to tell about their experiences, and Song Shi only responded with a few simple words. It is enough to know that Yang Miao is a loyal person and that this little follower is very important to Yang Miao. Wait until the other person finally says he is tired and stop. I'm worried they'll take you again. Come to my dorm. What about my eldest sister? I'll take you to see her tomorrow. Song Shi stared into her red eyes. You need some sleep. I can't sleep without seeing my elder sister. The little follower choked. I will definitely let you see it tomorrow. Bringing her back to the room, Song Shi arranged her on the bed and handed her a glacé of water with sleeping pills in it. Watching her drink it, Song Shi covered her with a quilt. He sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the bandages on the table. It was not until midnight that Song Shi fell asleep leaning against the edge of the bed. After doing all this, the whistle blew. Song Shi washed up, took the knife under the mattress, put it in his pocket, and walked towards the teaching building. You need to sign out of the class before leaving school. Song Shi signed his name under Lu Shuelin's gaze, and Lu Shuelin followed suit. The two walked out together. Lu Shuelin changed the subject and chatted Sister Song. Didn't you take your luggage?
Song Shi shook his head no.
What about your optical computer? Didn't everyone get one? Song Shi glanced at her empty wrist. Her laptop had always been kept by Li Bingwen, but now Li Bingwen was missing and the office door was locked. Song Shi had no intention of explaining to him. Have you contacted your mother?
I've contacted her.
She's already at the school gate. There was an abnormal light flashing in Lu Shuelin's eyes, but unfortunately, he didn't notice it. Oh, by the way, Sister Song, have you met this person today? Lu Shuelin removed the privacy of the light brain. Song Shi glanced sideways and saw a long-distance side profile photo of the little follower on the screen, which looked like a candid photo. Song Shi raised his eyelids and said, I saw you this morning. What happened? I just met her yesterday. She was pretty. I wanted to add her to chat today since I have a laptop. Lu Shuelin scratched his hair embarrassedly and raised his head again. Sister Song, where did you see her this morning? I went to class 6 but couldn't find her. Yang Miao must have known that his follower was a fool and feared any accidents, so he asked Lu Shuelin to find out the situation in advance. As a result, Lu Shuelin was not smart and found out where she was. Song Shi remained calm. I saw her downstairs in the dormitory this morning. She walked towards the cafeteria. Maybe you went to see her too early. She was still eating in the cafeteria. Lu Shuelin took a closer look at Song Shi. Her tone and expression didn't sound fake, so he nodded. That must be it. I can only contact her next time school starts. While he was speaking, his brain vibrated 5 or 6 times. Lu Shuelin quickly turned the vibration mode to silent. He glanced at Song Shi again, and when he saw that Song Shi didn't look in his direction, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them happened to be pacing by the bathroom. Song Shi held his stomach and said, I feel a little uncomfortable. I'm going to the bathroom first. Lu Shuelin concealed the excitement in his eyes and said considerately, Okay, I'll wait for you. Song Shi pushed open the bathroom door and walked into the inner room. Lu Shuelin looked around and saw that there was no one in the corridor. He immediately approached the door stealthily and peeked inside. When Song Shi entered the compartment, he stepped back and turned on the computer. Song Shi just went to check if there was anyone else in the bathroom. After making sure that there was no one in every cubicle, she walked lightly and stood behind the door. Lu Shuelin is communicating with someone. He couldn't suppress the excitement in his voice. She went to the bathroom. We can go out soon. Is your car ready? Song Shi couldn't hear clearly what the person on the other side of the computer said. Lu Shuelin continued. Mao Rong was eating in the cafeteria. Nothing happened. She definitely didn't notice. The person on the other side seemed to ask Lu Shuelin if he saw it with his own eyes. Lu Shuelin said vaguely, It was Song Shi who told me. Did you ask Song Shi? The volume on the other end suddenly increased, and Song Shi could hear it through the door. It was a male voice, not Yang Miao's, but more like Dai Ming's voice. Since she didn't know, I just asked her, using the excuse that I was just pleased. Idiot. There was an angry shout from the other end, and then the communication line made a beep sound. The other party hung up. Song Shi knew he should go out. She turned on the tap to wash her hands, dried them, and opened the door. She washed her hands just to tell Lu Shuelin that she was coming out. Lu Shuelin has returned to the expression he had before she left. Song Shi stood at the door and pointed into the bathroom with his backhand. Is she the person you are looking for? Lu Shuelin stepped forward immediately. He had just been scolded and was eager to prove himself, so he walked to the door and stuck his head in. Song Shi grabbed his collar and pulled him in. Lu Shuelin was about to scream in fear, but Song Shi quickly pulled out a dagger from his pocket, put it against his neck, and threatened, Don't scream. The blade was cold, and Lu Shuelin was shivering like a sieve when it pressed against his neck. I was wrong.
I'm sorry.
They forced me to do this. And I shut up. Song Shi didn't want to listen to him talking about these nonsense now. If you don't want to die, do as I say and turn on your light brain. Lu Shuelin quickly raised the light computer on his wrist, pointed it at his face, and unlocked it. Remove privacy. Lu Shuilin did as he was told immediately. Song Shi read out a string of numbers. Lu Shuilin typed the number with trembling fingers and clicked the dial button. Wait for the other party to agree. Song Shi stared at these words and couldn't help urging in his heart. Hurry up. Dai Ming and the others should have guessed that Lu Shuilin was exposed, and they must have changed their strategy and would not wait outside the school gate. At this time, they had probably already entered the school and were heading straight for her. Answer it quickly.
Quick.
The screen suddenly lit up, and Tang Yu appeared in the center of the screen, putting down the spoon. Song Shi immediately spoke up. I'm about to wake up. Wang Danyu wants to kill me. The light screen suddenly went dark. It is detected that you're being coerced. Do you want to call the police? The optical computer's security system issued a warning. Song Shi didn't expect that the optical computer had such a function. But she had already told Tang Yu everything important, and Tang Yu should know what to do next. Lu Shuilin was startled by the sudden reminder. This was also the first time he encountered such a situation. But why is there such a loud reminder? Are you afraid that he won't die fast enough? He was sweating profusely, feeling that his death was approaching, and glanced at Song Shi anxiously from the corner of his eye. No need. Then he saw Song Shi bending his elbow. He opened his eyes wide and screamed that he was finished. Then a huge force suddenly hit the back of his head. His eyes went black and his body slid down weakly. Song Shi lowered his eyes and looked at the man who had lost consciousness and was lying on the ground, his body still twitching unconsciously. He kicked him under the sink, put the knife back into his trouser pocket, and ran towards the apartment building. Most people have left school, with only a few people on the road. Song Shi ran past them and entered the dormitory building. She took several steps at a time and pushed open the dormitory door. She closed the door with her backhand, but did not lock it. When I opened the bathroom door, I saw Mao Rong wrapped like a caterpillar, sitting on the toilet lid. She had woken up and was struggling. When she heard the door opening, she raised her eyes and stared at Song Shi angrily. Her mouth was tightly wrapped with bandages, and she could only make hum sounds. Song Shi walked forward to check the bondage, and when he was sure that she couldn't break free, he took a step back. As long as Yang Miao is willing to listen to me, I won't kill you. Even though Mao Rong's pronunciation was unclear, Song Shi understood what she meant from the hateful look in her eyes. Yang Miao wants to team up with others to kill me. I can't just sit there and wait for death. Mao Rong's struggling movements froze. Her elder sister had never told her that she wanted to kill Song Shi. You lied to me. Song Shi was too lazy to continue explaining, so he closed the bathroom door, blocking out Mao Rong's voice. Then he walked to the table and squatted down. Ever since the last time she hit Yang Miao with a chair and the chair broke into pieces, she hasn't been given a new chair. She only has a lonely table. Song Shi grabbed the table leg and removed one of them. He stood up, weighed it in his hand to feel its weight, and swung it twice. It suits her very well. Song Shi sat on the edge of the bed, put the stick on his legs, stared at the iron door, and listened to the movements around him with his ears perked up. A dense and deliberately low sound of footsteps slowly approached. They are coming. Song Shi touched the wooden stick with his fingers and stood beside the door. There was a loud bang. The half-open door was kicked hard from the outside, hit the wall, and bounced back. The person who kicked the door raised his foot to block the door that bounced back, and the scene in the room was clearly visible. The person is not here? Asked the person who kicked the door. Song Shi, who was hiding by the door, was in their blind spot, and the room had no windows, so there was no way to see into the room from other places. The surveillance video shows her returning to the dormitory building. Be careful with your side. Song Shi recognized this voice. It was Dai Ming. Song Shi heard the sound of the soles of his shoes rubbing against the ground. The huge black shadow cast by the sunlight on the ground was adjusting its angle to guard against side attacks. Song Shi's body slowly slid down, and he remained in a half-squatting position against the wall. A brown boot slowly stepped over the threshold. Then the calves, thighs. Song Shi seized the opportunity and raised his stick to strike upwards. Then his figure flashed like a ghost, raised a square wooden stick, and smashed it on the bald head of the person who came. The murderous intent came, and the bald man reacted quickly. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain in his lower body, bending his arms to block his head. He had a wrist guard on his arm, so when Songshur hit him with the stick, there was a dull sound, but it did not cause any serious injury to him. Songshur changed the angle again and hit him in the lower body. The bald man instinctively crossed his hands and blocked it downwards. However, Songshur only made a feint. The wooden stick went halfway and suddenly turned back and hit him on the head. Anti-abuse value progress. Plus, for this time, he was not as quick as before. His bald head took the blow of the stick head-on, making a sound like a watermelon being split open. Because Songshur was hitting it with the edge of the stick, the watermelon flesh splattered everywhere. His face was distorted with pain, but he couldn't make any sound. He was dragged to the back by two people holding their arms. He was huge in stature, and the dormitory door was extremely narrow. He was blocking the door before, almost filling up the entire door, and Songshur couldn't see the scene outside at all. At this time, he was dragged away. The light from outside came in, and the faces of other people outside the door also appeared. As far as the eye can see, there are 7 young men and women standing in 2 rows, forming a semicircle surrounding the door. Dai Ming stood in the middle of the periphery, facing her, frowning as he watched the bald man being dragged away. Including the bald guy, there are 8 of them. But this was only within her sight. There was no telling how many more people were hiding in the areas blocked by the walls. To her surprise, Yang Miao was not there. Whoever finds her first will get the lion's share of the 10 million federal coins. Dai Ming obviously also realized that the current environment was more favorable to Songshur, and attacking them one by one would only give Songshur his heads. The 4 people in the front row rushed out immediately after hearing the order and squeezed towards Songshur at the same time. But the door frame is narrow, allowing only 2 people at most to enter, and one of them cannot be too fat. The first people to squeeze in were a man and a woman. They were tall, and holding knives that were almost as long as an adult's forearm. The blade is extremely sharp, shining brightly in the sunlight. They all attacked with deadly force and with incredibly fast movements. During the Song dynasty, they used wooden sticks to block the attack, but the old sticks turned into wooden lumps that flew all over the sky. Seeing that only the short piece of sword was left in her hand, Songshur made up his mind and smashed it towards the man with the knife in the face, while he pounced on the woman with the knife. He dodged her mid-air slash by leaning sideways, and the blade touched the hair near his ear, cutting off a strand. Songshur raised his hand to grab the girl's wrist and snatched the handle of the knife. The angle of the blade suddenly changed, and it swept towards Songshur in a horizontal cutting motion. Songshur quickly leaned back. The blade brushed past her nose, and the cold air stung her cheek, causing a slight pain. The boy who was led away by Songshur earlier also turned around at this time. When Songshur leaned back to avoid the frontal attack, he held the knife with both hands and stabbed Songshur in the face. See how you can hide this time. Attack from both sides. Songshur's pupils reflected the gradually enlarging tip of the knife and the boy's face with an almost crazy expression. She gritted her teeth, grabbed the girl's sweeping blade with her left hand, and pulled it forward. The girl was pulled forward a step by the force. Songshur's right hand immediately climbed up her wrist and dragged her further over. She then moved the blade forward, pacing by Songshur's nose and piercing into the boy's chest. The boy originally thought that Songshur had no strength to resist, was completely defenseless, and his chest was almost exposed. Unexpectedly, his teammate stabbed him with a knife. The knife tore through his clothes and inserted smoothly. The glimmer of victory in the boy's eyes had not yet disappeared, but the girl's eyes widened and she loosened her hands on the knife handle in panic. But the boy had already aimed the knife at Songshur's face, and even though he felt a chill in his chest, he was shocked and did not react in any other way. The tip of the knife was already touching Songshur's forehead, and a drop of bright red blood was flowing out from there. Songshur simply did not go against gravity, unloaded the force at her waist, and fell directly to the ground, but she never loosened her grip on the girl's hand. After catching the blade with her bare hands, she used her left hand, which was already bleeding, to grab her collar. The girl was dragged by her and fell backwards. Plop! The boy's knife pierced the back of the girl's neck. Until Song Shi and the girl both fell to the ground, this series of events happened in just a flash. The two people present did not react, and neither did the others standing outside the door. The blade was stuck in the trachea in the middle of the girl's neck, and did not pierce it. The girl's trachea was cut, and she was choking like a fish out of water, blood gushing out of her mouth. Song Shizheng was pressed under her, and all the blood that was not wasted poured onto her neck, one stream after another, hot and smelly. Song Shi suppressed the churning in his stomach and pushed her off him. The second wave of people outside the door finally reacted. While Song Shi was still lying on the ground and hadn't gotten up, they squeezed in and slashed at Song Shi's head with knives. Song Shi rolled on the ground to avoid the knife, pulled out the knife that was stuck in the girl's neck, and fought back at them. The room was narrow, and the third wave of people couldn't wait any longer and wanted to squeeze in. Song Shi jumped onto the bed and kicked the table, which was barely standing on 3 legs, towards the door, tripping the third wave of people who were about to come in. At the same time, he waved the stolen knife to deal with the attacks of the 2 men with cruel cuts in front of him. When it is a one-on-many situation, a head-on confrontation is the stupidest approach. Of course, it is a different matter if you have overwhelming strength. The Song dynasty believed that it did not fall into the category of a different matter. The people who surrounded and attacked her this time were not ordinary thugs at all. Tong Jun could only serve tea and water to these people before, and even Dai Ming was far from these people. Song Shi could only be extremely cautious, testing the opponent's strengths during the fight and looking for a breakthrough point. The boy with a cruel cut and a scar on his head moved very quickly and attacked at tricky angles. The slightly plump boy with a cruel cut had strong defense and great strength. Every time Song Shi swung his knife and his weapon collided with his wrist felt numb. What's worse is that she can't use her left hand at all. Blood keeps flowing out of her hand, and when she changes the knife, it's too slippery to hold the handle at all. The wooden bed couldn't withstand Song Shi's tossing and turning, and kept creaking. Song Shi was worried that it would break at any time. It was not that she was afraid of hurting herself, because her reaction time was enough to avoid the broken board. But she was fully focused on dealing with the 2 people in front of her, and was still cut from time to time. If the wooden bed broke, she would inevitably be distracted, giving the 2 people an opportunity to take advantage of her. The 3 of them gradually fell into anxiety. Subtitle reminders popped up one after another in Song Shi's mind. Masochism value progress. +1% masochism value progress. +1%. Song Shi caught a glimpse of a familiar figure appearing at the door. It's Yang Miao. She's here. Dai Ming is talking to her. Song Shi subconsciously wanted to look towards the bathroom, but he forced himself to hold it back. Mao Rong hid in the bathroom, using it as her trump card to threaten Yang Miao. But now she was trapped in the bed, with 2 people blocking her way, and there was no obstruction at the bathroom door. If Yang Miao discovered that Mao Rong was hiding there and rescued her, she would lose her greatest help. Perhaps because he was worried about something, the strings in his head were tense. When Song Shi dealt with the 2 people in front of him, his movements were fierce and urgent. These 2 people worked together very well. She must get rid of one of them first. Song Shi's target was the man with a buzz cut and a scar. He had been attacking at a high intensity for a long time and was now showing signs of fatigue. The bed under his feet made a slight cracking sound. Song Shi retreated repeatedly, pretending to be weak. The scarred man pressed forward step by step and finally jumped onto the bed. The moment he jumped up, the bedboard finally couldn't bear the weight of 2 people, and it broke in the middle and lifted up on both sides. Song Shi was well prepared. He put one foot on the iron bed frame and took advantage of the moment when the man with a cruel cut and scar jumped up to dodge the broken bedboard. He slipped from under his armpit to his back, raised his knife and stabbed back, stabbing him in the waist. He then turned the knife around and suddenly pulled it out. A line of blood shot up into the sky and poured onto the face of the fat man with a cruel cut. The scarred man did not die, but he was wounded in a vital part and his fighting ability dropped sharply. Song sure didn't have time to finish off the opponent, so he jumped on the ground and focused on dealing with the fat man with a cruel cut. From the corner of his eye, he saw that Dai Ming had finished talking to Yang Miao, and Yang Miao looked inside. Song sure couldn't help but speed up his movements again and moved towards the bathroom door inconspicuously. The fat man with a cruel cut had excellent defense, and Song sure found it difficult to find a breakthrough for a while. The third person rushed in soon after and replaced the man with a cruel cut and scar. The round-the-clock battle quickly consumed Song Sher's physical strength. She fought repeatedly with the fat man with a cruel cut, and her entire right arm was numb and sore from the shock. In the end, she almost lost her feeling and could only rely on conditioned reflexes to dodge and attack. The third boy, who came in, was holding something that looked like a baseball bat. Wherever the blade touched, it would leave a gap. Song Sher's arm was numb, and he almost lost control. Song Sher had no choice but to switch to his left hand and ease the tension on his right hand at the same time. The bleeding on his left hand had stopped a little, but he was still unsmooth in holding the knife, and Song Sher's left hand was not as handy as his right hand. As he retreated step by step, Song Sher's back hit the bathroom door. The baseball bat and the knife collided violently again. The knife in Song Sher's hand broke into two pieces. Under the huge impact force, the handle of the knife in her left hand slipped out of her hand. The wound that had stopped bleeding was torn apart, and blood once again came out from the cracks on her fingers. Masochism value progress. +1%. The baseball bat took advantage of the situation and hit Song Sher's head. Song Sher's pupils shrank and he immediately dodged to the left. The baseball bat fell off center and hit Song Sher's right shoulder. The sound of broken bones reached Song Sher's ears clearly. Even though her right arm had long been numb and had no feeling, the intense pain made her slide down the bathroom door to the ground, covering her right shoulder and sweating profusely. Masochism value progress. +2%. The baseball bat was aimed at Song Sher's head for the third time. The boy held the tail end of the baseball with both hands and raised it high. His eyes were fixed on Song Sher, who was sitting on the ground, and the baseball bat came through the wind. Total progress of abuse value. 100%. This system is physically abusive, but not mentally abusive. Congratulations on your hard work and your happy ending. Successfully awakened the healing element. Countless white lights burst out from Song Sher's body, so dazzling that the two people facing Song Sher stopped their attack, covered their eyes, and took 2 steps back. The people standing at the door were also enveloped by the white light and suddenly lost the ability to see. Yang Miao reacted the fastest, hiding in a place where the light could not reach and relaxing his sight, and Dai Ming followed closely behind. After they recovered a little and were able to see again, they looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. Song Sher actually woke up at this time. What did they awaken? The violent system? If it was the violent system, they were all doomed. All of them might not be a match for Song Sher. In the room, all the wounds on Song Sher's body were healing at 1,000 times the speed. The broken bones were being reshaped, the scarred flesh was being repaired, and even the white light had no effect on her. She could still see everything in the room clearly. Song Sher tried hard not to think about why one could awaken once the progress bar was fully accumulated, why she awakened the healing type, and whether she would no longer be able to awaken the violent type. The most urgent thing now is to deal with the current situation. While the two men couldn't see anything, Song Sher reached for the small dagger in his trouser pocket, slowly stood up, aimed at the boy with the baseball bat, and stabbed him in the neck. The boy's muffled groan was suppressed by Song Sher's palm, and Song Sher gently knocked him down. Before the fat man with a cruel cut noticed anything unusual, Song Sher had already quietly stood behind him and slashed with the knife. The finger-long dagger just cut his artery, and blood spurted out and fell on Song Sher's hand, which he had not yet let go. The sticky blood flowed down the dagger. Song Sher wiped it on his clothes, put it back in his pocket, and picked up the knife from the fat man with a cruel cut. The white light had dissipated, and 7 or 8 people gathered at the door, looking at her cautiously. Yang Miao stood at the front, and Dai Ming stood in the middle of the back row. Yang Miao's eyes fell on Song Shi's right arm, which was moving normally, and his left hand was no longer bleeding. All her injuries have healed. Healing. Dai Ming also quickly noticed this. He laughed loudly. It's not the berserker type. It's the healing type. God help us. You all come together. Unfortunately, no one dared to move. Ordinary people are ordinary people, and the awakened are the awakened. The Federation attaches great importance to the awakened. If one is killed, the investigation will reach the ends of the earth. Even the western suburbs cannot hold back the little brothers who have killed the awakened. There is no federal death penalty. If you bear the life of an ordinary person, you can live comfortably in prison for the rest of your life, and you can be released early if you behave well. But if you bear the life of an awakened person, all kinds of experiments will emerge one after another to torture you to death. Dai Ming was anxious when he saw this group of people. Have you forgotten what we did before? Even if we don't kill her, do you think we can get away with it? If you attempt murder, you will still be in prison in your next life. Why not just kill her and hide her body? No one will know that we killed an awakened one. Dai Ming's voice was full of temptation. He looked around and pointed at the light computer on his wrist. Don't forget who is behind us. The others were persuaded by him. They looked at each other, clenched their weapons, and got ready to take action. Yang Miao, it's time for you to take action. Dai Ming looked at Yang Miao's back. Yang Miao was the biggest help in this operation. She has crushed Song Shi many times, and her strength is unfathomable. She is the guarantee of their action this time. This is also the reason why she had to be included in the last 2 days. Unlike others, Yang Miao had nothing in his hands. She took a step forward and stared at Song Shi. Where's Mao Rong? Song Shi silently pressed the bathroom door handle with his hands behind his back, opened the door, and slipped into the bathroom, holding the knife to Mao Rong's neck. If you come any closer, I'll kill her. Yang Miao, who was rushing forward, stopped. When Mao Rong saw Yang Miao, she couldn't hold back anymore. Tears kept flowing out of her eyes, and sharp sounds came out of her throat. Song Shi pressed the blade down. Shut up. The blade sank into her skin, leaving a bloody mark, and bright red blood beads slowly slid down. Song Shi stared at Yang Miao's reaction from beginning to end. She tightened and clenched her hands hanging by her side, and finally compromised after seeing the scars on Mao Rong's neck. Remember the time you beat up Dai Ming's men in the cafeteria? Of course Song Shi remembered that it was she and Yang Miao who acted out the play at that time. She wanted to beat up Dai Ming's men, but didn't want to go into the small dark room. So Yang Miao pretended to chase her. She broke into the place where those men were eating, successfully beat them down, and then let Yang Miao deal with her. Both of them achieved their goals without arousing anyone's suspicion. Yang Miao brought up this matter now, in conjunction with the current situation. The light brain on Dai Ming's wrist was always on. Perhaps someone on the other side was observing the current situation, so Yang Miao couldn't help openly. Just one more play to perform.
Certainly.
Song Shi put away the knife, rushed out of the bathroom, kicked the door shut, and slashed at Yang Miao in front of him. Dai Ming, who was originally worried that Yang Miao was threatened, relaxed a little, but he wondered what the meaning of the incoherent conversation between Song Shi and Yang Miao was. On the other side, Yang Miao and Song Shi were already entangled. Song Shi, who had completely recovered from his injuries, attacked very quickly, and Yang Miao, who was unarmed, was actually at a disadvantage. Dai Ming shook off other thoughts in his mind, focused on the battlefield, and pushed the boy next to him. Go. Give your knife to Yang Miao.
Ah?
The boy was unwilling and held his knife tightly again. Then what should I use later? Dai Ming mercilessly pulled the knife out of his arms. Yang Miao is dead. It's useless for you to use it. After saying that, he was about to throw the knife at Yang Miao, but he saw Yang Miao being kicked away. It forms a parabola from Song's position to the bed that has been broken into 2 pieces. The entire bed collapsed under the huge impact, and Yang Miao was buried underneath, without making any sound. Dai Ming's face turned pale instantly. The accident happened so suddenly. Song Shi has already rushed towards them. Dai Ming quickly put the knife back in his hand, staggered back a few steps, and left the battlefield to others. The awakened Song Shi was like a machine, without the sense of pain. The knife cut her body, and the wound healed after a few seconds. Except for the tear and blood on her clothes, her movements were not affected at all. She still drew her knife as fast as lightning, as if the knife cutting her was just an illusion. Others don't have this ability. Song Shi's sword cut on their arms, legs, and heads. Their fighting effectiveness dropped rapidly. Blood was splattered in the room, and the snow-white walls and ceiling were almost covered in blood. The scene on the ground was even more horrific, with people lying down, kneeling, and huddled in the corner. In a dormitory of less than 10 square meters, there were 8 or 9 people lying on the ground, covering their wounds and screaming. Of course, there were also people who could not even scream and had completely died. There was no room left for Song Shi to step in the room. Song Shi stepped over the 2 corpses, walked out of the dormitory, and faced the people who had not squeezed into the corridor. Wang Danyu really sent a lot of people, and there are 7 of them standing in front of her now. Song Shi wiped the blood off his face and looked at Dai Ming, who was hiding at the back. All the events that happened today came to his mind, and his blood boiled with bloodthirsty, murderous intent. The moment he met Song Shi's gaze, Dai Ming felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet, wrapping around his calves like a poisonous snake, and he was unable to move at all. "Hurry up! Hurry up! Kill her! 10 million! 10 million! Dai Ming shouted almost at the top of his lungs, pushing the 2 people in front to block Song Shi. Song Shi jumped up and kicked the left wall with his toes. With the force of this kick, his figure flew out like a meteor and avoided the people blocking Dai Ming at a tricky angle. The blade grazed Dai Ming's neck, breaking only a layer of skin at first, then penetrating into the inner muscle layer, breaking the muscles layer by layer, and then the trachea, and when the knife was pulled out, it cut through the side blood vessels. The hot blood spurted onto the wall next to it like a fountain. Dai Ming covered his neck tightly with both hands. Blood oozed out from between his fingers. His eyes were filled with disbelief and unwillingness. He slowly leaned back and finally could not hold on and fell at Song Shi's feet. Song Shi turned his gaze away from the extinguished light computer on his wrist and looked at the remaining 6 people. The blade in her hand was still dripping with blood. When the 6 people saw that Dai Ming was dead, they began to retreat. Unfortunately, they were now forced to the end of the corridor by Song Shi, and the exit was behind Song Shi. Of course, there is another way to escape, which is to jump off the building. The corridor is flanked by waist-high walls. They couldn't help but look down, and their legs suddenly went weak. If they jumped down from the height of more than 10 meters on the 4th floor, they would either die or be crippled. They gave up the idea of jumping off the building and escaping. "I can only try again." They looked at each other, shouted to encourage themselves, and rushed towards Song Shi one after another. Song Shi kicked the corpse away, twisted his wrist slightly a few times, held the knife horizontally in front of him, concentrated his attention, and stared at the person rushing towards him. "Stop!" A sound of thunder sounded from behind, and then the knife in Song Shi's hand tried to break free from her hand uncontrollably. Song Shi didn't understand why, and he held the knife tightly with both hands at the same time. The 2 forces contended with each other, and the knife trembled rapidly. Song Shi couldn't catch the 6 people in front of him, and their weapons all slipped out of their hands, as if they were sucked up to the ceiling by a huge magnetic force, and then slid back along the ceiling. "Song Shi, we are here." It was Tang Yu's voice. As soon as Song Shi loosened his hand, the knife immediately hit the ceiling. The small knife in his trouser pocket was also shaking, trying to break free. Song Shi lowered his hand to hold it down, then turned to look at the person who came. Standing in the front was a skinny old man in a suit. He pressed down with his bony hand, and the knife floating on the roof fell down with a clang. Able to control metal point, one of the metal type, mechanical auxiliary type, and spiritual type. Standing on the left side of the old man is Zhou Tan. The person on the right is Tang Yu. She is still wearing the light yellow floral shirt dress that she wore in the video this morning, with a coat temporarily put on the outside. They arrived faster than Song Shi had imagined. The old man waved his hand, and the city security team behind him ran over, bypassed Song Shi, subdued the 6 people behind Song Shi, handcuffed them, and marched them towards the stairs. The rest of the city security team went into the house to check the situation. Those lying on the ground and still breathing were carried downstairs, and those confirmed dead were carried directly to the corridor and placed in a row, waiting for the large group behind to arrive and carry them downstairs. Song Shi moved to the side, so as not to block their way. "Come over," the old man spoke. Song Shi glanced at Tang Yu and approached them. The old man looked Song up and down, his already wrinkled brows furrowed even deeper. Berserk type? He was obviously a little suspicious. Based on years of experience, he felt that the aura around Song Shi was not right. But Song Shi himself is a high-probability differentiator of the violent system. Song Shi glanced at Zhou Tan, who was standing to the left of the old man. He recalled that he and her had discussed which one to keep between the violent and healing systems. He chose the violent system without hesitation. Unexpectedly, Song Shi shook his head. Healing system. Zhou Tan's eyes lit up, with some surprise and joy, and he took the initiative to explain to the old man, Xiao Song's healing differentiation value is 38%, so he has the possibility of awakening. She ran away. Shoot now.
Bang! Bang!
There was suddenly a commotion from behind, accompanied by several gunshots. Song Shi looked back, but saw nothing. A police officer shouted from a walkie-talkie. A short-haired woman jumped from the building. "Go chase her."
Yang Miao?
Song Shi quickly leaned over the wall and looked down, and saw Yang Miao limping away to the east. To the east was where they had practiced before, and there was a small hole under the high wall there. Song Shi retracted his hand and returned to normal. The old man had already walked around Song Shi and headed towards a row of corpses on the ground. Tang Yu came close to Song Shi and whispered, "He is my homeroom teacher, the director of the supernatural department, Yan Qianlin from the gold department." While they were talking, a large group of city security officers crowded up the stairs. The uniform of the man in the lead was obviously different from that of the others. He looked like he was an official of a high rank. Song Shi subconsciously glanced at his police number, 110001. The 11 at the beginning definitely represents District 11, and the 01 at the end means the captain of the city security team. Tang Yu had already grabbed her hand and pulled her back. The two of them leaned their backs against the wall, making room for the person coming up. When the man paced by Song Shi, he glanced sideways and then led his men towards Yan Qianlin. "Master Yan." It was not until he walked over that Tang Yu whispered, "He is the captain of the city security team, Wang Songjiang, and he has a personal relationship with the class teacher." Regarding today's incident, the class teacher called him directly. Song Shi was a little surprised that today's incident had attracted the captain of the city security team. Over there, Yan Qianlin was already talking to Wang Songjiang about today's situation. Tang Yu took off her coat and said, "I'm afraid we'll take you back to the city security team for interrogation later, so don't be nervous." She handed the coat she took off to Song Shi. Song Shi lowered his head and saw that he was covered in blood, with his clothes torn in many places. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was in tatters. Song Shi took it and put it on. Tang Yu then said, "It's okay to kill someone. You were protecting yourself. It was a group of people from the western suburbs who came to cause trouble for you and wanted to kill you. You are an awakened person." Just adding up these few points, Song Shi is already innocent. With the class teacher here and Wang Songjiang presiding personally, Wang Danyu won't be able to cause any trouble. They will probably just ask you a few simple questions and then let you go. Song Shi nodded. She was still worried about one thing: Mao Rong. At this time, Mao Rong was also escorted out by 2 police officers. All the bandages on her body were untied, and there was a deep red mark on her mouth. After she came out, she found Song Shi and stared at her until they paced each other. Wang Songjiang and Yan Qianlin had almost finished their conversation. They never mentioned Wang Danyu from beginning to end. They were only talking about a criminal case in the western suburbs where an uneducated minor attempted to kill an awakened person and how to govern the western suburbs. After the two finished their conversation, they went downstairs side by side. When pacing by Wang Songjiang sighed. Now that the Healing Awakeners are so strong, there is hope for the Federation. Yan Qianlin shook his head. We still need to rely on more people. After they went downstairs, Song Shi was also taken downstairs by 2 police officers. Zhou Tan said goodbye to her. Director Yan originally asked me to come here to control you, fearing that you would be pushed too far and unable to control your violent power, but you ended up awakening your healing power. She patted Song Shi's shoulder and winked playfully. I look forward to seeing you in the classroom next week. The charm of the healing department is no less than that of the violent department. Song Shi was not comforted by her, but after such a long time, she had accepted this fact. More importantly, in the subtitles in her mind, the prompt anti-abuse value progress. 87% was still there. What does this mean? Song Shi didn't dare to think further. Tang Yu could not travel with Song Shi because Song Shi was being escorted to the city security team for interrogation and had to take the team's aircraft. Yan Qianlin was accompanied by the team leader Wang Songjiang, so he would naturally also take the aircraft. Tang Yu could only go out and take a taxi. The dormitory building downstairs has been surrounded by police officers. After leaving the encirclement and walking towards the school gate, you will pace by the teaching building. Those students who have not left school are standing around watching the excitement. The commotion today was really big. Not only did it alarm the city security team, but they also had to send one aircraft after another to the school. There were also many ambulances and many dead and living people were carried out. The students were standing near a 4 or 5 meter wide passage, separated by a cordon. There were 2 police officers standing behind Song Shi. She was not handcuffed, nor was she escorted by the police with her arms twisted behind her back like the others. But her body, covered in blood, was truly horrible to look at, especially since the coat Tang Yu lent her was pure white. On the way towards the blue and white aircraft, Song Shi saw a familiar figure in the crowd on the side. Chen Suqin. The knife he had lent her was still in her trouser pocket. Maybe I can't pay him back. Song Shi got into the back seat of the aircraft, and the aircraft took off and left the place. Inside the interrogation room of the city security team, according to the process, Song Shi described the situation at the time of the crime in detail and then proceeded to the next step of identifying the murderer. Do you remember how many people you killed? The police officer sat at the table, crossed his hands on the table, looking at Song Shi. Song Shi recalled the scene at that time and shook her head. She only remembered how many people had lost their combat effectiveness, but she was not sure whether those who had lost their combat effectiveness were dead or injured. Upon hearing this, the police officer's companion, who was sitting in front of the blue light screen on the right side, clicked a few times on his light computer, and a light screen was projected in front of Song Shi. There are 8 neatly arranged photos of the dead in 2 rows, with their postures distorted, fatal wounds magnified in high definition, and the dark red blood beneath their bodies almost becoming the background color of the photos. Were you scared at that time? Song Shi's gaze stayed on each photo for about 5 seconds, recalling the scene at that time, how she stabbed the knife into their bodies, and how she knocked them to the ground. How can I not be afraid? The feeling of a knife inserted into a human body is different from that of a sandbag, and the feeling of human blood splashing on the face is different from that of 37-degree warm water. At that time, I just wanted to survive. The 2 police officers looked at each other, and the officer operating the light curtain switched to the next light curtain. Photos of 8 people, all of whom are still alive. 5 of them were lying in the hospital, and the remaining 3 were also in the interrogation room background. Are these people also in the same group with them? Song Shi looked at the second-to-last photo in the lower right corner. It was Mao Rong, sitting on the interrogation chair with her fists clenched, seemingly arguing about something. Song Shi raised his finger and pointed at her. She is not. The police officer looked in the direction of her finger, lowered his head to look at the documents on the table, and said, she claimed that you tied her there to threaten the accomplice who escaped. Song Shi nodded and admitted, she is right. The photo was switched again. Is she the accomplice who ran away? Song Shi looked at the photo and saw that it was Yang Miao, wearing prison uniform. When the photo was taken, he looked 2 or 3 years younger than he is now, and his hair had not yet been dyed yellow. It's her. The two police officers got the affirmative and switched to the next photo. This time the photo shows Lu Shueilin, who was kicked under the sink by her. Did you do this too?
Songsher. Yeah.
His identity is rather special. You may need to meet his guardian in person. Songsher was stunned. Lu Shueilin had a special identity. Could he really be the son of the special assistant of the captain of the city security team? As Songsher thought about this, the table in front of her was lifted up, and she was taken out of the interrogation room by two police officers. Walking to an office with a closed door, Songsher saw Lu Shueilin walking from another direction. He was still wearing his morning clothes and was also followed by two police officers. The moment he saw Songsher, Lu Shueilin was like a mouse seeing a cat and quickly hid behind the police officer. The police officer behind Songsher knocked on the office door. The person inside said, "Come in." The police officer pushed the door open and turned to look at Songsher. "Miss Song, come in." Songsher shifted his gaze from Lu Shueilin and walked into the office. Walking around the sofa in the living room, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie sitting in front of the office desk put down the documents in his hand, stood up, and walked around the desk towards the sofa. He winked, and the two police officers who followed Songsher and retreated.
Dad.
Before the two police officers closed the door, Lu Shueilin squeezed in, yelled, and pounced on the man. He hugged his father's waist with both hands, crying and snotting, "Dad, I don't want to go to that darn school anymore. They are too cruel. They are not human. They all bully me one by one."
Dad.
Songsher.
So.
Lu Shueilin was not lying when he said his father was the captain's special assistant. He himself was really a high-probability superbrain differentiation. Aren't people in the superbrain system said to have enhanced brains? Such a big backer could still be used by Dai Ming and his people? The middle-aged man tried to push his son, but failed. Lu Shueilin hugged him tightly and even wiped his snot bubbles on his neat suit while crying and struggling. Father Lu's face, which was obviously serious and never smiled, now showed a crack, and he sighed in extreme helplessness. Dad, I will listen to you from now on. I will never dare to bully others again. Those people in charge of the school are all devils. They want to kill me. If I don't listen, they will beat me woo. Father Lu finally compromised. "Okay, I understand. I'll help you drop out of school." Lu Shueilin then let go of the hand that was hugging his father and started wiping his tears. He still didn't dare to look at Songsher and took a half step back to stand behind his father. Father Lu straightened the folds of his suit, looked up at Songsher, and said elegantly, "I asked Miss Song to come here to express my apology. Shueilin was ignorant and bullied his classmates in other schools. I originally wanted to put him in a detention school for a few days, but I didn't expect his bad nature to be so strong that he actually learned to lie and caused so much trouble for Miss Song." Songsher listened quietly. "I hope Miss Song won't bother with him. Just ask for any compensation you want. Lu will satisfy Miss Song. Doesn't he mean to settle it privately?" Now the matter has come to the attention of Wang Songjiang, the captain of the city security team. He is the captain's special assistant, and his own son is involved. He must find ways to deal with her. Songsher glanced at Lu Shueilin, who was hiding behind him, and said meaningfully, "Your child was also used as a gun, but it doesn't seem to have hurt me." The middle-aged man's eyes darkened. "Like? Whether or not there is injury is an objective fact. It doesn't seem to exist." She used the word "seems" to implicitly tell him that whether he was hurt or not depended on how he handled the situation. She mentioned that Lu Shueilin was used as a gun. Who used him as a gun? Wang Danyu, the deputy captain's family. So if he didn't deal with Wang Danyu well, she would be injured, and if he dealt with her well, she wouldn't be injured. In the past, he would not have taken the threat of an underage girl seriously and would not even waste time meeting her in person. But the situation is different now. Wang Songjiang began to use this incident to deal with those in the city security team who had connections with the criminal gangs in the western suburbs. At this moment, his son was dragged in by Wang Danyu. Wang Danyu must know that Lu Shueilin is his son. She did it on purpose just to drag him into the water. The identification during the Song dynasty becomes particularly important at this time. As long as Song Shi doesn't insist that Lu Shuilin and the group in Shijiao are a gang, he will find a way to clear Lu Shuilin. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Song Shi was thoughtful. Looking at Lu Shuilin, who was hiding behind him and wiping her tears, he was so angry that he could not contain himself. In fact, Song Shizhen didn't think so much. She didn't know that Wang Songjiang wanted to reorganize the city's security team, and she didn't know that this was a critical moment for Lu Shuilin's father. It was just that the other party asked her for some compensation, and she subconsciously wanted him to trip up Wang Danyu. It was not easy to say it directly and openly, so she expressed it implicitly. The middle-aged man thought about it a lot and finally nodded solemnly. Miss Song, just go through the process with the city security team. I will take good care of the matter of Lu Shuilin being used as a gun. Song Shi raised her eyebrows. The other party agreed to deal with Wang Danyu. Then I will not disturb you and your son from reminiscing about the past. Song Shi took a step back and turned to leave. As soon as she closed the door, she heard Lu Shuilin crying and shouting from inside, as well as his father scolding. Song Shi followed the police officer and left. Almost all the questions that needed to be asked to her had been asked, and with the special care of Lu Shuilin's father and the captain, Song Shi was allowed to leave. Walking out of the interrogation room door was a lounge, and Tang Yu was waiting for her in the first row of chairs. Chun Lishu also came and wandered back and forth in the open space in front of the first row. When he turned around and walked back, he saw Song Shi and hurriedly came over to him. Xiao Song, are you okay? Seeing Song Shi's head and face covered in blood, he blamed himself and explained, I didn't expect you to have a holiday so early, and I was entangled and couldn't get away. I didn't know they were going to kill me. Tang Yu also stood up and silently handed Song Shi a bottle of water and a pack of wet wipes. Song Shi took it and said to Qin Lishu, don't blame yourself. She had known for a long time that Wang Danyu would control Qin Lishu and prevent her from contacting him, so she borrowed Lu Shuilin's computer to make the call. She did not even think about calling him and called Tang Yu directly. Sitting on a chair on the side, Song Shi unscrewed the water bottle and took a sip of water. Her lips were so dry that they were cracked, and her throat was so dry that it felt like it was burning when she spoke a word. When water entered her mouth, the hidden smell of blood suddenly emerged at that moment. The blood that splashed on his face and poured into his mouth when he drew the knife came to life. The water that Song Shi had just taken into his mouth was spat out on the ground, and it was light pink. Chun Lishu was startled. Where are you injured? Aren't you a healer? Let's go to the hospital now. As he said that, he pulled Song Shi's arm. Song Shi waved his hand. It's not my blood. Chun Lishu was stunned. Then, after he came to his senses, he turned his face away and dared not look at Song Shi again. Song Shi wiped the blood off his face and hands with a wet tissue and looked at Qin Lishu. Teacher Qin, do I need to go to the supernatural administration to identify my awakening level? Chun Lishu quickly shook his head. No, you go back and rest first. I'll pick you up when school starts on Monday, and we'll go to the Supernatural Management Bureau for an appraisal. Song Shi nodded and stood up. Chun Lishu then remembered that he still had Song Shi's laptop and quickly took it out from his pocket. It's your laptop. Li Bingwen asked me to give it to you. He had something to do this morning. Song Shi took the laptop and walked outside without listening to his explanation. Chun Lishu's hand holding the laptop froze, and he caught up with Song Shi. I drove here. I'll take you there. Tang Yu told them the address, and Chun Lishu drove them there, repeatedly reminding Song Shi to get enough rest before leaving. Inside the hotel, Wang Ding was on duty. He had seen them return through the transparent door curtain. The 2-meter-tall man was unexpectedly enthusiastic. Xiao Song is back. Are you hungry? I have some food warming up in the kitchen. Do you want to eat? Song Shi politely declined. She just wanted to take a shower and sleep, and had no appetite at all. Wang Ding expressed his understanding and watched her go upstairs. Song Shi took a bath with warm water for the first time in a long time to wash off the blood smell on her body. There were pajamas in the room, which were not sure whether they were prepared for her by Tang Yu or Wang Ding, as well as clothes for daily wear. All are new. Song Shi was very grateful for their care for her, and she didn't want to continue to waste their kindness, so she transferred 80,000 federal coins to Wang Ding. Although these 80,000 federal coins are far from their kindness, it is the only thing she can afford now. Before I lay down on the bed and closed my eyes, I heard a reminder to collect payment from my computer, as well as a brief message from Wang Ding. Just consider it as your rent for the next 6 months. Have a good rest, and go to school with Xiao Yuzi the day after tomorrow. Looking at this message, Song Shi closed his eyes and fell asleep peacefully. Early on Sunday morning, Song Shi got up and left the hotel. After navigating to the location of the nearest branch of the hunting group, Song Shi took the bus there. After getting off the bus, Song Shi walked another 1,000 meters and stood in front of the branch office. It was completely different from the magnificent and luxurious company facade she had imagined. From the outside, it looks like a bar. The door frame is decorated with colorful lights, and even the name on the plaque is Night Drunk Bar, which keeps changing colors. It is morning now, and the sun is out. The lights are still on and appear a little dim in contrast to the sunlight. Song Shi saw a line of small words in the lower right corner of the 4 words Yezue Bar, Hunting Group Branch 179. Song Shi stood at the door. The door sensed her presence and automatically moved to the sides. A mechanical female voice mixed with background music came from above her head. Welcome to Yezue, the mood of the night, the drunken love and power. Hearing this voice, Song Shi stepped into the bar. The tables and chairs were scattered, wine bottles were all over the floor, and the waiters were cleaning. Seeing someone coming in, a young man in a purple suit and shirt came out from the bar counter. His waist was so thin that it could be described as not even slender enough to be held in one hand. Noticing the direction of Song Shi's gaze, he was not embarrassed and confidently showed it with his hands on his waist. Do you like it? Is it thinner than yours? Song Shi didn't really want to talk to a strange man about who had a thin waist. I'm here to find. When the other party heard her first few words, his eyebrows raised. His eyes were filled with excitement. He moved closer to Song Shifan, raised his hand to cover his mouth, and asked, Are you here to find a boyfriend? Song Shi. Song Shi. No, I see the location here is the hunting group. I'm here to handle the entry. The boy took a half step back, looking at Song Shi's current outfit of a good girl. Overalls, and a shirt with floral embroidery on the chest. Are you sure? Are you an adult? Song Shi shook his head. Honestly, no. The safari group does not accept minors. Are you the person in charge of onboarding at the hunting group? Song Shi asked. Of course. The man opened his arms to show himself more fully in front of Song Shi. Isn't it similar? Well, since he was the person in charge, Song Shi lowered his head, opened the light computer, and found Qin Yi's business card that he had taken a photo of at that time. Chairman Qin asked me to come. The man took a step closer and looked carefully at the contents of the business card on her screen, finding it hard to believe. I burned the business card at that time. This is the only thing left. Can it prove it? Of course you can. The man pursed his lips, circled around Song Shi again, and then said, Can you tell me about your outstanding qualities? Song Shi shook his head. It's inconvenient. You should handle the entry for me first. I'm in a hurry. Finally, the man took Song Shi around the bar dance floor and through a dimly lit corridor, at the end of which was a golden elevator door with embossed patterns. While waiting for the elevator, he turned around and introduced himself. My name is Xiao Haidang, agent of the group's 179th branch. Please add my contact information. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask me. I'm always online. He raised his wrist and blinked his right eye at Song Shi. Song Shi just lowered his head to operate the computer, added his contact information, and changed the note to his name. Xiao Haitang withdrew his hand and looked at the light curtain. His well-defined face was illuminated by the red light of the virtual screen. The moment Song Shi saw the color on his face, he knew what was written on the screen. Xiao Haitang reached for the laptop, squinted his eyes, stared at the words, and read aloud. High-risk person? Song Shi lowered his hands, and at this moment the elevator door opened to both sides with a ding sound. She has not yet gone to the Ability Management Bureau to register for the awakening of the healing system. The high-risk person is to remind those with a high probability of differentiation into the violent system. When she goes to register tomorrow, these 5 words that have followed her original body for nearly 18 years will disappear. Xiao Haitang lifted her long legs and stepped into the elevator, and Song Shi followed her in. This is the first time I've seen this. Xiao Haitang was not horrified and frightened like other people when they saw this reminder. He looked closely at the words with some curiosity, then exited the entire page and clicked on Song Shi's avatar again to see if the reminder was still there. It wasn't until the elevator door slowly closed and the elevator rose that Xiao Haitang turned off the light brain. With this title, it's inconvenient to do anything, right? Song Shi thought of the scene when he rented the house and said softly. She had only been in this body for less than a month, but she had already deeply felt the malice that this label brought to her. Her original body had lived with this label for 18 years. Even if she was not a coward by nature, she would have been smoothed over by the different treatments day after day. The elevator arrived at the destination, and 2 people walked out one after the other. The entire floor was filled with white partitioned glacé rooms, one row after another. The glacé should be single-sided, and you couldn't see inside at all from the outside. Xiao Haitang was still concerned about Song Shi's situation. Have you awakened the berserk system? Song Shi shook his head. What she awakened was the healing element. Xiao Haitang understood. Although the violent types were not awakened, everyone hated them and wished they would disappear from the Federation. But once they awakened, they would be the most coveted pie in the sky. How could they possibly come here? Is it possible for you to awaken the berserk type before you reach adulthood? If she joins the company now and awakens the violent type in the future, their hunting group will have one more violent type talent. Even if she quits the company in the future, they can use her for publicity. It's still his 179th branch. Thinking of this, Xiao Haitang smiled happily. Song Shi glanced at the smile on his face and turned his eyes away calmly. I want to register for work first. Song Shi coldly changed the subject again, and Xiao Haitang immediately covered her mouth with a look of shock. Am I talking too much? Song Shi frowned, expressing his confusion. Just kidding. Xiao Haitang's eyes flew up, and before Song Shi spoke, he put on a very gentlemanly gesture of invitation and said seriously, Madam, please come this way. Song Shi. This person has a sense of madness that seems to not belong to this world. Finally, under the guidance of Xiao Haitang, Song Shi walked into an office enclosed by transparent glacé on all 4 sides. It was indeed single-sided glacé, and he could see clearly outside from inside. The whole room was furnished with only a pure white high table and 2 equally pure white chairs. After placing Song Shi in one of the chairs, Xiao Haitang walked around the table and sat in the chair opposite Song Shi. As soon as he sat on the chair, his expression became completely different from before, serious and solemn, with his brow bones even pulled down a little. Song Shi finally felt that he was more reliable. Xiao Haitang pressed a small protruding button in the corner of the desktop. A green light screen slowly became clearer. It was larger than a desktop computer, and both parties could see the contents inside. Xiao Haitang lowered his head, opened the drawer of the table, took out a pair of gold-rimmed glacés, and put them on. Song Shi's eyes subconsciously followed his movements and saw that the middle of the gold-rimmed glacés he was holding was empty and did not reflect any light at all.
No lenses.
Xiao Haitang raised his eyebrows proudly and touched his chin. His previous seriousness disappeared. Are you more handsome with glacés? Xiao Haitang paused in his self-admiration, silently turned off the mirror that he had deliberately adjusted in the light curtain, and entered the onboarding system. Of course, put your laptop here. He pointed his finger at the desk in front of Song Shi. At this moment, a faint circle of light appeared on the flat table, just the size of a light computer. Song Shi did as he was told. The moment the optical computer was attached, the virtual screen between the 2 people quickly read Song Shi's message, and notes of varying lengths kept flashing by. Finally, a simple page is generated. Song Shi looked from top to bottom. All her personal information was displayed on it, even her admission history. The number of days she had been in the controlled school was also recorded on it. This is too much of a privacy breach. Song Shi frowned. Xiao Haidang seemed to sense her thoughts, without taking his eyes off the screen. In the Federation, only the rich can truly protect their privacy. Our information has already been flying everywhere. Hey, sign here. Xiao Haidang took out a pen from the drawer and handed it to Song Shi. Song Shi signed his name on the table according to his instructions. Xiao Haidang was still looking at her information and said, TSK twice. You have quite a lot of experience. Song Shi put down his pen and said nothing. This is your ID number. I have added you to the D-level hunter work group of the hunting group. You can use this ID number to log in to the official forum. Task releases and temporary team formation are all in the forum. Xiao Haiding took off her glosses and rubbed her temples in a serious manner. If Song Shi had not been sitting here from beginning to end and had not seen with her own eyes that he only worked for 5 minutes, she would have thought that he had been working all night for several days. Your ID only has 50 initial points. Each D-level mission consumes 10 points. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 100 to 1,000 points. If you fail 5 times in a row, your points will be reset to 0 and your ID card will be invalidated. This is equivalent to you being fired by the hunting group, and you will not be accepted again in the future. Xiao Haiteng paused, leaned forward, and raised his hand to cover his mouth, as if there were other people in the room besides the two of them. If you awaken the violent system, I can make an exception and admit you. He doesn't know yet that she has awakened the healing ability, and Song Shi didn't bring it up. Then how is the salary calculated? This is the main purpose of her coming here.
It's easy.
1 point is 100 federal coins. You can exchange it at any time. Xiao Haitang had read Song Shi's information and naturally knew that she was living in poverty. He reminded her, to upgrade a D-level hunter to a C-level hunter, you need 10,000 points. After being promoted to C-level, can I get higher points by completing tasks? Song Shi asked. Of course, C-level missions range from 1,000 to 10,000 points. Song Shi quickly calculated in his mind how much money he could earn by completing a C-level task, ranging from 100,000 to 1 million. If this is the case for Class C, one can imagine how much Class B and Class A can earn. These amounts are undoubtedly a huge temptation for Song Shi, who now has only 20,000 federal coins in his pocket. However, I still have to remind you that it's best not to act alone. Xiao Haitang was unusually serious. Especially since you are a newcomer, you are not familiar with the procedures, and you don't have any experience. You have always had the highest mortality rate. So if you can form a team, do it. Although the bonus will be divided equally, the mission success rate will be higher with teammates helping each other, and the most important thing is that it will be safer. Money is only secondary, and being able to come back alive after each mission is the most important thing. Song Shi took all his words to heart. Accepting a mission was no joke. Some of the missions assigned to the hunting group were to hunt exotic beasts. Of course, these were missions that could only be accepted by high-level hunters. The other part is to capture some fugitives for the Federal City Security Team and to punish some people who have committed heinous crimes but cannot be punished by law in accordance with public opinion. The latter does not comply with federal law, and the Safari Group has not publicized this project, but it is not a secret in the Federation. Every evil person who is decided to be sanctioned is decided through secret and anonymous voting by ordinary citizens. Because it can divert public attention, calm public anger, and reduce the probability of riots at the base to a certain extent, the city security team turned a blind eye. No matter whether the target of the mission is a fugitive or a voted-in villain, neither of them is a good person. Federal gun freedoms, in particular, greatly increase the danger. Song Shi had a clear understanding of his own strengths. Just because she has healing powers doesn't mean she can walk around in a hail of bullets. After leaving Yezue Bar, Song Shi did not go directly to the bus stop. Instead, she sat on the steps next to Yezue and logged into the internal forum of the Yulai group using her ID number. She remembered that when she was browsing the official website of the hunting group, she saw scrolling information bars in a corner about various teams recruiting members. After entering the internal forum because she was a new user, the first page that popped up was a list of teams that were currently recruiting members. I turned it from top to bottom 7 or 8 times, but still couldn't reach the bottom. Song Shirkai realized that this was a request for the entire federation to form a team. She quickly restricted the conditions, requiring only Area 11, Outer City, and D-level rangers. After screening, there are still 8 teams. The target number for each team is 4 to 6 players. According to Song Shi's understanding, this team size was based on the information on the best team size for fighting against alien beasts that the Federation once published. Because fighting against strange beasts requires the healer to purify the black air near the strange beasts, the purification area is limited, ranging from a circle with a radius of 30 meters at the minimum and 70 or 80 meters at the maximum. If there are less than 4 people, they cannot subdue the monster. If there are more than 6 people, the healer's purification range will not be enough for them to exert their influence. A team of 4 to 6 people works best. Other teams that do not fight against alien beasts are also influenced by this concept, and the number of people is controlled at 4 to 6. Song Shi clicked on the name of each team and browsed the contents of their introduction. The introduction includes their team's historical achievements, team members, each member's personal achievements, expertise, and the qualifications that new members should possess. After looking at all of them, 3 of the 8 teams were newly formed with blank introductions, while the other 5 had relatively rich practical experience. They all lost teammates in a certain operation and came here to recruit a new member. Song Shi was more inclined to join these teams that had experienced actual combat. Can bring her into the industry quickly. The 5 teams also have strict requirements for new members. The team with the highest points among all members only needs a sniper. Although he had touched a gun before, Song Shi, who had never fired a bullet, decisively withdrew and looked for the next one. Requirements for new members: proficient in various hacking techniques, able to use PDO, UAV/T, drones. Priority will be given to those who have awakened the superbrain system. Song Shi, who had just learned how to use the optical computer.
Bache.
Next. Our team has no shortage of people. We just need an awakener to increase our status. Song Shi. Song Shi hesitated to withdraw, but decided to see what the next 2 requirements were. Seeking someone with medical experience, those with healing awakening are preferred. It was tailor-made for her special powers. But Song Shi wanted to learn something that had nothing to do with healing. After joining this team, she would probably have to keep sacrificing herself to save others, burning herself to illuminate others. Song Shi placed his hope on the last one. I need a brick. I'll bring it to wherever you need it. Song Shi decisively dialed the contact number left on the introduction page. After a detailed discussion, Song Shi was very satisfied. This job did not require her to face the enemy directly. It was just a miscellaneous job to help them organize the equipment. She would become the assistant of whoever had a heavy workload and needed her. This means that she can get along with everyone in a team with clear division of labor, and she will definitely learn a lot. To put it bluntly, she wants to become a brick that can be moved wherever needed. To put it nicely, she wants to become a hexagonal warrior and develop in an all-round way. After both parties agreed to meet for the first time tomorrow night, they hung up the phone. Song Shi stood up and walked briskly towards the bus stop. When we returned to Wang Ding's hotel, it was already lunchtime. These 2 days, Song Shi has been having dinner with Tang Yu and Wang Ding. She left early in the morning and was not seen all morning, but now she reappeared, and they did not ask her where she had been. After finishing her meal, Song Shi took the initiative to tell them that she had found a part-time job. After all, it is inevitable that you will suddenly disappear when you go to take on missions in the future. She didn't say what her part-time job was specifically. Neither Wang Ding nor Tang Yu were the kind of people who would meddle in other people's business. They just confirmed that her part-time job was safe and reliable and didn't ask any more questions. After dinner, Song Shi went upstairs. The next morning, Chen Lishu drove to pick up Song Shi to go to the Superpower Management Bureau to test his superpower level. Song Shi changed into the school uniform of Rinxi Middle School. After taking the level test, she went straight back to school. Chen Lishu was even more excited than Song Shi. Along the way, he explained the development direction of each level of the healing system and finally concluded that no matter what level Song Shi awakened, his future would be bright. Song Shi was taken into the assessment room. The assessment process was very simple. They made a cut on her arm and judged her based on her recovery speed. The first cut was very shallow, only breaking a layer of skin, and the wound healed as soon as the knife was removed. C grade and above. The second time was a little deeper than the previous one, but it still healed quickly. The assessor's white-gloved fingers gradually tensed. This recovery speed indicates that Song Shi is above level B. Once again, he stroked deeply. The healing speed is slightly slower, but still within 3 seconds. The fourth time, the fifth time. Evaluation result. A+. The evaluator collected 2 more tubes of blood from Song Shi and placed a brain-computer interface with data cables of various colors on her head to test Song Shi's mental strength and further verify her level. An hour later, she was allowed to leave. The last wound on the forearm had also healed, leaving only dried blood stuck to the skin, as if someone had splashed it with blood. The evaluator was busy organizing and uploading the data he had just obtained, and his assistant gave Song Shi a piece of gauze soaked in alcohol. Song Shi wiped his arm and pushed open the door of the assessment room under the guidance of his assistant. "How is it?" Chen Lishu had been waiting outside the door. When he saw Song Shi coming out, he quickly walked up to him and stared at Song Shi nervously. Song Shi threw the red gauze into the medical waste bin beside her. The alcohol evaporated, and her arm felt cold. She touched it and said calmly, "A+." She was not surprised because the system had already assessed her healing level. Chen Lishu stamped his feet excitedly, and his heart finally settled down. "A+. A+ is good. If nothing goes wrong, I can get to S level. Maybe even double S." He quickly determined the level Song Shi could reach in the future. He was also worried that Song Shi's healing talent had been suppressed by the rage system for many years and could not be awakened to a high level. He was worrying too much. He thought of something and looked up. "Have you entered your file information?" Song Shi was originally a high-probability differentiator of the violent system and was a key observation target of the Federation, but he had not awakened and was only in the category of ordinary people, so his personal information was not given special protection. Now that she has awakened her healing ability, all her information should be re-entered into a place called the Federal Psychic Management File and managed by the Psychic Management Bureau. The information of anyone recorded in this file will be classified as confidential and cannot be retrieved by general institutions. Song Shi nodded. "It's entered. From now on, the words high-risk person will not appear after her name, and her information will not be flying everywhere." The situation like yesterday, where Xiao Haiteng casually retrieved all her information, will not happen again. "That's good." Chen Lishu looked at the student he had taught since the first year of high school again, feeling reluctant to let him go. This reluctance was compounded by guilt. His eyes suddenly felt a little sore, and he turned around and walked out. "Let's go back to school now and go directly to the School of Supernatural Powers to transfer to the Supernatural Powers class." Song Shi did not see the emotion that flashed across his eyes, but looking at his leaving back, Song Shi inexplicably had an illusion that he was very sad. As this consciousness arose, when he looked at him again, his body seemed to be shrouded in a faint purple mist. Song Shi blinked hard, suspecting that there was something wrong with his color vision system. Chen Lishu had already pushed the door open and left. Through the glacé door, his entire body was clear and bright, with nothing visible. Perhaps he had seen it wrong. Song Shi did not take it to heart anymore. He followed Chen Lishu and sat in the co-pilot seat. Chen Lishu wanted to share his masterpiece and kept talking about the situation of the awakened healing people in Renshi Middle School in recent years. It's not a small number. In the 6 supernatural classes in the 3rd year of high school alone, there are nearly 2 classes with more than 80 healing awakeners, but most of them are C level or D level, with a dozen B level and a single-digit A level and above. There is also an S level one, but there is only one who awakened at the age of 15. He was at a level when he first awakened. After 3 years of training at Renshi Middle School, He was successfully promoted to S level. Song Shi's current level is second only to him, but in terms of the level at the time of awakening, A+, it is slightly better than his. Generally speaking, the higher the level at the time of awakening, the higher the talent in this aspect and the easier it is to upgrade later. There are 19 S-level students in the senior year of Yenming Middle School, and our school currently only has 15. The gap is huge, and the school leaders also attach great importance to it. This year, all the middle schools in District 11 will be rated, and the school leaders hope that we can surpass Yenming Middle School. Those of you with A and A+ grades are the key training targets of the ability branch. Yen Qianlin should pay close attention to you. If you have any difficulties in life in the future, you must tell him. He will help you solve them. Although he seems difficult to get along with, in fact, Chen Lishu hesitated for a moment and then told the truth. He is not easy to get along with, but he cherishes talents and is very responsible to his students. Chen Lishu began to introduce Yen Qianlin to Song Shi. He was very strict with his students and would punish them if he said so. Song Shi glanced sideways at the scenery pacing quickly outside the window, his thoughts drifting far away. Ever since she awakened her healing ability, the inexplicable subtitles in her mind changed. Previously, there were only 2 short lines of text, anti-abuse progress, masochism value progress, but now, the subtitle becomes Anti-abuse progress, 87% superpower name, healing level, A+, 100/200, talent 1, healing skills, self-healing, A+, spiritual power, initial 13 out of 100. Song Shi had already watched it many times yesterday. It is easy to understand why it is classified as spiritual. The Federation divides all superpowers into 6 major categories: enhancement, nature, spirit, beast taming, machine assisted, and a special category consisting of other niche superpowers. The rage system belongs to the strengthening category. The healing system belongs to the category of psychic abilities. The problem lies in talent and skills. Talent 1 is displayed as healing. The power of healing is a necessary talent for all awakened healing types. It is normal for it to appear here, but it is followed by a 1. The presence of 1 means the presence of 2. There is number 2 displayed on the light curtain. This means she hasn't discovered her second talent yet. But as far as Song Shi knows now, the healing awakeners have no other abilities except being able to heal themselves and others and purify the black energy of alien beasts. Could it be that the second talent was purification? Because she had not yet purified the black energy of the alien beast, it did not appear on the light screen. Song Shi inexplicably felt that it wouldn't be that simple. Then there is the skills item. Shows that her self-healing level is A+. I wonder if this A+ has anything to do with her overall grade? Her overall level is followed by progress. A+, 100 to 200. When the progress reaches 200, it should be the time for her to be promoted to S level. However, will the progress increase this time still rely on the masochism value? Just reading these few lines of subtitles, Song Shi had many questions, but the system did not explain it to her, leaving her to figure it out on her own. Song Shi touched the seat belt in front of her. Her first step was to try to heal others. Verify whether the subtitles in your mind have changed. The car enters the parking garage of Rinshi Middle School. Song Shi unbuckled his seatbelt and jumped out of the car. Let's go find Director Yen of the Superpowers Department first. Chen Lishu came out from another car door. Following Chen Lishu out of the underground garage, there were many students having fun on the playground. Chen Lishu glanced at the time on his computer. It was during the break when there were the most students. What a coincidence! He was worried that Song Shi might bump into Wei Yuyu, so he quickened his pace. Walking all the way to the teaching building, there were many students who were preparing to go to the playground to relax. Song Shi's appearance on campus in school uniform attracted many people's attention. The incident before she left caused too much of a stir, and the fact that she was sent to a reformatory school also sparked a lot of discussion on the school forum. Wei Yuyu has been almost running rampant in school recently. His gang of younger brothers would tell everyone that whoever offends Wei Yuyu will suffer the same fate as Song Shi. They're just trampling on Song Shi and showing off everywhere. Didn't they say that she will be locked up in a reformatory school until she reaches adulthood? The Bagua holy body Yang Jinjin's entire upper body was almost leaning out of the window. He curled his hands into the shape of a telescope, placed them on his eyes, and moved with the movement of Songshi below. Tang Yu, who was sitting next to her, changed her position and lay on the table, facing her. "I'll be back when I wake up." The fat boy and Yang Jinjin stood side by side, looking down in the same posture. It can be said that the windows on all four sides of the classroom are now full of people. If Songshi looked up, he would see that the windows of the entire teaching building were crowded with people. But even if she didn't look up, it would be hard for Songshi not to notice so many gazes on her. Chun Lishu couldn't be as steady as Songshi. He looked up, sweating profusely. He took out his handkerchief and kept wiping his forehead, which even reflected the light. He didn't awaken during the stimulation experiment, but he awakened after just a few days in the control school. As one of the only 5 awakened super brains in the school, Yang Jinjin saw through it at a glance. Wei Yu's mother must have done something to him in the control school, and he was forced to awaken. Because the fat boy was short and Songshi was almost at the bottom of the teaching building, he couldn't see him anymore and sat back down. Berserk type? Curious what level she is? Our school doesn't have any berserk types above B level. I hope she's B level or higher so that our school can close the gap with Yanming Middle School. A+.
Tang Yu said.
So high. How do you know? The fat boy and Yang Jinjin spoke at the same time. The little fat boy was simply amazed, while Yang Jinjin noticed that something was wrong with his desk mate. She sat back in her seat, squinting at Tang Yu. "Where did you hear that? You didn't pay attention to these things before. Tell the truth." Leniency for confession and severity for resistance. Since Tang Yu started it, she had no intention of hiding it. "She lives in the hotel my family runs." Yang Jinjin covered her mouth. "Oh my god.
When?"
"Half a month ago. How dare you let a berserker-type, high-probability differentiation user live in your home?" Yang Jinjin gave a thumbs up. The star of disaster that everyone avoided was actually welcomed as a guest by his desk mate. "You are worthy of being a fire type." The most famous characteristics of the fire type are being tsundere, rebellious and easily angered, making them the second most difficult characters to deal with after the berserk type. When the violent type goes crazy, they treat human life as worthless. When the fire element goes crazy, it treats grace and grace as if they were human lives. This means that it dislikes everyone and will kick even the dogs on the street. If there was no berserk system in the front to support it, the fire system would definitely become a thorn in everyone's eyes and suffer the same treatment as the berserk system now suffers. But these characteristics do not seem to be manifested in Tang Yu. She only occasionally couldn't control her fire, and smoke came out of her head, but it wouldn't hurt anyone, and she would calm down quickly on her own. Her emotions were quite stable. She spoke softly and looked quiet, which caused Yang Jinjin to often forget that she was a fire awakener. But the fact that he dared to bring the violent type home made Yang Jinjin re-examine his deskmate. Under the well-behaved appearance, there was a restless and rebellious heart of fire. The little fat boy was also dumbfounded, looking at Tang Yu a little silly. "Xiao Yu, I always thought you were an exception to the fire system. I didn't expect you to be the Samadhi true fire." Tang Yu did not refute. She hates weak people. But Songshi is not a weak person now. So, she was willing to let her stay in her own hotel. Yang Jinjin soon stopped caring about this. She only liked gossip and didn't like to explore human nature. "Quick, tell me why Songshi awakened so quickly. What happened in the control school?" "I have no idea." Regarding some senior executives of the city security team and the forces in the western suburbs, even Yan Qianlin did not mention it openly, and Tang Yu naturally would not say it out loud. Yang Jinjin was a little disappointed. "She didn't tell you?" Tang Yu shook her head. "All right." However, Yang Jinjin quickly cheered up, patted his chest, and assured the people who were listening to the gossip, "Leave it to me. I will find out everything in a week at the latest." Tang Yu glanced at her and opened her mouth to remind her that the matter involved too many things and might offend some people, so she shouldn't investigate. But when she saw Yang Jinjin's eyes that were simply burning with the soul of gossip, she closed her mouth. On the other side, Song Shi had followed Chen Lishu to Yan Qianlin's office. Yan Qianlin quickly browsed the level assessment information sent by the assessor on the optical computer. This information was sent to Song Shi by the Supernatural Management Bureau as soon as it was sorted out, and Song Shi added Yan Qianlin's account and sent it to him. Yan Qianlin finished reading more than 10 pages of evaluation materials in 10 minutes, and the office was quiet for 10 minutes. Level A+, but lacks mental strength. He came to a conclusion, raised his head, looked at Song Shi, who was sitting on the sofa opposite him, and said seriously, "If your mental strength is insufficient, your self-healing ability will not be affected, but you will not be able to exert your level strength to heal other people. Then, when you go to the battlefield in the future, the effect of helping your teammates purify the black energy of alien beasts will be greatly reduced." Because Song Shi is A+ level, unless something unexpected happens, he will have to go to the front line to deal with the monsters, so Yan Qianlin will consider this direction. I need to increase my mental power. Song Shi thought of the light screen in her mind. Her mental power value was only 13. Yes. Yan Qianlin sent a document to Song Shi. This is a specific way to improve mental strength. It was developed based on healing students who were in the same situation as you. Just follow it. I will tell you if there are any changes to be made later. Song Shi clicked to receive. The first line of the file is, "Eat more foods that boost your mental strength." The foods are listed and the prices are marked at the back. Song Shi casually glanced at the price and was shocked. She closed the document with forced calmness and looked up. Perhaps because she looked unhappy, Yan Qianlin thought she was worried about her future. Lack of mental strength is a common problem for most psychic abilities. Just follow the instructions on the document, and you will be able to make up for it soon. Song Shi nodded stiffly. She was still thinking about the prices of the food. Her savings were probably only enough for 2 meals. Also, Yan Qianlin looked at Song Shi. Although he was over 50 years old, his eyes did not show any signs of old age. They contained the wisdom and shrewdness of an old man. Our school has a training room for the violent department. You can train with them in the future. Song Shi's attention was instantly drawn back. She has already awakened the healing type. Why does she still need to train with the violent type? Chen Lishu, who was sitting next to her, asked on behalf of Song Shi. "You didn't go to the scene with me on Saturday morning." Yan Qianlin glanced at Chen Lishu indifferently. Chen Lishu lowered his head in shame. At that time, he was held back by Wang Danyu and couldn't get away. Although he had not seen the scene at that time, after learning in the city security team's affairs hall that 8 people had died, he could imagine the danger at that time. If Song Shi succeeded, Renshi Middle School would lose an A+ grade healing student. All this was related to him, and it was right for Yan Qianlin to blame him. "I have learned about your situation from teacher Zhou Tan. Now that the healing system has been awakened, you can boldly try to mobilize the emotions of the violent system. Although the Federation has no precedent of successfully awakening 2 systems, it does not mean that there will be no precedent in the future." Thanks to the system, Song Shi had already guessed that he might be able to awaken dual systems, so when Yan Qianlin proposed this idea, Song Shi was not very encouraged. Compared to her, Chen Lishu was more shocked than ever. He looked at Song Shi, then at Yan Qianlin, and suspected that he had heard it wrong. He is not an awakened one, and the class he teaches is just an ordinary class. He does not have a deep understanding of things like superpowers, but he knows Yan Qianlin's achievements in the field of superpowers. He said that it is possible to awaken dual systems, which means that the probability is more than half. Yan Qianlin glanced at the time and stood up. "Class is about to start. Song Shi, come with me." Chen Lishu knew that he was going to put Song Shi into his class and officially hand over the job. "Then Director Yan, she will be under your charge from now on." Yan Qianlin nodded slightly and left with Song Shi. The class that Yan Qianlin teaches is Class 2 of the Special Abilities class. Song Shi saw a familiar figure at the door of Class 2 of the Special Ability class. A carefully trimmed hairstyle and heavy metal accessories all over the body. Lu Xuelin. Song Shi could only say that it was unfair for him to only wear 7 or 8 earrings in the control school. If the person in front of you said he just came off the stage of a heavy metal band, people would believe it. Lu Shuilin was also frightened when he saw Songshi, but he felt a little more at ease when he thought that they were not in a controlled school and Songshi could not hit him. Yan Qianlin was stopped by a pacing female teacher to discuss a student who had lost control. Songshi took a few steps closer to Lu Shuilin. "Why are you here?" Lu Shuilin could only say that he had been fooled by his father again. His father clearly said that he would be as successful as Wei Yu here and no one would dare to mess with him, but he didn't expect that the father would turn around and arrange him into Yan Qianlin's class. That's not all. Songshi happened to be in this class. His father must have planned it all out, wanting these people to subdue him and prevent him from doing any evil. Of course, he wouldn't say that to Songshi. He said stubbornly, "I'm awake now. Can I come here? Is it your business?" Super brain system? Songshi found it difficult to accept. Lu Shuilin's brain, a super brain system? Lu Shuilin stared at Songshi and moved his lips, but finally decided not to tell him that it was because she gave him a blow on the head and his brain started to repair itself after being damaged. When the repair was over, it began to strengthen, and then he awakened. Therefore, he was able to awaken smoothly thanks to Songshi. If he told Songshi, he would definitely be mocked mercilessly by her, so he decided to keep this secret in his heart forever. Not finished yet. We'll continue tomorrow. Yes, the super brain department. He stretched out 5 fingers and shook them proudly in front of Songshi, emphasizing, there are only 5 super brain departments in the entire Rinchi Middle School, and I am the 6th. Songshi ignored him, glanced at Yan Qianlin, who was still discussing the next training plan with the female teacher, took a step back and stood at the wall, waiting quietly. The classroom behind her is class 2 of the Special Abilities class. Yan Qianlin and the female teacher seemed to be discussing the training plan for the violent students. Songshi heard the words out of control, unable to suppress the healing system, basic training, and intensification. Songshi ignored him. Lu Shuilin was more and more certain that Songshi would not dare to make any move on him here. He immediately returned to his arrogant and aggressive nature. How did you awaken the healing system? Aren't you a high-probability differentiation user of the violent system? Songshi lowered her eyes and thought about where she could find an opportunity to heal the wounded. You've been relying on the fact that you're a violent type and have been crazy for so long, but now you've awakened a healing type. Isn't it a big disappointment? Lu Shuilin pretended to ask. This guy is really annoying. Songshi turned his face to the other direction. Maybe I can find an opportunity by training with the violent type. After all, training will cause some injuries. The most regrettable thing is that the system does not allow her to harm innocent people. Otherwise, she would capture someone, beat him up, and then treat him, repeating this cycle over and over again. Her anti-abuse value would increase, and at the same time, she would also exercise her healing ability, which was much easier. Thinking of this, Songshi had an idea. Could she find the person who had been identified by the system as having hurt her? Why are you hiding? I got it right. Lu Shuilin was still feeling proud of his own cleverness. Songshi suddenly turned his head and looked at him. I don't know if Lu Shuilin counts as one. Although she has already taken revenge, what if the system determines that as long as you hurt her once, you can be beaten by her for the rest of your life, and it doesn't count as hurting innocent people? Lu Shuilin had not yet realized that his death was approaching. Instead, he took Songshi's silence as a concession. I heard that your mother drove you away because you were a violent person. She moved into the inner city with your sister and left you alone outside. TSK, your mother is really cruel. Have you investigated me specifically? Lu Shuilin lifted a tuft of hair that he had carefully left on his forehead and said, There's no need for me to investigate. All your information was specially sent to me by my father's subordinates. I have to say, your sister is really beautiful. Lu Shuilin said, whistling obscenely. Songshi didn't really like her sister, who was always acting weird for no apparent reason, but Lu Shuilin's expression really disgusted her. But he still doesn't realize it. When I go to the inner city during the holidays, I will definitely go with my brother. Songshi raised his foot and kicked him in the chest with such force that Lu Shuilin flew backwards. In desperation, he reached out to touch anything he could grab on both sides. The classroom door happened to be behind him, so he grabbed the door handrail. With a loud clang, the tightly closed classroom door was kicked open, and Lu Shuelin fell to the ground with a bang. Song Shi retracted his legs as if nothing had happened and returned to his original position. He leaned his back against the wall and looked at the light above his head. Innocent people are harmed. Anti-abuse progress 1%. Song Shi suppressed the urge to swear. Yan Qianlin, who was discussing something with the female teacher, was startled by the sudden noise and turned around. What he saw was Lu Shuelin crawling up from the ground and greeting his classmates. Lu Shuelin walked out while greeting awkwardly, enduring the pain in his chest. The school bell also rang at this time. "Let's talk after class," Yan Qianlin said to the female teacher with a gloomy face and returned to the classroom. He met Lu Shuelin, who was walking out. Lu Shuelin was so frightened by his expression that he shrank his neck. Yan Qianlin's reputation was also heard of in Yanming Middle School. Yan Qianlin said sternly, "Don't bring your habits from other schools to my class. Today, because the bell hasn't rung yet, I won't punish you. If this happens again in the future, I will deal with you according to the class rules." Lu Shuelin opened his mouth to explain that it was Song Shi who kicked him in, and he was the victim. But as soon as she looked up, she saw Song Shi, who was standing behind Yan Qianlin. The threat was very clear. Lu Shuelin shuddered. He is really scared now, and he has really come to his senses. So, what if Song Shi hasn't awakened the rage system? She was fighting a group of people alone without awakening the rage system. No matter what she awakens, it will not affect the speed and strength of her hitting. He had a preconceived notion that after she awakened her healing ability, she would become as weak and vulnerable as other people with the healing ability. Yan Qianlin noticed the change in Lu Shuelin's expression, turned around and looked, and saw Song Shi was looking down and pulling his hair. "You two follow me to the podium." Yan Qianlin left a word, walked around Lu Shuelin, and stood on the side of the podium first. Lu Shuelin followed him up. Song Shi also appeared from behind the door. The moment she came out, Yang Jingjin nudged Tang Yu's arm. Just now, Yan Qianlin had his back to the classroom door and only saw the moment Lu Shuelin got up from the ground. Everyone in the classroom was not blind. They all sat back in their seats 5 minutes before Yan Qianlin's class, so they could see it clearly. When Lu Shuelin came in, he had his back facing backwards and could not control his tendency to fall. It was obvious that he was kicked or pushed in. Who dares to do this next to Yan Qianlin? The moment they saw Song Shi, everyone immediately understood. The violin department is A+ grade, so a little violence can be forgiven. Everyone remained silent in tacit agreement. When Song Shi walked into the classroom, all she saw were all kinds of grimacing expressions. She vaguely guessed that it was because she had kicked Lu Shuelin and was seen. She retracted her gaze, walked up to the podium, and stood next to Lu Shuelin. Lu Shuelin immediately moved a little towards Yan Qianlin and kept some distance from her. He still felt it was not enough and wanted to move, but Song Shi looked at him from the side, and Lu Shuelin was immediately stunned and dared not move. "Take turns and introduce yourselves." Lu Shuelin cleared his throat first. "My name is Lu Shuelin. I'm a rock fan, a super brain awakener, and currently at D level. But the evaluator my family hired predicts that I can reach S level in the future. My father is a city guard." Yan Qianlin interrupted him. "There's no need to introduce your family background." Lu Shuelin was not discouraged. He wanted to let everyone in the class know his family background anyway. He changed his words to show off. "Our family is a super brain family. My dad, my grandpa, and I are all from this family." For Yang Jingjin, who is a super brain type herself, she has inquired about the awakened super brain types in the outer city of District 11. The ones who fit Lu Shuelin's description are the family of assistants of the captains of the city security team of all generations. There have been so many captains, but the assistants are always the ones with the surname Lu. His family background is comparable to Wei Yu. Yang Jingjin shared with Tang Yu in a low voice. Tang Yu already knew this and was not surprised. After Lu Shuelin finished his introduction, it was Song Shi's turn. "My name is Song Shi, healing type A+. As soon as Song Shi finished speaking, a loud exclamation was heard in the originally quiet classroom. Healing system? You are wrong, aren't you? Not the berserk type? Song Shi repeated patiently, it's the healing system. Yang Jinjin pushed her deskmate's arm in shock. The berserker high-probability differentiator has awakened the healing type. This is such explosive news, but you only told me that her level is A+? You only asked about her level. Tang Yu blinked.
Ah!
Yang Jinjin wanted to yell, do you know how much harm your concealment has done to a gossip lover? This prevented her from spreading the news to more people in advance. But facing Tang Yu's bright and innocent eyes, she pulled her hair, helpless and furious, and lowered her head to hit the table. Tang Yu considerately placed his hand under her forehead.
Yang Jin-sen, Tang Yu.
Yan Qianlin grabbed the book and patted the table to silence the noisy discussion below. These two are new students joining our superpower class too. I will study and improve with you in the future. I hope we can get along well with each other. There was appropriate applause from the audience below the podium. Lu Shuilin, go choose a seat. There are 2 empty seats in the whole classroom, one by the window and one in the middle. Lu Shuilin chose a window seat without hesitation. There is no other reason. There are so many pretty girls. Except for my desk mate who is a boy, there are girls of all types around me. Sitting in that position, Lu Shuilin took a breath of air and felt that the pain in his chest that was kicked by Song Shi was gone, and he felt refreshed. Yang Jinjin watched as a super brain system sat diagonally across from him, and a sense of crisis arose. She clenched her fists secretly, determined to defend her reputation as the god of gossip. The remaining seat naturally belonged to Song Shi. His desk mate was a handsome boy with a thin build and black-framed glasses. In Song Shi's stereotype, people dressed like this were not bad at studying. Song Shi walked over and sat down. A complete set of new books has been delivered in advance. Song Shi quickly glanced at the title of the book at the top, then stuffed it into the bookcase. As she read through the books one by one, she realized that the courses taught in the superpower class were completely different from those in the regulated school, and even from the course schedule of the ordinary class that she had briefly browsed before. The science subjects that overlapped with the previous life were compressed into a very thin book, and the remaining 6 books were all about superpowers and strange beasts. Superpower combat, superpower development, superpower origin, superpower theory, superpower and superpower, humans and superpowers. These are all laying the foundation for attending the university for superpowers in the future. The university for people with special abilities is equivalent to a military academy in this world. The subject Yan Qianlin teaches is supernatural powers and abilities. The main content is the relationship between various superpowers, which can be divided into 3 categories: promotion, antagonism, and non-interference. These relationships will become the key to selecting each other's teammates after entering college. 2 antagonistic superpowers are destined not to form the same team, such as the most typical water and fire powers. Song Shi had previously learned some of these things from the optical computer, but it was not systematic. Now, when she listened to Yan Qianlin's lecture, she was particularly serious. It has been nearly half a month since Song Shi came to this world, and this is the first time that he can sit at his desk peacefully without worrying about other things. He can just listen to the teacher's lectures and simply absorb knowledge. The class paced quickly. The morning paced quickly. During the break, Song Shi would review the previous contents of the textbook. Senior year has already started for 2 months, and she needs to catch up on all the content learned in the first 2 months. On the other side of the classroom, Lu Shuilin had already become friends with the people around him. I've seen you. He suddenly pointed at Tang Yu, who was sleeping on the table. Tang Yu raised her eyelids to look at him, then turned her head and lay down facing the other direction. Lu Shuilin. Why does this set of actions look so familiar? He seemed to have just experienced it. He thought about it for a while and remembered that Song Shi was like this when he was annoying him. No wonder I saw you in the city security team that day. You two have a special relationship. The gestures of disdain were exactly the same.
Yang Jinsen can smell at something unusual.
What happened to the city security team?
When?
What happened? The emotional value provided by Yang Jinjin was very high, and Lu Shuilin benefited greatly from it. With so many gossipers surrounding him, he became arrogant and confessed everything that happened that morning. Naturally, this concealed the key role that they played in it. He later learned from his father's analysis that he had cheated both sides. If his background wasn't strong enough, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. It sounds so dangerous. The little fat man glanced at Songshi's position with sympathy. Where's Songshi? Tang Yu opened her eyes and saw that no one was left where Songshi had originally sat. Lu Shuilin looked around him reflexively. Fortunately, there was no ambush around him. He was so scared that his palms were sweating. The bell for the third class in the afternoon rang, but Songshi had not returned yet. Her place was empty. The teacher of this class was still Yan Qianlin. He just glanced at him and continued teaching without asking about Songshi's movements. At this time, Songshi was heading to the training ground of the violin department. Yan Qianlin suddenly informed her that she would go to train with the violin department today, and sent her the address. Today is Songshi's first day to report. When she got there, 5 Berserker Awakeners had already changed into their training uniforms and were sitting scattered around the training grounds. It was not yet time for training, so Songshi found the training ground manager, told him his name, received his clothes under the manager's surprised gaze, and went to the locker room to change. Come out again, it's time. 8 Berserker Awakeners stood in a row in the middle of the training ground. Standing in front of them was a slim female teacher with her back to Songshi. It was not until Songshi walked closer that he recognized that the teacher was the one who had consulted Yan Qianlin this morning to discuss the students' out-of-control situation. Today I would like to introduce our new member to you, Songshi. I believe you have all heard of her name to some extent. The Berserk Department's high-probability Awakeners who were once famous in school were the object of shame for their Berserk Department. Most people here had heard of them. Isn't she a healer? The muscular boy, who was a head taller than Songshi, glanced at him. Cooperative training? Preventing us from losing control? Why is she the only one here? He is training as a Berserker Awakener to improve his physical fitness, just like you. The female teacher corrected. Her words made the violent types laugh. They didn't seem to respect her very much. Are you kidding? Healing and Berserker types train together? Why don't you train contract types and dogs together? The daily training targets of the contract department students are the ferocious beasts captured by the army from outside the base. This metaphor is extremely insulting. Half of the people present laughed, while the other half crossed their arms and watched the fun. Naturally, they agreed with this point of view. The female teacher was not angry at their rudeness and even smiled. Having been a Berserk-type trainer for so many years, she knew very well what kind of people the Berserk-type students were like, a group of arrogant and violent people. Especially the violent type who have never been to the front line and have never experienced the beatings of society are lawless and have no bottom line. I am just informing you, and I don't give you the right to question it. The gentle and calm tone did not overly highlight her majesty, but it had an incomparable effect. Those who were originally laughing shut their mouths and stared at her gloomily and unconvincedly. The female teacher attracted her gaze and then looked at Songshi next to her. My name is Pei Yicheng. You can call me Trainer Pei, Teacher Yicheng, or you can call me by my full name like them. Songshi looked in the direction of her finger and saw a row of violent students, each more arrogant than the other. Although he had participated in group fights, killed people, and even accidentally kicked his teacher, Songshi always considered himself a polite young man.
Trainer Pei.
Whispering sound. Someone nearby sneered. Songshi and the female teacher were not affected by it, as if they didn't hear it. Well, back to the team. Songshi turned and walked to the far right of the queue. His eyes paced over the faces of the 8 people and stopped on the face of the burly boy. It has always been his mouth that has been poisonous. I hope your ability is worthy of your annoying mouth. Songshi said this lightly and stood in the queue. Say that again. The burly man was furious. How can a rubbish like you, a healing person, judge my strength? He walked out of the team, rolled up his sleeves, and rushed toward Songshi. Zhu Jinping. Return to the team. Pei Yicheng shouted. Zhu Jinping was so angry that he couldn't listen to anything. He just wanted to kill this shameless girl. Song Shi looked up at him. If she dares to say it, she dares to do it. In a one-on-one fight, even if I can't beat him, I can still make him suffer. Song Shi's hands hanging at his sides were clenched into fists, his upper body slightly bent, and he entered a fighting state. Pei Yicheng said nothing more when his orders were ineffective. He took a step forward and grabbed Zhu Jinping's arm. I've said it many times before. You have to obey my orders on the training ground. Song Shi did not expect Pei Yicheng to suddenly take action. Get out of here. Zhu Jinping clenched his fist with his other hand and punched Pei Yicheng in the face. Judging from Zhu Jinping's size and the fact that he was angry, the power of his punch was extraordinary. Song Shi observed carefully and thought that if this punch had hit her, she would immediately let go of Zhu Jinping's arm, distance herself from him, and look for another opportunity to attack. But Pei Yicheng went straight forward. Her arms seemed to be made of steel. Zhu Jinping's fist hit her palm like a wall and could not be shaken at all. Zhu Jinping wanted to pull his hand back and hit again, but Pei Yicheng had already wrapped his fist, twisted both of his arms behind his back, and kicked him in the knee, forcing him to his knees on the ground. Are you awake? Pei Yicheng's tone was still flat. The few moves just now seemed to be easy for her. On the other hand, Zhu Jinping's already dark skin turned purple. He was angry and annoyed. He struggled for several times but failed to shake off Pei Yicheng, who was much smaller than him. Awake. He squeezed out these words from between his teeth. Pei Yicheng then released his hand that was holding him, returned to the team. Zhu Jinping got up from the ground in a panic. But he was obviously not convinced. Just you wait. He said a harsh word to Song Shi and returned to his original position. Song Shizhen lowered his eyes and thought about what type of awakener Pei Yicheng was, or whether he was not an awakener. She did not listen to Zhu Jinping's harsh words. Her reaction made Zhu Jinping even more furious, but he had no place to vent his anger, so he kicked the ground hard. Pei Yicheng also didn't care about his reaction. Lu Li and Tian Ming, step out. The girl next to Song Shi and the boy standing in the first position took a step forward at the same time. I have already reported the loss of control of the two of you yesterday to the director. This is the 9th time this month that you have behaved in this way. After discussing it with the director, we have unanimously decided that it is not appropriate for you to continue the simulated confrontation. I don't want to, said the boy named Tian Ming nonchalantly. So, what if I lose control? There are healers on the front line to control me. The primary responsibility of the Berserker Department is to improve my strength. You have no right to deprive me of the right to train. Pei Yicheng took a few steps forward and walked around to the back of the queue. So, the rest of you have the same idea?
Yes.
The remaining people said in unison, which was rare. What about you? Pei Yicheng stopped behind Song Shi. Song Shi never forgets his roots. I am a healer. Pei Yicheng, what if you are a violent type? Song Shi was silent for a moment. From the perspective of the violent type, she had almost lost control before. In the controlled school, when she saw blood and was in extreme pain, she also lost her mind and wanted to kill everyone. It was the soothing power of the healing type that brought her back to her senses. When Lu Xing encountered the Earthwolf beast in the alley, he also lost control for a short time. His sword repeatedly stabbed into the body of the Earthwolf beast. It was Wu Jilu's timely call that woke him up. The healing power probably played a role in this. Just now, Zhu Jinping had a fight with Pei Yicheng, but after being controlled by Pei Yicheng with a few moves, he immediately woke up. Can this also be considered out of control? In her opinion, it is more like using the name of being out of control to do whatever she wants without restraint. Once she finds herself at a disadvantage, she will immediately wake up, and all the losses caused during this period can be attributed to her loss of control. Why are you asking her? She was a coward before she awakened. How would she know about something like losing control? Zhu Jinping, who had been silent for a long time, took this opportunity to ridicule. You know whether you have lost control or not, Song Shi pointed out incisively. Pei Yicheng, who was standing behind Song Shi, heard this and looked at Song Shi with some appreciation. She only realized this after discussing it with Yan Qianlin today. What do you mean? Zhu Jinping rushed out of the queue angrily. The others also looked at Song Shi with displeasure. Song Shi curled his lips and sneered, looking at Zhu Jinping, who was getting closer and closer. Are you angry out of shame? You're looking for death. The moment Zhu Jinping's fist came over, Song Shi quickly stepped back. Zhu Jinping was surprised that Song Shi could actually dodge. He shouted loudly and tried to catch up with him. Song Shi turned around and hid behind Pei Yicheng. What? Are you going to lose control again? Or are you going to go crazy under the guise of losing control?
Song.
Sure. Zhu Jinping gritted his teeth. He must tear her apart. Pei Yicheng raised his hand and stopped his arm. I told you not to do anything in my class without permission. Pei Yicheng was really angry this time. With a cold face, he did not let Zhu Jinping go after blocking his punch, but instead rushed forward and suppressed him in all directions. It ends with Zhu Jinping being kicked to the ground. He tried to climb up, but failed. Pei Yicheng walked up to him, grabbed the back of his collar, and lifted him up like a chicken. Zhu Jinping managed to steady his trembling legs and was able to stand on his own. Pei Yicheng released his hand and looked at everyone present. Let's take a look at your levels. Is there anyone here who is above level B? Do you think there are enough healers in the Federation to assign one to each of you? There are more than 80 healers in the senior year of Rinxi Middle School alone, retorted the girl named Lu Li, who walked out from Song Shi. First of all, out of these 80, only 30 have reached B level or above. Only healing rank B or above can go to the front line. Secondly, the front line needs more than just your violent powers. The Federation has nearly 100 types of superpowers suitable for combat. Except for a few that are not afraid of black energy, the rest all need the protection of healers. Pei Yicheng patiently explained. One healer is responsible for a team of 4 to 6 people. If your value is not as great as that of a team, then you should control your temper and not cause trouble for the rest of the team. The Federation does not need violent people who are both incompetent and have bad tempers. Pei Yicheng looked at the group of children who were so ambitious that they sighed. Wake up, you are not Lu Xing. From the moment you awaken to C level and D level, there is an insurmountable gap between you and him. Lu Xing is a legend of the violent type. According to what Song Shi had learned from the internet, Lu Xing's level when he awakened at the age of 15 was SSS, reaching the pinnacle of the Federation's level. Now 3 years have passed, and his level can no longer be measured by the Federation's means. His strong strength is the greatest proof of his level. He doesn't need a team of 4 to 6 people. His only teammate is Wu Zhilu. Wu Zhilu was only responsible for waking him up when he lost control. They once left the human base with only 2 people, went deep into the alien beast's lair, and brought back the news that the alien beast had reappeared and evolved, as well as a series of sample data that were extremely important to the research institute. Starting today, we will resume basic physical training and conduct simulated sparring once a week. In addition, in order to increase your enthusiasm for self-control, the school infirmary will no longer provide healers for treatment except for injuries caused by simulated sparring. You will have to deal with the injuries you suffer from your so-called loss of control on your own. Pei Yichen's words blocked their way to madness. The expressions on the faces of the people in the group were all different, which was quite a spectacular sight. Zhu Jinping was especially hurt. He was beaten up by Pei Yicheng and felt pain all over his body. He had thought that he would go to the infirmary to find a healer after the training class and would recover in half an hour. However, he did not expect that the infirmary would no longer provide treatment. It would cost at least hundreds of thousands of federal coins to find a healer in a hospital outside for half an hour. He suddenly felt that he had lost hundreds of thousands of dollars and regretted it to death. After finishing the instructions, Pei Yichen started today's physical training. Put 6 kilograms of sandbags on your feet and run 10 kilometers with a weight on. Song Shi followed the others to the equipment room, tied a 3-kilogram sandbag to each leg, and started running around the training ground. Her body functions developed according to the violent system, and after awakening the healing system, her body metabolism was enhanced, and fatigue was metabolized before it even appeared. She was like a machine that could run at a high frequency all the time. After running 10 kilometers, she did not feel any discomfort even when dragging a 6-kilogram sandbag. The more I ran, the easier it became, and I was the first one to finish the course. In contrast, the others who fell behind her had trained for many years and were several times faster than ordinary people, but compared with Songshi, they were still not good enough. Pei Yicheng looked at Songshi with some surprise when he reached the finish line. He looked down at the time on his computer and saw that it took him 13 minutes and 42 seconds. It would take an average person at least 50 minutes to carry a weight of 6 kilograms. Her previous record in the violent training was 24 minutes and 57 seconds. During the Song dynasty, it was shortened by half. When Yan Qianlin suggested sending Songshi in to train with the violent department, she learned from Yan Qianlin that Songshi was different from others. She knew that this student meant a lot to Yan Qianlin, or to the entire federation. After seeing her true strength, Pei Yicheng became serious and wrote on the computer panel, "I will give you some extra training starting tomorrow." Songshi was very happy and nodded. After running 10 kilometers with weights today, she realized how explosive her physical fitness was. She can just run to school in the future. At this speed, she doesn't even need to take the bus. As she was thinking this, Pei Yicheng had already asked, "How far is your place from school?" Songshi. About 4 kilometers. Then you should run to school next time. Pei Yicheng considered the problem from a trainer's perspective. Songshi. It is indeed so. But you'll sweat all over. Songshi pulled her collar. She was already covered in sticky sweat. There's a place to take a shower here. Pei Yicheng pointed to the locker room. I'll lend it to you. Songshi. Okay. After Songshi sent the sandbags back to the equipment room, the rest of the people also ran back one after another. Completely different from Songshi's calm face and calm breathlessness when he came back, their cheeks were flushed and their chests heaving rapidly. But when they saw Songshi returning from the equipment room, they all slowed down their breathing and tried their best to cover it up. Yes, everyone except Zhu Jinping ran under 25 minutes today. Pei Yicheng looked down at the data, and after confirming it, she looked up. The sight of a group of people not daring to breathe made her laugh.
Why?
Do you feel embarrassed? Songshi, who had just returned to the team, was confused. He turned his head and saw a row of rapidly rising and falling chests and gloomy faces. Pei Yicheng then conducted strength training and reaction training, and Songshi's performance was average. It seems that only in terms of endurance can Songshi perform at a level that surpasses other violent awakeners. From 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., the training is repeated continuously. The normal get-out-of-class time at Renshi Middle School is 6:30 in the afternoon. Songshi edited a message on the computer and sent it to Tang Yu. I'm still training, no need to wait for me. At 7 o'clock, today's training volume has reached the target. Exhausted from the training, the students headed towards the locker room. Songshi did not go directly, but stopped Zhu Jinping, who fell behind. Want to fight? Zhu Jinping immediately took a defensive stance. Come on. I've been wanting to beat you up for a long time. His loud voice attracted the students who had already stepped into the locker room and turned their heads. Songshi glanced at the bruises on his outstretched arm and said, I'll help you heal. Today, Zhu Jinping was the only one injured around her. She really wanted to know how the subtitles in her mind would change after she healed someone else. This would be very important for her subsequent guessing of the meaning of the remaining subtitles. Zhu Jinping was first shocked by her words and then felt insulted. All of my injuries are caused by her. What a good person. Get out. If you don't get out, I'll beat you up. Don't think that just because you run fast, I can. Songshi suddenly made a move, grabbed his arm, bent his elbow and pressed it against his clavicle, knocking him to the ground. Zhu Jinping raised his leg and kicked, and Songshi met him with his knee. Their knees collided, and the crisp impact sounded like a huge rock falling to the ground, and it broke into pieces after the huge impact. This blow will surely break the bones of both men. Zhu Jinping groaned. Songshi didn't even frown. The patience of a berserker awakener is extraordinary, and both of them proved this. Zhu Jinping rolled on the ground to avoid Songshi's kick, and raised his other leg to sweep towards Songshi. Zhu Jinping's body was covered with muscles, and the circumference of one leg was almost thicker than Song Shi's waist. One can imagine the power contained in his sweeping momentum. Song Shi originally wanted to hide, but suddenly the scene of Pei Yicheng taking Zhu Jinping's punch today popped up in his mind. Song Shi immediately spread his legs and stabilized his lower body. He used his arms to hold the leg as it approached, and used the force to lift his entire body off the ground. Using the force of the force, Zhu Jinping turned around twice with himself as the center of the circle, and then let go. He flew straight out and landed a few meters away from the locker room door. The people who were originally near the locker room immediately scattered to both sides. Zhu Jinping was knocked unconscious. Song Shi walked forward, bent his knees and pressed them on his chest to prevent him from resisting, and grabbed his neck with his right hand. After all, he is a violent type, and neither his willpower nor his vitality can make Song Shi let down his guard. Zhu Jinping half opened his eyes. The humiliating posture made his brain burn. An unprecedented sense of anger devoured his reason. For the first time, he felt what it was like to be out of control. It was as if a wild beast was about to break through his body and take over his soul. All 5 senses were taken away, and his limbs were no longer under his control. The only thing left in his world was Song Shi's drooping face. Kill her! Kill her! Zhu Jinping's fists, which were lying at his side, gradually clenched. Song Shi hadn't noticed yet. She was recalling the contents of the book, how to transfer her healing power to other people. This knowledge point has been taught in the previous class, when she had not yet come into this world. What does the book say? Concentrate your mental power. The healing power is contained in your mental power. The best place to make contact with the other person's body is your palm. It is easy to control the flow rate. Zhu Jinping suddenly jumped up, twisted Song Shi's wrist, and threw him away. After rolling around, Song Shi knelt on one knee, looked up at Zhu Jinping, who had stood up, and restored his broken wrist. Zhu Jinping's eyes were bloodshot as he walked towards her step by step. His shattered knee seemed to have fully recovered. Crazy! This is the real frenzy. Not only Song Shi, but everyone else also realized this. While refreshing their own cognition, they watched the game more seriously. In the 360-degree surveillance room of the training ground, Pei Yicheng immediately shared this scene with Yan Qianlin. A hint of excitement flashed in Song Shi's eyes, but was soon covered by the desire to conquer. The Berserker Awakener after going berserk. She can compare the difference in strength between the Berserker before and after going berserk, can accumulate anti-abuse progress in battle, can learn from the perspective of a healer how to appease the Berserker after going berserk, can also learn how to heal and repair the opponent's wounds, and further determine the meaning of the system light curtain. It really kills 2 birds with 1 stone. It just so happened that she had browsed through how the healing department could soothe the violent department's emotions this morning. If someone knew at this moment that Song Shi wanted to successfully perform the art of repair and art of comfort by just reading the high school textbooks several times, they would definitely sneer at her for overestimating her abilities. In all high schools of the 11 Federation bases, the teaching task is only to learn theoretical knowledge. The real practice is during college. No matter which type of awakener, if you want to truly use your special abilities, you have to wait until college. Even if it is a useless peacock style, one has to go to college to practice adjusting one's appearance. The awakening period of the healing system is mostly in high school. The mental power of the newly awakened healing students is relatively weak, and they cannot use their own special powers. The main task of high school is to expand the mental power reserves. This is why high school students who specialize in healing, regardless of their level, will not be called healers. They cannot repair other people's wounds at all. All they can do is heal themselves. Zhu Jinping's body suddenly swelled, and his already knotted muscles seemed to be inflated. He roared and rushed towards Song Shi like a ferocious beast. Song Shi called up the light screen in his mind. Anti-abuse progress. 95%. We must make the most of our progress today. The ground was shaking more and more noticeably as Zhu Jinping approached. Song Shi stood up, staring at Zhu Jinping, and the moment he approached, he dodged from under his armpit to his back and hit him in the waist with his elbow. Zhu Jinping felt pain in his waist and staggered forward a few steps, one high and one low. Anti-abuse progress. 96% Song Shi helped to run, and the moment Zhu Jinping turned around, he bent his legs and jumped, kicking Zhu Jinping's chest. Anti-abuse progress. 97% Song Shi retracted her legs and was about to jump down, but Zhu Jinping raised his arms to hold her legs, grabbed one of her legs with one hand, spun around on the spot, and used the momentum to throw her away.
Bang!
Song Shi hit the horizontal bar in the training ground and then fell to the ground. The horizontal bar made a buzzing sound. At the door of the locker room, the 8 people who saw this scene touched their waists at the same time in tacit understanding. With an impact of this intensity, the waist would definitely break. What's worse, Zhu Jinping, who had lost his mind, rushed over again. Those present could already foresee Song Shi's fate. "You are overestimating your abilities," Lu Li said and turned to go to the locker room. The rest of the people had no desire to continue watching the battle, and more than half of them left, leaving only 3 people who stayed behind with the mentality of continuing to observe the combat effectiveness of the violent system after it went berserk. This also gave them the opportunity to see the following scene. Song Shi, who was lying on his back on the ground and seemed to have fainted, suddenly stretched out a hand, climbed up the side post of the horizontal bar, and used the force to stand up. Until she stood up completely, she twisted her waist expressionlessly, and her lumbar spine made a crisp and loud click sound.
What's going on?
A wheat-skinned boy in the crowd asked subconsciously. The girl with a high ponytail standing next to him looked in Song Shi's direction and suddenly realized something. She is a healing type. Song Shi's previous performance made them automatically ignore the fact that she had awakened a healing system that was so powerful that she was powerless. "I thought she would be unable to fight back against this attack. Such a fast self-healing speed? What level is she at? Has any one of you ever asked about it?" Another boy was so shocked that he asked a series of questions in one breath. The girl with a high ponytail glanced over and said bluntly, "Our time is also time." As soon as she finished speaking, the boy swung his fist at her. "Have you been very resentful towards me recently?" The girl raised her leg high and swept his fist aside. "I've disliked you for a long time." She punched him in the face. The 2 men started to wrestle, and the remaining wheat-skinned boys didn't even look at them. After hearing the fighting movements, they skillfully walked to the other side, kept a certain distance from them, and continued to watch the fight between Song Shi and Zhu Jinping. Song Shi's waist injury recovered quickly. She looked at Zhu Jinping with red eyes running towards her, grabbed the horizontal bar with both hands, leaped over, and kicked Zhu Jinping in the chest. With the lesson learned from last time, this time she quickly retracted her legs and clung to the top of the horizontal bar. Zhu Jinping stepped back repeatedly to steady himself. He was already furious and was kicked by Song Shi again. He was so angry that a snorting sound came from his nose. He slowly looked up at Song Shi above his head. He rushed forward, hugged the side post of the horizontal bar, roared, and pulled it out with brute force. Pei Cheng in the monitoring room watched this scene and quickly lowered his head to record the data. She was very glad that Zhu Jinping did not take off his training clothes. The training suits are equipped with various sensing systems that can transmit various data back in real time. This was their first real frenzy, and the data was extremely valuable. It was uncertain whether there would be a second time, so it was a blessing to be able to record it. The light brain on her wrist was still flashing. "When will I be there?" After Pei Yichen finished recording, he looked at the flashing computer. "Wait a moment." Yan Qianlin's capable voice came from the other side. Pei Yicheng turned and continued to observe the surveillance footage. Before Song Shi fell down on the horizontal bar, he jumped onto Zhu Jinping's head and attacked his head crazily. "She's as agile as a monkey," Pei Yicheng commented, leaning forward slightly to get closer to the monitor, vaguely seeing some moves from Song Shi's movements. Where did she learn these moves from? The person on the other side of the computer was silent for a while. It should be a controlled school. Pei Yicheng didn't know much about the control school. She was only responsible for training the violent students and didn't have to go to the control school to teach like other teachers. "Does the controlled school teach martial arts?" "I won't teach her." She learned other people's moves from fighting. Pei Cheng was stunned for a moment. Then he chuckled, then shook his head with some regret. Her personality is exactly the same as the violent type. I don't know how she awakened the healing type. There is no solution to this problem. The two of them watched the surveillance video attentively again. Zhu Xinpeng had been beaten beyond recognition. Although the recovery ability of the berserk system is also very strong, and he is in a berserk state which doubles his recovery ability, Song Shi was too ruthless. He rode on his shoulders at an incredibly fast speed and always found a gap to hit him in the face. Zhu Xinpeng's strength after going berserk cannot be underestimated. Under Song Shi's repeated fierce attacks, he kept swinging his fists at Song Shi and even lifted Song Shi and slammed him against the wall. Song Shi turned his head and looked at the wall that was getting closer and closer and miraculously gave up all resistance. The subtitles in my mind remind me, anti-abuse progress. 99% no more hiding.
Bang.
Song Shi's entire back hit the wall. Anti-abuse progress. 100%. Congratulations on scoring twice for this system that tortures the body, but not the heart. Successfully awaken the violent system. The future is bright. This system will continue to lead you. Song Shi slid down the wall and fell to the ground. The huge impact of hitting the wall just now made her feel like she was falling apart. Fortunately, the pain was quickly covered by the healing power, isolating her pain nerves, and the pain became distant and vague. On the contrary, a surge of power rose from her limbs and bones. She could clearly feel her body becoming lighter and the acuity of her five senses increased sharply. The sound of Zhu Xinpeng's punches blew on her eardrums. The smell of his blood mixed with sweat entered her nose, and his movements were so slow and clumsy, like an old, rusty machine. When Zhu Xinpeng's fist was about to hit Song Shi's face, Pei Cheng in the monitoring room took 2 steps at a time and ran out. The wheat-skinned boy who was watching the fight also covered his eyes. It's not that he was afraid to watch the bloody scene, but he was afraid that he would get too excited and lose control and rush forward to confront Zhu Xinpeng, who was in a frenzy. The moment Pei Cheng ran out and saw Song Shi and Zhu Xinpeng on the training ground, Zhu Xinpeng's fist was already close enough to almost touch the tip of Song Shi's nose. On the other hand, Song Shi was still sitting there with lifeless eyes, as if he was stunned by the collision with the wall just now. Pei Cheng's pupils suddenly shrank, and he ran across half of the training ground, shouting, "Stop." She tried to wake Zhu Xinpeng up. How could Zhu Xinpeng, who had lost his mind, hear her voice? He just wanted to smash the face in front of him with his fist. He is about to succeed. He couldn't contain his excitement, and his mouth opened to reveal a row of teeth. The strong wind brought by the fist blew away Song Shi's bangs. Song Shi suddenly tilted her head, and the fist, filled with murderous intent, brushed past her ear and hit the wall behind her with a bang. The force was so great that the marble wall made a cracking sound and tiny stones splashed out. Song Shi raised his hand into a claw shape to grab the opponent's arm and flipped it over against the elbow joint.
Ah!
Zhu Xinpeng's arm was twisted at a strange angle. He hugged his arm and took a few steps back. Seeing this scene, Pei Cheng slammed on the brakes, stopped, calmly turned on the computer, and pointed the camera at Song Shi and Zhu Xinpeng. Director Yan, she seems to have become stronger. In the video, Song Shi's speed increased nearly twice as much as before. Zhu Xinpeng, who had a broken arm, could hardly catch sight of her and was beaten without any chance to fight back. And Song Shi's power also increased. Previously, she kicked Zhu Xinpeng with both legs at the same time, but could only kick him back a few steps. But now, she kicked Zhu Xinpeng's shoulders in a series of kicks, kicking him 5 meters away and falling on his back on the ground. Pei Cheng observed Song Shi's condition and saw her walking towards Zhu Zhenpenji step by step. He couldn't help but said, "Director Yan, I think I should go stop her." She felt that Song Shi's condition was not normal. You can fight in the training ground, but you cannot kill anyone. Get closer and see what she's going to do first and be ready to stop her at any time. Yan Qianlin stared at Song Shi on the screen.
Good.
Pei Cheng approached cautiously. Song Shi walked around to Zhu Jinping's head, half squatted down, and put his hands on his head. Yan Qianlin saw what she was going to do with his posture and quickly said, "Stop. She is repairing Zhu Jinping's wound." Pei Cheng? Beat someone up and then repair their wounds?
This.
She didn't understand. How could Zhu Jinping, lying on the ground, be willing to let Song Shi put his hand on his head? This was a great humiliation for him. He struggled frantically to get up, and his head had already been raised 10 centimeters. Song Shi suddenly exerted force with his hands and slapped his head back like a ball. Quiet. She was searching for a sense of healing power. Zhu Jinping's head hit the hard ground with a bang and even bounced back a bit. His eyebrows immediately frowned tightly and his body twitched twice. The boy who had been squatting not far away and watching took a deep breath. The next second, he froze and touched the back of his head where Zhu Jinping was. Did he feel the same way? Did he put himself in Zhu Jinping's shoes? For the first time in his life, he felt what compassion was, and he felt both unfamiliar and surprised. On the other side, the person lying on the ground finally calmed down, and Song Shi calmed down and felt the power running around in his body without any order. She had to paste this power onto Zhu Jinping. What does the book say? To guide them guide. Song Shi tried again and again, but still couldn't find the trick. The power always disobeyed her command. Is there any other way to guide them to one place? Song Shi suddenly remembered that after she was injured, the power would automatically cover her wound. Song Shi raised her right hand. Perhaps she could injure her palm. After glancing around, Song Shi didn't see any sharp objects. That's all I can do. Song Shi picked up the little finger and broke it off. The blue veins on his temples throbbed, and Song Shi placed his hand on Zhu Jinping's head expressionlessly. The power wandering around in the body indeed rushed towards the little finger. Song Shi immediately concentrated his attention and began to guide this power.
Success.
Song Shi felt the healing power flowing through her little finger and transmitted to Zhu Jinping's head. The wounds on Zhu Jinping's face were the first to change. The bruises on the corners of his mouth and eye sockets disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the bleeding areas were quickly repaired and scabs were formed by platelets. Within a few seconds after the scabs formed, new cells grew out, and the blood scabs fell off automatically. The light screen in my mind also changed. Superpower name, Healing Grade, A+, 110/200, Talent 1. Healing Skill, Self-Healing, A+, Repair, C, Spiritual Power. Initial 11 out of 100. Song Shi noticed at a glance that repair had been added to the skill section. Restoration is about healing others. Other values. Total level progress increased by 10 and mental power consumption increased by 2 points. The 2 points of mental energy consumed should have been used for self-healing and repairing the wounds on Zhu Jinping's face. Why did the total level progress increase by 10? Although she was injured during the battle, there was no masochism value progress reminder in her mind. This shows that the increase of 10 is not a masochistic value. The only additional skill on the entire panel is the repair skill. Could it be an additional skill, increasing the total level by 10 points? Song Shi temporarily retained this conjecture. The next step is to calm Zhu Jinping's emotions and wake him up from his frenzy. Song Shi did not repair all of Zhu Jinping's injuries. He was still in a frenzy. After he was repaired, he would resist her as soon as possible. It would be better for him to stay in a half-dead state and let her slaughter him. There is a difference between repair and comfort as recorded in the book. Repair is to increase the division rate of cells adjacent to the damaged site and replace the damaged cells to perform their functions. The healing power must enter the body to better play its role. The healer must touch the patient's body when performing repairs. Comfort is to convey the healer's own emotions to the person being comforted. Those who generally need to be comforted by a healer, the Berserker Awakeners, the alienated Awakeners, and other Awakeners who are controlled by the black energy. None of these 3 types of people are easy to control. Unless there is someone who is higher in rank than them and stronger than them, they can be controlled. On the front line, the gap in strength between members of each team is not that big, so there is no such person. Then when there are uncontrollable members in the team, the healer's ability will be tested. Placation must be able to be carried out accurately, quickly, and at a distance. Songshur knelt on one knee on the ground with one hand suspended 20 centimeters above Zhu Jinping's head. The healing power that was still flowing in her little finger was slowly discharged from her body. Like a devout believer, she slowly and carefully turned on the switch of the healing power. The healing power first appeared as a trickle, then gushed out, covering the entire surface of Zhu Jinping's body. The mental power value in my mind is decreasing little by little. Songshur stared at Zhu Jinping. The outline of his body radiated a faint red glow. Songshur couldn't help but think of the back of Chun Li's shoe that he had seen in the city security team's lounge before. A circle of faint light also appeared, but it was purple. At first she thought it was an illusion caused by dizziness. Now seeing this phenomenon again on Zhu Jinping's body, Songshur couldn't help but take it seriously. She continued to release healing power, and the light white mist merged with the red light of Zhu Jinping's body, gradually diluting it. The red light gradually turned into light pink and was soon completely diluted into transparent. Zhu Jinping, who was lying flat on the ground, also opened his eyes. The red bloodshot that appeared in his eyes when he was frantic disappeared completely, and his vision became clear again. He looked at Songshur's face, who was lying upside down and facing him in a daze. Songshur saw that he had returned to normal, exhaled lightly, and slowly stood up. She is very tired. The number of mental power points has been reduced to 4. It turns out that mental strength is also related to her physical strength. So much mental energy was not wasted, as she figured out the conditions for upgrading the overall level. She has added a new skill called Calm to her skill list. The total level value changes from 110 to 120. The previous skill had an additional repair, and the value is changed from 100 to 110. If this is the rule, then for every additional skill she gains, her total level will increase by 10, so she should have 10 skills. Of course, self-healing is not included. Because when the total level value is 100, the healing skill already appears on the panel. It's more like a gift skill for awakening the healing system. Under the healing attribute, 3 skills have appeared: self-healing, repair, and calm down. Self-healing is grade A+. Repair and calm are both ranked C. The overall level of the healing system remains at A+. If she wants to advance to S rank now, she might have to find other skills. Songshur took a step back and turned to walk towards the locker room. It is already 7:50, and the meeting time she and the hunting group's team have agreed to is 9 o'clock. There were groups of Berserker Awakeners standing at the door of the locker room. They had all changed out of their training uniforms and were wearing their own clothes. Someone's hair was not dry yet, and he had a white towel on his head. He even forgot to dry his hair and just watched her walk over without moving. Earlier, when Songshur squatted down to repair Zhu Jinping's wound, they came out and witnessed the whole process of Songshur's violent healing of Zhu Jinping. Songshur walked around them and went inside. A tall figure blocked her way. Songshur looked at her, at eye level.
Luli.
The girl with a high ponytail standing next to her during training. Because she had just taken a shower, her hair was not dry yet. Her shoulder-length hair was loose, with water droplets rolling down the tips of her hair and dripping onto the floor of the training ground. "Let's have a competition," she said arrogantly. First of all, Songshur was very tired. She will have an interview later, and she is not sure whether the hunting group team can hire her. In case there are any tests, she needs to conserve her energy. Secondly, I don't like the other person's attitude. At last. What's so special about you? Why should I compete with you? What can I learn from competing with you? Songshur asked 3 questions sincerely and fearlessly. She fought with Zhu Jinping because she could gain a lot from him. Even if she spent so much mental energy in the end, it was worth it. I don't know what's good for me. I'll teach you how to be a human being. Luli was instantly enraged, and she flashed over with a livid face, punching Songshur in the face. Too slow. In Songshur's eyes, her attacking movements were extremely slow, as if they were sped up by 0.5 times. Songshur took several steps back and easily avoided her move. Songshur didn't want to get entangled with her. She didn't have much time left, and she still had to take a shower. But Luli was still pressing forward. Songshur turned his head and looked at Pei Yicheng, who was holding a laptop and video chatting with others in the middle of the training ground.
Trainer Pai.
Someone is causing trouble here. Elvili raised her leg and swept across. Pei Yicheng, who was holding the laptop, said, "Director Yen, I'll deal with the situation over there first, and then talk to you." Pei Yicheng hung up the phone and walked towards Songshur. When Songshur finished shouting, Luli's long legs had already swept towards Songshur's waist. Songshur grabbed her leg. The leg, filled with strength, was like a twig in Songshur's hand. Songshur pushed it back gently, and the leg bent at a twisted angle. Luli took emergency action and decisively withdrew her attack, thus avoiding having her entire leg broken like a branch. Pei Yicheng, who rushed over and saw the scene, was secretly shocked that Songshur had made such great progress in both speed and strength in such a short period of time. She needs to discuss Songshur's situation more with Director Yen. There was no expression on her face. She was calm with a faint smile, which was her usual expression when facing this group of students. Her eyes swept over everyone present one by one, and she said, "The official competition will be held this Friday. I will arrange for each of you to fight against Songshur. You don't have to be so anxious. Take advantage of these few days to improve your strength." Her words put Songshur, who had just arrived here on his first day, in a very prominent position. For this group of warmongers who have violence in their genes, this is tantamount to provoking war. All the violent awakeners present, some with towels on their heads and some with wet hair, raised their heads and cast gloomy eyes at Songshur. Songshur ignored their lingering looks, without caring. "Okay, let's disband." Pei Yicheng waved his hand. Songshur rushed to the locker room. Pei Yicheng originally wanted to keep Songshur to ask a few questions. "Forget it. It's getting late today, and there's still time tomorrow." Songshur took a quick shower and changed clothes in 15 minutes. After coming out, there were no awakened people in the training ground, and the maintenance worker was repairing the horizontal bar that was damaged by Zhu Jinpeng. Songshur looked at the time, 8:20. She ran out of the school. They agreed to meet at the Yezue bar. It is 15 kilometers from the school to Yezue bar. Songshur originally wanted to call a taxi, but when he saw the price, he resolutely walked towards the bus stop. It was dark, but the streets were as bright as day. Most of the shops on both sides were open 24 hours a day. The colorful neon signs covered the entire field of vision, and the whole city was even more dazzling than during the day. Pacing by a convenience store, Songshur walked in to buy something to eat. After her mental strength was depleted to single digits, her stomach began to growl. Glancing at the shelves of the convenience store, Songshur's mind flashed through the document that Yen Qianlin sent her, which listed a series of foods that could enhance mental strength. Among them was the milk variety that Tangyu had previously packed in the suitcase. Songshur reluctantly picked out a few items and paid at the cashier. 2,600 federal coins. The reminder sound of successful payment rang, and Songshur left with the food. Sitting at the bus stop, Songshur opened the package and officially ate her first meal to enhance her mental strength. Of course, improving mental strength cannot be achieved solely by eating. She still needs to study the document carefully when she returns home tonight. 5 minutes later, the bus arrived at the station and Songshur got on the bus with the unfinished food. Sitting in the last row, Songshur chewed his food and called up the light screen in his mind. Supernatural power name. Violent system classification. Enhancement upgrade progress. 3% spiritual power. Initial 4/100 A+ grade, same as the healing grade. Upgrade progress. 3%. It is much simpler than the healing system, and she probably doesn't need to explore various skills on her own. What had she done since she awakened to increase her progress by 3%? Songshur's chewing speed slowed down unconsciously. She beat Zhu Jinping. Could it be that this progress is still linked to the anti-abuse value? If so, doesn't it mean that she still can't hurt people at will? The fluorescent green fruit in Songshur's palm was cracked by her. She really didn't like this restriction. She is always put in a passive situation. When the bus arrived at the drop-off point, it was already 8:50 in the evening. Song-Shur threw all the food packaging bags into the trash can and ran towards his destination. After this meal, her mental strength recovered by 2 points. The fatigue has eased a little. Arriving at the entrance of Yezue Bar, Song-Shur stopped, attracted by the building in front of him, and looked up at the 179th branch of the hunting group under the night sky. The last time I stood here was during the day. What I saw was a bar that was so ordinary that it couldn't be more ordinary. The decoration of the store was flashy, but lacked style. The high-rise building above was gray, as if no one had been there for a long time. Song-Shur once wondered if he had come to the wrong place. And now, the sight slides down from the top of the building, like seeing the scene of a falling meteor, with its trail flashing and jumping. The whole building stands out among the dazzling buildings around it, with its own unique chaebol style. Looking at the bar store nearby with red and green as the main colors, it actually exudes a bit of the smell of money. Song-Shur cursed himself for being so poor and walked quickly into the bar. A crowd of people were dancing enthusiastically in the middle of the dance floor, and the speakers were playing the latest popular pop songs. Song-Shur rubbed her ears. After awakening the berserk element, her hearing became much sharper than before. She couldn't stand the noisy noise, so she hurriedly walked around them and headed towards the back corridor. My eyes accidentally caught sight of people dancing enthusiastically in the middle of the dance floor. Song-Shur paused. She narrowed her eyes. The man with his purple shirt all unbuttoned, his abdominal muscles exposed, swinging while grabbing the pole. Xiao Haidang? Xiao Haidang seemed to see her and blew a kiss in her direction. This caused the audience to scream and cheer. There are both men and women, including a few people who were roaring in Song-Shur's ears. Song-Shur quickly covered his ears, quickly ran through the crowd, and fled the scene. Stand in the elevator. Song-Shur Kai let out a long sigh, and the world was finally quiet. The agreed meeting place is the 24-3 conference room. The elevator reached the 24th floor, and the doors opened to both sides. Seeing the scene in front of him, Song-Shur was shocked again. This place is like a stock exchange. There are so many people coming and going in the hall, almost as crowded as the dance floor downstairs. The noise created is also no less, with big men everywhere talking at the top of their lungs, trying to drown out the voices of others. When Song-Shur walked out of the elevator, the pungent smell of tobacco and the sour smell of sweat hit him in the face, as if he was in a steaming steamer. Song-Shur raised his hand to cover his nose and looked around, searching for meeting room number 3. Fortunately, the elevator entrance was only a dozen meters away. Song-Shur pushed the door open and blocked out all the smells and sounds behind him. She stepped in. When she looked up, she saw 4 people sitting opposite her. There are different sitting postures, some sitting properly, some sitting with their legs crossed, and some even putting their feet on the conference table and shaking their legs. Song-Shur asked, a team of 5? There were 4 people on the opposite side, including her, so it was obviously 5 people. Song-Shur asked this question because the name of this team is 5-man team. Others are called Eagle Team or Tiger Squad, but this team was given such a hasty name as 5-man squad. Yes, you are not wrong. Just call me by my code name, Xiaolan. The person who spoke was the young woman sitting in the middle. Her hair is all blue and tied in a bun. Even the roots of her hair are blue. From her uneven and dry hair texture, you can tell that she really likes blue. Because I like blue, I'm called Xiaolan. While Song-Shur was looking at her, she was also looking at Song-Shur. Student? Song-Shur looked down at her clothes, which were overalls and a white shirt, the same set that Tangyu had lent her before. Xiaolan frowned. Then you can't be on call all day. Song-Shur looked up. Your team requirements don't say you can be on call at any time. When she was choosing the team, she considered the issue of going to school. There is a special column on the team formation page that states whether you need to be on call or not. Fortunately, none of the 5 teams have this requirement. Xiaolan turned her head and looked at the little boy, wearing glacés, next to her. Glacés? What happened to you? When Song-Shur heard this code name, his eyes went dark again. The fair-skinned and tender little boy code named Glosses shook his head in a mature and dignified manner. It has nothing to do with me. I asked Lao Nyo, and he said that I don't need to be available whenever I'm called. Old cow. Songshur followed their gaze and saw a middle-aged man with a square face sitting helplessly in his seat. The only person sitting properly that Songshur saw when he entered the room was him. The boy also sat very properly, but he was sitting on the table. I didn't think so. We can barely grab a few tasks a month, and asking to be on call at any time would make us seem very busy. Lao Nyo said slowly. Rob, Songshur caught this word, and combined with the situation outside, she suddenly realized. It turns out that the mission still depends on snatching. The young man sitting at the edge, with his legs dangling on the table, glanced at Songshur and said, "This is your first time here, so you may not know that you have to snatch D-level missions." He turned his head and looked at Xiaolon beside him. "Let's take her with us. Anyway, our situation is similar to what Lao Nyo said. We can't grab 3 missions in a month. Then we can choose her time off to carry out the mission. We can't run away from the mission." Xiaolon thought about it for a while and finally nodded in agreement. "You should also choose a code name. We members don't share our real names with each other." Code name? Songshur thought of their code names. The one who likes blue is called Xiaolan, the one who wears glosses is called Glosses, the one who looks like a cow and speaks as slowly as a cow is called Laonyo, and the other one. My code name is Shaker. The young man who was shaking his legs spoke. Songshur. Call me schoolgirl. Destroy this broken code. It was totally different from what she had imagined. The few of them exchanged contact information. Yenjing taught Songshur the trick of grabbing tasks step by step and shared half of the burden of grabbing tasks with Songshur in the future. Then the 5 of them dispersed. Sitting on the bus on the way back, Songshur pressed his forehead against the window. She felt that this part-time job at the hunting group was not as profitable as she had thought. If we calculate based on 3 tasks per month, you can earn 100 to 1,000 points after completing 1 task successfully. Taking the middle value of 500 points, the total for 3 tasks is 1,500 points. Because she only served as an assistant and had a low risk factor, her salary was only 1/7 of the total points. About 214 points. 1 point can be exchanged for 100 federal coins, and you can earn more than 20,000 yuan a month. She can't exchange all the points for money yet, so she has to save at least half for upgrading. Then earn 10,000 a month. She doesn't have to pay rent now. 10,000 is purely for living expenses. If it were usual, this money would be enough for her food and drink expenses for a month, but now she has to build up her mental strength, and today's mental strength dinner alone costs 2,600 federal coins. 10,000 is far from enough. Songshur couldn't think of any other solution for the time being. Not only does she have no money, she also has no time to make money. She has to attend classes during the day and train until 8 o'clock in the afternoon. She can only make money through the hunting group's platform at midnight and on Saturdays and Sundays. She couldn't spare the extra time to find another part-time job. Then we can only hope to grab a few more tasks. Songshur opened the computer panel and followed the instructions of the man with glosses to open the D-level hunter forum. He found the order button in the upper right corner and clicked it to see a constantly updated task list. The update speed is extremely fast. The entire list is scrolling and changing colors all the time. The red ones are pending tasks, and the green ones are tasks that have been accepted. Almost as soon as red appears, it turns green. According to Glosse's original words, whether you can grab it or not depends entirely on your hand speed and luck. The security level of the hunting group forum is very high, and even Glosses, who is good at electronic equipment, cannot use cheats on it. Songshur stared at the top of the list. If it was really a pure competition of hand speed, it wasn't completely impossible for her to grab it. At least her reaction is a little better than that of ordinary people. A red font popped up, and Songshur didn't bother to read the specific content and clicked it. Congratulations on receiving the commission number 304470. A green pop-up window pops up in the center of the panel. Green light was reflected in Songshur's pupils. Received it right away? The computer vibrated several times, and Songshur exited the order page. It was a message sent to her by the system. Describe the mission objective, mission location, time limit, and reward amount in detail. Song Shi forwarded it to the 5-member team group. Laonyo, when I joined, you also taught me how to snatch missions. After I snatched them once, you never used me again. Is this the reason? Song Shi. So it's not that her hands are fast. Xiaolon. This mission is simple and we have plenty of time. Since it was taken by a student girl, she will decide the specific execution time. Song Shi set the date for this Saturday. The others would let her know in advance when they had made plans. The bus reminder sounded. Song Shi turned off the computer, stood up, and got off the bus. Tang Yu's hotel was not far from the bus stop. After walking for about 10 minutes, Song Shi saw the store with a lighted sign. The big man in front of the cashier counter, who had a fierce look on his face, softened instantly when he saw Song Shi coming in. You've been training so late, have you eaten? I'll ask Xiao Yuzi to bring out the meal from the kitchen. As he said that, he turned on the light brain and prepared to contact Tang Yu. Song Shi quickly stopped him. Eat it, don't bother Tang Yu anymore. Wang Ding raised his hand, which was searching for Tang Yu's contact information on the panel, and rubbed his eyes. That's good. Will you train so late every day in the future? Occasionally this is for you. Song Shi took out a bunch of grape-like things from his bulging pocket and placed it next to the lucky cat on the cash register. Bright red, large, and full grains. Hongji fruit is used to enhance mental strength. Song Shi bought a bunch of it when she was shopping at a convenience store. She had planned to eat it herself in the evening. Another function of it is to refresh the mind, allowing her to study the document sent by Yan Qianlin on enhancing mental strength for a while longer. But when Song Shi saw Wang Ding dozing off at the cash register, he couldn't help but take it out and give it to him. The 2-meter-tall man quickly waved his hand to refuse. This thing is expensive. You have to use it for practical purposes. I'm just an ordinary person. I just need to drink some coffee to refresh myself. It's a waste to eat this thing. You can keep it for yourself. Song Shi reached out and pushed the fruit towards him to show his attitude. Before Wang Ding could refuse again, he left the cashier counter and quickly walked up the narrow stairs. Wang Ding had no choice but to carefully pick up the bunch of fruits, put one in his mouth. Song Shi pushed open the door and entered the room only after he heard the crisp crunching sound of biting into the red fruit downstairs. All the sounds from outside are blocked out. After Song Shi quickly washed up, he sat at the desk and opened the document sent by Yan Qianlin. He took a blank notebook from the desk and uncapped the pen, intending to write down the key points. 1. Eat foods that boost your mental strength. Note from the Song dynasty. Eat whatever you can when you have enough money to live on. She continued to flip through the documents, with the tip of her pen hovering in the air, unable to write for a long time. Nutrient solution for long-term improvement of mental strength. 10,000/bottle. Mental power daily equipment. 1 million federal coins. Psychic sleep machine. 1.5 million federal coins. Actual combat simulator. 3 million federal coins. Song Shi threw down his pen. To sum it up in 2 words, burning money. Song Shi, whose total savings were less than 10,000 federal coins, pondered over it. Could it be that the students with low mental power values that Yan Qianlin had met before all had minds at home? Song Shi resisted the urge to turn off the computer and started again from the first piece of equipment. There were small words on the right side indicating what role these equipment played in improving mental strength. Long-acting nutrient solution is a concentrated version of food that enhances mental strength. It is the essence of food, has significant effects, is easy to absorb, and is easy to carry. The function of daily spiritual power replenishment equipment is to consume the spiritual power of the awakened person on the same day. Song Shi frowned, realizing something was wrong. Why did she have to consume it all? Shouldn't she have been saving it? She immediately took it seriously, exited the file, and searched for relevant knowledge on the internet. The improvement of mental power is a process of repeatedly expanding the body's capacity for mental power. During this period, you need to continuously release mental power. The more mental power you release each time, the more likely it is that the next time the mental power enters your body, it will break through the previous limit and then gradually increase the overall mental power capacity. The combat simulator works on the same principle, allowing the user to release their mental power through simulated combat, while the mental power sleep machine allows the user to allow more mental power to enter the body during the recovery period after the mental power is consumed, greatly increasing the mental power threshold. Song Shi held his chin and stared at these lines of words, unable to help but speak out. I released my mental power without the help of these devices. Wouldn't it consume mental energy whenever I used a skill? These devices seemed a bit useless. Yan Qianlin is the director of the supernatural department after all. It is impossible for him to recommend such a useless thing to her. Song Shi entered the names of these devices into the online store, and the sales of each one were very high. What's going on? Song Shi immediately thought of Tang Yu, who lived on the same floor. She is a fire type, and the mental strength required is even higher than that of the healing type, so she should have a deeper understanding of this aspect than she does. I looked at the time, and it's already 11 o'clock. I wonder if Tang Yu has slept yet. Song Shi first sent a message to test the waters. Tang Yu gave a brief reply.
No.
Song Shi put on the coat on the back of a chair and walked towards Tang Yu's room. After knocking on the door twice, Tang Yu, wearing pink pajamas, appeared behind the door.
Come in.
Tang Yu moved aside to make way for the exit. Song Shi walked in and looked around. It was like entering the bedroom of a princess in a fairy tale. There was a faint fragrance in the air. This was the first time Song Shi had seen such a heartwarming scene since he came to this world. Would you like something to drink? Tang Yu opened the refrigerator and turned to ask Song Shi. Song Shi was about to shake his head when his eyes fell on Tang Yu's right hand, which was wrapped in a bandage and holding the refrigerator door. What's wrong with your hand? Tang Yu said nonchalantly. During physical education class this afternoon, a would major classmate suddenly summoned vines. He couldn't control them, and they entangled my hand. I set the vines on fire, and my hand was burned by the backlash. She held 2 boxes of milk in her left hand, and was about to give one to Song Shi. Song Shi hurried over to take it, and at the same time put a straw in the box he gave her and handed it back to her left hand. Looking at Tang Yu, who was drinking milk in small sips, Song Shi recalled the scene when he and her were on video chat at the detention school and there was smoke coming out of her head. Tang Yu only appears to be emotionally stable and has no temper. The core is still the orthodox fire system. Suddenly her hands were entangled by vines, and she couldn't control herself in a hurry. Fire suddenly came out and burned herself. She had already imagined that scene. Let me see your injury. Song Shi half knelt in front of her. Tang Yu paused while drinking milk on the sofa, glanced at her, and stretched out her bandaged hand. The school doctor has already given me some medicine. I'll be well again in a few days. Song Shi gently placed his palm on it. She concentrated her attention and didn't hear clearly what Tang Yu said. After a dozen seconds, nothing happened. Song Shi still couldn't direct his mental energy over there. There was no other way. Song Shi broke the healed little finger with an expressionless face. Tang Yu immediately wanted to pull back her hand. What are you doing? Song Shi held her wrist. A wave of warmth surged into Tang Yu's bandaged right hand. Realizing what Song Shi was doing, Tang Yu put down the milk in her hand, her voice trembling. You learned the healing skills? Song Shi raised his eyes to look at her. This is what I want to ask you. Why do you need a special machine to release your mental power? Can't you just use your skills directly? Tang Yu was silent for a long time. After a moment of silence, she looked at Song Shi with a complicated expression and spoke with difficulty. During high school, the school does not teach skills, and no one can release them, so special instruments are needed. Song Shi's evenly flowing healing power paused for a moment. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly continued, but luckily there was no effect. You can make a fire. The wood-type student in the afternoon physical education class can summon vines. Aren't these skills? No, these are awakened instincts, Tang Yu explained patiently. The Ability Management Bureau evaluates the level of an awakener based on instinct. For example, you have awakened the healing system, and your instinct is self-healing. The level of your self-healing determines your level. Song Shi understood a lot of things in an instant. You can stop now. I feel like the injury has healed. Tang Yu noticed Songsher's slightly trembling hands and firmly pulled his arm out from under her hands. Songsher's mental strength, which had recovered to 6, has dropped to 2. Thinking it was about time, Songsher didn't force it and got up and sat on the sofa opposite Tang Yu. Fire upgrades require a lot of mental energy. What are you going to do? 1 million federal coins is also a huge sum of money for Tang Yu's family.
So,
Tang Yu turned her left hand over, and a handful of red flames emerged from her palm. She trembled her fingers slightly, and the flame grew and shrank, like a pet. I light the boiler after school, every day. I heat the hot water for the whole hotel. When it's all burned out, I've used up half of my mental energy. Songsher. Good idea. Songsher gave Tang Yu a thumbs up and stood up. I won't bother you anymore. Go to bed early. After returning to his room, Songsher set the alarm and fell asleep immediately. Early the next morning, Songsher changed into a set of sportswear suitable for running and tied her hair into a ponytail. When I went out, I met Tang Yu, who was wearing school uniform. I'm going to run there today. I won't take the bus with you. Tang Yu nodded, and Songsher quickly ran downstairs. The hotel had no soundproofing at all, and Wang Ding, who was preparing breakfast downstairs, could hear everything Songsher and Tang Yu said upstairs. When Songsher came downstairs, Wang Ding was already standing on the road. The big guy blocked the whole road. He stuffed 2 eggs and a box of milk into Songsher's hands and said, "Eat them at school." Songsher did not refuse. He tore open the milk and drank it on the spot. He put an egg in each pocket and waved his hand, "Let's go." Wang Ding watched Songsher leave, then turned around and saw his daughter coming down the stairs. The first thing he noticed was her right hand. "Where's your injury?" Songsher ran all the way. The speed is comparable to that of a bus. The bus stopped and started frequently, but she didn't need it and ran to the school gate in one breath. Some students had already started to enter the school gate, and Songsher was about to walk in. "Without a badge, I'll write down your name." "Why are you wearing sweatpants under your skirt?" "Deduct points." "Without school uniform, write down your name." Songsher stopped as he was about to step forward. There were a dozen students wearing badges standing at the school gate, stopping those who were not wearing school uniforms as required. One of them, wearing black framed glosses and standing in the middle giving orders, looked familiar to Songsher, like her desk mate whom she has never spoken to. 2 boys who walked into the school gate with their bags slung over their shoulders saw the student affairs department checking their appearances, and they turned their heads at the same time and went back to Songsher's side. The 2 cursed quietly. "Why am I so unlucky? I happen to be wearing the same outfit as my idol today." Another boy unzipped his school bag and thankfully said, "I brought it. I'll change into it now." "Change your ace." The school uniform top he took out was snatched away. "I didn't take it, so don't wear it. Good brothers share hardships. If you want to record the points, record them. We can't pace the final exam anyway, so these few points are not important." Final exam. Songsher hasn't heard this word for a long time. The deduction of points is actually linked to the test scores. However, there should be no examinations for the special ability classes. After all, the examinations are meant to test the learning success during this period, to prevent people from being lazy, and to prepare for college. The students in the special ability class have already stepped into the threshold of university, so there is no need for exams. Then let's climb the wall. I know a place. I climbed it when I was a freshman in high school. The 2 men left stealthily. Songsher hesitated for a moment and followed them. She didn't want to waste time explaining to those people in the student affairs department why she wasn't wearing the school uniform. On the 2-meter-high wall, 2 boys, one squatted down while the other climbed up by stepping on his shoulders. The boy who successfully straddled the wall waved to Songsher. "Classmate, do you want to climb? I'll pull you up." When he saw that Songsher was not wearing a school uniform, he thought that she had also come here to climb over the wall to avoid being deducted points. Out of friendship with his classmates, he was very enthusiastic to help. Songsher shook his head, looked at the 2-meter-high wall in front of him, took 2 steps back, ran up, and jumped up. He grabbed the top of the wall with both hands at the same time, stood on the top of the wall lightly, and jumped down again. "Good job, classmate." How about adding a chat method? Song-sure patted his hands after scraping the dust off the wall and walked away without looking back. The boy on the wall was feeling sad. One of his legs on the outside of the wall shook twice. He turned his head and looked at the person under the wall. Hey, why do you always pick on me? Companions under the wall. She is Song-sure. Thump, a figure fell from the wall. Song-sure went to the training room to take a shower, changed into school uniform, and walked towards the classroom holding an egg in one hand. On the road, 2 school doctors paced by her carrying a stretcher. Song-sure glanced at the person on the stretcher, who seemed to be the boy who had just climbed over the wall. Fell down? Even a short wall like that could fall like this. Song-sure entered the teaching building while biting an egg. Sit in your seat. There are still 5 minutes before class starts. The first class was taught by Yen Qianlin. Song-sure took out the book and read it. The chair next to her was moved, and her desk mate sat down. Song-sure didn't care, and continued reading. You can ask Teacher Pei to submit an application for exemption from wearing school uniform for you. A voice came from the side. Song-sure paused while flipping through the book, and the other person at the school gate saw her. This was the first time she had heard of this application. Thanks for the reminder. The class bell rang and Yen Qianlin came in as the bell rang. Song-sure was quite interested in his class and listened attentively until the bell rang. Yen Qianlin put away the books scattered on the table and glanced in Song-sure's direction. Song-sure, come to my office. Song-sure was not surprised. The person Pei Chen was video chatting with yesterday should be Yen Qianlin. Her behavior yesterday was too abnormal. Yen Qianlin will definitely ask her about it. Follow Yen Qianlin to the office. Yen Qianlin asked Song-sure to sit opposite the desk. Song-se sat down. She had already expected that Yen Qianlin would ask her whether she continued with the berserk system, why the gap in strength between the first and second half of yesterday's battle was so huge, where she learned the repair and comfort skills of a healing system, and why she could use these skills with such low mental strength. Starting tomorrow, from 2 to 4 p.m. every day, Teacher Zhou Tan will teach you healing skills. At this point, Song's study and life had basically stabilized. The superpower class 2 has classes in the morning every day, and lunch is eaten at school. From 2 to 4 p.m., Zhou Tan teaches healing skills, and from 4 to 7 p.m., they go to the training ground to train with the violence class. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone else was in class, and Song-sure went to Zhou Tan's office alone. She knocked on the office door once, and it was instantly opened from the inside. Zhou Tan's anxious face was revealed. She hurriedly grabbed Song-sure's arm and walked out. You're finally here. Come on, let's go to another place to study. Sitting in the co-pilot seat of Zhou Tan's private aircraft, Song-sure put his face close to the window and looked down at the school below. This was the second time she had ridden in a flying vehicle since she came to this world. The first time was the city security team's hovercraft car, which she had ridden when she was taken out of the detention school. At that time, she was a prisoner awaiting trial, sitting in the middle, with police officers staring at her all around, and she could not see the scene outside at all. Admiring this steel forest-like city from high in the sky now gives you a completely different experience than from the ground. Director Yen has rarely asked others to teach students privately in recent years. Zhou Tan skillfully operated the aircraft to shuttle between high-rise buildings and chatted with Song-sure. I was a little surprised when I got the news today. Song-sure turned his head and looked at her. Did Teacher Yen often do this before? I have only been teaching at Rinchi Middle School for a few years. During this time, he has never paid so much attention to any student. However, I heard from older colleagues that Director Yen used to pick some talented students for individual training. Those teachers all said. Zhou Tan paused, turned his head and showed a meaningful expression. Yen Qianlin likes to create gods. Song-sure. So how are the students he trained before now? They are all outstanding people in their respective fields. However, Zhou Tan switched the manual driving to automatic driving. I heard that Director Yen is not very satisfied with them.
Why?
Zhou Tan turned his chair around and faced Song-sure. Except for Director Yen himself, no one knows that he has not made any moves despite so many batches of students in the past few years. The teachers in the ability department thought he was going to retire. I didn't expect that he would start to care about you again. Zhou Tan held his chin with his right hand and looked at Song Shi, as if chatting with good friends. When I was studying at Rinchi Middle School, I awakened the healing department in the first year of high school and was also A+ grade. Director Yen ignored me, but now he cares about you so much. Song Shi. Maybe because she is dual element? Yen Qianlin has a unique vision and saw that she has a high possibility of awakening dual elements, so he trained her more. But Song Shi didn't tell anyone. Even Yen Qianlin doesn't know that she has awakened the violent type. It's probably because you were a berserk type with a high probability of differentiation before, and your body functions are developing towards the berserk type, so your physical fitness is a little stronger than that of an average healer. Zhou Tan quickly figured it out, although it was a little different from reality. After all, dual systems have never appeared in the Federation, so she didn't think about it in that direction. On the battlefield, the strength of the healer determines the success or failure of the entire team. Like me, she stretched out her arm, clenched her fist, rolled up her short sleeves, and showed Song Shi the muscles on her arm. This is the result of 2 years of training in the gym. Can't you tell? Song Shi stared at her upper arms, which were weaker than those of ordinary people who had never exercised, and nodded silently. Zhou Tan put down his sleeves and leaned his head on the seat. God has never been partial to humans. He gave healers the ability to purify the black energy of alien beasts, but did not give them strong bodies. He made them an indispensable part of defeating alien beasts, but also the only burden to the entire team. As he said these words, Zhou Tan's gaze fell on the girl in front of him with bright eyes and full of energy. He recalled the corpses lying on the ground in the apartment building of the controlled school. The girl was standing in the middle with a knife in her hand, covered in blood, but standing tall. She truly understood why Yen Qianlin valued Song Shi. Seeing the melancholy in Zhou Tan's eyes, Song Shi changed the subject and looked ahead. The shadow of the 100-foot-high city wall was looming in the mist. Where are we going? Zhou Tan turned his seat and switched the autopilot back to manual driving. It's time to land at the military hospital. Song Shi didn't expect that Zhou Tan's so-called change of place to study was to take her directly to the military hospital. Most military hospitals are built near the city walls, which are the solid barriers surrounding the entire human base. 20 kilometers outside the towering city walls visible to the naked eye, there is another line of defense, which is stationed by the army. It is the first line of defense for humans when facing strange beasts. When the alien beast tide attacked, the first line of defense was breached. The distance of 20 kilometers was the buffer time for humans in the base to escape. The Federal Military Hospital receives wounded soldiers sent back from the front lines. Zhou Tan has a separate office in this hospital. She entered the office and handed Song Shi a white coat. Put it on. Zhou Tan also put on a white coat. After Song Shi quickly changed his clothes, he noticed the badge on Zhou Tan's chest, which read, Zhou Tan, Senior Healer of the 35th Hospital of the 11th Military Region. Follow me. Zhou Tan pushed open the office door, and Song Shi followed her and walked quickly towards the ward. There were many medical workers coming and going along the way. When they saw Zhou Tan, they just nodded and smiled as a greeting. Song Shi scanned their name tags and found that most of them were healers, including mid-level, low-level, and high-level ones. Nurses pushed carts loaded with medicine bottles and equipment from one ward to another. From time to time, emergency stretchers were pushed by soldiers in combat uniforms and rushed through the corridor. Everyone was busy as heck. Zhou Tan's speaking speed also unconsciously increased, and his tone became serious. Director Yen said that you've already figured out the meanings of repair and comfort on your own. Song Shi nodded, but I can't control that power freely. Find a patient later, and I'll teach you step by step. Zhou Tan said that he would teach him step by step, but Song Shi didn't expect that it would really be step by step in the real sense. A very simple and crude method. Zhou Tan held Song Shi's hand and input her own strength into Song Shi's body, guiding her healing power to flow to her fingertips. Feel it with your heart. Zhou Tan said softly. The surroundings were noisy. More than 20 injured soldiers were lying on the beds in the ward. Even though they were strong as a rock, The physical injuries and the torture of the black aura of the strange beasts made them groan. There were other medical staff treating patients in the ward. The soldiers who were attacked by the black energy were completely unable to control themselves and were twisting wildly on the bed. Their companions were holding down their legs and feet, and the healers were using their healing powers to comfort them. The process was long, with the creaking sound of the bed and the painful howls mixed with the patient's groans. The overflowing black air surrounded the ward, escaping the suction machine on the roof and randomly crashing into the bodies of people in the ward. A small amount of black air will not have a noticeable impact. But for Song Shi, who was in such a scene for the first time and had to concentrate and calm down to control the power in his body, it was a long torture. Sweat slowly began to seep out of Song Shi's forehead. But she quickly caught the sudden feeling of warmth. "It seems to be okay," she said softly. Zhou Tan next to him immediately withdrew his own power and allowed Song Shi to control the healing power by himself. Without Zhou Tan's suppression, the power in his body rushed out for a while, but was soon suppressed more firmly by Song Shi. It lined up and flowed out from Song Shi's palm and was infused into the body of the soldier on the hospital bed whose arm was bitten half off by a strange beast. However, when the soldier, who was about 18 or 19 years old, was sent here, he had fainted due to the pain, but he woke up automatically after a while. He had been injected with anesthetics before Zhou Tan arrived, and his mood was much more stable than other patients. Zhou Tan asked him if he was willing to let his students treat him and take the opportunity to learn some skills. The little soldier readily agreed and said that he was very willing to devote himself to healing medicine. After the warm healing power entered his body, he closed his eyes comfortably. Next, you have to control them to enter the designated parts of the patient's body. If you release them at random, the therapeutic effect will be minimal. Our mental power is limited, and there are so many casualties every day. Our mental power must be used where it counts. Reducing the mortality and disability rates is our first priority.
Fou tan instructed.
Now focus on his broken arm and follow my instructions step by step. Song Shi paid some attention to what Zhou Tan said. The heart is the entry point. Find the heart first. Song Shi manipulated the power to the heart. Although she was holding the little soldier's intact left hand, she could clearly hear the vital beating of the heart, as if she was sticking to the other's chest. Regeneration of a severed arm must start from the blood supply system. You must repair the blood vessels first to provide enough nutrition to repair the bones and muscles. Find the left ventricle and inject half of your healing power into it. The aorta will carry your power to his entire body. Song Shi barely found the position Zhou Tan requested. Next, find the subclavian artery and prepare to merge with the previous power to inject the remaining one-half of the healing power. Song Shi hesitated. She found the location of the clavicle, but with so many blood vessels, she didn't know which one was the one Zhou Tan mentioned. "Which one is the subclavian artery?" Song Shi asked. Zhou Tan resisted the urge to do it himself and put his hands behind his back. "The thickest one." Song Shi immediately did as he was told and input one-half of the healing power, which successfully merged with the healing power input previously. The moment the two forces collided, Song Shi felt that the cells of this body had reached an unprecedented active state, especially at the broken arm. The cell proliferation rate increased exponentially, and new limbs grew visibly at the broken arm. The blood vessels are like branches, followed by bones, fascia, muscles, and then the outermost layer of skin. Seeing this scene with his own eyes for the first time, Song Shi felt as if he was watching a science fiction movie where the dead were resurrected and their bones were recast. Although she had used her healing power yesterday, it was not as shocking as this time. And all this was created by her own power. Song Shi couldn't calm down for a long time. When the repair reached the wrist, Zhou Tan called a halt. "The hand is more delicate. I'll do it, you just watch." Song Shi withdrew his hand and gave up his position. Zhou Tan stepped over and held the little soldier's hand again. The soldier's 5 fingers quickly stretched back to their original shape until they were indistinguishable from his left hand. The little soldier had fallen into a deep sleep under the healing power and did not notice that his hand had recovered. "How do you feel?" Zhou Tan looked at Song Shi. Songshur looked at the little soldier's arm again with reluctance. There was an obvious dividing line where it was bitten off. The lower part was white and delicate like a baby's, while the upper part is covered in blood and mud. It's amazing, Songshur couldn't help but say. Zhou Tan smiled and said, don't just stand there like an idiot. Find another person to practice with. It's best to use up all your mental energy. When Zhou Tan mentioned mental power, Songshur remembered to check the remaining mental power points in his mind. This morning her mental strength recovered to 15 points. I just repaired a broken arm, and it only cost me 5 points of mental energy. And yesterday she used up nearly 10 points of her mental power just to remove the wound on Zhu Jinping's face. Just as Zhou Tan said, if the mental power enters the patient's body without guidance and is released at will, it will cause great loss of mental power. While walking to the next bed, Zhou Tan took the time to say, when we get back to school, I'll find you a book on anatomy. If you want to cure a patient, you can't do it without some knowledge of anatomy. Songshur, did I escape the fate of studying medicine in my previous life, but ended up having to study medicine in this life? Zhou Tan glanced at Songshur's expression and said, you have to study even when you go to college. Take a look in advance, so that you can have an easier time in college. Songshur, okay.
Try soothing this time.
Zhou Tan picked a wounded person whose body was invaded by the black energy of a strange beast. Songshur and Zhou Tan stood at the head of the bed. The injured patient's arms and feet were held down by 4 soldiers respectively. A cloth strip made of special material was tied around his mouth and connected to a hook protruding from the wall. These 4 soldiers were probably his comrades, and they looked at the person twisted and struggling on the bed with worry. The whole bed was shaking violently. Zhou Tan held on to the bed rail with one hand. To appease him, you have to use your emotions to occupy his emotions. As long as his emotions are stable, the evil spirit will naturally be discharged. Zhou Tan pointed to the top of his head and said, those suction devices are used to suck away the black air. Songshur looked in the direction she pointed and saw that the ceiling of the entire ward was composed of alternating ceilings and exhaust mesh devices. She couldn't see the black energy, but she could feel it. Waves of evil and overbearing auras surrounded her like ghosts, colliding with her, trying to squeeze into her body. She wasn't sure if everyone could feel it, or just the healer, or if it was just her. She looked at Zhou Tan's profile, which was surrounded by a faint silver light. Feel the emotions of the injured. Songshur put aside other thoughts and did as she said. She slowly lowered her eyes and stared at the dark-faced young man on the hospital bed. Feeling the pain of the victim. Quietly feel. Irritability, anger, despair, pain. Black. There was a black light overflowing around his body. Black gas in the ward would occasionally got into his body. Release your soothing power and exchange his emotions. Zhou Tan continued to instruct. Songshur did as he was told, and a faint light enveloped the person on the hospital bed. With the naked eye, more and more black air could be seen squeezing into his body. The patient became more and more violent, and the strong soldiers who were restraining his limbs gradually lost control. Zhou Tan's face became serious as she stared at the soldier who was struggling more and more violently on the hospital bed. The current situation was completely beyond her understanding. She could sense that there was nothing wrong with the healing power released by Songshur. The purity was high enough and the diffusion rate was in line with the standard. But why didn't the person on the bed show any signs of calming down? Songshur's hand trembled slightly as he released his spiritual power. In her vision, countless black air rushed into the soldier's body, as if all the black air in the ward had gathered here.
Why?
Songshur gradually became irritated. The violent aura that had not appeared for a long time became restless as her mental strength was depleted and slowly crept up into her eyes. As a senior healer, Zhou Tan is most sensitive to changes in emotions. She instantly felt the violent aura emanating from Songshur and turned her head to look at Songshur. Songshur noticed something, clenched his back teeth, and quickly suppressed all his violent aura. Zhou Tan looked at Songshur with confusion, who had a calm and natural expression on his face, wondering if his feelings just now were wrong. Why is he becoming more and more out of control? The young soldier who was pressing on the injured right leg couldn't help but ask. His entire upper body was almost pressed on the kicking leg, and his face turned red because of the force. Although Zhou Tan has not found the reason yet, it is not a solution to continue in this stalemate. She took a step forward and raised her hand. A faint silver light covered the soldier on the bed. "Stop it, I'll do it." Song Shi nodded hesitantly. She vaguely felt that the black air entering the soldiers' bodies was not a normal phenomenon, but she couldn't be sure now. Perhaps Zhou Tan's power can suppress it. Withdrawing all his strength, Song Shi took a half step back and gave his position to Zhou Tan. It was at this moment the soldier on the hospital bed suddenly gained strength and broke free from the restraint of the four men. The hook on the wall that was responsible for restraining his head was torn off, along with a large piece of wall paint falling off. The soldiers responsible for suppressing him on all sides were thrown to the ground unexpectedly. Even though they quickly got up and tried to stop him, it was too late. The soldiers who were completely controlled by the black energy suddenly rushed towards Zhou Tan, who was in the front. Zhou Tan had never encountered such a scene before. She looked up at the figure swooping down from above. The figure with its mouth wide open and biting towards her became bigger and bigger in her pupils. Her heart skipped a beat, and she forgot to react. Just one thought. It's over. A strong arm suddenly grabbed her waist and pulled her back. The next second, the out-of-control soldier jumped off the bed and landed at her original position. He landed on the ground with both hands and feet like a wild beast. When he failed to catch his prey, he raised his head. The whites of his eyes were polluted by black air, and no one could see them. This time, his target was Song Shi, who had pulled Zhou Tan away, and he pounced on her. Song Shi pushed Zhou Tan to the hands of the soldiers who rushed over from other beds, and faced the out-of-control soldier who rushed over, and kicked him in the chest. He fell heavily to the ground. A small amount of black air was thrown out from his body. Song Shi kept an eye on the expressions of the others, and they didn't seem to have noticed the black gas dispersing. Song Shi was certain that only she could see the black air. The person who was thrown to the ground quickly adjusted his posture, lying on the ground like a cheetah, staring at Song Shi vigilantly, waiting for an opportunity to move. Song Shi looked at him, with great momentum, took the initiative, took a running start, and kicked him in the head. Feeling threatened, the black energy controlled the soldiers to jump urgently. His original crouching hunting posture already made him half a centimeter shorter than Song Shi. This jump landed him at the same height as Song Shi. Song Shi accurately grabbed his neck, and the muscles on the back of his hand bulged, and he threw him hard to the ground. His hands never left his neck. The soldier controlled by the black air seemed to be nailed to the ground by iron nails and could not break free from Song Shi's hand at all. A hoarse cry came out of his throat, like the threat and intimidation of a wild beast. The moment the soldier lost control, the alarm in the ward sounded automatically. All nearby soldiers, unless they had anything urgent to do, rushed over to control the out-of-control patient. They squeezed into the ward and saw a young girl in a white coat pinching the neck of a soldier controlled by black energy, pinning him firmly to the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded. The healer's weakness is obvious to all. When did the fighting power become so strong? Just look at the evil spirit that is so rampant all over her body. She doesn't have any of the comfort and kindness of a healer. If this isn't the violent type, what is it? But they didn't forget their purpose. Just as they were about to step forward to help, the girl spoke. The voice was cold, firm, and unquestionable. "Don't come over here." The soldier who was about to move forward stopped and stared at the scene in amazement. White light spread rapidly from her palm, enveloping the out-of-control soldier who was kicking and punching continuously. "He is actually a healer?" "Quiet." The girl roughly grabbed the neck under her palm, lifted up his entire upper body and head, and smashed it down again. The sound was so loud that the ground seemed to shake. But the soldier, who had lost consciousness, seemed not to feel any pain. His limbs were still flapping in resistance, and he raised his hands to pinch the girl's neck. The girl made an irritated tsk sound and loosened her grip on his neck. The The soldier under her got a chance to catch his breath and immediately straightened up his upper body, opened his mouth, and was about to bite the girl's neck. Careful! The onlookers were worried about her, and the soldiers who arrived ignored the other party's previous warnings and rushed towards her to help her. But they stopped after only taking 2 steps, because the girl grabbed the out-of-control soldier's wrist and stuffed it into his open mouth. Then he twisted his shoulders and pressed him face down on the ground, while he bent his knees and pressed against his back, making it impossible for him to move at all. After doing all this, she performed the soothing technique once again, and a lustrous, white light enveloped her and the soldiers' bodies. Zhou Tan looked at this scene and frowned. Her focus is different from that of these ordinary soldiers. Song Shi's emotional change just now was very obvious. It was the aura of a violent system. It was exactly the same aura she felt when Song Shi provided comfort to the soldier before he went crazy.
So it wasn't her illusion at that time.
At first, she didn't understand why the soldiers who were comforted by Song Shi became more and more agitated and finally went crazy. But now she understood. To comfort is to replace the patient's emotions with the healer's emotions. If the healer's own emotions are violent, and he passes those emotions on to the injured person, the result can be imagined. She hadn't considered this aspect before because one of the characteristics of all awakened healing people is emotional stability. Just like the berserker type is born violent. Even if there are some healers who have poor emotional management, they will at most have to spend more mental energy to comfort a wounded patient, which is generally effective and will not lead to a situation like today where the patient's emotions are worsened. It would make sense if we consider Song Shi as someone who possesses the violent trait. In the center of the ward, the struggles of the out-of-control soldier clinging to the ground gradually faded. His cheek was pressed against the ground with one of his hands stuck in his mouth. His originally dark eyes gradually showed signs of fading under Song Shi's constant comfort, and the whites of his eyes were faintly visible. Song Shi stared at him intently. Black gas was constantly overflowing from his body and floating around. From the corner of her eye, she was surrounded by the black gas and could not see anyone else in the ward. The black energy tried to invade her body. Song Shi clearly realized that he was gradually falling into a frenzy. That uncontrollable feeling roamed around in her body, looking for a breakthrough point, trying to completely turn her into the same as the frenzied Zhu Jinpeng. But the more this happened, the clearer Song Shi's brain became. The fishing game in the small dark room made her different from all the violent awakeners. She was even able to calmly analyze how long it would take to completely pacify the soldiers under her. The so-called frenzy can only provide her with strength. Finally, the soldier showed no signs of resistance, and a barely audible groan came out of his mouth. He slowly pulled the back of his hand out of his mouth, with the bloody marks of his teeth deeply embedded in it. He looked around blankly from his ground-level perspective. "He's awake," someone shouted. Song Shi did not let him go easily, and looked at Zhou Tan, who was standing in the center protected by the soldiers. Zhou Tan walked out, half-crouched on the ground to check the status of the soldiers. Nodded to Song Shi, "It's okay." Only then did Song Shi loosen his right hand that was holding his arm and stood up. The 4 soldiers who had been kicked away hurried forward to help the man on the ground up and put him back on the bed. Zhou Tan glanced at Song Shi and said, "You take a rest first. I'll go treat his injuries." He had many wounds on his body caused by Song Shi. Song Shi nodded, left the ward, and sat outside on a row of lounge chairs along the corridor. The soldiers who came to help also left one after another. Song Shi leaned back in his chair, recalling the subtitles that had just appeared in his mind. Unlock Talent 2. Destruction. Song Shi looked at the entire light curtain in its entirety. A skill appears after Talent 2. Skill. Mind Play. B. The mind plays with these few words and associates them with the previous scene. It didn't take Song Shi much time to realize that when she first used the power of soothing, not only did it fail to remove the black energy from the soldier's body, but it made his emotions out of control. This was because she inadvertently activated the skill of mind playing. Being able to comfort him successfully in the later stage was the real result of the comfort skill. Where is the line between comfort and mind teasing? Song Shi has not figured it out yet. Emerging skills are just one of them. Secondly, she had confirmed that only she could see the black air, and Zhou Tan, a senior healer, did not see it either. As for why only she could see it, Song Shi remembered the red light emitted from Zhu Jinfeng after he went berserk, and the purple light emitted from her former class teacher Qin Lishu. These should all be external manifestations of emotions. She can tell a person's emotions with her naked eyes. This could be another of her skills, or it could be a companion skill to the already present mind play. She is more inclined to the latter. Mind playing allows her to control other people's emotions to a certain extent, and the externalization of other people's emotions can better help her realize this skill. Thirdly, Song Shi remembered that she was sober in the second half of the comforting process just now. Clearly feel your own frenzy. This sentence is a wrong sentence in this world. Frenzy is the antonym of sobriety. But she did it. Among the violent awakeners who are as easy to explode as gas tanks, she must be the first one who can maintain her consciousness, no matter how her emotions change, even if she falls into frenzy. Finally, Song Shi's gaze fell on the void. Her mental power not only did not decrease in this exhausting battle of appeasement, but also increased significantly. Now her mental power points have reached 31. It turns out that actual combat is the fastest way to improve your strength. Song Shi sat for more than 10 minutes, and after finishing the review, Zhou Tan walked out of the ward. Come to my office first, we need to have a good talk. Zhou Tan was rarely serious. In Zhou Tan's private office. Thank you first. Zhou Tan handed Song Shi a paper cup filled with hot water. If it weren't for you, I would have lost a piece of flesh today. Song Shi held the paper cup in both hands. The steam from the hot water hit her face. Wet, you're welcome. Let's get down to business. Zhou Tan stared at Song Shi. Do you know why your soothing didn't work at first, but instead irritated the other party? Because she used it wrong. What is used is not comfort but mind playing. I don't know. Song Shi shook his head. You have lived as a berserker with a high probability for differentiation for nearly 18 years. I previously thought that your body functions were developing towards the berserker type, and simply thought that this was a good thing for a healer. But your performance today made me suddenly realize that your personality, temper, and attitude towards problem-solving have inevitably developed towards the berserker type. Song Shi's previous attitude towards her was extremely respectful, which made Zhou Tan ignore this point. To appease someone is to replace their out-of-control emotions with our own. Your emotions are more intense and violent than theirs, so you can imagine what the effect of appeasement will be. Song Shi nodded seriously. She seemed to be thinking about Zhou Tan's words, but in fact she was wondering where the wall between comfort and mind playing was. Exactly the same operation method. One is the healing talent and the other is the destruction talent, leading to two completely different results. This is also where Zhou Tan's focus lies. You later succeeded in calming the soldier to my surprise, which shows that you were able to control your emotions in the later stages. You were able to control your emotions in such a dangerous situation. What was the point at which you lost control earlier? Song Shi continued to shake his head. In fact, it is because of different skills. Zhou Tan looked at her innocent look, pursed her lips, and was silent for a moment. She looked at the light brain and said, 2 hours are almost up. I'll have someone send you back first. You still have to go to the training team to train with the violent department. Song Shi put down the paper cup in his hand and stood up. In the end, Zhou Tan asked another soldier who had previously controlled the arm of the out-of-control soldier to drive the aircraft to take Song Shi away. The aircraft slowly took off. This military hospital was located not far from the city wall. Song Shi glanced sideways and saw the translucent glacé windows and the silver metallic walls that looked stiff and cold. As the aircraft gradually rose higher, Song Shi's sight paced over the wall and an endless barren plain appeared before him. One after another, transport trucks went back and forth between the city wall and the invisible horizon in the distance, leaving dark ruts on the ground, scattered irregularly on this barren land. The soldier who was responsible for sending Song Shi away was skillfully debugging various data on the operating platform. He did not look much older than Song Shi, and his young face was full of excitement as he recounted the shock that Song Shi had brought to them today. Song Shi changed the subject when he paused to breathe. Can so many patients be sent in here every day? The excitement in the soldier's eyes faded, and his shoulders visibly slumped.
This is still a small amount.
Now is the off-season for exotic beasts to appear. Every spring, the strange beasts migrate in large groups. At that time, all military hospitals are overcrowded. If we encounter a soldier who is out of control like today, we won't waste the healer's mental energy to rescue him. We will kill him directly. After saying this, the little soldier became depressed. He stopped chatting with Song Shi and silently flew the aircraft towards Renshi Middle School. Song Shi recalled what he had just said. By the spring of next year, she should have just entered college. 15 minutes later, the aircraft landed on the parking lot of Renshi Middle School. Song Shi jumped off the aircraft and turned back to close the car door. You have to study hard. The little soldier held the joystick with one hand, looking at Song Shi eagerly. We have to rely on you to deal with the monsters. Song Shi looked at his young yet weathered face and said, You guys. Try your best too. The little soldier grinned, revealing a row of neat white teeth, and nodded. Song Shi rushed to the training ground. Everyone else had already arrived and was running around the training ground with weights. She quickly changed her clothes, found 2 sandbags in the equipment room, tied them around her legs, and joined them. In the 10 kilometers weighted run, Song Shi was still the first to complete the whole course. When the last person reached the finish line, Pei Cheng turned off the timer and praised, Not bad. Everyone ran faster today than yesterday. After 10 kilometers, everyone's face was inevitably flushed and red, and heavy breathing came one after another, but when they heard about their own progress, everyone's eyes released a glow of pride and confidence. When it comes to self-confidence, the most confident among all the awakened ones are the violent ones. Because of this, Pei Yichen never hesitates to give praise, which often has a motivating effect. Pei Yichen put his hands behind his back and walked slowly to the back of Song Shi at the end of the line. Song Shi, step out. Song Shi took a step forward. Why are you late today?
I was delayed by something. Song Shi said.
Are you busy every day? Song Shi wanted to nod, but held back. Since I forgot to explain the training class rules to you yesterday, I will waive your punishment for being late today. Don't be late again in the future. Song Shi thought that the situation that happened today in the military hospital might happen again in the future, and whether she could come back on time depended on Zhou Tan's arrangements. She had to take her aircraft. I can't do it. Song Shi said frankly, and she did not evade the question. As long as I am late, I will accept the punishment. Pei Yicheng, then every time you are late, you will have a ring match with me. Pei Yicheng added, I won't let you go. Song Shi. So this is the punishment for being late. In the entire training ground, the person she wanted to fight most was Pei Yicheng. Okay, let's start our training today. Pei Yicheng walked back to the center. Today, Pei Yicheng teaches practical combat moves. This is also the part that Song Shi wants to learn most. After Pei Yicheng demonstrated, she asked everyone to do it according to her demonstration, and then she gave them instructions one by one. After that, it was time for free practice. Song Shi practiced seriously and sweated profusely. The afternoon paced quickly. Sitting on the bus on the way back, Song Shi closed his eyes tiredly and leaned his head back on the chair. On the second day, Song Shi still ran to school on foot, speeding up repeatedly and overtaking 5 buses. There was no one checking appearance at the school gate today, so Song Shi walked in openly. After taking a shower and changing into school uniform in the training room, he walked to the classroom feeling refreshed. Before leaving today, Wang Ding stuffed 2 eggs into her mouth. Song Shi peeled the egg shecks skillfully on the way and ate them bite by bite without paying attention to other people's eyes. The computer beeped, and Song Shi lowered her eyes to see that it was Zhou Tan who asked her to go to the office to get a human anatomy book.
Song Shi looked at the time.
Class was about to start in 5 minutes. Zhou Tan's office was in another building. He typed "Go get it" after class in the dialog box and sent it. Zhou Tan quickly replied with an OK emoticon. Song Shi turned off the computer and looked up and saw Wei Yu coming towards him, with a large group of followers following behind him. Most of those little followers were her acquaintances, and had fought with her to some extent. Songshur stuffed the remaining egg into his mouth in 2 or 3 bites, ignored them, and walked towards the entrance of the teaching building. Jin Xianhui ran over and opened his arms to stop her.
Songshur frowned.
Jin Xianhui subconsciously grabbed the big gold chain around his neck and stuffed it into his school uniform. The pain of Songshur grabbing his necklace and strangling his neck on the bus seemed like it happened just yesterday, and his fear of Songshur has not dissipated yet. If Wei Yuyu hadn't been watching from behind, he wouldn't have dared to stop Songshur.
The
boss is calling you. He was trembling, as he couldn't afford to offend either side. Songshur was impatient and pushed him aside. Get out of here. She had to go back to class, and the first class was Yan Qianlin's. Songshur had just taken a step forward when Wei Yuyu's gloomy voice sounded behind him. In Songshur's impression, Wei Yuyu had never called her name so personally. As the son of the deputy captain of the city's security team, he can point his finger wherever he wants, and there will be his brothers to help him. Such a gaffe is rare. But so what? Songshur walked up the steps in front of the teaching building without any intention of stopping.
Superior.
An inexplicable gust of wind suddenly blew from behind. The wind came out of the blue, and Songshur almost instantly thought of the awakened person. She dodged to the side and pulled Jin Xianhui aside to stand in front of her.
Ah!
Jin Xianhui howled in pain, covering his face, blood oozing out from between his fingers. The school uniform on his chest was cut in half, and blood flowed rapidly, even dripping onto the ground. The wind was like a sharp blade, cutting from the corner of his right eye to his left abdomen. Songshur left Jin Xianhui and looked up. Beside Wei Yuyu, an unprepossessing man waved his left arm, and the colorless and silent wind blade attacked her again. Songshur keenly sensed the fluctuations in the air and captured the position of the wind blade. He moved again, dodged the wind blade sideways, and rushed towards Wei Yuyu. The man next to him flashed and appeared in front of Wei Yuyu the next second, completely blocking Wei Yuyu. He is not a student of Renshi Middle School. Renshi Middle School does not teach students to use skills, but he can use the wind as a weapon and is someone Wei Yuyu hired. Songshur quickly reviewed the characteristics of wind-type awakeners in his mind. There is no obvious change in personality. As for superpowers, he is fast and can teleport. His speed is only reflected in running. There is no obvious change in reaction speed. Therefore, the main role of C-level and D-level Wind Awakeners on the battlefield is to deliver messages. Wind Awakeners can also gather wind into energy and use it as a weapon of attack, but according to the differentiation guide, only the wind blades gathered by Awakeners of level A or above can cause damage to monsters, and the attack power of other levels is not strong. Judging from the extent of Kim Si-Hui's injuries, the opponent's level was not high, probably C or B. This information just flashed through Songshur's mind. When facing this wind-type awakener, Songshur was only excited. Get rid of him quickly. Before Yan Qianlin and other teachers from the Special Ability Branch arrived. It's not easy to meet an awakened one. Songshur decisively rushed forward to fight with him. After more than 10 moves, Songshur had only one feeling. Weak, too weak. The wind blade can only be effective at a long distance. In close combat, before he could even raise his hand, Songshur forcefully pushed it back. No matter how fast he teleported, Wei Yuyu was standing behind him, and he couldn't leave Wei Yuyu alone in front of Songshur, so teleportation couldn't be used. He was unable to use both of his skills, and was completely suppressed when facing Songshur, the violent awakener. After another 10 moves, Songshur kicked him in the knee and easily knocked him to his knees. Wei Yu looked at this scene with tears in his eyes. He didn't expect that Songshur would become so strong after just not seeing her for half a month. Even a C-level wind awakener couldn't do anything to her. But didn't she awaken the healing system? Aren't the physical constitutions of those with the healing system very weak? Songshur looked at the distraught Wei Yuyu in front of him. Wei Yuyu, this is school. At least find a secluded place to kill her. There are so many people in the school, and at the entrance of the teaching building. Are you afraid that others won't know? At this point, Wei Yuyu was desperate, I'm going to kill you in front of so many people. I want them to know the consequences of offending me, Wei Yu. Song Shi frowned, and after a little guess, he understood why Wei Yu was like this. Did your father fall from power? Lu Xuelin's super brain father promised her that he would not let Wang Danyu have an easy time. With his power, he would surely be able to make some big noise. Considering that Wei Yu is now acting crazy and doesn't care about the consequences of killing her, her guess is likely to be correct. Her words hit Wei Yu right in the sore spot. The loss of his family's power was a devastating blow to Wei Yu, who had relied on power to do evil since childhood.
Go. Come on.
Kill her. Kill her. Wei Yu shouted at the top of his lungs. Unfortunately, the followers who had been following him aggressively before now stopped and looked at each other. Wei Yu's father was arrested? Is it true? Why didn't Wei Yu refute it? If it was true, wouldn't they be ruining their future if they still followed Wei Yu? Even his once most loyal follower, the boy who knocked Wei Yu unconscious with a chair and personally carried Wei Yu to the infirmary, lowered his head and pretended not to hear. Don't force them. You're not a young master anymore. Why should they listen to you? Song Shi continued to provoke him while making sarcastic remarks. Wei Yu's eyes were red as he stared at Song Shi. He quickly pulled out a dagger from his sleeve and thrust it towards her. You're really crazy. Song Shi looked at him coldly, easily caught his wrist holding the dagger, and sent the dagger back to his abdomen in the opposite direction. Guess if I kill you now, will I be punished? The blade got into Wei Yu's abdomen, and Song Shi pushed it in a little further. Wei Yu's body twitched, and his face was distorted in severe pain, and he clenched his teeth. Ambush me? Do you think you can still sneak attack me now? At that time, I should have smashed you to death. Wei Yu squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, and blood flowed down the corners of his lips. Song Shi chuckled. It's no use regretting. I heard that you are already an adult, and there is no possibility of awakening. A person who cannot awaken brings outsiders into the school to hurt awakened high school students. In your next life, you will regret it in prison. Wei Yu's vision gradually blurred. The last scene he saw was Song Shi retreating step by step. Many people rushed out from behind her to protect her. Why did it become like this? Song Shi was obviously a lowly person who associated with trash cans. Why did these people want to protect her? 5 minutes before the class bell rings, people from the school security department arrived and detained Wei Yu, the awakened people from other schools, and a group of younger brothers he brought with him. In the end, the school leaders and the city security team discussed their punishment together. The reason the city security team got involved was because these people were targeting an awakened person. An A+ grade awakener in the healing department, a student in Yan Qianlin's class. Harming awakened people has violated federal law and cannot be resolved within the school. Yan Qianlin also strongly requested the city security team to intervene and impose severe punishment. According to investigation, the Wind Awakener who participated was the bodyguard of the former deputy captain of the city security team. With the testimony of Wei Yu's younger brother, the result of the trial was beyond doubt. C-level Wind Awakeners have become extremely popular Awakener experimental subjects among inner-city researchers. And Wei Yu was executed. This is all later. At this time, Song Shi stood on the steps and watched the security personnel escort Wei Yu and others away. She could guess Wei Yu's ending. A mentally ill person who had lost power, whose family had offended many people, and who had committed serious mistakes. He would either be sentenced to death or sent to a laboratory. She suddenly thought of a possibility and felt a little worried. I lowered my head and searched on the optical brain. Can people with mental illness escape the death penalty? The search results show federal laws will help the mentally ill get rid of their pain and enter heaven as soon as possible. Song Shi felt relieved. She turned and went upstairs. The class had already started for 10 minutes. Standing at the door of the classroom, through the small glacé window of the door, I could see Yan Qianlin giving a lecture at the podium. Song Shi looked down at his clothes. There was a lot of Wei Yu and Jin Xianhui's blood splattered on his school uniform. She wiped it with her finger, and the blood had dried. There was no choice. Songshi raised his hand and knocked on the door.
Come in.
Yan Qianlin kept writing on the blackboard. Songshi pushed the door open. Yan Qianlin didn't even look at her. Songshi found her seat and sat down. The location of the superpower, 2, Clace, was on the 5th floor, and the windows were soundproofed. Whatever happened downstairs was not earth-shattering, and no sound could be heard from above. In addition, this class was taught by Yan Qianlin, so everyone was concentrating on the blackboard. I was afraid that I would not be able to catch up with any knowledge points and get scolded for not being able to answer Yan Qianlin's questions. Even Yang Jinjin, who was sitting by the window, sat upright with his back straight, looking directly at the podium, not daring to be distracted at all. 10 minutes into the class, when Yan Qianlin was talking about a crucial moment, there was a knock on the door. Everyone in the classroom looked towards the glacé window in the middle of the front door. Then I saw Songshi standing outside the door. Yang Jinjin bent his elbow and nudged Tang Yu, motioning her to look over. Tang Yu raised his head and glanced indifferently, then continued to take notes. Lu Xuelin, who was sitting in front of Tang Yu, was extremely excited. He glanced at the laptop, leaned his upper body back on Tang Yu's desk, turned his head and said to Yang Jinjin, "I was 3 minutes late yesterday afternoon, so Yan Qianlin punished me to clean the men's restroom for a week. Today, Song Shik was more than 10 minutes late. Haha, she must have to clean the women's restroom for a month." Lu Xuelin covered his mouth and laughed with a gloating look, controlling himself from making too loud a sound. Then he remembered that he had just cleaned the toilet with his hands, so he quickly put them down and wiped them on his legs as if nothing had happened. But he did not restrain his attitude of watching the fun at all. He put his right elbow on Tang Yu's table, crossed his legs, and waited to see Songshi being punished.
Hiss.
He suddenly gasped, pulled his elbow back, and cried out in pain. "It's so hot." He lowered his head to look at the sleeve of his school uniform and saw a charred hole. Fortunately, he dodged in time, and his arm was not burned. And the culprit was extinguishing a small flame at his fingertips. Lu Xuelin stared at Tang Yu with gritted teeth, but the other party didn't take him seriously at all and picked up the pen on the table to continue taking notes. Lu Xuelin. She was so angry. He just put his arm on her desk, but she actually burned him with fire. The fire of the fire system is different from ordinary fire. Ordinary fire can be extinguished with the help of general firefighting means, but the fire created by the fire awakened can only be extinguished by the fire system itself or other supernatural powers that counteract it. And if you are not careful, a small flame can spread out to a height of more than 10 meters. If Tang Yu had lost control, he would have been cremated. He really regretted it very much. He had carefully chosen a seat with many girls, but in the end, none of them took him seriously and were not gentle at all. And there was that nagging Yang Jinjin. "Don't block my view." Yang Jinjin was anxious to watch the fun, and Lu Xuelin's had blocked part of her view, so she pushed Lu Xuelin's head away. Lu Xuelin. Yang Jinjin stretched his neck and looked at the front door. "Why am I sitting in the corner? I can't see clearly from such a distance. Is that blood on her?" Lu Xuelin, who was pulled apart, was about to get angry, but when he heard her words, he immediately turned back.
"That's not blood, or something."
As the only person in the entire class who had been beaten by Songshi, Lu Xuelin was much more sensitive than others, and his subconscious fear of Songshi was also greater than others. Songshi must have been fighting with someone again. There was so much blood on her body, the person who got beaten must have been in a terrible state. There was blood on her school uniform. According to his observation, Songshi had to run to the training ground to change into school uniform every morning before coming to the classroom, which meant that the battle took place at school, or the distance from the training ground to the classroom. There was a huge flow of people over this distance, especially when class time was approaching. Except for the superpower, 2, class, all other classes came on time. Who would dare to touch Songshi, the terrifying healing awakener valued by Yan Qianlin, at this time? Lu Xuelin lowered his crossed legs and touched his chin.
Ah.
He accidentally heard his father say this morning that the deputy captain of the city security team had been dismissed. Could it be that guy Wei Yuyu? Lu Xuelin wanted to laugh, for some reason. He bit his lower lip and endured it, but his shoulders were shaking slightly. Although he hated Song Shi very much, he had to admit that he was the one who had always provoked Song Shi, whether it was the punch she gave him, or kicking him under the sink in the women's restroom, or kicking him into the classroom in front of so many people. He had always asked for trouble. But he had never offended Wei Yuyu. But Wei Yuyu and his mother Wang Danyu took advantage of his stupidity and dragged him into trouble, causing him to be beaten up several times by his father. Getting beaten was a small matter, but because of this incident, his father almost lost his position as the captain's special assistant, and he had to look for people to clean up his mess before he was able to get it out of here cleanly. If the person fighting with Song Shi was really Wei Yu, it would be really hard to hold back laughter. But his smile quickly froze on his face. Song Shidu was already sitting in his seat. Why can Yan Qianlin still teach so calmly and seriously? Why didn't he say anything about Song Shi's lateness? What about the punishment of making her clean the toilet for a month? Even if it's not a month, like him a week? Lu Shuilin pounded his fists on the table to express his strong dissatisfaction. Then he saw Song Shi turned his head. Lu Shuilin, hecko. He forced a smile and spoke in a very friendly way with his mouth. Song Shi frowned. She and Tang Yu were just reporting safety. Why did Lu Shuilin join in the fun? When did she become so familiar with him? Song Shi turned back, took out the textbook from the desk, left Lu Shuilin behind, and listened to Yan Qianlin's lecture. The bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class. Song Shi was preparing to go to Zhou Tan's office to pick up the book. Yan Qianlin stood at the edge of the podium and called her, Song Shi, come to my office. It was exactly the same scene as yesterday. The classmates watched Song Shi being called away by Yan Qianlin. One of them took the initiative to stick his head out to make sure they were far enough away, and then sent a signal. Let's go. The originally quiet classroom suddenly became noisy, even drowning out the bell for the end of Get Out of Class, which had not yet finished ringing. Yang Jinjin put one foot on the chair, raised the laptop in his hand, and shouted, "Exclusive news. Do you want to hear it?" A crowd of people swarmed around her. Tang Yu looked at her helplessly, stood up and gave her seat to the people who came to listen to the gossip, and walked up to the podium to wipe the blackboard left by Yan Qianlin. Among all the teachers, only Yan Qianlin still liked this way of teaching by writing with chalk, and the school even got a blackboard specifically for him. Yang Jinjin was already describing in vivid detail what had happened downstairs in the back. These were all the information she had secretly obtained from the school forum during Yan Qianlin's class. On the other side, coming to Yan Qianlin's office, Yan Qianlin pushed a thick book on the table to Song Shi. This is what Teacher Zhou left in my office and asked me to give it to you. She has an emergency at the hospital. Song Shi recalled the busy scene at the military hospital yesterday. Zhou Tan was able to take time out of the situation to come to school for classes and even go to the controlled school for teaching. He was already a master of time management. Nodding to show his understanding, Song Shi walked forward and picked up the book on the table, asked Yan Qianlin if he had anything else to say, and after receiving a negative answer, he returned to the classroom. Song Shi returned to the classroom with the book in his arms and saw a group of people gathered around Tang Yu and having a heated discussion. Song Shi was no longer surprised by this situation. As soon as the Get Out of Class was over, a group of people would gather around Tang Yu to discuss all the gossip in the school. Even though she had only been there for 2 days, she could tell that the girl sitting next to Tang Yu was the gossip center of the entire class. I just don't know who they're discussing today. Song Shi pulled out a chair and sat back in his seat. The sound of the discussion gradually died down until one could hear a pin drop. The only sound in the classroom was the sound of Song Shi flipping through books. The book is old, and there are marks made by Zhou Tan on it. Teacher Zhou lent it to you? A gentle voice came from beside her. It was from her deskmate who she had not spoken more than 5 sentences to. Song Shi nodded. She did not reveal the name on the homepage, but the other party knew it was Zhou Tan. I've been to her office. Are you a healing type? Song Shi looked up. Yes, S rank. Song Shi recalled the information Chen Lishu sent her last night about the current situation of awakeners of various levels in the superpower branch. There is only one S-level student in the healing department. He awakened to a level in his first year of high school. After more than 2 years of training, he was successfully promoted to S level in the first semester of his senior year. It turned out that person was her deskmate. After getting to know his deskmate again, the bell rang and Song-sher took out the book for the next class. In the afternoon, Song-sher waited in the parking lot according to Zhou Tan's instructions. The young soldier who sent her back to school yesterday came to pick her up in Zhou Tan's aircraft. As soon as Song-sher got on the plane, the soldier excitedly shared with her that he was transferred to Zhou Tan's side as security guard that morning. Being responsible for protecting a senior healer is far less dangerous than going to the front line. The little soldier could not suppress the joy on his face, and he was humming a song all the way. After arriving at the hospital, Song-sher went to Zhou Tan's private office to change his clothes, and under the guidance of the little soldier, he found Zhou Tan, who was still in the ward. Zhou Tan looked like he had consumed a lot of mental energy. His face was as pale as paper, and he was holding the bed rails to adjust it. "Now that you are here, I will leave these people to you." Song-sher looked and saw 2 injured people and 3 people out of control. Song-sher walked to the bedside of the injured man whose abdomen was opened and transferred the power of repair into his body with a more skillful technique than yesterday. This afternoon, she took advantage of her lunch break to read part of the anatomy book. Coincidentally, she happened to read the part about abdominal anatomy. It was still fresh in her memory, and she didn't need Zhou Tan's guidance. Song-sher's power entered his body and took a look around. His internal organs were not damaged, and the repair of the abdominal wall was proceeding very quickly. Not bad. Zhou Tan checked the results of her restoration and couldn't help but praise it. Song-sher walked to the next bed. The soldier on the bed had fallen into a coma. From the outside, there were no wounds that could cause the coma. The cause of the coma could only be in the brain. Song-sher did not see this part at noon today. Under Zhou Tan's guidance, he slowly but steadily repaired the bleeding in the opponent's brain and decomposed the accumulated blood and reintroduced it into his cerebral blood vessels. Everything went smoothly. The soldier slowly opened his eyes and was pushed on a bed by the nurse waiting nearby and transferred to the general ward. Song-sher walked to the gap between the next beds and checked the mental power value in his mind. Down 5 points. Standing in front of the bed of the soldier who was suppressed by 4 people, Song-sher tried to comfort him for the 3rd time. The scene of the last comforting flashed through his mind. After thinking about it before going to bed last night, Song-sher believed that the methods of using comforting and mind-playing were similar, both of which replaced the other person's emotions with one's own emotions. The difference in effect lay in the control of the emotional color. Calming is just one of the many effects of mind-playing. In front of her eyes, countless black air rushed into the soldier's body, dragging a dark trail and pacing through his body. She couldn't see the color of the emotions emanating from the soldiers, but from yesterday's experience, it should be black. Black. Song-sher suspended his finger in the air to the end of his bed, and bits of silver light poured down. All the black air touched by the silver light scattered and fled. A silver light enveloped the out-of-control soldier. To calm him down, to make his emotional color transparent. Song-sher calmed his mind and exchanged emotions with him. 5 minutes later, the soldier's struggle weakened, and his pupils that were occupied by black air regained clarity. Success. Zhou Tan's personal security guard, who had witnessed yesterday's scene, clapped his hands and was truly happy for Song-sher. Song-sher lowered his eyes, clenched his hands hanging by his sides, and dug his nails into his palms. Only then did he deeply suppress the irritability that had replaced him. She is different from pure healing awakeners, who are naturally emotionally stable. The irritability that comes with the replacement enters their bodies, just like a stone thrown into a vast lake, which only creates a little ripple before quickly sinking to the bottom of the lake. She is different. Compared to the healing type, she is more like the violent type. She just has the ability of a healing type. The first attempt was successful. Song-sher walked to the next bed and started the experiment. Control him and make him angry. Song-sher stared at the soldier on the bed. Amid the expectant eyes around her, she silently transferred her daily violent emotions into his body. While the soldier's physical strength dominated by the black air suddenly surged, he raised his head and screamed. Several blue veins on his neck bulged, and the special material strap connecting his mouth and the hook on the wall broke instantly. The 4 soldiers were unable to control him and were broken free by him one by one and fell to the ground. They quickly got up and grabbed the out-of-control soldier standing on the bed. The young soldiers that Song-Shi brought from school immediately protected Zhou Tan and retreated. The alarm sounded in the ward. Guards in other wards rushed in. Miraculously, no one came up to take Song-Shi away. Song-Shi's performance yesterday is still fresh in their minds. At this moment, Song-Shi is safer than them. Song-Shi took a half step back and looked up at the man standing in a twisted posture on the bed. Mental power continued to flow out from her hands. Enraged success. It's time to calm him down. Song-Shi changed his emotions smoothly. The soldier standing on the bed was also affected by her emotional change. He seemed to have his own consciousness and tried to break free from Song-Shi's control. He hugged his head and backed away repeatedly. After his back hit the wall, he became unstable and knelt on the bed. The black gas quickly dissipated from his body. 5 minutes later, he regained consciousness. After another success, Song-Shi had already mastered the mind game and couldn't help but feel relieved. Because she had not completely cut off contact with the soldier sat on the bed and grinned for no apparent reason. "Is he crazy?" someone asked cautiously. These words reminded Song-Shi, and she quickly clenched her hand that was releasing her mental power into a fist and quietly cut off the connection between them. The alarm was lifted, and the video of the out-of-control soldier was uploaded to the research institute in the inner city along with the video of the same situation yesterday. Song-Shi slowly walked to the bed of the 3rd out-of-control soldier. Having successfully experimented with the emotions of calm and anger in the first 2, she this time chose an emotion that was in between the 2 and was less obvious: sadness. If this is successful, she can start exploring the next skill. Song-Shi used his mental power to connect himself with the out-of-control soldier, recalling this sad feeling in his mind. Then Song-Shi tragically discovered that the emotion of sadness had never appeared in her body since she came into this world. When she was beaten the worst and woke up from the cold floor after being unconscious, her only emotions were anger and determination to take revenge. When she was kicked out of her home, living on the streets and had nowhere to go, she only felt deep disgust for the world and anger at their discrimination against her. Anger is the most common emotion of violent awakeners, and sadness. Song-Shi tried to recall the various sad things in her previous life. She thought about the failure in the exam, the failure to get a job, and the frustration in the workplace. The sad things that made her cry for 3 days and 3 nights, she could not empathize with them at all in this body. The emotion of sadness will never appear in the emotion list of a violent awakener. But to truly master mind games, she must control every emotion. If she gave up this option because she couldn't feel this emotion, then as a violent awakener, the only mind playing she could do would be soothing and provoking. She could only act. Who could say that false sadness was not sadness? Her blood-related sister in this body was a good actress, so she should be pretty good. Song-Shi stared at the soldier, lying on the bed. Her eye sockets were purple, her eyes were wide open and full of red bloodshot. Her hair was disheveled on the pillow due to her struggle, mixed with mud and blood from the battlefield. Her face was wiped a few times and was barely clean, but now it was twisted in pain like a ghost. She struggled with all her might, like prey being roasted on the fire. She is in pain. She urgently needed someone to help her remove the evil energy from her body. She became this way for the Federation, for the people within the walls. As a protected person, Song-Shi hypnotized himself that he should feel sad for her current miserable situation. Sad, tears, repentance. Song-Shi repeated these words in his heart. But Song-Shi's heart remained calm, but the soldier on the hospital bed was different. She seemed to have regained some consciousness, blinking her empty black eyes and looking at Song-Shi. Just when Song-Shi thought that just chanting slogans would produce results, she caught a glimpse of a burly man wiping his tears beside the bed as he held down the out-of-control soldier's right leg. and the outline of his body was glowing with a lavender light. It turns out she can be the middle hub. At this moment, an upgrade reminder appeared in Songshir's mind. Congratulations on upgrading the skill Mind Playing. Current level, a level I just unlocked Mind Playing yesterday and upgraded it today. Songshir now has more power to release his mental strength. In less than 3 minutes, the soldier on the bed regained his senses, lay flat on the bed as if exhausted, stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, and 2 lines of tears flowed from his eyes. The people controlling her limbs loosened their grip. The burly man walked up quickly and carefully embraced her, wiped her tears, and repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Songshir. Songshir nodded slightly to accept his thanks, looked at Zhou Tan, who had been standing next to him, and left the ward following Zhou Tan's eye signal. After Zhou Tan finished handing over his work, he walked out of the ward and met up with Songshir. You've made progress faster than I thought. Zhou Tan and Songshir walked side by side. Zhou Tan reviewed what had just happened. First, you have to quickly go through the book I lent you and memorize the locations of all the major systems, organs, and tissues in the human body. Songshir felt a headache when she thought of the book that was only 3 fingers wide. I discussed your situation with Director Yen last night. Director Yen meant that you don't need to deliberately suppress your violent instincts. If you really can't learn the calming power, you can skip this part. Songshir lowered her eyes, and her figure was vaguely reflected on the silver-gray floor of the military hospital. Yen Qianlin said this because he didn't want her to give up awakening the violent skills in order to practice healing skills. Now, Zhou Tan may also know that she has the probability of awakening dual systems. Zhou Tan glanced at Songshir with appreciation. I didn't expect that you could successfully control 2 of the 3 soldiers today. Although the other one had a rough time, you were able to calm him down in time, which is considered an excellent performance. The 2 walked to the elevator entrance, and Zhou Tan pressed the upstairs button. During college, the healing department must take a course called emotional management. There will be a teacher to teach it. At this stage, we will learn the next skill of the healing department. The elevator door opened and Zhou Tan walked in. After using the computer to swipe his permissions, the elevator went straight to the 17th floor. The elevator door opened to both sides, revealing a huge transparent glacé wall. Zhou Tan, wearing a white coat, walked out first and stood in front of the glacé wall. Songshir followed her and stood in front of the glacé wall. A huge space appeared in front of Songshir. The entire 17th floor was surrounded by glacé walls. Looking up, the glacé walls continued to extend upwards, reaching a height of more than 10 meters over 3 floors. This perspective reminded Songshir of the glacé cover of the stimulation experiment base. Do you remember the suction machine on the roof of the ward? Zhou Tan suddenly asked. Remember, the end point of all the suction machines in the entire military hospital is here. It looks empty inside, but it is filled with the curse of the evil and poison of the alien beasts. Songshir raised her finger and touched the glacé cover. Inside the glacé cover, a ball of black mist was colliding with her fingertips through a layer of glacé. It wasn't empty inside. She could see. The dense black gas was like ink, and the entire glacé cover was splashed black. Why are they trapped here? Songshir asked. As far as she knew, black gas could not be trapped by physical means, so how could ordinary glacé walls restrain them? Zhou Tan raised his finger and pointed to a position 4 or 5 meters high on the glacé wall. The entire square glacé wall is transparent, except for the location Zhou Tan pointed to, which is surrounded by a circle of opaque black material, as if a piece of black tape was wrapped around the glacé wall. If Zhou Tan hadn't pointed it out specifically, Songshir wouldn't have noticed it because of the obstruction of the black air. When each military hospital is built, a large enough space will be reserved, and then a spiritual awakener will be asked to impose a spiritual imprint on the space. Those black things are the spiritual imprint that can attract black air and trap it. Zhou Tan explained to Songshir. It was the first time that Songshir came into contact with this kind of knowledge. He looked up and carefully observed the brands, only to find that the circle of black stripes was not a simple black coating, but there were intricate patterns faintly engraved on it. Whenever a mace of black air hit it, the pattern would light up for a moment, but would quickly disappear.
Follow me.
Zhou Tan turned around. Song Shi and Zhou Tan went around to the other side through the 2-meter-wide passage between the glacé wall and the ordinary wall. A metal door appeared before my eyes. After Zhou Tan raised the computer and swiped the permissions, the door opened automatically. As you walk through the door, you'll see transparent cubicles one after another. The glacé of the compartments is covered with a layer of patterns. The patterns of each compartment are different, with different colors and brightness. The only thing they have in common is the intricate pattern that takes up almost the entire compartment, even wrapped around the person standing in the middle of the cubicle. Song Shi took a quick glance and saw that most of those people were wearing doctor uniforms, a few were wearing military uniforms, and some were wearing ordinary people's clothes. They closed their eyes, let their hands hang naturally, and the light of their spiritual power poured down. During this period, Song Shi had been cramming his knowledge of the healing system and recognized that these glowing patterns were the concrete manifestation of the healer's mental power during purification and were called purification discs. Different healers produce different purification discs due to their different physical constitutions, purity and strength of their mental power, etc. In actual combat, the pattern of the purification disc is hidden and invisible. Like Wu Zhilu, who was fighting the Earthwolf beast before, she knelt on one knee to spread the purification disc. Wherever the purification disc was, the black energy of the alien beast would be purified, and Lu Xing could kill the Earthwolf beast unscrupulously within this range. At that time, she did not see the pattern in the purification plate. She could only see the faint light emanating from Wu Zhilu and the dozens of meters of white light spreading out from under her palm. The purge tray only comes in small places. Because the healer cannot push the purification disc to a wide area like in actual combat, the patterns inside the purification disc continue to accumulate and overlap, resulting in the scene before our eyes. In addition, when the healer is being evaluated, he will be asked to show the purification disc, take a photo, and enter it into the file. At this time, the healer will also deliberately show the pattern. Except for newly awakened healers. They don't know how to purify yet. Song Shi closed his eyes, then opened them again, his gaze fixed on the 8 corners of the transparent glacé cover. There, black mist was constantly emitted like car exhaust. The black fog intertwined with the healer's spiritual powers and was quickly purified and turned transparent. The healer's purifying power is balanced with the speed at which the black mist is ejected. Zhou Tan took Song Shi into an empty compartment. This is the military hospital's black gas purification concentration point. Zhou Tan stood in front of a 10x10 cm screen at the operating table and scanned his face. Certification successful, S-level healer. Zhou Tan total purification volume, 100 cubic meters. Remaining purification volume 39 cubic meters. Please start purification immediately. Zhou Tan turned her head and looked at Song Shi. Every healer has a certain amount of purification that must be completed every year. She showed a painful expression. I still have 39 cubic meters. For the first time, Song Shi was glad that he was not a healer yet. Today I will teach you how to purify. After you learn it, I will apply for the title of healer for you. Zhou Tan looked up. Song Shi. Thank you. Zhou Tan suppressed his laughter, turned around and grasped the only operating lever on the console and introduced it to Song Shi. There is a mark on it, which can control the speed of the black gas. I will put it on the first gear for you. Release your mental power first and spread it as far as you can. Song Shi did as she said. Zhou Tan pulled the operating lever down. Song Shi's vision was instantly occupied by the black air, and she could hardly see Zhou Tan's figure, who was only 2 meters away from her. Fortunately, Zhou Tan's voice could still be heard. Use your mental power to wrap yourself up, then wrap the entire glacé cover up so that the black gas is sandwiched between the 2 layers of mental power. Remember, don't block the air outlet. Song Shi did as she was told, and soon the black air in front of her eyes was separated, and her vision finally became clear. I'm going to shift to second gear. Zhou Tan stood in front of the operating table, covered with a layer of mental light film to protect himself. Song Shi was still struggling to clear the black gas released at the first gear speed, while Zhou Tan had already started the second gear. The release of black gas was obviously accelerated, and the two air outlets on the top of his head that were originally closed were now fully open. Song Shi couldn't help but release some more of his mental power. The mental power points in my mind decrease at a rate of 1 every 5 minutes. Third gear. With a boom, Song Shi felt himself entering the exhaust port of a car. The exhaust gases still had consciousness and kept pressing towards her, trying to squeeze her to the point of explosion. Song Shi once again accelerated the release of his mental power. His slightly open fingers kept trembling, and the veins on his forehead kept throbbing. She was barely able to maintain the balance of purification. Zhou Tan's voice of astonishment and approval broke through the heavy black air and came in. You can reach the third gear in your first purification practice. It seems that there is really a problem with your mental strength value detected by the Supernatural Power Management Bureau. How can it be low? Song Shi. But her mental strength is really not high. Now there are only 7 points left. Because Song Shi needed to focus on purifying the black air, Zhou Tan didn't expect her to answer. I continued. Hold on for another 3 minutes. Today's class is over. Song Shi gritted his teeth and kept the release of his mental power at a constant speed. Finally, when her mental strength dropped to 3 points, 3 minutes were up. Zhou Tan pulled up the operating lever, and the black mist from the 8 corners stopped spraying. A mechanical female voice sounded. Today's purification. 1.3 cubic meters after all this time and wasting so much mental energy. Only 1.3 cubic meters? Song Shi leaned against the cubicle door and wanted to vomit blood. Zhou Tan was very happy. He lowered his head and operated the light computer for a few times, then attached the light computer to the screen. In a few days, I will apply for you to become a healer. With my recommendation and today's video as proof, you will definitely be selected. This method can consume her excess mental energy and help increase the mental capacity of her body. Song Shi did not refuse, but just asked, is the military hospital the only one that can purify the black energy? After all, she was far away from the military hospital, and not everyone could enter the military hospital. Zhou Tan looked up from his brain. In the outer city, there is only the military hospital. In the inner city, there is a place dedicated to purifying black air. However, it is not a real black air purification. Instead, it uses special instruments to collect the mental power you release and calculates how many cubic meters of black air these mental powers can purify according to the corresponding proportion. Finally, they add it to the black air purification cubic meters you have achieved this year. Song Shi understood. In the Federation, spiritual power cannot be bought or sold, but can be donated on a voluntary basis. Similar to donating blood in the previous life. Others can voluntarily choose to donate or not. As for healers, the federal government requires them to donate and stipulates a certain number of units they should donate each year. Black energy purification is one of the ways to use crowd-funded spiritual power. Song Shi had learned about another way on the internet before. For use by awakened people in the machine-assisted system. The mechanical auxiliary system is divided into the mechanical auxiliary manufacturing system and the mechanical auxiliary combat system. One of the abilities of the awakened ones in the machine-assisted manufacturing system is to transfer mental power into various thermal weapons and lock it inside to prevent it from leaking. When facing strange beasts, shooting an ordinary bullet at them is just like tickling them and will not cause even superficial injuries. The bullets that are fed with mental power by the mechanical manufacturing system can get into the bodies of strange beasts, and the mental power will explode inside the bodies of strange beasts, causing real damage. These weapons are nothing to psychics, as most psychics have stronger abilities than this. But on the front line, the number of ordinary soldiers is far greater than that of people with special powers, and their demand for such weapons is huge. The awakened ones of the machine-assisted manufacturing system have the ability to create such weapons, but they are naturally weak in mental strength. The little mental power they have can only be used to lock their weapons, and the mental power to be infused into the weapons has to be raised by other awakened people. The first to be affected is the healing system, because the healing system itself belongs to the spiritual differentiation direction. There are two other departments that are also in the direction of spiritual differentiation: the spiritual department and the flying department. Psychics are really rare, and their abilities should be used in more important places. Although the flying system is not rare, their mental power is only enough to keep themselves in the air, and there is almost no extra mental power to supply the mechanical auxiliary manufacturing system. During the period before you go to college, you should continue to come to my place to study. During this period, I will give you half an hour of purification time. You don't have to worry about not meeting the standard within a year. Zhou Tan was very considerate and took Song Shi into consideration. The two left the cubicle one after another and walked towards the elevator. Song Shi looked at the glacé wall on the right. The black air in the wall followed her and kept hitting the glacé. She calmly released her mental power to sense them. The moment her mental power touched the glacé wall, it was bounced back by a domineering force. What will be the consequences of not meeting the standards? Song Shi was doing two things at once. She was half a step behind Zhou Tan. Zhou Tan didn't notice her little action. We healers have a lot of benefits in the Federation, including housing subsidies in the inner city, free monthly supply of nutrient solution, internal discounts on spiritual food, and even exclusive subsidies for healers after the age of 50. It's enough for us to live a peaceful and stable old age. Old age? According to Song Shi, the average life expectancy of a healer is only 45 years old. The psychics with the highest death rate on the front lines are the healers who have no ability to protect themselves. Those C-level and D-level healers who are not on the front line are in extremely poor health due to years of mental exhaustion. Very few people can enjoy a happy old age. Zhou Tan stood in front of the elevator door and pressed the down button. If you fail to meet the standards for 3 consecutive years, these benefits will be cancelled, and you will be permanently denied entry to the inner city, and you will have to stay in the outer city for the rest of your life. I have never been to the inner city during the Song dynasty, but I have seen a lot of video footage of the inner city on the internet. It is a gathering place for federal elites and wealthy people. It integrates politics, technology, and economy. Most importantly, the security level is high. Federal law provides that when a base is hit by a devastating attack, citizens in the inner city have priority to evacuate. In today's world where strange beasts appear frequently, people living in the outer city are trying their best to squeeze in. But the inner city only accepts the awakened ones. The punishment of staying in the outer city for the rest of your life is enough of a warning to a healer with a bright future. Then I'll trouble you, teacher.
Song Shi said.
She will still apply to become a healer after she graduates from college next spring, so it would be better for her to apply now so that she can get the benefit of free supply of nutrient solution in advance and also increase her mental capacity through purification. Zhou Tan nodded. I'll send you a message after it's done. After the two took the elevator downstairs, Zhou Tan went directly to the ward, while Song Shi took the aircraft back to school. This afternoon's training is still physical training plus learning of moves. This continued for the next few days. Friday was the day Pei Yicheng had planned for actual sparring. This is the only time in a week that the 8 violent awakeners except Song Shi arrived at the training ground early, changed into training clothes, and began warm-up exercises. Their target was the same: Song Shi, who had not yet arrived. Especially Lu Li, after being despised by Song Shi and asked 3 questions in a row last time, she has been particularly dedicated in training these days. The training ended at 7 p.m., and we all left, but she stayed at the training ground, and we didn't know what time the training would end. The boy who had watched the entire fight between Song Shi and the frenzied Zhu Jinping swung his arms and shoulders and chatted with the short-haired girl next to him. She holds a grudge the most. Song Shi completely offended her last time. She will definitely not let Song Shi go today. The girl was stretching her legs and spoke casually. Who do you think is better between the two of them? The boy wanted to watch the fun, so he stopped warming up, stood next to the girl with his chin propped up, facing Lu Li in the distance. Lu Li is the most likely one among us to break through B level and advance to a level first. As for Song Shi, although she is a healing type, she was able to defeat Zhu Jinping, who was in a frenzy. Her strength should not be underestimated. The girl snorted lightly and said with disdain, "Healers are just healing people. You know their constitutions. They are born weak. But I feel that Song-Shi is an exception in the healing department. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent here by the branch's top management to train with us, said the boy. The girl stood up nonchalantly, and even though she was chatting with the boy, she did not miss the warm-up exercises and twisted her ankle. I asked on the forum. When the healing type just awakens, the physical fitness is the same as before awakening, and there is no degeneration. Song-Shi was a high-probability differentiation of the violent type before, and her physical fitness is more like ours, so she was able to defeat Zhu Jinping after he went berserk. After so many days, her fighting power will only decline, not improve. After listening to her explanation, the boy wasn't sure whether he was convinced or not, and his attention shifted to one side. He asked with a smile, "Did you go to check it out? Since you pay so much attention to her, are you worried that she'll defeat you?" The girl stopped warming up and squinted at him. The boy seemed not to notice and said earnestly, "Indeed, as a berserker awakener, being defeated by a healer would be embarrassing if the news got out. In recent days, Zhu Jinping has been walking with his tail between his legs. He is no longer as arrogant as before." The girl's tongue is on her back teeth. "We'll meet in the ring later. I'll also let you experience what it means to walk with your tail between your legs." After saying that, he turned his head and continued training with his back to the boys. The boy shook his head in boredom, looked in the direction of the locker room, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Song-Shi is here. Song-Shi changed into her training clothes and came out. Seeing that everyone else was warming up, she did not join them. She walked to the ring in the center of the training ground, jumped with her hands, sat on the edge of the ring, and lowered her head to check the information on the light brain. The hunting group team has sent her the specific mission execution plan. There is still one link that has not been finalized, which is who will be the bait. The target of this mission is Bao Bo, a 45-year-old unemployed vagrant who has long been molesting minors on bus number 403. He was sent to prison for 3 months, but when he came out he was still unrepentant. The victim's family members did not hold out hope that the urban security team could solve the case, because the last time he was sent to prison, it was because the family members united to catch him on the spot, and with irrefutable evidence and media coverage, the urban security team only sentenced him to 3 months. This time, the victims' families chose to post a task on the hunting group, demanding that Bao Bo be castrated and that a video be recorded and uploaded to the internet. The missions undertaken by the hunting group are actually not in compliance with federal law, but as long as they are not blatant, the city security team will turn a blind eye. Beating him up on the bus would be too conspicuous. So Xiaolan planned to send someone to lead Bao Bo off the bus to a designated location. Lao Niu, it's a bit dangerous to use a student girl as bait. The bait candidates now are Song-Shi and the little boy wearing glosses. Yizi, Bao Bo is popular with both men and women. Why don't you both get in the car and see who Bao Bo likes? Song-Shi replied okay and returned to the chat page with Zhou Tan. The title of healer has been applied for. Please log in to the official website of the Supernatural Power Management Bureau to see if your avatar has changed. Song-Shi searched the official website of the Superpower Management Bureau on the web again. After facial recognition, her information list appeared, and a green Z icon appeared in the lower right corner of her personal profile picture. This is the mark of a healer. Song-Shi typed a reply to Zhou Tan. It has changed. There was no reply from Zhou Tan, and Song-Shi glanced at the time. 16:28 is the time when Zhou Tan is the busiest. Song-Shi exited the chat box. Pei Chen walked out of the coaching room wearing a tight coaching uniform. She clapped her hands twice, and the players scattered around the training ground quickly gathered and stood in a row. Everyone arrived early today. Pei Chen smiled, put his hands behind his back, and looked at the team members in front of him. It seems that everyone is looking forward to today's actual combat training. For the violent awakeners who have not fought for nearly a week, today is indeed the day they have been looking forward to for a long time. All the resentment accumulated towards each other for so many days will be vented today. Let's get started without further ado. Pei Yicheng used a light brain to control the projector on top of the training ground. A blue virtual screen appeared in front of everyone, with the battle list on it. 9 people, 36 games, every two people can have a turn to compete, which is truly fair and just. The first group, Lu Li and Song Shi. The beginning is a king bomb. It's hard not to suspect that this was Pei Yicheng's deliberate arrangement. So people's attention was divided into two parts. One part focused on Song Shi, and the other part looked at Lu Li. Song Shi's expression was very calm as he walked up the steps to the stage. Lu Li simply supported herself on the edge of the ring with one hand and jumped onto the ring. Her flowing ponytail swept across her tense face as she moved. The two stood face to face, about 5 meters apart. There was no harsh words. At the moment of eye contact, the two tall figures moved at the same time. It was like two meteors falling at high speed colliding. Lu Li attacked with incredible speed, finding tricky angles to attack, and each strike was intended to push Song Shi to death. As the member most valued by Pei Yicheng before Song Shi, his strength was obvious to the entire training team. Pei Yicheng once specifically counted the winning rates of the 8 members of the training team. Lu Li ranked first, as high as 89%. Facing Lu Li's crazy attack, Song Shi's performance was even more jaw-dropping. She took on every move of Lu Li with ease. It seemed as if every step Lu Li took was within her expectations. Am I dazzled? The boy who was discussing who would win earlier raised the corner of his eye, stared at the ring, and leaned slightly towards the short-haired girl next to him. Did you see clearly? Song Shi was able to tie with Lu Li. The short-haired girl could tell that the other party was mocking her poor vision. She gritted her teeth and said, "The next group is you and Lu Li. You can try it yourself to see how good she is." The boy's face froze and he looked at the light curtain hanging in the air. Good boy, the next group is really him and Lu Li. He was so busy watching Song Shi and Lu Li's excitement that he forgot about himself. If Lu Li lost to Song Shi and he lost to Lu Li again in the next group, wouldn't he be seen as a weakling who lost to 2 people in a row? Moreover, she faced Lu Li in the first game, which was also a test of her physical strength. Lu Li likes to engage in a war of attrition the most. He has consumed too much physical energy. How can he fight with others next? He suddenly hoped that Lu Li won, so that even if he lost to Lu Li, it would not be too embarrassing. Or Song Shi could win by half a point and drain Lu Li's energy. Zhu Jinpeng, who was standing on the opposite side of the ring, was also staring at the 2 people fighting on the ring, pretending to be relaxed in a T-step posture. Only he knew that his palms were actually full of sweat. He was the person in the audience who most hoped that Song Shi would win. Before, he was defeated by Song Shi after he went berserk, which made him unable to hold his head up in the whole school. If other violent awakeners also lost to Song Shi, a healing type, it would mean that Song Shi was a monster, not that he was too weak. He could also hold his head up and walk around the school with dignity. Song Shi on the ring did not disappoint him. Lu Li's war of attrition had no effect on Song Shi at all. Song Shi's physical strength was like a bottomless pit, inexhaustible. Lu Li was also secretly shocked. She was different from the people watching the fight below. She could feel that her high-intensity attacks did not consume Song Shi's foundation, but instead used up a lot of her physical strength. Her movements tended to slow down, and she had no control over this. Sweat oozed from her forehead, sticking a strand of hair to her skin. "It's my turn." Song Shi, who had only been defending and not attacking since entering the ring, suddenly spoke. As soon as she finished speaking, she flashed and appeared in front of Lu Li, swinging a punch towards Lu Li's cheek. Song Shi used the close combat techniques that Pei Yicheng had taught him in the past few days. This set of moves was the first orthodox fighting skill that Song Shi learned. She cherishes it very much. She has been practicing it repeatedly every day in the past few days. She will also practice it when she has nothing to do, when she returns to the hotel at night. She also added some practical skills that she had learned from Yang Miao in the control school. Make the whole set of moves more exquisite and more in line with her own body movements. Lu Li retreated step by step under Song Shi's all-out attack. In the end, he was kicked by Song Shi and flew onto the ropes at the edge of the ring. He was quickly bounced back to the ring. After she landed, she immediately adjusted her posture, kneeling on one knee, supporting herself on the ground with her right hand and covering her chest with her left hand to avoid being too embarrassed. Pei Yicheng announced the result. Song Shi wins 1 round. Zhu Jinping's heart finally settled down, and he silently wiped the sweat from his palms on his pants. That's great. Lu Li, the strongest player in the training team, was defeated by healer Song, so his loss is nothing. Song Shi glanced at Lu Li, who was half kneeling on the ground gasping for breath due to exhaustion, and walked off the stage. A boy brushed her shoulder and quickly walked onto the stage. The second round of fighting soon began in the ring. Song Shi had no desire to watch the battle. After training with these violent awakeners for a period of time, she was very clear about the level of their strength. She might lose against these people because she has never been to a controlled school. However, she has experienced so many actual combats in the controlled school, and each time was many times more brutal than the competition in front of her. She will not lose. None of these people are her match. The person she really wanted to fight was Pei Yicheng. Song Shiluo focused on the back of the young trainer, who was watching the game attentively and occasionally lowering his head to take notes. She has never been sure whether Pei Yicheng is an awakened one. She couldn't tell the depth of his strength. I must find a chance to fight her today, Song Shi thought secretly. On the ring, Lu Li threw the boy who had just come on stage to the ground and kept hitting him in the face with her fists, venting her anger that had accumulated on Song Shi. Lu Li wins 1 game. Next group. The boy with a bruised face and nose staggered off the stage, intending to find a corner to sit down and rest. The short-haired girl walked over leisurely and sneered, "It's not your turn to judge their abilities." The boy touched the corner of his mouth, his fingertips stained with blood. "Lu Li is crazy. Anyone who goes against her today will be doomed. You better take care of yourself." The girl left without looking back. In the subsequent battle, Lu Li beat 4 people black and blue before being defeated by the short-haired girl who played for the first time. The reason why the girl with short hair is stronger is more because of the physical exhaustion of Lu Li from many battles. This is also one of the reasons why Pei Yicheng set up 36 boxing matches. Each person has to play 8 games in 3 hours, with almost no rest time. This really tests a person's endurance and explosive power. In the last few games, everyone went on stage with bruised faces, broken arms, and legs. There is almost no excitement in the battle, and the moves learned through the system do not exist. It is close combat. You hit me, I punch you back, and the battle is bloody and the movements are slow and brutal. It's simply a matter of seeing who has the weaker pain tolerance. Of course, except for Song Shi. 8 matches had no effect on her. She is still as fast and agile as ever. There were no visible wounds. The boy who was pinned face down on the ground by Song Shi cursed, "Duck, I want to be a healing awakener too. I won't feel tired." The wounds he suffered could be quickly healed. He was always in full health. How could this group of violent types, who were known for their extraordinary endurance, feel? Pei Yicheng approached at the right time and poured a basin of cold water over his head. "You have awakened the healing element, so you will probably only get beaten." The boy, whose face was pressed to the ground and almost deformed, said, "Pei Yicheng." You announced the result quickly. His arm was nearly broken. Song Shi wins 8 games. Throughout the entire game, only Song Shi had a 100% winning rate, followed by Lu Li with a 75% winning rate. Pei Yicheng looked quite depressed. The training ended at exactly 7 o'clock, and Pei Yicheng, who is always punctual, took up a few minutes of the break time. "I have been training more than half of you since you were in your first year of high school for more than 2 years. The rest of you started training in your second year of high school for more than a year. And yet, you were beaten like this by a healing awakener who only came for training for a week." Pei Yicheng felt a sense of powerlessness that all his years of hard work had been in vain. Although she expected her group of students to lose based on Song Shi's daily performance in the past few days, she did not expect that they would lose without any chance of fighting back. Especially from Yan Qianlin, I learned that Song Shi's combat experience was accumulated from fighting in the controlled school. Starting tomorrow, we will continue to increase the amount of training. There was no need for Pei Yicheng to say it out loud, as the team members except Song Shi had already silently planned in their minds how to catch up with Song Shi. Pei Yicheng glanced at those unsightly faces, shook his hands, and said, "Go to the infirmary by yourselves. There are healers waiting." The crowd dispersed. Song Shi stood there without moving. "What's up?" Song Shi said bluntly, "I want to fight with you." Pei Yicheng was a little surprised, but he also felt that it was reasonable for Song Shi to say this. "Okay, get on the stage." Pei Yicheng made a light jump and landed steadily in the center of the ring. Song Shi saw it all. The height she jumped to was not something an ordinary person could do. Song Shi reached out and grabbed the rope surrounding the ring, using the force to bounce onto the ring. The moment Song Shi landed, Pei Yicheng rushed over like a gust of wind without giving her time to prepare. Song Shi quickly raised his hand to block. The two men went back and forth around the ring. Song Shi was secretly shocked. Pei Yicheng's strength was far above hers. It seemed that they were evenly matched, but she could feel that Pei Yicheng was holding back, intending to let her exert her full strength. "No need to take care of me," Song Shi shouted louder.
Okay.
Pei Yicheng said in a flat voice. "Next second. Perform 3 moves in 1 second. Punch from the top, elbow from the middle, and kick from the bottom." All the roads during the Song dynasty were blocked. The speed was so fast that Song Shi just barely blocked these 3 moves when 3 new moves came. Song Shi was at a loss and exposed her weakness, so Pei Yicheng threw her to the ground over his shoulder. The entire arena was shaking. Song Shi fell to the ground. His head was dizzy from the fall, and he couldn't stand up for a while. Pei Yicheng half knelt in front of her. "How do you feel?" Song Shi was still a little unclear, but he stubbornly extended his thumb. "You are awesome." "Pei Yicheng, I'm asking how your injury is?"
Can you stand up?
Song Shi turned over and lay face up on the ring. "It will be fine soon." 3 minutes later, Song Shi got up radiantly. Pei Yicheng was standing aside and felt a little envious. Who wouldn't want this recovery ability? "That's all for today's training, let's go home." Song Shi touched the wrist that had not healed after being pinched by Pei Yicheng. "Can I practice with you every day next week?" In principle, no. With so many students, she can't just practice with Song Shi alone. She has to practice with them all. If she personally coaches everyone, 3 hours of training a day would not be enough to complete other projects. Song Shi nodded, implying that it was not allowed in principle. "I can practice with you if I am late every day in the future." Pei Yicheng did not respond directly. He turned around and walked off the stage, leaving his voice behind. "I will not show mercy." At 20:30, the bus stopped at Jingling Station. Because Song Shi had to train until very late every day, I told Wang Ding a few days ago that he didn't need to prepare dinner for her. These days, Song Shi has been eating dinner at convenience stores. After getting off the bus today, Song Shi still walked towards the convenience store and bought some simple fast food. He returned to the hotel, said Heko to Wang Ding, who was sitting behind the cashier, and prepared to go upstairs with the bag. Wang Ding suddenly called her. "Our." Song Shi looked back. Wang Ding was bending down and moving a large box from under the cash register. "I forgot to tell you. The courier delivered a box of stuff to me this afternoon. Your name was on the signatories list. Check to see if it's yours." Song Shi walked forward puzzledly. She had never purchased anything online since she came to this world. There was no other valuable information on the delivery note above the carton except her name. However, a green Z mark in the lower right corner caught her attention, and Song Shi immediately understood where the express came from. "It's mine. I moved it upstairs." Song Shi picked up the cardboard box and went upstairs. After swiping his card to enter his room, Song Shi closed the door with his back foot and gently placed the cardboard box on the table. Song Shi put the plastic bag in his hand on the table. He took out a pair of scissors from the drawer and cut along the seal of the carton, revealing the contents. The top is covered with a layer of white film, with a pure white envelope pressed on top and a small green Z-shaped mark on the sealing wax. This box of stuff is her monthly benefit from registering as a healer. Song Shi was not in a hurry to see what was under the film, but slowly opened the envelope. Congratulations to Ms. Songshur for becoming the 41,176th registered healer in the Federation. The healer level is a level, and the annual purification volume standard is 75 cubic meters. A short paragraph is attached below. In the long night when mankind is walking alone, your existence has lit a lamp for the dark road ahead. To you, to me, and to all the awakened healing people. Songshur had seen the name Elvira in many places. The first example given at the end of the healing chapter in A Guide to Human Differentiation is about him. He is the first SSS-level healing awakener to be detected after the Federation had an accurate level assessment mechanism. In that era, when strange beasts were rampant, differentiation value detection technology had not yet appeared. No one knows whether they will awaken in the future, and what they will awaken to. Human beings were defeated step by step under the siege of strange beasts. The bases that they had built with great resources were razed to the ground one after another, and ordinary people fled everywhere. The healing type are born with weak constitutions, show no signs of awakening, and are unprotected, causing them to suffer the largest number of deaths during the escape. Without renewable power, healers gradually became the most scarce resource at the time. On average, there was only one healer for every 20 awakened people, and the living environment for humans became increasingly harsh. Realizing this, Elvira gave up his frontline mission and went to various bases to recruit people with healing talents. He then sent them to the center of the base and had them protected by federal soldiers. He has a keen eye for talent, and the person he chooses has an 80% chance of awakening the healing element. According to incomplete statistics, he discovered as many as 1,000 awakened healing people, which greatly alleviated the shortage of healers at the time. These people later became the backbone of the human base against alien beasts. After El Rivera's death, he was hailed as the founder of the healing system. His purification plates were green, so the Z logo representing the healer was also green. To you, to me, and to all the awakened healing people. Elvira Songshur read the sentence again, folded the letter neatly, stuffed it back into the envelope, and put it in the drawer. After doing all this, he lifted the top layer of thin paper in the box. As expected, there was neatly arranged nutrient solution underneath. All of them are long-lasting nutrient solutions. The nutrient solution costs 10,000 yuan per tube, and there are 100 tubes in this box. And this is just 1 month's amount. If she takes out half of this to sell every month, she can get 500,000. But she doesn't have this idea yet. Wait until she really needs money. Songshur took out a cigarette and held it to eye level, shaking it gently. The pink liquid inside was in a gelatinous state. Songshur unscrewed the bottle cap and drank one. It didn't taste like anything. After moving the remaining nutrient solution to the side of the table, Songshur changed into a comfortable set of pajamas and sat back at the desk. He ate dinner while flipping through the thick anatomy book. I studied until 12:30 in the morning. Songshur looked up from the book. Even though she kept this posture motionless, she didn't feel any pain in her neck because of the healing ability of the healing system. Songshur habitually twisted his neck twice to stretch his muscles, closed the anatomy book, turned off the desk lamp, stood up and walked to the bed to prepare to go to bed. A sudden noise came up from downstairs. Ever since she awakened the violent element, the room, which she thought was very soundproof, has become as soundproof as an ordinary house. Songshur pricked up his ears without moving and heard the sound of chairs being smashed, as well as noises similar to those of a drunk person looking for trouble. This hotel is located at a crossroads with a huge flow of people. Its geographical location is excellent, which means that even though the interior decoration is not exquisite, it is always fully booked most of the time. If there are too many people, there will be trouble. Especially at night, the city security team collectively disappears. The security in the outer city is extremely poor, and there are gangsters everywhere. In order to reduce the possibility of trouble, the burly Wang Ding is the one guarding the cash register every night. To be on the safe side, Wang Ding even prepared a pistol as a backup. I didn't expect that, even so, someone would still come to make trouble. The fighting noise downstairs showed no sign of stopping and was even getting more intense. Songshur put on a coat, opened the door, and walked out. What are you doing with a gun without bullets? Let your daughter come out and show me what's wrong?
Point at me again.
I'll chop off your fingers. Without the door to block the noise, it became clear all of a sudden. Songshur looked up and saw Tang Yu running in the corridor in her pajamas. She looked anxious and was holding the railing to go downstairs. Songshur took a look at her pink nightgown and the plush headband on her head, frowned, and quickly took a few steps forward to grab her arm.
Don't go down.
Judging from the conversation, the people making trouble downstairs were coming for Tang Yu. It's okay. Tang Yu pushed Songshur's hand away and quickly ran downstairs, her voice falling behind her. This happens all the time in my family. As long as they see that I can use my superpowers, they will leave. The status of the awakened in the Federation is unparalleled, and ordinary people will not cause trouble for the awakened. But Songshur was still worried, so he followed Tang Yu downstairs. The two walked up the last flight of stairs.
Crack.
The sound of glacé hitting the ground and shattering into pieces suddenly rang out. Tang Yu felt something in her heart, and she quickened her pace, taking 2 steps at a time. When she was almost at the foot of the stairs, she saw a scene that made her body tremble and she shouted, "Let go of my dad." Songshur walked behind her, leaned down slightly, lowered his eyes and saw the scene in front of the cashier counter through the beams of the hall. 2 big men of similar size to Wang Ding twisted his arms, and Wang Ding's head drooped weakly. From her perspective, you can see a big swelling on her forehead. The sticky blood flowed out of his hair, flowed down his face, and dripped onto the floor, mixing with a pool of clear liquid on the floor. A tall and thin man like a monkey stood in front of Wang Ding, holding a wine bottle that had been used to hit people. Only a small piece of the wine bottle was left that he was holding in his hand, and the irregular tip of the broken glacé was pointing at Wang Ding, as if he wanted to poke the rest of the glacé bottle into Wang Ding's head. Tang Yu shouted. The man must have been drinking, and his nerve paralysis and reflex were a bit slow. He looked towards the source of the sound sluggishly, and the stabbing action paused. Tang Yu took advantage of this opportunity to rush forward and push him away, then turned back to rescue Wang Ding, whose face was covered in blood. Songshur also walked down the stairs, and the strong smell of alcohol hit his nose. She raised her finger and touched her nose, frowning at the 3 outsiders in the hotel. They were all middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s, with strong physiques and about the same size as Wang Ding. They wore the same vest and leather pants, revealing arms that were muscular and covered with tattoos. In contrast to the 2 big guys controlling Wang Ding, the man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks standing in the middle looked a little thinner, but much taller than Tang Yu standing in front of him. These people looked drunk and confused. This kind of person is the least able to weigh the pros and cons. When the primitive desires of the beast come up, he can't control himself. Can Tang Yu's identity as an awakener really scare them away? Songshur is skeptical. She moved to the side and stood in a less conspicuous position. If Tang Yu can solve the problem in a civilized manner and it doesn't affect the store's business, everyone will be happy. If these people are unaware, she can take action in time. Tang Yu's entire hand was covered in flames, and her cheeks were illuminated by the firelight. She stared at the 2 big men who were restraining Wang Ding's arms and refused to let go. I am a fire awakener. This is my home. He's my father. Why don't you let him go quickly? Otherwise, when the city security team comes tomorrow, you will all go to jail. Her anger was ignored. She was so non-threatening in her pink outfit that even though she was holding the flame that only awakened people had, in the eyes of this group of drunk and unscrupulous people, she looked like a child holding a lighter and saying, "I'll burn your hair if you don't go away." The plush bow headband on her head was touched by a hand with muddy nails. Tang Yu shuddered and immediately turned around, aiming the flame in his hand at the skinny man behind him, forcing him to take a step back. She raised her voice once again, emitting disgust and nausea from her whole body, and said crisply, "I am an awakener. Get out of here." The other party showed no sign of fear. He threw down the remaining bottle in his hand, rubbed his hands, and smiled obscenely. "So, what if I'm an awakened one? As long as I don't kill him, what can the city security team do to me?" Tang Yu took a step back in disbelief. It was obviously the first time he encountered such a difficult situation. But she calmed down faster than Song Shi had imagined. She lit the flames even more vigorously, and the heat filled the entire space. An awakened person will not be punished by the city security team for killing people. If you dare to come up, I will burn you to death. The tall and thin man finally felt a little apprehensive, but he looked at the girl in front of him, licked his lips, and his mind worked faster. This is your hotel. If you dare to burn us, this hotel will be ruined. Don't forget that there are many people living upstairs. How can you and your father afford the compensation when the time comes? Encountering such a scoundrel, Tang Yu's whole arms were shaking with anger. Seeing that Tang Yu was helpless, the tall and thin man laughed, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and winked at the two people behind him. Wang Ding was thrown to the ground. He also, how can you and your father afford the compensation when the time comes? Encountering such a scoundrel, Tang Yu's whole arms were shaking with anger. Seeing that Tang Yu was helpless, the tall and thin man laughed, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and winked at the two people behind him. Wang Ding, lying on his back on the ground, had bloodshot eyes and was trying to get up using his last bit of strength. The hands that were grabbing Tang Yu were suddenly stopped. Seeing that these three men were not honest, Song Shi hooked her toes, picked up a wine bottle at random from the ones that had rolled to the ground, and threw it into the air. She reached out and grabbed the bottle mouth and knocked at the tall and thin man's hands that were reaching towards Tang Yu. The crisp sound of the thick wine bottle colliding with the wrist bones sounded particularly moving to Song Shi.
Ah!
The tall and thin man screamed, quickly retracted his hands, and rubbed them desperately. Half sober, he looked at the person who came and saw that it was a girl of the same age as Tang Yu. He was so excited that he seemed immune to the pain. He subconsciously classified Song Shi as a weak girl with no power to resist. He forgot who hit him just now. I just feel like I made a profit today. Grab one and get one free. The three of US brothers can play today, bang. Song Shi didn't even have the patience to listen to his words. The wine bottle hit him directly on the head, breaking into pieces, with glacé splattering everywhere. Play? What to play? Play with you? Song Shi casually threw away the glacé bottle with only the mouth left in his hand. The man covered his head, his body convulsed, he bent over, and his screams became louder and louder. Shut up. There are still people sleeping upstairs. Song Shi bent his knee and kicked up, his knee hitting his lowered head. The man cried out in pain, his head raised, and his neck formed a graceful arc. The large amount of blood flowing from the mouth ruined the beauty of the picture, and several broken teeth, mixed with blood, were spit on the ground. He finally couldn't scream anymore. Song Shi was not finished yet. He turned around and took off the plush headband from Tang Yu's head, gently broke it off, revealing the sharp plastic fracture inside. She held the broken hairband and twirled it between her fingers, lowering her eyes to stare at the man who had fallen to the ground. Can't you control your hands? The man saw Song Shi's actions and shook his head desperately.
He could no longer speak.
He kicked his legs forward and moved his body backward. He just wanted to escape from this place. A trail of water was left on the ground. The wine that he had poured on the ground earlier now soaked his clothes, and the chill got deep into his bones. Song Shi looked at his embarrassed appearance, sneered, and stepped on his knee. The man couldn't retreat again. He looked up at Song with a terrified expression on his face and clasped his hands together in a begging gesture. Song Shi was merciless and inserted the broken ends of the headband into his left and right clavicles at the same time. The man's body could no longer endure the continuous severe pain. His eyes rolled back and he fainted from the pain. Tang Yu turned his back to Song Shi and split the flame into two, stopping the other two from approaching. The scorching flames burned the arm of one of the men. He jumped back. The tattoo on his arm was burned and curled up. He wanted to touch it but didn't dare to. The other person dodged Tang Yu's left hand and reached out to grab her arm. After Song Shi dealt with the tall and thin man, he turned around and saw this scene. The man who grabbed Song Shi suddenly felt a sense of oppression, and he didn't understand where this feeling came from. A hand suddenly appeared and pulled Tang Yu away. Then, his pupils reflected his gradually enlarging fist.
Bang!
The 2-meter-tall, strong man's body was in a straight line, falling backwards. He was not far from the cashier counter, and the back of his head hit the edge of the counter with a loud bang. His body then bent, and he slid down weakly against the cash register. After knocking a strong man unconscious with one punch, Song Shi rubbed his fist. A line of blood spread from the place where the man's head was hit. The picture is a bit creepy. Song Shi subconsciously looked at Tang Yu. Tang Yu had shoulder-length hair that was a little messy from the fight just now. Her eyes covered half of her face, and her long eyelashes concealed her emotions. It was unknown what she was thinking. There is still one person left to deal with. Song Shi caught a glimpse of the man walking upstairs quietly. Now the exit on the cashier side has been blocked by her and Tang Yu. He could only escape from upstairs, jump out of the window, or wake up a few people. How could Song Shi allow him to alarm others? Just as he was about to catch up with him, a red wine bottle flew out from beside Song Shi's ear, bringing with it a gust of air and hitting the back of the man's head accurately. The man's back stiffened, and then his body leaned backward and rolled down the stairs. The stairs were narrow, and his large body was stuck on them, his posture twisted. Song Shi stopped and looked back, and saw Tang Yu was retracting his throw. Song Shi was silent for a moment, then asked, "How should we deal with these 3 people? They just fainted, not dead yet. If the city security team handles it tomorrow, it won't have any impact on the 2 of them. They are the awakened ones. These 3 people broke into other people's homes in the middle of the night and committed violence. They were acting in self-defense. There is no claim of excessive federal defense. Especially in the outer city, where the city security team has to solve tens of thousands of cases every day, they will not worry about whether it is self-defense or not. As long as we can figure out who took the first move and whose identity is more valuable, the case can be easily closed." Tang Yu stepped over the body lying in front of her, bent down, and picked up Wang Ding's favorite lucky cat and the pistol that was broken in half from the corner. The lucky cat's arm was broken in half, so she carefully pieced it together and placed it on the cash register, and the pistol was placed in the drawer behind the cash register. She half squatted down again and wiped the cheek of Wang Ding, who was lying on the ground unconscious, with her sleeve. "I will take care of these people. Please help my father heal his wounds." Song Shi looked at Tang Yu's back and frowned slightly. The outline of her body was emitting a red light. This shows that her emotions are fluctuating violently. At the same time, the surrounding perceived temperature is gradually rising. All the heat comes from Tang Yu. This is also a sign of the fire element being angry. "Okay." Song Shi agreed verbally. With a light flick of his fingertips, a comfort was thrown over silently and merged into Tang Yu's body. Ever since Soothe was upgraded to a level, the color of the skill has disappeared. Tang Yu, the blazing furnace, was instantly poured with a basin of cold water, and the temperature around it dropped sharply. Song Shi did not try to comfort her thoroughly. She just wanted to make sure that Tang Yu was still rational and could make decisions calmly. Tang Yu didn't notice and stood up to make way for Wang Ding. Song Shi took her place and half knelt down, holding Wang Ding's hand, and skillfully transferred the healing power into his body. Tang Yu turned her head to look at the skinny man lying on the ground, walked towards him, grabbed his right arm, dragged him out of the door step by step, and disappeared into the night. 2 minutes later, Tang Yu returned and dragged away the unconscious man leaning against the cash register in the same way. The physical fitness of most awakened people will be improved to varying degrees. As a fire-type person, Tang Yu belongs to the category whose physical fitness has been improved more obviously. She dragged away 3 strong men weighing 200 or 300 pounds in a row, breathing steadily. After dragging away the last strong man who was stuck on the stairs, Tang Yu never returned. Song Shi repaired all the more serious wounds on Wang Ding's body. Considering that they would have to confront the police officers of the city security team tomorrow, she left some minor skin injuries. Most of them gathered on the face, looking horrible. "Do all this?" Song Shi raised his eyes, his gaze fixed precisely on the door of a narrow storage room under the stairs. There was someone hiding there, and she sensed the other person's presence when she went downstairs.
Come out.
An eye appeared from the crack in the door. The person inside was a little hesitant, wanting to come out but not daring to. Songshur lifted Wang Ding onto his shoulders and looked behind the door. "Let me. Where is Uncle Wang's room?" A white-haired old man then walked out from behind the door tremblingly. He was a shop assistant hired by Wang Ding to work in shifts. Wang Ding was in charge of the store at night, and he was in charge of the store during the day. Usually, when she went to school in the morning, she would see him eating at the cash register. The old man was leaning on a cane, his eyes filled with tears, and he looked at Songshur with both gratitude and fear. "I came to bring midnight snacks to Xiao Wang," and the three of them suddenly broke in. Xiao Wang saw that the situation was not right and asked me to hide in the storage room first. I didn't expect these people to go too far. Fortunately, you are here." Songshur patiently listened to the old man's chatter, carried Wang Ding up to the second floor in one breath, and sent him into the room. "Where is Xiaoyuzi?" the old man asked with concern. "I'll go find her. You look after the store first." "Okay." The old man nodded and sighed as he watched Songshur walking down the stairs. Originally, he had always disagreed with Wang Ding renting the house to this girl at a low price, especially a girl who was in a lot of trouble. The person she offended was the deputy captain of the city security team. With his strength, it would only take a few minutes for him to destroy Wang Ding's small hotel. He knew that Wang Ding was a kind person, and when he saw a little girl with nowhere to go, he thought of her own daughter and took her in out of pity.